Chapter 1. The Iron Fist of Justice. Parallel World, Yinhua City, Pinggang District. Two rows of towering sycamore trees line the roadside, casting a cool shade over Lushan Road amidst the sweltering summer heat. Hop on my beloved little motorcycle. It will never get stuck in traffic. Tongfeng hummed a tune while skillfully maneuvering his electric bike down the street, reveling in the exhilaration of his first day on the job. His electric vehicle, adorned in a striking shade of pink, was complemented by a matching Hello Kitty helmet and a limited edition t-shirt featuring Conan, turning heads at every turn. Unperturbed by the astonished gazes of passers-by, he sped along, occasionally executing a drift at intersections. As a natural athlete, Tongfeng regarded his driving prowess as a mere trifle. Help! Someone's robbing me. Call for help. Catch him. Just as he was nearing his destination, a piercing female voice erupted from the sidewalk. Tongfeng turned to see a woman in her 40s, running and shouting in distress. Following her gaze, he spotted a young man with dyed, yellow hair sprinting away, clutching a woman's handbag. Wow, what a grand opening! Tongfeng chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight, and promptly accelerated in pursuit. The woman's cries attracted the attention of many pedestrians, while the yellow-haired thief, fearful of being intercepted, veered toward the roadside. Beep beep. Tongfeng caught up to the thief, riding alongside him while honking his horn. The thief glanced at him, panting heavily, and shouted, "Get lost. Mind your own business." With a gentle smile, Tongfeng replied nonchalantly, "You seem to be quite fast. Care for a race? I just replaced my battery. It should hold up well. Damn it. You fat loser better scram, or I'll take you down." The thief, gasping for breath, attempted to accelerate but could not shake off the persistent electric bike, his stamina waning. "Really? I don't believe it." Tongfeng's smile remained undiminished, his large eyes curving into a charming arc. Teasing this fellow was a source of amusement for him. While Tongfeng was enjoying the playful banter, the yellow-haired thief, clearly irritated, kicked at his electric bike. However, Tongfeng had anticipated the move. As the thief lifted his foot, he swiftly twisted the throttle, propelling his bike forward and away from danger. The thief stumbled, losing his balance as he tried to regain his footing, ultimately falling into an awkward split. Tongfeng executed a graceful turn, parking his bike and walking back. The thief remained sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. Tongfeng crouched down to inspect him, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Wow. Impressive skills, my friend. Clearly, you've trained for this. What a split. Get lost." The thief's pained voice emerged like a whisper through clenched teeth. "Oops. Looks like you hurt yourself." Tongfeng's grin widened, his tone filled with mirth. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the spectacle. It was a quintessential trait of the people to enjoy a commotion, especially when witnessing a robber trip and fall. Such a foolish criminal was a rarity. Those inclined to intervene began to stir with determination. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the thief, gritting his teeth against the pain, brandished a folding knife at the crowd. "Stay back. Don't meddle. Think carefully. A knife doesn't discriminate." As he revealed the blade, the onlookers instinctively retreated, while they were curious spectators. They had no desire to become part of the drama. Even those who had initially contemplated stepping in were now deterred. Despite the thief's menacing demeanor, Tongfeng detected the underlying cowardice in his tone. "Still putting on a brave front, are we? Aren't you afraid they'll come and pummel you?" Feigning confusion, Tongfeng gently patted the thief's shoulder, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. Did he not see the sizable knife in his hand? "Need a hand?" Tongfeng offered with a feigned sincerity, moving as if to assist him. The thief, straining against the pain, forcefully shrugged off his hand and struggled to stand, his legs trembling. Observing his pitiful state, the surrounding men instinctively crossed their legs in empathy. "You're really brave," Tongfeng remarked with a face full of sympathy as he regarded the thief's defiance. The thief was taken aback by Tongfeng's expression. Did he perceive him as disabled? "Don't be afraid. You can do it." Tongfeng made a gesture of encouragement, his eyes radiating support. The thief was on the brink of madness. What kind of tormentor was this? As he prepared to retort, the thief swung the knife menacingly, pointing it at Tongfeng. "You better get lost." "Not a chance. I'm someone who loves a good spectacle. Besides, I have compassion. I cannot simply ignore you." Tongfeng shook his head, his expression turning sorrowful, as if gazing at a misguided child. The crowd stood in disbelief, but seeing Tongfeng so close to the thief, they urged him to retreat. "Kid, step back. Be careful of the knife. Don't be a hero. Quick, call the police. I dare anyone to call the police. Don't seek trouble. Be wary of my knife." The thief glared around, threateningly. In an age where many hearts were cold and indifferent, few would risk their safety for the sake of another, especially when faced with a robber's threat. The thief, sensing the crowd's fear, turned his knife toward Tongfeng. "Kid, I'll remember you. Just wait." With that, he attempted to flee. "Hey, is it a bit disrespectful to leave like that?" Tongfeng suddenly laughed, casting a casual glance at the thief. "Am I supposed to serve you now?" The thief glared fiercely at Tongfeng, whose cheerful demeanor only intensified his irritation. Tongfeng shook his head, still smiling, alas. "At this point, I won't hide it any longer. I'm a police officer, and I'm laying my cards on the table." The crowd gasped. Was this young man truly a police officer? With his pink electric bike, matching helmet, and Conan t-shirt. Was it normal for officers to be so adorable? The thief was equally baffled. He had encountered many officers, but never had he met one so comically audacious. "Are you really a police officer?" The thief inquired incredulously, though familiarity with law enforcement compelled him to ask. Tongfeng winked playfully. "Does it not seem so? Surprised, are we?" The thief retorted angrily. "Surprise my foot. What part of you looks like a police officer?" "Not like one." Tongfeng touched his face, sighing. "I knew I was too handsome to be a cop. My father has no vision." The thief was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Tongfeng's antics. "Are you planning to assault an officer, or will you comply and come with me?" Tongfeng checked the time on his phone, realizing he was late. Yet, encountering the thief had proven to be a fortuitous outlet for his pent-up frustration, allowing him to vent the pressures imposed by his father, leaving him feeling invigorated. However, the yellow-haired thief was far from pleased. After being thwarted in an attempted robbery, humiliated in his escape, and then subjected to endless teasing, he was brimming with rage. Hearing Tongfeng's taunts sent him over the edge. "I'm going back to hell." The thief roared, his ferocity palpable as he lunged at Tongfeng with a knife. Watch out." As the blade approached, a playful smile flickered across Tongfeng's face. The speed was utterly unremarkable. Even his father's 7 wolves surpassed this. He deftly executed a right-side slip, narrowly evading the thrust of a knife, while simultaneously delivering a left hook that struck the yellow-haired assailant squarely in the liver. Bang! Ugh! The yellow-haired man's face contorted in agony, his veins bulging as he involuntarily emitted a pained groan, gradually collapsing to the ground. What a pity! The answer is B. Observing the yellow-haired man crumpled in pain, Tongfeng smiled and shook his head with a sigh. This decisive blow had utterly incapacitated his opponent. Noticing the absence of any ropes nearby, Tongfeng stepped forward to hoist the yellow-haired man, pulling up his t-shirt to his elbows and tying a knot around his forearm. Tongfeng nodded in satisfaction. It appeared quite secure indeed. One strike to subdue the enemy. This police officer is truly impressive. So handsome. Well done. This is what a guardian of the people should be. The onlookers marveled at Tongfeng, astonished that this dashing young man possessed such remarkable skill, dispatching the yellow-haired man with a single move, and they erupted in applause. "Thank you. Thank you." Tongfeng clasped his fists together, his smile becoming even more radiant as he frequently bowed in gratitude to the crowd. "Officer, my bag." At that moment, a woman who had been robbed stepped forward. She had been too frightened by the yellow-haired man to respond until Tongfeng apprehended him. "Madam, unfortunately, your bag has yet to be returned to you. You will need to accompany me to the station to file a report." Tongfeng, with a touch of humor in his tone, displayed remarkable patience with the public. I'm going to be late for work. Could we possibly wait until after my shift?" The woman hesitated, glancing at the charming young officer, finding it difficult to refuse his request. "Madam, I suggest you take a leave of absence. This bag is considered evidence, and you must complete a report before you can retrieve it." Tongfeng couldn't help but feel exasperated. Having been robbed, she was still preoccupied with her job. What dedication she had! With a resigned sigh, the woman nodded, realizing her phone was in the bag. In today's world, How could one work without a phone? Tongfeng handed the bag back to her, watching as she called in to request time off. Let's go. Just beyond that street is the station. Seeing the yellow-haired man unable to rise, Tongfeng grasped his belt with one hand, lifting him with ease while pushing the electric bike forward with the other. The crowd was taken aback, astonished by his strength. Who would have guessed that beneath his stout exterior lay such power? The woman, momentarily dazed, hurriedly followed behind, clutching her bag. Throughout the journey, they attracted numerous curious glances from passers-by, who were intrigued by this peculiar trio. Tongfeng paid no heed to the onlookers, moving forward with composure. Though the yellow-haired man, being carried, and the woman trailing behind felt somewhat embarrassed. Just as they were about to falter, they arrived at the Lushan Road police station. Tongfeng entered, still holding the yellow-haired man, and barely took 2 steps before encountering another officer. Hey, what's going on here? A police officer approached, puzzled by the unusual sight. The woman looked at Tongfeng in confusion. Was he not a police officer? Why didn't anyone here recognize him? Tongfeng discerned her thoughts and flashed her an iconic smile. He casually set down the yellow-haired man and addressed the officer. Brother, I'm here to report. This fellow was caught robbing on the street, and I brought him in. This lady is the victim. Please take care of it, as she's in a hurry to get to work. The officer stared at Tongfeng in surprise. It was his first time seeing someone report with a suspect in tow. And him? The officer gestured toward the yellow-haired man, sprawled on the ground. He resisted with a knife, but I subdued him. Look, the knife is right here. Tongfeng pointed to the helmet resting in the bike's frame, with a folding knife lay quietly. You're impressive. The officer gave Tongfeng a thumbs up, astonished by such a remarkable newcomer. Officer, I want to file a complaint. The police officer hit me. The yellow-haired man, having endured the journey, found his pain lessening enough to speak. Strictly speaking, he's not a police officer yet. What he did was an act of bravery. Hitting you isn't a crime. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tongfeng. You're not a police officer? What's the matter? Unhappy? I could let you go, and we could have a little spar. Tongfeng grinned at the yellow-haired man, his tone light and teasing. The yellow-haired man immediately lowered his head, relieved that Tongfeng was not yet an officer. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble for assaulting a police officer. Little did he know, Tongfeng was reporting for duty as an auxiliary police officer who possesses no enforcement authority. Therefore, attacking an auxiliary officer does not constitute assaulting a police officer. However, should a full-fledged officer be present, then assaulting an auxiliary officer would be deemed obstruction of justice. The distinction was negligible. Either way, it was serious enough to warrant penalties. Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, come here for a moment and lend a hand. With that call, 2 police officers emerged from the duty hall. What's up, Brother Wang? The 2 officers looked at the scene, bewildered. Come take this one. He's a robbery suspect. First, take him inside. Brother Wang pointed at the yellow-haired man. A robbery suspect? Why is he lying on the ground? Xiao Wu and Xiao Li glanced at the yellow-haired man sprawled on the floor, astonished to see a robbery suspect stripped to the waist. This gentleman is here to report. By the way, what's your name? Brother Wang inquired, looking at Tongfeng. Brother Wang, my name is Tongfeng. You can call me Abu. Tongfeng smiled, his eyes narrowing into a playful squint. He believed in greeting everyone with a smile. All right, I'll call you Abu then. This fellow resisted with a knife and was subdued by Abu. Brother Wang explained the situation with a grin. Wow, master. Xiao Wu and Xiao Li admired Tongfeng, impressed by his ability to disarm someone unarmed. Not everyone could accomplish such a feat. I'm just strong, that's all. Tongfeng humbly replied. All right, let's get him inside for now and discuss later. Brother Wang instructed. Xiao Wu and Xiao Li quickly stepped forward to lift the yellow-haired man, escorting him inside. By the way, you haven't reported yet, have you? Not yet. I haven't had the chance. Tongfeng nodded. Then you should go report. The station master's office is on the 2nd floor at the end of the left corridor. I'll take this lady to file a report. Brother Wang said. Sure, then I'll let you get back to it. Tongfeng nodded and headed towards the 2nd floor, while Brother Wang took the yellow-haired man's knife and led the woman to make her statement. Chapter 2. The Legend of the Temporary Worker in the Office of the Director on the 2nd floor. Bang, bang, bang. Tongfeng rapped at the door. Come in. Upon hearing the response from within, Tongfeng pushed the door open and entered. Good morning, Uncle Sure. He greeted with a smile, looking at Shi Yong, who was seated at his desk. Shi Yong was an old comrade of his father's, and their bond was quite profound. It was through him that Tongfeng's father had secured his position here. Shi Yong raised his head and looked at Tongfeng with a hint of annoyance. What a way to start. You're late on your first day, utterly lacking in organization and discipline. I brought you a gift, Uncle Shi. Tongfeng replied, his smile unwavering. You little rascal. Spare me the excuses. Being late is being late. There's no need for justification. Shi Yong chuckled, scolding him playfully. Really, if you don't believe me, go take a look downstairs. Tongfeng insisted, his face beaming with joy, his eyes narrowing slightly with a natural charm. He often wore this smile to enhance his persuasiveness when trying to gain the trust of others. What gift? Shi Yong inquired, sensing that Tongfeng was not jesting. Go and see for yourself. I assure you, you will like it. Tongfeng affirmed confidently. Then wait a moment. Shi Yong, now intrigued, stepped out the door. Tongfeng settled into a chair, taking the opportunity to survey the layout of the room. It wasn't long before Shi Yong returned. As soon as he entered, he scrutinized Tongfeng from head to toe, exclaiming, Well done. You've made your parents proud, catching a robbery suspect on your first day. Are you satisfied with this gift, Uncle Shi? Tongfeng replied cheerfully. Haha, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son. I see you are indeed destined to be a policeman. Please, I prefer to remain an auxiliary police officer. When I grow tired of it, I will resign. Tongfeng waved his hand, laughing. He was already compelled by his father to pursue a career in law enforcement, and being an auxiliary officer was the utmost he could accept. It wasn't that he harbored any disdain for the police. Rather, he had witnessed the hardships of the profession through his father. With his laid-back disposition, he felt ill-suited for such demanding work. His agreement to this role was largely due to yielding to familial pressure. Sometimes Tongfeng found himself relieved that his college entrance examination scores had not met the threshold for police academy admission. Otherwise, his father would undoubtedly have coerced him into attending. The tyrant is fiercer than a tiger, but in my household, my father is the fiercest, he mused. And my mother is like Wu Song. Although he ultimately could not escape his father's plans, he had negotiated with his father that after 2 years as an auxiliary officer, he could resign to pursue his passions. However, unbeknownst to Tongfeng, his father and Shi Yong had already conspired to allow him to serve as an auxiliary officer temporarily to cultivate a sense of honor in the police force. Once he grasped the responsibilities and mission of the police, he would naturally develop a sense of belonging to this vocation, making it easier to persuade him to apply to become a full-fledged officer later on. Of course, this would require time, but both believed in Tongfeng's potential, confident that he was inherently suited for a career in law enforcement. Thus far, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Shi Yong chuckled and dialed a number. Then, addressing Tongfeng, he said, Please wait a moment. Shortly, someone will come to assist you with the formalities. Tongfeng nodded and settled into a chair, awaiting further developments. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Shi Yong called out. As the door swung open, a handsome young police officer entered. Director, you were looking for me. Tongfeng turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. Yang Wei, did you? Haha, Yang Wei, how did you end up here? Tongfeng rose and enveloped Yang Wei in a hearty embrace. Dude, how many times must I remind you not to call me by my full name? I am now an intern officer. This isn't the place for that. Yang Wei patted Tongfeng's back vigorously, his strength a pure release of emotion. Tongfeng released Yang Wei and, chuckling, said, If I don't call you Yang Wei, what should I call you? Of course, call me Away. But hasn't Away already passed away? Tongfeng squinted, teasingly sizing up Yang Wei. Oh, come on. That's an old joke. Why bring it up now? Yang Wei playfully punched Tongfeng on the shoulder. What brings you here? After the joy of their reunion, Yang Wei asked, puzzled. He is our precinct's new auxiliary officer. Shi Yong replied with a grin. No way. Are you serious? Yang Wei looked at Tongfeng in astonishment, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Among those who knew Tongfeng, Yang Wei was one of the few who understood him best. They had grown up in the same neighborhood, their fathers both police officers with a good rapport, allowing them to play together since childhood. However, during high school, Yang Wei's father was transferred to another city, and Yang Wei followed suit, leading to their gradual loss of contact due to the pressures of academia. Despite the years apart, Yang Wei still had a fair understanding of Tongfeng. This fellow had always been laid back in school, fond of food, and with his chubby and harmless appearance. Resembling a languid orange cat, his classmates affectionately dubbed him Diju. It was precisely this familiarity that made Yang Wei astonished. He never imagined Tongfeng would choose a career in law enforcement. Don't be so surprised. You know me. I had no choice. Tongfeng shrugged, expressing his resignation. Haha. Did your father put you through the ringer again? How long did this time last? Yang Wei inquired with curiosity. Tongfeng had always been a mischievous child, getting into trouble and receiving a good thrashing. However, his stubborn nature often meant he would resist for some time before finally relenting. Yang Wei was well aware of this little quirk. Over time, his sympathy for Tongfeng had morphed into a sense of schadenfreude, finding amusement in watching Tongfeng repeatedly break records for mischief. Tongfeng rolled his eyes, surprised that even after all this time, Yang Wei's wicked sense of humor had not changed. Shi Yong listened with delight to the banter between the two friends, intrigued by Tongfeng's past experiences that were now being unveiled. What's it to you? However, Tongfeng was reluctant to delve into this topic. It felt like salt being rubbed into an open wound. Come on, it's not like it's the first time. Yang Wei persistently pressed Tongfeng for answers, refusing to relent until he received them, and he would be troubled for several days if his queries went unanswered. Half an hour should suffice, right? Tongfeng replied, visibly impatient. Is that so? Have your skills deteriorated? I recall your previous record was 3 hours. At that time, Uncle Bu even broke a stick while facing 7 wolves. Yang Wei inquired in astonishment. This time is different. Tongfeng replied, his expression clouded with gloom. What happened? Do tell. Yang Wei asked, his curiosity piqued, determined to get to the bottom of it. Alas, this time it was a mixed-gender relay doubles match. My father's 7 wolves buff was manageable, but my mother's attack power was off the charts. I couldn't withstand it. Tongfeng lamented, shivering at the recollection of the painful memories. Yang Wei sympathetically patted his shoulder and reassured him, to have emerged unscathed from your mother's hands is already a point of pride. Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the end. Even Shi Yong struggled to contain his laughter. Tongfeng's mother, Chen Lan, owned a martial arts school and was an authentic practitioner, having mastered Tai Chi to the pinnacle of excellence and being well-versed in various modern combat techniques. Although her school had only a dozen instructors, the registered and graduated students numbered in the thousands. Her pupils had won countless awards in various fighting competitions, a feat that not only ranked first in Yunhua City, but also stood out nationally. To endure half an hour under such a formidable woman showcased Tongfeng's extraordinary physical prowess. After all, he was merely taking hits. All right, are we still laughing? And you? Uncle Shi, why are you also reveling in his misfortune? That's somewhat disrespectful. Tongfeng exclaimed in annoyance. It's just taking a beating. There's nothing shameful about it. Who hasn't been hit before? All right, enough with the laughter. Yang, please take Bu to complete his onboarding procedures and collect his police uniform and gear. Also, give him a brief introduction to the precinct. Shi Yong, stifling his laughter, instructed Yang Wei and then paused thoughtfully. For now, let old he show him around. Off you go. Yes, Chief. Upon hearing Shi Yong address a serious matter, Yang Wei instantly adopted a solemn demeanor and saluted. After the salute, he gestured for Tongfeng to follow. Tongfeng mimicked Yang Wei's salute and said, Chief, I'm off. Go ahead. Shi Yong nodded in satisfaction, a smirk gracing his lips, inwardly thinking, this lad adapts quickly and is quite clever. However, once you arrive, I fear you might find it hard to leave. Tongfeng's procedures were completed swiftly, and Yang Wei subsequently led him to the equipment room. This is Aunt Wang. She manages all the gear in the precinct. Yang Wei glanced at Tongfeng, introducing him to the female officer in charge of equipment. Aunt Wang, this is Tongfeng, our new auxiliary police officer. I brought him to collect his gear. He pointed to Tongfeng as he spoke. Aunt Wang appeared to be in her 40s, exuding a vibrant presence in her police uniform that accentuated her commanding demeanor. Aunt Wang looks so youthful. She seems to be around 30. How can she be called Aunt? With a beaming smile, Tongfeng greeted warmly. Huh? This young man certainly knows how to charm. P.S. barely 30. Aunt Wang is getting old. Aunt Wang was thoroughly amused by Tongfeng's playful banter. Not old at all, not in the slightest. When we stand together, others would surely mistake us for siblings. Tongfeng remarked seriously, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Such flattery. Aunt Wang retorted with a playful roll of her eyes, yet the smile lingering on her face revealed her delight. After all, no woman can resist being complimented on her youth. As Aunt Wang entered the house to fetch some equipment, Yang Wei cast Tongfeng a disdainful glance and remarked, "You're such a sycophant. What do you know?" Tongfeng shot back, "The world isn't merely about conflict. It's about understanding human relationships." He assumed a scholarly demeanor, delivering his lecture. "What nonsense. This is a police station." Yang Wei shot back, clearly unimpressed by Tongfeng's flawed reasoning. "What are you talking about? Look, here's the auxiliary police uniform, along with the equipment. Come sign for it." Aunt Wang emerged, placing the items on the table. Tongfeng picked up the uniform, grinning as he said, "Aunt Wang, just to clarify, I'm not a stutterer, but could I possibly get this in XXXXXL?" Aunt Wang glanced at the uniform on the table and then at Tongfeng's physique, responding with a hint of exasperation. "This is the largest size available for the summer uniform. That's all right. Long sleeves are preferable," Tongfeng replied. "Let me see what I can find," Aunt Wang said as she returned to the storeroom. Yang Wei observed Tongfeng, chuckling, "Still favoring long sleeves, are we? You've bulked up quite a bit. At your age, what are you afraid of? Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Isn't it just to avoid scaring you to tears?" Tongfeng replied smugly. From a young age, Tongfeng was remarkably unique. He could stagger about just 2 months after birth, and by the time he was 1, he was already running and jumping, more agile than children 3 or 4 years his senior. His parents initially thought they had raised a child prodigy. As he continued to grow, the changes became increasingly pronounced. His burgeoning strength, coupled with muscles that developed rapidly without much exercise, rendered him increasingly robust. His physical transformation led his parents to suspect he might be afflicted with a rare illness. They visited numerous hospitals and underwent a battery of tests, only to conclude that everything was normal. Over time, they accepted that aside from his extraordinary physique, he exhibited no other issues. Now, at the age of 22, he stands at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, with his legs and torso perfectly proportioned in a golden ratio. His well-defined muscles bulge with vigor, exuding a raw, formidable presence akin to that of a wild bear. However, it seems Tongfeng's talents are somewhat skewed. While he excels effortlessly in physical activities, he struggles with academics. His mind often clouded with confusion when it comes to studying. Consequently, he has consistently ranked at the bottom in his studies throughout his life. If it weren't for his inexplicable luck, managing to scrape through crucial exams just above the passing mark, he would never have made it to university. Since the first day he attended kindergarten, when an entire class of children cried in fright at his stature, he has consistently donned long sleeves, masquerading as a portly individual. Even during the sweltering summer months. At that time, young Yang Wei happened to be in the same class. Thus, when Tongfeng brought up the old story, Yang Wei was instantly filled with indignation. This embarrassing incident had become the essential element for the lad to tease himself. "Isn't that rather childish? And look at your t-shirt. Which adult still wears such cartoonish attire?" Tongfeng glanced at his clothing and inquired, "What is wrong with it? It suits my current identity quite well. Come on. Do you think that by wearing a Conan shirt, you've become a detective?" Yang Wei retorted with irritation. "Why not?" Tongfeng adjusted his glasses dramatically, his left hand in his pocket, while his right hand pointed forward with fervor, reenacting a classic line. "The crafty frog is always poking at your belly." "Childish." Yang Wei rolled his eyes. At times, Tongfeng's immaturity resembled that of an eternal child, truly embodying the saying that a man remains a boy at heart until death. Chapter 3. System? "I'm sorry, you have the wrong person." Just as the two brothers were playfully tussling, Aunt Wang emerged with a set of spring uniforms for auxiliary police. "Here, this is the largest size." "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Tongfeng took a look at the 5XL size and thought it should fit well. "Now please sign here. Remember to take care of your belongings. They must not be lost." "Understood." After signing, Tongfeng bid farewell to Aunt Wang and followed Yang Wei. "Where are we going now?" "First, I'll take you to change clothes, and then we'll meet the master." In the lounge, as Tongfeng removed his shirt, Yang Wei marveled. "How is it that someone as lazy as you possesses such explosive muscles? It defies logic." Tongfeng struck a few poses, his muscles bulging and rhythmically undulating under his command. "Are you envious?" "Envious of what?" "You look like a simple-minded gorilla with oversized muscles. What's there to envy?" Although Yang Wei claimed he felt no envy, his eyes were fixated on Tongfeng's physique. What man wouldn't desire a muscular form? Some people can't reach the grapes and claim they're sour. Stop with the sarcasm. Are you done changing? Hurry up and come with me. Yang Wei could no longer tolerate the banter and exited the lounge. "Hey, Wait for me. Tongfeng hurriedly put on his shoes and followed. Throughout the journey, Tongfeng's eyes were incessantly surveying the surroundings. Yang Wei observed and remarked, "Big brother, what are you looking at? You should be well acquainted with places like this by now. Can you not act so naive? It feels different. The local police station here seems smaller than the one in Yangqing." Tongfeng commented as he surveyed the area. Yang Wei rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course. Yangqing spans 554 square kilometers, while Pinggang district is merely 98 square kilometers. What do you expect?" Tongfeng nodded, acknowledging the logic of his statement. Yang Wei was speechless. This lad was perpetually putting on an act. He had already seen through it all. Anyone who believed him would truly be a fool. "By the way, why don't you go work at your father's police station?" Tongfeng shot him a bewildered glance and replied with exasperation, "I never wanted to come here in the first place. If I were to go to his police station, I would have no way to earn a living." "Haha, indeed." Yang Wei chuckled. As they journeyed, Yang Wei briefed Tongfeng on the circumstances at the Lushan Road police station, occasionally introducing him to the officers they encountered. Many officers were quite curious about this young man. News of his arrival with a suspect had already spread throughout the precinct. They had expected a formidable figure, only to find a seemingly naive, chubby fellow. Although he possessed a degree of charm, he certainly did not appear capable of subduing an armed robber. Passing through the corridor, the pair arrived at the main office, where most of the police officers were stationed. "Master, this is the new auxiliary officer, Tongfeng. The chief has asked you to take him under your wing," Yang Wei said as he led Tongfeng to a desk near the entrance. Addressing an officer engrossed in case files, "This is Officer He Wei. You may call him Master. I must tell you, he is one of the top investigators in the station, and learning from him will be immensely beneficial." Yang Wei proceeded to introduce He Wei while gesturing towards Tongfeng. "Ah, greetings, Master. It's the tradition to have seasoned officers mentor newcomers." Tongfeng acknowledged, aware of the customary practice. He Wei appeared to be in his 40s, standing around 175 meters tall, with a slender build and slightly darkened skin, exuding a kind demeanor that made him look more like a teacher than a policeman. He Wei set down the documents and scrutinized Tongfeng, furrowing his brow. "Familiarize yourself with the precinct first, Yang Wei. Come with me. Shouldn't we take Bu along?" Yang Wei asked, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Tongfeng. "Am I the master, or are you? If you don't want to go, then don't." He Wei retorted as he stood up and exited. Yang Wei, sensing the situation, offered Tongfeng a sympathetic look before grabbing his gear and following He Wei out. Tongfeng was somewhat puzzled. Had he not met He Wei before? Why was he being singled out? Could it be that he was aware of his connections? Regardless of He Wei's demeanor, Tongfeng remained unfazed, instead conjuring a dramatic narrative in his mind of a police officer bravely confronting power and challenging connections. As he would put it, what mattered most was happiness. With nothing pressing to do, he decided to explore. Such activities were his favorite. Upon exiting the main office, he wandered aimlessly, justifying it as acclimatizing himself to the work environment. After a leisurely stroll, he happened upon Brother Wang emerging from the interrogation room. "Brother Wang, are you busy?" "Hey, Bu, have you finished your report?" Wang inquired with a smile, noticing Tongfeng clad in his auxiliary uniform. "Yes, just completed the report. I'm here to familiarize myself with the surroundings," Tongfeng responded cheerfully. "Is this not the job you found for me?" Wang glanced at the interrogation room with an exasperated expression. "Hey, Brother Wang, you can't blame me for this. What's the matter? Is that kid refusing to confess? Should I go and loosen his bones a bit?" Tongfeng jested. "Not a chance. Nowadays, handling cases requires civilized law enforcement. Besides, he has already confessed, and his statement is being signed at this very moment." Brother Wang, appreciating the new recruit and recognizing his playful tone, responded without formality. "Haha, is this a joke?" Just as Tongfeng was speaking, a sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Host binding in progress. Binding in progress. Error. Stop. Quickly stop. Binding completed. What the heck? It's over." Tongfeng was left in a stupor. What on earth is happening? Abu, what is wrong with you? Brother Wang, noticing Tongfeng suddenly lost in thought, called out several times without a response and shook him gently. Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought." Tongfeng awkwardly deflected. Creaked, the door of the interrogation room opened, and a beautiful policewoman stepped out. "Brother Wang, the statement has been signed." "All right, have someone take him to the detention room for now," Brother Wang instructed. "Well, you all carry on. I'll take my leave now. Tongfeng quickly bid farewell and turned to leave. Who is he? The attractive policewoman glanced at Tongfeng, asking in surprise. Brother Wang, watching Tongfeng's retreating figure, chuckled. Oh, he is just a newly arrived auxiliary officer. That fellow inside is the one he brought. Unfazed by the discussion behind him, Tongfeng hurried into the break room. After closing the door, he whispered, Who the hell are you, and why are you in my head? I didn't want to. I've been searching for a host for so long, and when I finally found a suitable one, I clumsily squeezed in and ended up in this predicament. Host? You are the system? Tongfeng asked in astonishment. Indeed, that is correct. Wow, this is amazing. Haha. Tongfeng instantly became exhilarated. A system? That could be a cheat code for life, a shortcut to success. You don't need to shout. I can hear your thoughts. Perhaps the system had never encountered such an impatient host and felt compelled to remind him. Tongfeng stifled his laughter and nodded, pondering, Since you are the system, what functions do you possess? Sigh? Let us not discuss that for now. Can we negotiate something? Please resign. Huh? What do you mean? I just started. Tongfeng was taken aback and puzzled. It's a disaster. It's all my fault for being so reckless. Tongfeng calmed down, sensing something was amiss. He carefully considered the system's reactions since its emergence. You want to escape? Tongfeng's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is wrong with me that you would want to flee? Indeed, it seemed that during the binding process, the system had wished to terminate it, which was a blatant insult to him. Truly, it was intolerable. Big guy, I can't run away, so can you please resign? Why? Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leisure system. As the name suggests, as long as you lie flat like a salted fish every day, you will receive rewards. I perceive you to be a rather whimsical system. Tongfeng's expression was one of utter dismay. What sort of affliction is this? Can one not communicate without resorting to expressions? What do I care about that? Very well, I shan't concern myself. Tongfeng found this system to be even more childish than himself, yet he soon posed a perplexing question. What relevance does this have to your desire to flee? From the introduction, Tongfeng sensed that the system was quite appealing. Receiving rewards while lounging about aligns perfectly with his life aspirations. Listen, my friend, your profession, without resigning. How can you become a slacker? Damn it, I completely overlooked that detail. Tongfeng's face fell into a frown, nearly succumbing to despair. Indeed, as a police officer, even as an auxiliary, how could he find time to be a sloth? So what now? Resign? Impossible. My mother would disown me. Perhaps it would be best if you departed. Tongfeng resolutely declared, for he feared his mother's wrath more than the system's temptations. I too wish to leave. But I made a hasty mistake. Now we are bound together. I have no way out. This indeed presents a dilemma. I cannot resign. At least not for the time being, and you are unable to depart. Perhaps we should just make do. If we can endure for 2 years, it will suffice. Tongfeng pondered and tentatively suggested. What about my performance evaluation? You still have performance evaluations? Tongfeng exclaimed in surprise, as this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Naturally, why should we be exempt from performance evaluations? It seems there are quite a few systems in place. Tongfeng inquired with curiosity about what other systems existed. Due to regional protection policies, I am the sole entity in this universe. Enjoy it while it lasts. Oh, you have regional protection policies? However, whether I enjoy it or not is secondary. You should focus on how to achieve your performance metrics. Tongfeng scoffed, asserting that without his cooperation, no achievements could be realized. So, you truly will not resign. I have already stated. It is certainly out of the question for now. In that case, we must strive to carve out time as best as we can. What do you mean? Tongfeng asked, a look of confusion adorning his face. I will give it my all. I will assist you as much as possible. All you need to do is relax and be a sloth. How wonderful. I have heard that systems often distribute beginners' gift packs. Do you have one? Tongfeng's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. I do have one, but it is not suitable for you at the moment. Oh? What do you mean by suitable or not? Show me what you have. Tongfeng rubbed his hands together with glee. Money, do you desire it? Yes, yes, yes. Goodness, who would refuse money? No. If you were in another profession, it would be quite fitting. However, being a police officer is too perilous. You must change careers. Otherwise, if you were to perish, I would vanish alongside you. Is it truly possible to exchange? Do you possess other gift packs? Tongfeng was taken aback, considering this system to be the most accommodating one he had encountered. No? Most of what I have here is incompatible with the police profession. Tongfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation and muttered, "What nonsense. You wait until I sort this out for you." With that, the system fell silent. The system? The little system? How ridiculous. Just like that, it vanished. Tongfeng wore a perplexed expression. Chapter 4. The first patrol. Tongfeng reclined on the bed in the lounge, his mind wandering to thoughts of the system. It seemed he was indeed a child of destiny. Even a mythical entity like the system had made an appearance. Surely this meant he was destined to become a CEO, marry a beautiful heiress, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. "I'm back." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Could you not make such abrupt entrances next time?" Tongfeng nearly fell off the bed due to the shock. "Well, I did make a sound, didn't I?" The voice replied cheekily. Clearing his throat, Tongfeng feigned seriousness. "What took you so long? You had me worried. I practically ran myself ragged for you, wore my lips thin, and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. If you don't help me achieve my goals, you will owe me big time. Rest assured, those familiar with me know I value loyalty above all," Tongfeng assured, thumping his chest. "Let us hope so. Catch. Congratulations. You have received a beginner's gift package, complete mastery of physical skills. Detection complete. Host possesses multiple physical skills. Would you like to merge them?" "What does this mean?" Tongfeng inquired in astonishment. "Wow. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. My mistake. I should have chosen something else." "Seriously? You're back at it. I can't shake the feeling that you're a bit unreliable," Tongfeng said, visibly frustrated. "What do you mean unreliable? Just choose to merge." Tongfeng rolled his eyes. What choice did he have at this point? Fine, merge. Merge successful. You have gained combat instincts. Before Tongfeng could respond, a rush of information flooded his mind, accompanied by a surge of energy coursing through his body. Tongfeng felt a tingling sensation all over, an overwhelming pleasure escaping his lips in a soft moan. Suddenly, the door to the lounge burst open. Standing there was the stunning female police officer he had seen earlier, her eyes wide with shock, mouth agape, and cheeks flushed. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Tongfeng was left bewildered. What just happened? Wait, could she have misunderstood something? Oh no. His reputation. With a determined push, Tongfeng sprang off the bed and hurried to the door, yanking it open. To his surprise, a figure tumbled in. Heading straight for his chest, it was the female officer. Apparently, she had pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop after closing it. Tongfeng swiftly sidestepped, avoiding her as she stumbled and fell to the ground, eyes tightly shut, forgetting to brace herself. In a flash, Tongfeng reached out and caught her collar. "Apologies. I was unaware of your presence behind the door." Tongfeng assisted the female officer in stabilizing her posture, awkwardly confessing. "It's quite all right," Jiangwen replied. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, having been caught eavesdropping. Unperturbed by the bashful beauty before him, Tongfeng was still savoring the sensation he had just experienced. How does one articulate this feeling? Mastery. An unparalleled sense of control. He felt as if he could effortlessly execute any movement. Furthermore, an array of martial arts techniques, combat skills, and weapon applications swirled in his mind, seamlessly integrating into his very being. Remarkable. Indescribably wonderful. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" After regaining her composure, Jiangwen discreetly scrutinized Tongfeng, noticing him lost in thought, and waved her hand in front of him. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, are you looking for me?" Tongfeng smiled at Jiangwen. She rolled her eyes and, with a slight gritting of her teeth, retorted, "My name is Jiangwen, not Beauty. Besides, if I weren't looking for you, why would I be in the men's lounge? I came to inform you that officer he is looking for you, but..." As she trailed off, her face grew crimson, seemingly struggling to articulate the rest. Tongfeng raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Miss, I believe you are misunderstanding something." "Misunderstanding what? I clearly heard you. Heard you moaning, right?" Jiangwen shot back. "Miss, could you keep your mind a little cleaner? I merely stretched." Tongfeng sighed, shaking his head in disbelief at the youth of today before turning to leave, his expression tinged with a melancholic reflection on the state of human nature. Jiangwen stood there, astonished, and by the time she regained her senses, Tongfeng had already vanished from sight. I'm furious. That scoundrel dares to insinuate that my thoughts are impure. I will not let this go." Jiangwen stamped her foot in frustration, her teeth clenched audibly. As for Tongfeng, he paid her little mind. What was beauty to him? Merely a fleeting scent. At that moment, He was walking while conversing with the system in his mind. Brother, how can I assist you in achieving your goals? Well, the most fundamental aspect is to simply lie back and enjoy life daily. What I need is your happiness index. Ah, so it's about being lazy. That's right up my alley. But are there no tasks? Tongfeng's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you think a salted fish needs to undertake tasks? Excellent. Not doing tasks is preferable. But how do I earn rewards? This was a critical inquiry, as it pertained to his own interests. Accumulate a certain level of happiness value to receive rewards. What kind of rewards do you offer? Money, luxurious residences, high-end vehicles, luxury goods, cutting-edge technology, and so forth. I desire those. The glimmer of gold ignited in Tongfeng's eyes, as his inner devil gleefully clutched at treasures, exclaiming, mine, all mine. What good will that do you? What use are those to you? The system's words struck like a rod, dispelling the visions of grandeur from his mind. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Tongfeng pondered aloud. Of course, I wish to enjoy them. Aren't you urging me to be a salted fish? Do you have the time? In the evening. Every morning at 8 and every afternoon at 6. I wonder how I have no time. I must share some unfortunate news. According to the binding laws of the system, a bound host will generate a certain degree of causal power. What does that mean? Tongfeng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Have you read any novels? Do you understand why protagonists who obtain systems face so many tribulations? What? Are you implying that I am destined to become like Conan, facing death at every turn? Tongfeng's eyes widened in terror, realizing the dire implications of this predicament. Observing Tongfeng's fright, the system quickly attempted to soothe him. I am a leisure system. I should not trigger any incidents related to your current profession, right? Shouldn't I? I regret this. Is it possible for you to unbind me? Tongfeng's face was filled with frustration, having thought that acquiring a system would be a blessing, only to find himself in a dilemma instead. No worries, with my assistance. What is there to fear? Tongfeng rolled his eyes and retorted, it is precisely your presence that is frightening. You are not a professional, and I am merely an amateur. How can two amateurs contend with professional criminals? Rest assured, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. As you have seen, that novice gift package was something I procured from a martial arts system. Now you comprehend my capabilities, do you not? Tongfeng nodded emphatically, recognizing the power of money. Indeed, the system must be quite affluent. Otherwise, how could it leisurely enjoy its time? By the way, since you can procure rewards from other systems, why not provide me with a cultivation technique? Even an ability or internal martial arts skill would suffice. That way, I could roam this world with confidence. Tongfeng quickly realized that reality was far less thrilling than the prospect of extraordinary powers. You are thinking nonsense. The supreme laws have long since sealed this loophole. All supernatural powers are ineffective in incompatible cosmic spaces. Then what good are you? Tongfeng disdainfully scoffed, diminishing the system's credibility to zero in his eyes. Abu, hurry up. We are waiting for you. Yang Wei called out loudly as he observed Tongfeng leisurely strolling over beside the police car in the yard. What is the matter? My master wants me to familiarize myself with the situation. Tongfeng was still immersed in the system's words, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. Get in the car. The passenger window rolled down, revealing He Wei's stern face. I'm coming. Tongfeng hurriedly approached. Yang Wei rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this guy was extremely irritating. A coward who bullied the weak. Let us go. What are you standing there for? Tongfeng opened the back door and called out to Yang Wei, who stood aside, before squeezing himself inside. Yang Wei silently admonished himself, stay calm. It is not worth getting angry over this fool. After finally calming down, Yang Wei settled into the driver's seat and started the car, slowly driving out of the police station. Chapter 5, The Car Accident. Is it possible to change the car next time? This one is terribly cramped. By the way, how is this old car still not scrapped? Tongfeng fidgeted in the back seat, feeling that the space of the old Santana was indeed too tight for his build. Sit down. He Wei gazed out of the window, his voice cool and indifferent. Tongfeng curled his lips and fell silent. Through the reflection of the car window, He Wei observed Tongfeng, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that Tongfeng would refrain from retorting. It seemed this lad possessed a commendable respect for his mentor. Do you recognize where you went wrong? He Wei suddenly inquired as he continued to gaze outside. Tongfeng was taken aback. Are you asking me? Indeed. He Wei turned to face Tongfeng, his eyes steady and penetrating. Tongfeng pondered for a moment. Was it that I spoke too much? He Wei, exasperated, swiftly turned his head back. Was it possible that he had been too ostentatious? Tongfeng suspected that this might be the crux of the issue. Damn, if only your brain could match your brawn, Abu. His mentor was frustrated with him facing an armed suspect alone. Yang Wei could no longer bear to watch. This morning, He Wei had called him out to assess Tongfeng's situation. Is that all? Tongfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Do you not think it was warranted? Are you aware that when police apprehend suspects, the minimum requirement is usually 2 against 1, if not 3? He Wei stated solemnly as he turned his head. This is to ensure the safety of the officers. Safety comes first. Without lives, how can one apprehend criminals? Tongfeng stared at He Wei in disbelief, wondering if this was concern for him. You must remember, police are not superheroes. Protecting oneself is of utmost importance. But what if it becomes absolutely necessary? He Wei regarded Tongfeng and replied in a low voice. Then be prepared to become a martyr. As Tongfeng listened to He Wei's words, he felt the weight of the term police for the first time. He lowered his head, and He Wei's lips curled into a smile. It seemed his teachings had borne fruit. Perhaps he possessed the potential to be an instructor after all. Tongfeng had thoroughly understood the details of capturing the robber, and knowing this lad was under his mentorship, he worried about when this young man might let his passions run wild. Although youthful exuberance was inevitable, impulsiveness was the last trait a police officer needed, as it could lead to dangerous situations, endangering both oneself and others. Master, what if the odds are nearly certain? Tongfeng lifted his head, a smile gracing his face as he patted He Wei on the shoulder. Haha, master, you may not know this, but my mother forced me to practice martial arts from a young age, and now I can be considered quite skilled. I can handle most petty thieves with ease. He Wei furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, Tongfeng continued. However, rest assured, my pursuit is world peace. So arriving on time for work each day is my aspiration. Don't mind him. This rascal has always pretended to be foolish. In reality, he is as sharp as a tack. Yang Wei bluntly exposed Tongfeng's facade. He Wei paused, casting a glance at Tongfeng, who playfully winked at him. Humph. He Wei snorted coldly, turning his head away. Tongfeng smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing into charming crescent shapes. The atmosphere in the car became quiet once more. Noticing the silence, Tongfeng pouted and shifted his gaze to the outside. Wait, why are there so many people gathered over there? As the police vehicle approached an intersection, Tongfeng suddenly noticed a crowd gathered by a road on the left. Let's go take a look, He Wei remarked, glancing at Yang Wei. Yang Wei nodded and turned the car around, driving directly towards the scene. Upon stopping, they were immediately spotted by the throng. Make way, the police are here. Clear a path for the officers to handle this. Upon hearing the arrival of the police, the crowd parted, and through the gap, Tongfeng discerned that an accident had occurred. Realizing the situation, He Wei turned and instructed, activate the body camera. Should we call the traffic police? Yang Wei inquired, having observed the scene as well. Not yet. Let's first ascertain the details. If it can be settled privately, we shall do so. If not, we will summon the traffic police. He Wei had his own considerations. If it were merely a minor scrape that could be resolved amicably, there was no need to waste police resources. Tongfeng and Yang Wei activated their body cameras and followed He Wei into the fray. The scene revealed a new BMW X5 parked by the roadside, while an elderly man in his 60s lay sprawled in front of the vehicle, and a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years old, stood beside the car. Officers, you have arrived just in time. This fellow hit me and tried to flee, the elderly man exclaimed dramatically upon seeing the police. However, Tongfeng noticed that the old man's gaze involuntarily drifted to the left as he spoke. That's not true. I had just started moving when this old man ran in front of my car and lay down. Clearly, he's attempting to extort money. The middle-aged man protested vehemently. You're speaking nonsense. At my age, why would I resort to such tactics? You clearly struck me. My speed was not excessive. You suddenly dashed out. Calm down. One at a time. He Wei interjected, gesturing for silence amidst their clamorous exchanges. Tongfeng scanned the surroundings. Adjacent was an open-air parking lot, with the exit merely a few meters behind the vehicle. Flanking the road were rows of dense wintergreen trees, providing some cover but insufficient to obscure visibility. Observing He Wei as he gathered more information, Tongfeng mused. This should be straightforward. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. He looked around, but to his dismay, not a single camera was in sight. The only one was positioned at the entrance of the parking lot, facing inward. Alas, why are there no cameras around? Tongfeng nudged Yang Wei with his elbow, whispering his concern. Yang Wei surveyed the area and noted that most cameras were outdated and slated for replacement. The old ones had been dismantled, but not yet replaced. Great. We can only hope the vehicle has a dashcam, Tongfeng lamented, having noticed that this car was newly purchased and had not yet been registered. Meanwhile, Wei had gathered enough information. The elderly man claimed the BMW driver had struck him, while the driver insisted the old man had abruptly dashed out and lay on the ground. Ultimately, both parties believed they were in the right. Is there a dashcam in your car? Wei asked the driver, hoping that if there was a recording, it would clarify matters. Unfortunately, I just bought the car and haven't had the chance to install one. The driver replied, frustration evident in his voice, indicating that the situation was indeed murky. Has anyone witnessed the unfolding of events? Wei called out to the onlookers, hoping to find a witness. The crowd shook their heads, indicating that no one had seen anything. Are you feeling unwell? Should we head to the hospital? Wei said to the elderly man with a sense of helplessness. I feel pain all over. He must compensate me for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress. The old man exclaimed. Damn, this old man is quite cunning, muttered Tongfeng. Stop talking nonsense. The body camera is recording. Yang Wei retorted sharply, wishing to silence him. Dad, what's wrong? Are you all right? At that moment, two middle-aged individuals emerged from the crowd, rushing to the old man's side. You arrived just in time. Do not let that young man leave. The old man pointed accusingly at the owner of the BMW. Upon hearing this, the two men sprang to their feet. Is it you who hit my father? You better pay up. If not, you won't be leaving. They lunged towards the car owner. What are you doing? Don't resort to violence. Wei interjected, stepping in between the two parties. Yang Wei quickly moved to assist, yet the two, undeterred, attempted to advance. I warn you. If you continue, you will be obstructing official duties. Do you understand? Wei shouted suddenly, startling the two men into silence. Let me make this clear. If you wish to resolve this matter, let us do so amicably. If not, we can discuss it at the station. The two men exchanged glances at Wei, but remained silent. What should we do now, master? Yang Wei asked quietly. Wei pondered for a moment before approaching the car owner. Without evidence to substantiate that he is attempting to defraud you, I suppose a private settlement is your only option. This was indeed a reluctant course of action, with no dashcam footage, no surveillance cameras, and no witnesses. Coupled with the pedestrian being the weaker party compared to the motorist, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for the car owner. Alas, what bad luck. Ask them how much they want. The car owner sighed in resignation, clearly frustrated that he was being drawn into this predicament despite being blameless. Wei approached the fallen elder. The car owner is willing to settle privately. What do you say? 10,000. One of the middle-aged men, claiming to be the elder's son, declared. Why don't you go rob someone? The car owner shouted angrily, while Wei furrowed his brow. Offering 10,000 is quite generous. If anything were to happen to my father, that amount would be meaningless. Exactly. If you are unwilling, we can head to the hospital. They insisted. Fine. Let us go to the hospital. The car owner retorted. This is your choice. Come, Dad. Let us first get a thorough examination and perhaps stay in the hospital for a few months. Hold on. I believe the elderly gentleman is not seriously injured. Let us have some mutual understanding here. You should ask for less. Wei urged. And you, don't be stubborn. If you go to the hospital for a checkup, you'll end up losing even more. At least the police officer is reasonable. How about this? I will offer 8,000. The car owner's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and red, and after much internal struggle, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Splendid. Pay up. The middle-aged man declared triumphantly. I don't have cash. A digital payment will suffice. As he spoke, he turned on his phone. With a beep, a notification appeared. 8,000 credited. Thank you. Drive carefully next time. The middle-aged man chuckled with satisfaction, turning to assist the elderly man. Just then, Tongfeng squeezed through the crowd. Where have you been? Wei glared at Tongfeng, his anger palpable. What is the matter, master? Is the issue resolved? How was it resolved? Tongfeng looked around at the crowd, which was beginning to disperse in confusion. The car owner compensated 8,000. The matter was settled privately, Yang Wei said with a stern expression, clearly disapproving of the individuals involved, but feeling helpless due to the lack of evidence. Did they pay? Yes, they paid directly via scan. Incredible. Tongfeng, noticing the father and son preparing to leave, dashed forward and swiftly drew handcuffs from his police belt. With a swift kick, he toppled the three men and handcuffed the two middle-aged individuals together. He Wei, Yang Wei, the onlookers, and the still-present car owner were momentarily stunned. What was happening? The police are assaulting people. The crowd, intrigued by the commotion, quickly gathered around again. What are you doing? He Wei reacted promptly, rushing forward to pull Tongfeng back. Tongfeng, clad in his police uniform, could cause a scandal if this were to reach the internet, and He Wei was intent on protecting him. Tongfeng remained silent. Instead, he deftly extracted He Wei's handcuffs from his belt and cuffed the elderly man as well. Do you understand what you are doing? He Wei admonished, pulling Tongfeng aside while nervously scanning the surrounding crowd. I do, Tongfeng replied with a smile, as if this were a trivial matter. Master, please don't panic. Bu won't act recklessly. Yang Wei quickly interjected, having grown up with Tongfeng and knowing his character well. Then what is this situation? How do you explain it? He Wei pointed at the three men on the ground, frowning as he looked at Tongfeng. On what grounds are you arresting us? The police are assaulting people, randomly apprehending individuals. They are colluding with the wealthy. Is there no law? Silence. Hearing the trio's raucous objections, Tongfeng glared and shouted. The three were startled into silence, staring at Tongfeng in bewilderment. You think you're quite clever, don't you? Do you even realize what your actions entail? The three men paused, confused. You had better clarify, or I assure you, this is far from over. I will certainly file a complaint against you. The man on the ground glared at Tongfeng. Oh, still defiant. Are we? I suppose you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You thought that choosing a location without surveillance would absolve you of all consequences. Tongfeng crouched down, his piercing gaze preventing the three from meeting his eyes. Alas, the net of justice is vast and all-encompassing. Your retribution has come. Look at this. Tongfeng produced a storage card from his pocket and displayed it to them. What does a broken card prove? The dominant middle-aged man among them scoffed. The onlookers were captivated, having witnessed this farcical scene unfold, and were taken aback by the unexpected twist. The back and forth was exhilarating. This is a storage card from a dashcam. Do you recognize which vehicle it belongs to? Tongfeng gestured behind the three individuals, and the crowd followed the direction of his finger. In the open parking lot, approximately 10 meters away, a white Volkswagen was positioned, its front facing this way. The dashcam of that Volkswagen fortuitously captured the entire incident of your attempted scam. Impossible. How could it capture anything from that distance? I deliberately steered clear of its front. The elderly man, upon hearing this, grew anxious and inadvertently revealed the truth. The crowd's gaze shifted towards him, and he seemed to realize his slip, quickly falling silent. The two middle-aged men beside him shot him a fierce glare. It is indeed possible. I recently installed a 360-degree wide-angle camera. Not only does it provide an expansive view, but it also maintains high definition and clarity, even at night. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention. Tongfeng was exasperated, thinking, this person is the owner of the Volkswagen. Please refrain from advertising. Thank you. The Volkswagen owner chuckled awkwardly, and the crowd erupted in laughter. Now, do you have anything else to say? Even if it were our fault, we would simply return the money to him, stated the leading middle-aged man. Is this merely a matter of refunding money? Tongfeng replied with a smile. Isn't this just a case of fraud? What's the worst that could happen? A mere 15 days of detention. His nonchalant demeanor irked Tongfeng, realizing he was dealing with a seasoned offender. Master, please enlighten this fellow on the law. Tongfeng turned to He Wei. A cough from behind broke the tension, and Tongfeng instantly snapped back to reality, realizing he had let his confidence get the better of him. Well, Master, could you share your insights? I'd love to learn. Tongfeng quickly attempted to rectify his previous overconfidence. He Wei shot him a glance, dismissing his antics, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out this impudent young man had indeed found evidence. According to the joint guidelines issued by the Supreme People's Court, the Supreme People's Procuratorate, and the Ministry of Public Security regarding the handling of fraudulent traffic incidents, any actions involving minor violence or soft coercion, such as creating traffic accidents and blackmailing victims for violating road regulations, would be subject to penalties under Article 274 of the criminal law for extortion. There are numerous stipulations within this regulation, but only these two are pertinent to the current situation, so He Wei chose to convey only this information. The trio of fraudsters was instantly dumbfounded, bewildered that their simple scam had escalated to extortion. Master, what are the penalties for extortion? Tongfeng feigned curiosity. He Wei shot him a withering look, initially reluctant to engage, but somehow found himself responding. According to Article 274 of the criminal law, extorting public or private property, especially in significant amounts or through repeated offenses, can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, criminal detention, or control, along with fines or other penalties. In cases where the amount involved is substantial or accompanied by other serious circumstances, one shall face a fixed-term imprisonment of no less than 3 years and no more than 10 years, along with a monetary fine. In instances where the amount is particularly immense or other exceptionally severe circumstances are present, the punishment shall extend to over 10 years of imprisonment, accompanied by a fine. Extortion of public or private property valued between 2,000 to 5,000 yuan, 30,000 to 100,000 yuan, and 300,000 to 500,000 yuan shall respectively be classified as large, immense, and particularly immense amounts. Master, you're truly remarkable. Remembering all of this so vividly, Tongfeng remarked flatteringly. He Wei cast a disapproving glance at him. Yang Wei silently stifled a laugh, surprised to see his master succumb so quickly in the contest against Tongfeng. It appeared that this young man possessed a formidable prowess indeed. Did you hear that? Not only did you cause a traffic accident, but you also attempted to violently threaten the victims, which constitutes extortion. Furthermore, the amount has exceeded the threshold for a significant sum. So congratulations to the three of you on securing a 3-year stay at a fully accommodated collective dormitory. Tongfeng's eyes crinkled with amusement. Chapter 7. A second bloom. Enough of this nonsense. He Wei pulled Tongfeng aside and whispered sternly in his ear, mind the impact. Unjust. The police are wrongfully accusing me. The elderly man on the ground began to thrash about upon hearing the prospect of a prison sentence. Spit. Tongfeng spat on the ground. All right, stop wailing. I've read online that it's not the elderly who have turned bad, but rather bad people who have grown old. Tongfeng. He Wei shot him a fierce glare, his voice as chilling as the snow in the dead of winter. Tongfeng shivered slightly, silenced by the dark expression of his master. Surprisingly, his silence sparked the interest of the onlookers. This officer speaks the truth. It's these aging villains that have scattered the hearts of the people. Indeed, who dares to help an elderly person collapsed on the street nowadays? I think they should be confined for a few years to learn their lesson. Tongfeng and his master exchanged glances as they observed the trio of suspects being denounced by the crowd. Master, I can't be blamed for this. Tongfeng flashed a grin, his eyes nearly disappearing. Less chatter. I'll Wei, call the station and have them send a vehicle. He Wei, exasperated by Tongfeng's cheerful demeanor, shot him an irritated look before turning to Yang Wei. Yes, master. Yang Wei smiled and stepped aside to make the call. At that moment, the owner of the BMW approached, grasping Tongfeng's hand with fervor, shaking it vigorously. Thank you so much. Officer, thank you for restoring my reputation. You cannot imagine how suffocating it was just now. Tongfeng, wearing a smile, discreetly withdrew his hand from the owner's grip and joined it with He Wei's hand. No need for thanks. This is our duty. It is all due to the excellent teachings of my master. If you must express your gratitude, direct it towards him. He Wei, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the hand that had been transferred to him. Before he could react, the owner began to shake it fervently. Thank you, officer. You have indeed raised an excellent apprentice. I must create a banner to present to you. He Wei smiled awkwardly, then discreetly shot a glare at Tongfeng, saying, Sir, you are too kind. This is merely our duty. I've already mentioned this, master. Tongfeng whispered into his mentor's ear. Get lost. He Wei squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. All right then. Tongfeng turned to address the crowd. Disperse. Everyone, go about your business. The fruit has all been consumed. Do not delay your work. Observing Tongfeng disperse the crowd, a slight smile crept onto He Wei's lips. Officer? It's nothing. In a moment, you will need to accompany us back to the station to provide a statement. He Wei regained his composure and addressed the car owner with a serious demeanor. No problem. Thanks to the police officer for clearing my name, I will certainly cooperate fully. The car owner replied graciously, not forgetting to shake hands with both men. Oh my. He Wei's face flushed crimson. After over 40 years, he had never been so intimate with another man. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but he was taken aback by the owner's grip. How did Tongfeng manage to pull away? The car owner paused, glanced at their clasped hands, and quickly released his hold. Oh, my apologies. I got too excited. Are you all right? It's nothing. What is this? He Wei forced a smile, concealing his discomfort by stretching the hand that had been held behind his back. You truly are impressive, officer. I have trained in arm wrestling for nearly a decade, having even won a city championship. I consider my grip decent. I never anticipated that in my excitement I would exert all my strength, and yet you remained unperturbed. Truly, you are a guardian of the people. The car owner chuckled sheepishly, his expression filled with admiration. He Wei was momentarily stunned. A champion of arm wrestling? Practicing for 10 years. No wonder. He silently criticized Tongfeng, but could not show weakness, forcing himself to respond. Ah, a small matter. I occasionally practice grip strength. Really? He Wei's jest was unexpectedly taken seriously by the car owner, who seemed to have found a kindred spirit. We must certainly have a friendly competition sometime. I can introduce you to a few like-minded friends. He Wei's face turned pale. One was already overwhelming, let alone several. After dispersing the onlookers, Tongfeng and Yang Wei, who had completed a call for backup, leaned against the police car, observing the interaction between He Wei and the car owner. Hearing this, Yang Wei nudged Tongfeng with his elbow. You rascal, aren't you putting the master in a tight spot? Tongfeng rolled his eyes. Is this my fault? How was I to know he and our master were so compatible? Did you not see how delighted master was? Delighted? Is it not a forced smile? Yang Wei remarked sympathetically, watching He Wei's feigned calmness. Stay put. Tongfeng glared at the three suspects squatting in front of the car. Whether it's forced or not, I cannot say. It was not intentional. Then why did you let their hands intertwine? Even Yang Wei, who had grown up alongside Tongfeng, could not comprehend this maneuver. This is becoming unbearable due to his enthusiasm, and fortuitously, the master was nearby, so the focus shifted. Tongfeng chuckled, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. Yang Wei looked at his face, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. It wasn't that Tongfeng's smile was unattractive. On the contrary, it possessed a captivating charm, radiating a unique charisma. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth, combined with his crescent-shaped eyes when he smiled, exuded a healing youthful aura that naturally elicited affection, reminiscent of a friendly older brother next door. Yet, Yang Wei was acutely aware of the deceptive nature of that smile. If it were to be likened to an angel, then the depths of Tongfeng's heart would certainly reveal a devil, the contrast strikingly profound. In Yang Wei's mind, that smile, much like the physique concealed beneath long sleeves, was the perfect disguise for this rascal. Could you refrain from displaying that smile towards me? I know you far too well. Your antics make it impossible for me to suppress my laughter. The mere thought of Tongfeng's angelic smile juxtaposed with his devilish physique stirred an intense discomfort within Yang Wei, one that even his professional training could not quell. Get lost. Do you think that smiling at you is an option? Must I berate you to feel at ease? Scoundrel. In response to Yang Wei's self-mockery, Tongfeng delivered a sharp rebuttal. Yang Wei, infuriated, felt as though he was on the verge of enlightenment. You scoundrel. If only I could match your strength. I would show you what a fist the size of a cauldron feels like. You? Tongfeng glanced at Yang Wei's slender arm, brimming with disdain. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and handsome, Yang Wei's only flaw was his overly lean physique, though to Tongfeng, it was perfectly acceptable by ordinary standards. Damn it. Today, I will compete with you. Attention, all patrol units. Attention, all patrol units. A voice crackled over the police radio. A report has been received regarding a student abducted near Hongxing Experimental Primary School on Yong'an Road. The suspect is driving a silver-gray Wuling Hongguang. The license plate number is GB45H32. The vehicle is currently heading north along Liang Road. All units, please be on the lookout for interception. Be advised, there is a kidnapped child in the vehicle. Ensure her safety. Both Tongfeng and Yang Wei were momentarily stunned, the urgent news from the police radio resonating clearly. Attention, all patrol units. Attention, all patrol units. The voice echoed once more, jolting the two from their stupor. In this day and age, there are still child kidnappers? Away. Get in the car. Tongfeng swiftly pulled aside the three individuals crouching in front of the vehicle, vaulting over the roof to reach the driver's seat. Master, I leave it to you. There's an emergency. Tongfeng shouted to He Wei just before getting into the car. Yang Wei, disregarding everything else, flung open the door and climbed inside. We're doomed. As soon as he entered, Tongfeng activated the siren, starting the engine and shifting gears in one fluid motion. Having grown up in the precinct, Tongfeng was exceedingly familiar with the operation of the various police vehicle equipment. Amidst the blaring sirens, Tongfeng executed a swift spin and sped away. Only Wei and a few others stood in the exhaust fumes, dazed. Damn it, those two scoundrels. As the realization struck him, Wei stomped his feet in frustration. One was an intern officer, and the other a newly arrived auxiliary policeman. Neither possessed any law enforcement authority, and yet they had abandoned a genuine officer like himself. Wei immediately pulled out his phone and called Shi Yong. Sure. Who was dispatched to the construction road. Lao Lu, what's the matter? Shi Yong asked, surprised, as he had sent Lu Jianmin out the moment they called for backup. How long until they arrive? Tell them to hurry. Yang Wei and Tongfeng, those two rascals, heard the police alert and took it upon themselves to pursue. Wei was not merely complaining. He was genuinely concerned about the reckless actions of those two. What? How could you let them out of your sight? Do you realize these two have no law enforcement power? The sound of Shi Yong banging on the table echoed through the phone, revealing his fury. We'll discuss this later. The situation is urgent. Instruct Lao Lu to accelerate and check with the station who is involved in the blockade, ensuring those two miscreants are monitored. Understood. Upon hanging up, Wei anxiously paced in place. Meanwhile, Tongfeng and Yang Wei in the police car remained blissfully unaware of the trouble they had stirred. The suspect's vehicle had been heading north along Liang Road and was nearing Lushan Road. Yet with so many intersections, how could they discern the suspect's turn? Yang Wei pulled out his phone to check the map. Do you think they realize they've been exposed? Tongfeng shot Yang Wei a glance, irritation evident in his voice. They probably don't, Yang Wei replied uncertainly, as no reports of the suspect's vehicle had yet surfaced, indicating they had yet to encounter the police. And you graduated from the police academy? Even I, an amateur, can think more clearly than you. Tongfeng mocked upon hearing Yang Wei's response. Huh, what do you mean? Are you deaf? Can't you hear that blaring siren? The patrol cars nearby are all sounding alarms to locate this vehicle. The suspects must surely hear it. Regardless of whether they were aware they were being pursued, they would undoubtedly feel guilty about their actions. At that moment, the traffic light at the intersection ahead turned red, and Tongfeng frowned, pressing the horn furiously as he sped through. A civilian vehicle was startled by the roaring police car and slammed on the brakes. Are you crazy? In such a hurry to meet your maker? The furious driver shouted as he leaned out the window. Hey, brother, that's a police car. The passenger in the front seat urged. So what if it's a police car? The siren indicates they are on a mission. Sir, please clear the road. You are causing a traffic jam. A traffic officer had appeared behind him without them noticing. Haha, I'm leaving right now, the driver said, immediately cowed by the officer's presence. Unbeknownst to Tongfeng and the others, the situation at the intersection was escalating. At this moment, Yang Wei, reminded by Tongfeng, also contemplated the possible escape routes of the suspect. Lushan Road is situated within an industrial zone, surrounded by numerous factories, some of which are unfinished buildings. However, this area is equipped with surveillance cameras, making it imperative for them to escape the police by venturing into the mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wei's eyes lit up with excitement as he called out to Tongfeng, exclaiming, not entirely foolish after all. Hold on tight. Tongfeng executed a drift and turned onto Industrial Avenue, the essential route connecting Lushan Road to Aoshuan. Shortly after, the duo spotted the suspect's vehicle, a silver-gray Wuling Hongguang, bearing the license plate GB45H32. That's him, Yang Wei exclaimed. He instructed the suspect to pull over. Tongfeng maneuvered the police car closely behind the van, but he hesitated to advance further. Hold on. What if the suspect panics and flips the vehicle? There's a child on board. Yang Wei picked up the loudspeaker and pressed the button, commanding, pull over immediately for inspection. However, the silver-gray van not only ignored the directive but accelerated instead. What the hell? Do you think this clunky van can outrun my police car? You're not a racing god from Akina. Tongfeng pressed down on the accelerator, swiftly catching up to the van. Should we call for backup? Abu inquired. Yes, just inform the captain and let this credit remain with our station, Tongfeng replied thoughtfully. Yang Wei nodded and took out his phone to call Wei. Hello, Captain. Are you two little rascals attempting a rebellion? Do you even realize you're still in your probationary period? This is chaotic and disorganized. As soon as the call connected, Yang Wei was met with a barrage of reprimands. Wait, Captain, don't be hasty. We located the vehicle and are currently trailing them. Abu instructed me to notify the station. He Wei was momentarily taken aback. Amidst the search, these two rookies had managed to find the target. "What is going on?" asked Shi Yong, who was nearby. After He Wei relayed the information, Shi Yong, feeling uneasy, decided to drive to Jianxi Road to pick up He Wei and join the search. Meanwhile, the three suspects and the vehicle owner had already been taken back to the station by Lu Jianmin, who had arrived first. He Wei conveyed to Shi Yong that they had located the vehicle and were pursuing it. "So what are you waiting for?" "Ask for their location." "Oh right. Yang Wei. Where are you now?" "Captain, we are on Industrial Avenue, heading toward Aoshuan." Yang Wei quickly reported their position. "Stay close, but do not act recklessly. Await backup. Keep me updated on any developments." After hanging up, He Wei informed Shi Yong, "Industrial Avenue." "I heard you." Shi Yong turned the vehicle around and headed toward Industrial Avenue. He called to notify the patrol officers at the station to assemble immediately on Industrial Avenue to support Tongfeng and his team. "Should we inform the other patrol cars?" He Wei asked hesitantly. "Huh, old He, how can you be outdone by a child? Why didn't Abu have Yang Wei call you directly instead of going through the dispatch? He simply intends to claim the credit for this endeavor for our department. Do not be misled by his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor. This young man possesses a cunning intellect." Shi Yong chuckled as he discerned the petty schemes of Tongfeng with ease. As for He Wei's lack of understanding, it stemmed from their differing positions. As the head of the department, Shi Yong had to consider the broader implications, while He Wei, being a diligent officer, focused on fulfilling his duties and ensuring the safety of the abducted child. Indeed, that young man is remarkably astute. He has the makings of a true police officer. I shall promptly inform our colleagues. He Wei, unperturbed, displayed commendable magnanimity in this regard. Chapter 9. The rescue of the abducted child. Master Abu instructed us to wait for reinforcements while following closely. Tongfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. "No, we are exerting too much pressure from behind. He has a child in the vehicle, and I fear that prolonged pursuit may lead to a desperate act of harm against the child." Tongfeng's concerns were not unfounded. After all, whether they were robbers or traffickers, this group could hardly escape the clutches of justice. When cornered, one could never predict the lengths to which a desperate individual might go, especially when dealing with such malevolent criminals. "What shall we do then? Should we force them to stop? What if they crash?" Yang Wei frowned at Tongfeng, as he had never learned how to handle such a situation during his time at the police academy. "There is a small village called Xinji at the foot of Aoshan Mountain. Isn't there?" Tongfeng's eyes lit up, his tone brimming with excitement as he inquired of Yang Wei. "Precisely. What of it? The recent harvest has just concluded, and to my knowledge, Xinji village employs terraced fields where the harvesters cannot reach. All the wheat is gathered by hand. After the grains are separated, the remaining straw is often used as firewood, resulting in piles of straw dotting the roadside. Are you suggesting we use the straw piles as a buffer?" Upon hearing Tongfeng's idea, Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with realization, and after careful consideration, he deemed this plan highly feasible. "What do you think? I believe it is worth a try." The two exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively bumped their fists together. "Let us take him down. Let us take him down." Ha ha, ha ha. The camaraderie they had shared since childhood resurfaced, their actions and words perfectly synchronized. With the action plan determined, Tongfeng deliberately maintained a safe distance, trailing behind to avoid provoking them further. The driver of the van anxiously glanced in the rearview mirror, finally exhaling in relief as he noticed the police vehicle falling behind. "Brother, Lei Z is lagging behind. You're acting like a fool. He's merely keeping us on a string. He's waiting for backup. Hurry up and drive. Once we're in the mountains, we'll be safe." The man referred to as brother was in his 30s, clad in an open short-sleeved shirt that exposed his chest, adorned with a dragon tattoo. The driver appeared to be in his 20s, dressed entirely in black and sporting sunglasses. Meanwhile, the abducted child was bound and tossed into the back seat. The two vehicles gradually approached the foot of Aoshan Mountain, the outlines of the village emerging in the distance. "We cannot advance too far. We must force him to stop before he enters the village." Tongfeng gazed at the distant village, his expression growing increasingly somber. The stacks of firewood and straw were piled conveniently close to home for easy access. However, once this vehicle entered the village, the potential for uncontrollable circumstances would escalate. An interception within the village could easily lead to collateral damage among the innocent. It was imperative to avoid such a scenario. Yang Wei understood Tongfeng's concerns. Yet under the current circumstances, All he could do was hope that the stacks of straw were situated at a safe distance from the village. Suddenly, Yang Wei exclaimed, pointing towards the roadside, where a large mound of straw was visible. A spark of determination ignited in Tongfeng's eyes as he shouted, "Hold on tight." Simultaneously, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, rapidly increasing their speed until they caught up with the van, overtaking it without hesitation. "What do we do now?" "The police are closing in," his subordinate anxiously questioned, clinging to the back of the driver's seat while fixated on the police car ahead. "Those bastards want me dead." "Ram into them," Tongfeng commanded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The subordinate hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. "Did you not hear me? Ram them." With resolve, the subordinate steered the van directly towards the police car. "Here they come. Brace yourself," Tongfeng shouted to Yang Wei, observing the van's movement in the rearview mirror. Bang! Tongfeng felt a jolt as he gritted his teeth and initiated a series of rapid brake taps. The tires screeched against the pavement as the police car was propelled forward by the van, its speed diminishing with each collision. Gradually, Tongfeng adjusted the vehicle's direction, angling it toward the straw pile. Bang! The van slammed on its brakes only to collide once more. Bang! Another impact reverberated through the vehicle. Their patience was wearing thin. Tongfeng clenched his jaw, enduring the vibrations as he muttered, "Almost there." At that moment, the vehicle was aligned with the straw stack, and the van barreled forward once more. Now was the time. Tongfeng accelerated abruptly, executing a swift turn that allowed the van to narrowly graze the rear of the police car before plunging headlong into the straw mound. The van driver's vision blurred as the police car obstructing his path vanished, replaced by a massive shadow. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. Bang! The proximity was too close. The van could not stop in time, and its front end crashed into the straw pile. Tongfeng swiftly pressed the brake and shifted into neutral, leaping from the vehicle before it had fully come to a halt, with Yang Wei hot on his heels. Tongfeng sprinted to the side of the van, seizing the momentum to deliver a powerful punch to the glass of the middle door. Crack! The glass shattered, and disregarding the sting of the shards cutting into his skin, he grasped the door with one hand, exerting his strength, his arm muscles bulging as he ripped through the fabric of his sleeve. With a resounding crack, the middle door of the van was wrenched off its hinges. The suspects inside were momentarily stunned. First, the light dimmed as the vehicle plunged into the straw pile. And then, a fist shattered the window. In the present moment, he finds himself seated in a dimly lit vehicle, outside of which stands a police officer gripping the car door, sunlight cascading upon him, illuminating his figure as if he were aglow. The suspect appears as though struck by lightning, completely overwhelmed by the circumstances. "Are you human or a ghost?" the terrified suspect inquires. "I am your superior," responds Tongfeng with unwavering certainty, delivering a swift kick to the suspect's chest. The force of the blow sends the suspect crashing against the opposite door, dislodging it entirely. Tongfeng casually discards the door and crouches into the vehicle. A quick glance reveals only the driver in the front seat and a small girl lying in the back. Before the driver can utter a word, Tongfeng seizes him by the neck, yanking him out and tossing him aside, only to be pinned to the ground by Yang Wei, who has just arrived. Having neutralized the two men, Tongfeng cautiously approaches the small girl. She appears to be around 6 or 7 years of age, likely in the first or second grade. Her hands and feet are bound, and her mouth is gagged. Her pristine white dress is soiled, and her fluffy princess hairstyle frames a cherubic face marred by tear stains. Her large eyes reflect a hint of fear, tears continuing to cascade down her cheeks. "It's all right, little one. Your brother is a police officer. The bad guys have been apprehended." Tongfeng offers a reassuring smile. His signature squint, as he gently lifts her and begins to untie her restraints. It must be said that the healing power of Tongfeng's smile is truly remarkable. As soon as the ropes are removed, the girl leaps into his embrace, clinging tightly to his neck and weeping inconsolably. "Do not fear. Do not fear. Your brother is here." Tongfeng comforts her, one arm cradling her while the other strokes her hair. Chapter 10. The adorable Yaya after handcuffing the driver. Yang Wei turns to the other side. Observing the unconscious older suspect sprawled on the ground and the dislodged car door, he cannot help but gasp in astonishment. "Goodness. You are as violent as ever. Surely you haven't killed him? Once he die, he might just have a few broken ribs." Tongfeng replies, carrying the little girl as they make their way towards the police vehicle. "Call the captain. Let them handle the aftermath." You've been bossing me around since we were young. Yang Wei retorts, yet he pulls out his phone nonetheless. Hello, Captain. It's all sorted. The location is at the entrance of Xinjiang. Sorted? He Wei, who is en route, halts in disbelief. Upon comprehending Yang Wei's words, he exclaims, You mean you've apprehended the suspects? Shi Yong, nearby, perks up, straining to listen. Indeed, both suspects have been subdued, and the little girl is safe. However, Captain, you must call for an ambulance. A wave of anxiety washes over He Wei. Could something have happened to Tongfeng? His voice trembles as he speaks. Despite having only known the young man for less than half a day, he has come to genuinely like him. Though Tongfeng had recklessly pursued the suspects, He Wei feels a sense of responsibility as his mentor. If anything were to happen to him, it would haunt He Wei for a lifetime. Abu is fine. Hooray. Master, you are mistaken. It was a suspect who had several ribs broken by Abu's kick. Upon hearing the misunderstanding on the other end of the line, Yang Wei hurriedly clarified. You should articulate your words more clearly next time. He Wei, annoyed, ended the call. All right, don't be upset. Their successful resolution of this matter indicates that we have underestimated the capabilities of the current youth. Shi Yong jested. Having overheard Yang Wei's report, the two fledgling officers had managed to locate and apprehend a suspect ahead of numerous veteran police, thus bringing honor to the precinct on Lushan Road. What shall we do now? Inform the command center? Go ahead. We already claimed the credit for this achievement. Shi Yong replied nonchalantly. Observing this, He Wei reached for the communicator in the police vehicle. Tongfeng approached the police car, turned off the engine, and then sat on the hood with the little girl in his arms. Stop crying now. Tell Big Brother your name, he inquired gently, maintaining a warm smile as he looked at the child. Having gone through such an ordeal, it was easy for the experience to leave a shadow in her heart. Although Tongfeng was not a psychologist, he aspired to protect the innocence of her spirit as best as he could. The little girl sobbed softly, raising her head timidly to gaze at Tongfeng, and in a sweet voice said, Yaya, my name is Yaya. After speaking, she buried her head back into his embrace. Finding solace in the presence of her big brother, Tongfeng positioned Yaya on his lap, gently teasing her nose with his finger. Yaya is still shy? Look at what I have here. He revealed 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket, waving them enticingly before her. Tongfeng had always relished sweets. Whether during meals or as snacks, he welcomed all treats with open arms. After all, his robust physique was not without reason, as he had a higher consumption rate than most. Thus, his pockets were often filled with various snacks. And these 2 pieces of chocolate had been placed there that morning while changing clothes. You know, whenever Big Brother feels unhappy or angry, he indulges in something delicious. That always cheers me up quickly. Would you like to try it? Tongfeng spoke softly to Yaya, noticing her intrigued expression, which made him smile with delight. Come, let Big Brother help you unwrap it. With one arm around her, he unwrapped a piece of chocolate and brought it to her lips. Yaya looked at him and opened her small mouth to take a bite. Such a good girl. Would you like to watch a cartoon with Big Brother? Tongfeng raised his eyebrows. Dealing with children was not his forte, so he resorted to the charm of animated shows. At that moment, Yaya had relaxed, feeling an immense sense of safety in Tongfeng's embrace, appearing much more lively than before. Oh no, I'm not a 3-year-old. Tongfeng chuckled, though he felt a wave of happiness, realizing that the earlier incident had not left a lasting impact on her. Haha, then how old is Yaya? Yaya is 6 years old. I'm already a first grader. The little girl first extended one hand, forming a 5, then raised the other to indicate a 1, wiggling both hands in front of Tongfeng to signify her age of 6. Haha, well, Yaya is a grown-up now. But why were you crying just a moment ago? Tongfeng teased the little one, finding her bashful expression irresistibly charming. The girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pouted defiantly, exclaiming, I didn't cry. I was perfectly fine in the car. Seeing her indignant demeanor, Tongfeng felt a pang of sympathy and gently tousled her hair, smiling as he said, Yaya is so brave. Facing 2 villains, you stood strong. Your friends will surely admire you. Upon hearing this, a spark of joy ignited in Yaya's bright, round eyes, though she soon lowered her gaze, lost in thought. At that moment, Yang Wei, having reported the situation, returned to the police car, leaving the injured suspect behind, for he lacked any medical expertise. Any hasty movements could lead to dire consequences. As he approached, he overheard Tongfeng's playful banter with the girl and could not help but retort, Doesn't your conscience ache for doing this? Tongfeng shot him an exasperated glance, replying, "What do you know? You're just here to watch. Go and hold them back." The spot where they were intercepting the suspect's vehicle was less than 100 meters from Xinjiang. The noise of the crash and braking was substantial, especially since Tongfeng had activated the police siren earlier. Villagers, hearing the commotion, ventured out of their homes, eager to witness the spectacle, their innate curiosity on full display. Yang Wei rolled his eyes at Tongfeng and raised a middle finger in frustration before stepping forward. There was no choice. Since Tongfeng was looking after the little girl, someone had to take charge. "Ladies and gentlemen, uncles and aunts, please don't come any closer. We're conducting an investigation here. Be careful not to disturb the scene," Yang Wei called out, arms wide to block the villagers. "Disturb what? We're still far away," one villager replied. "Oh dear, young officer. What is going on? What happened?" Another chimed in. "Don't babble. Shouldn't we call for the police? Isn't that the pile from old Li's house? What happened to it? Was there an accident?" As the villagers chattered away, Yang Wei felt overwhelmed, regretting that he wasn't the one watching the child. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, the sound of police sirens echoed from afar. Reinforcements from the precinct had arrived. Chapter 11. The belated reinforcements. 3 police cars swiftly approached, parking beside Yang Wei and effectively separating the crowd from the scene. After silencing the sirens, 10 officers disembarked from the vehicles. The first car's occupants were Shi Yong and He Wei, while the remaining 2 vehicles carried officers from the precinct. "Chief, Master." Yang Wei rushed over, saluting the 2 men, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank heavens, finally a reprieve. I see you've become my master. When we return, I will deal with you. Go maintain order elsewhere." Unfortunately, Yang Wei had celebrated too soon. Watching He Wei, Yang Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Who had ever witnessed a disciple abandoning their master to pursue a case? Yet he had seen not 1, but 2. Yang Wei's demeanor instantly deflated as he cast a pitiful glance at Shi Yong, hoping for a plea on his behalf. Shi Yong, however, paid him no mind, leaving 2 individuals to maintain order while he led the remaining personnel towards Tongfeng. "What are you still standing there for?" He Wei's sharp gaze compelled Yang Wei to hurriedly dash off to restore order. As an intern at the police station, he possessed no authority. A mere officer could direct them, let alone their commanding mentor. Observing this, a smirk involuntarily crept onto He Wei's lips. Yet he quickly composed himself and proceeded towards Tongfeng. "Ah, the chief has arrived. Forgive my armor. I cannot offer due respect." Tongfeng exclaimed as he beheld Shi Yong approaching with a commanding presence, instantly seizing the moment to jest, even lifting Yiya to emphasize his point. His implication was clear. Was it truly appropriate to reprimand her savior in front of the child? Shi Yong, maintaining a stern expression, nearly broke character. This boy was quite clever. The officers who had come to assist almost succumbed to laughter, bemused by such an extraordinary justification. He Wei, his expression darkened, retorted, "Where did you acquire such armor?" "Right here." Tongfeng gestured to Yiya. "This little cotton-padded jacket of someone else's, I am merely borrowing." Indeed, this jacket weighs at least 50 to 60 pounds, quite the heavy armor. The entire assembly finally succumbed to laughter. Even the scowling He Wei found amusement in the exchange. Yiya, bewildered, gazed at the crowd, unsure of the cause of their mirth. "Ahem, enough of the laughter. We will address your matters later. Is the young lady unharmed?" Shi Yong opted to grant Tongfeng some dignity, preserving his esteemed image in the eyes of the little girl. "I'm perfectly fine. I even managed to take down 2 bad guys." Without waiting for Tongfeng to respond, Yiya eagerly chimed in. The moment her words escaped, Tongfeng nearly collapsed from shock. All eyes, including those of Shi Yong, He Wei, and the surrounding officers, turned toward Tongfeng, as if to inquire, "Is this what you deemed unremarkable? She clearly seems a bit unhinged." "Yiya, good children must not tell lies," Tongfeng exclaimed, torn between laughter and exasperation, having an inkling of why she had said such a thing. In an effort to prevent her from developing a psychological scar, he had praised her for remaining strong in front of the 2 villains, suggesting that her peers would surely admire her. Who would have thought this little girl would elevate him, claiming she had vanquished the 2 evildoers? However, one must consider the context. Yiya, now aware of her statement's implications, shyly stuck out her tongue and nestled into Tongfeng's embrace. At this moment, the onlookers recognized that the little girl was indeed unharmed. Her bashful demeanor elicited warm smiles from all present. Shi Yong, chuckling, observed Tongfeng, having initially been taken aback by Yaya's composure, which was utterly uncharacteristic of a child who had just faced danger. Generally speaking, it is improbable for a child to emerge unscathed from such an experience, devoid of any fear or psychological shadow. Yet, the young girl appeared utterly unfazed, even treating the incident as a point of pride to boast about to her friends. It is evident, considering her close rapport with Tongfeng, that the root of her composure may very well lie in his presence. He seems to possess a profound understanding of children's psychology. The surrounding officers, having encountered Tongfeng, proceeded to secure the scene, while the driver was taken aside. On his way, Shi Yong had already received notification from the command center that this case had been handed over to the criminal investigation team of the Pinggang branch of the Yunhua City Public Security Bureau. Shi Yong was clearly prepared for this development, as both kidnapping and child trafficking are indeed serious criminal offenses that cannot be adequately addressed by the police station. Their current task was merely to maintain the integrity of the scene while awaiting the arrival of the detectives. By the way, Shi, did you call for an ambulance? As Shi observed his colleagues cordoning off the area, Tongfeng suddenly recalled the suspect he had kicked away. Shi Yong glanced at the cut on Tongfeng's hand, jokingly remarking, "What's this? With such a minor injury, do you really want to go to the hospital like a young lad?" Tongfeng paused, lifting his hand to inspect the wound, which had already begun to scab over. He paid little mind to the injury, confident that it would heal by the next day. Having always been aware of his remarkable recuperative abilities, he knew that any scrapes or bruises would vanish without a trace within a day or two. Such resilience was a gift of his unique physique. What hospital for such a trivial injury? It'll be fine by tomorrow. I'm more concerned about whether that suspect I kicked has died. Tongfeng waved his hand dismissively, somewhat offended at the comparison to a young man. All right, enough teasing. The ambulance has been called. Where is it? I'd like to take a look. Shi Yong thought a little jesting was harmless, but prolonged banter might wear thin. Over by the van. Tongfeng gestured toward the vehicle. Come on, Lao He, let us see what kind of state your prized apprentice has left that person in. With that, he began walking towards the van, and He Wei, after nudging Tongfeng, followed suit. Tongfeng felt a bit perplexed. Was his mentor praising him or scolding him? Standing beside the van and observing the door that had fallen nearby, Shi Yong and He Wei fell into contemplation. Had it been pried open by the fire department? Yet, the marks on the door suggested it had been forcibly ripped off. How had this individual managed such a feat? Sure, how did he accomplish this? He Wei could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his question. How would I know? Shi Yong replied irately. He had heard from old Bu that his son was exceptional, but he hadn't anticipated just how extraordinary he truly was. Do you think the door can simply be yanked off? Look at the state of it. That's suspect. By heavens! Shi Yong exclaimed as he dashed towards the van. Rounding the vehicle, the sight of the kicked-away suspect came into view. Noticing the suspect's still rising chest, Shi Yong breathed a sigh of relief. All was well, thankfully. He Wei approached, gazing at the unconscious suspect and the car door that lay beside him, his mouth agape in astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled what Tongfeng had said to him in the car. I've practiced martial arts since childhood. What absurdity! Practicing martial arts since childhood enables one to kick a person away and dislodge a car door? Surely, he must have mastered the Shaolin's formidable techniques. Chapter 12. Arrival of the Criminal Investigation Team. Goodness. It appears at least 6 ribs must be fractured. Shi Yong stepped forward to scrutinize the suspect, glancing at the imprints on his chest and expressing his astonishment. He Wei followed suit and observed, nearly in agreement. When that kick was delivered, the suspect must have been leaning forward, evident from the pronounced downward indentation of the shoe print. Who knows if the suspect was remarkably fortunate or if that lad, Abu, possessed exceptional skills. The broken ribs were primarily on the lower end, and the angle of the fractures was downward, sparing vital organs. Shi Yong crouched down, lifted the suspect's shirt for a closer examination, and then reached a conclusion. Having transitioned from the military and served as a police officer for many years, he certainly had his share of expertise. He Wei remained silent, standing quietly in place, lost in thought. Oh, the ambulance has arrived. Shi Yong stood up, patting He Wei on the shoulder, and strode forward. He Wei followed suit. Alongside the ambulance came 3 other vehicles, 2 black Cherokees and a silver Maybach GLS 600. Yi spotted the car and exclaimed joyfully, "It's Daddy." Tongfeng turned in the direction of her voice. The 2 Cherokees were unlikely to belong to them, leaving only the Maybach. To his surprise, the little girl's family seemed quite affluent. With a screeching halt, the three vehicles came to a stop not far away. The ambulance guided by He Wei to park beside the van. As the vehicle settled, a man and a woman jumped out of the Maybach. Yeah. The woman appeared to be just over 30, calling out the little girl's name as she sprinted towards them, her husband accompanying her closely. Mommy! The little girl cried out joyously. Tongfeng gently set her down, and she dashed towards her mother. Yeah. The woman scooped her up in a heartfelt embrace. Weeping openly, while Yaya's father opened his arms to envelop both mother and daughter, his eyes glistening with emotion. Tongfeng could perceive the profound affection that the couple held for Yaya. Such warmth was an experience he could no longer grasp, as a mother's love is distinctly unique. Reflecting on this, Tongfeng smiled softly. If only his own mother were like that. He would undoubtedly be the first to be overwhelmed. Naturally, such thoughts were kept to himself. If his father were to find out, he would surely call him an incorrigible brat, a child who craved punishment. As the family of Yaya reunited, the occupants of the two Cherokees disembarked, totaling 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman. Tongfeng squinted as he assessed them. Among the 5 men, 2 appeared to be around 40, while 2 others seemed to be in their 30s. All 4 sported neatly trimmed crew cuts and donned plain clothes, yet they walked with a commanding presence, exuding an air of astuteness and competence. What captivated Tongfeng the most was a man clad in a pure blue short-sleeved jacket, under which lay a white vest. This individual exuded a distinct charisma that overshadowed the others. Particularly notable were his eyes, sharp and profound, as though capable of piercing into one's very soul. The remaining pair, a young man and woman, appeared to be of a similar age, likely in their 20s, freshly graduated. They unmistakably radiated a sense of youthful innocence. Even when attempting to adopt the same demeanor as the others, they stood in stark contrast to the quartet. Were they from the criminal police unit? Indeed. It was only fitting, given that this was a criminal case, for them to intervene. Although Shiyong had not explicitly informed him that the criminal police unit had taken over the case, Tongfeng was no fool. The signs were glaringly apparent. Just then, Shiyong approached, extending his hand toward the 6 individuals from a distance. Captain Shi. Welcome, welcome. Haha. The man referred to as Captain Shi was precisely the person who had left a profound impression on Tongfeng. Captain Shi smiled and grasped Shiyong's hand warmly. Old Shi, we go way back. You flatter me. Haha. What can I say? A small temple, but a great deity. I was hoping you could offer us some guidance. Shiyong replied, chuckling. Guidance? Old Shi, you're just toying with me. You managed to locate the kidnapped child so swiftly. Do you still require my guidance? Captain Shi said, surveying Shiyong with an inscrutable glint in his eyes. Although this case had been relayed to the criminal police unit only after the command center dispatched patrol officers to search, there had not been a considerable delay. Upon receiving the notification and grasping the situation, they had set out immediately. Yet, within that brief interlude, the police station not only deduced the direction of the suspect's escape, but also apprehended him directly, revealing the prowess of the local precinct. Not at all. We merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. It just so happened that someone was patrolling this area. Shiyong laughed heartily, deliberately omitting any mention of Tongfeng, while internally raising his guard to the utmost. He held Tongfeng in high regard, though both he and Old Bu aspired for him to become a genuine police officer. However, if such talent were to slip away, it would indeed be a loss for the station. Captain Shi and Shiyong exchanged knowing looks before bursting into laughter, both inwardly chastising each other as old foxes. Director, the suspect has been loaded onto the ambulance. Should we send someone to follow? At that moment, He Wei rushed over, first inquiring of Shiyong, then turning to Captain Shi. Captain Shi, what do you think? Shiyong asked, glancing at Captain Shi. Once the scene was handed over to the criminal police unit, Captain Shi was the one in charge, with the local precinct's role being merely to assist. Then please send someone to keep watch. Captain Shi considered, acknowledging that while he was unaware of the suspect's condition, he had heard at the command center that he was severely injured. Therefore, a regular officer would suffice for guard duty. As the criminal police unit's personnel were already stretched thin, it would be unwise to waste manpower on such minor matters. Shiyong nodded at He Wei, instructing, Old He, arrange for 2 individuals to take turns on watch, and ensure they do not make any mistakes. Understood, Director. He Wei respectfully performed a gesture and turned to make arrangements. Old Shi, let us first take a look at the scene, and please share with us the details of what transpired. said Team Leader Chi with a smile. Shi Yong secretly scoffed at Chi's cunningness. This was clearly a scene of apprehension, only tangentially related to the case's resolution, primarily focusing on that van. It was evident that his intentions were not purely about the task at hand. Nevertheless, he realized he had to comply with their requests as it was merely procedural. What's wrong, old Shi? Is there an issue? Chi inquired, looking at Shi Yong. No issues at all, Shi Yong replied, feeling quite resigned. Just as he was about to lead the way, he suddenly spotted Yang Wei maintaining order, and an idea struck him. Team Leader Chi, I must confess I am not well versed in the details of this apprehension. How about I summon the officer involved to explain it to you? Without waiting for Chi's response, Shi Yong strode towards Yang Wei. Chapter 13. Attention on Tongfeng. Observing Shi Yong's hurried pace, Chi revealed a slight smile. Team Leader, what is amusing you? One of the criminal police officers beside Chi asked. Chi chuckled and replied, I find it amusing that old Shi is attempting to play tricks on me. Play tricks? What do you mean? Is he not summoning the officer who made the arrest? Certainly he is. However, I suspect it may not be the most involved officer. Chi surmised, pursing his lips. He had known Shi Yong for quite some time and had formed his own judgments about him. He is a good man, but rather stingy. Team Leader, what is the purpose of Director Shi's actions? The criminal police officers were puzzled, wondering why the team leader seemed so invested in the apprehension process and why Director Shi sought to conceal anything. It's quite simple. He fears we might poach his capable subordinate. Chi accurately discerned Shi Yong's intentions and directly addressed his subordinate's confusion. Surely, Director Shi cannot be that petty? What do you think? Chi retorted, if there were truly a talented individual, not only Shi Yong, but even I would be protective. Team Leader, you seem particularly interested in the officer involved in the arrest, though they were unaware of the specifics of the apprehension. The officers felt that the methods employed to force the vehicle to stop were somewhat innovative. They believed they could achieve similar results, leaving them puzzled as to why the team leader was so invested. To analyze the escape route of the suspect in such a short time and utilize the haystack to halt the vehicle and achieve the arrest, this person possesses a keen intellect and is a promising candidate for criminal investigation. Chi commented with a smile, expressing his admiration. His so-called inspection of the scene was merely an excuse to meet Tongfeng. There was little to see at the scene itself. The team leader's high regard for him was unfortunate, given that Shi Yong was not cooperating. The criminal police officers exchanged glances, with two interns looking particularly unconvinced. They had never heard the team leader praise anyone so highly since joining the team. Chi glanced at his subordinates and curtly remarked, do we need his cooperation? My eyes are not blind. Team Leader, it seems you are determined to secure him, joked a criminal officer nicknamed Xiao Wang. Chi shook his head, stating, it's too early to tell. Let us observe the individual first. Entering the criminal investigation team is not as simple as one might presume. Observing Shi Yong engaged in animated conversation with a fellow officer. Team Leader Chi smiled faintly before making his way toward the police car stationed in the center, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon reaching the vehicle driven by Tongfeng, his gaze instinctively shifted to the figure seated within, enjoying the cool air conditioning. Tongfeng met his glance and offered a friendly smile. Chi paused, scrutinizing him closely, only to realize upon noticing Tongfeng's insignia and epaulets that he was merely an auxiliary officer. Is it commonplace for auxiliary officers to exhibit such audacity? To dawdle before the station chief? As Chi halted, the others also came to a standstill. Wasn't this the individual who had cradled that little girl? It seemed that young girls possess a certain attentiveness, while Chi and his colleagues were preoccupied with their surroundings upon disembarking. She had immediately fixated on the dashing Tongfeng and the girl, rushing toward him. I noticed it as well, but surely it cannot be him. Another intern from the criminal investigation team cast a glance at Tongfeng, dismissively commenting, in his view, auxiliary officers were merely those who failed to gain admission to police academies. What remarkable talents could possibly emerge from such ranks, particularly when Tongfeng appeared rather portly? The seasoned detectives exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Unlike the newcomers, they had a better vantage point from which to assess the situation and were now fairly certain that the individual in question was indeed the one who apprehended the girl. What intrigued them further was the subtle outline of muscular definition visible beneath the torn sleeve of Tongfeng's right arm. They had encountered many brawny men before, yet this particular physique was rather uncommon. If his concealed form were indeed as formidable, it would surely be a sight to behold. Tongfeng gazed out at the 6 individuals with an expression of displeasure, having deemed the situation stable and with nothing pressing to attend to. He had retreated to the vehicle to steal a moment of respite while also monitoring his happiness index. To his surprise, mere moments later, he found himself the subject of scrutiny by 6 onlookers, making him feel akin to a monkey on display in a zoo. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of knocking on the window resonated. Reluctantly, Tongfeng lowered the window, exclaiming, "What now?" He was well aware that these individuals belonged to the criminal investigation team. But what of it? They were no different from others. What attitude is this from a mere auxiliary officer? Do you even know who he is? Before Qi could respond, a male in turn stepped forward, pointing at Tongfeng in reprimand. Tongfeng rolled his eyes. "Young man, your words remind me of a famous saying." Though he was not particularly old, he reveled in pretending to be wise, especially when confronted with imbecilic remarks, as he found it quite gratifying to impart such lessons. His comment left them momentarily speechless, particularly the young officer, who inquired, "What's saying?" Tongfeng smiled gently, his eyes curving into crescent moons. With a grin, he pronounced each word carefully. "My father, Zhang Er." "What does that mean?" The young officer, momentarily perplexed, asked in confusion. Uft. The female officer could not stifle her laughter. Upon hearing the laughter of the female officer and casting a glance at Tongfeng's teasing visage, the young officer suddenly comprehended the situation, glaring at Tongfeng and shouting, "How dare you call me a fool who relies on nepotism?" The seasoned detectives in Team Qi couldn't help but furrow their brows, not out of disdain for Tongfeng, but rather for the young officer. Such a lack of composure, easily provoked by a mere remark, indicated that this lad was ill-suited for detective work. The young officer had intended to impress Team Qi, but instead, he not only lost face, but also tarnished his reputation in their eyes. Had he known that Team Qi had already mentally marked him down, he might have regretted his impulsive outburst. Just as he was on the verge of confronting Tongfeng, Shi Yong arrived with Yang Wei. "What is going on here? Why is everyone gathered? Come on, let us go see the scene." Upon noticing Team Qi surrounding Tongfeng's police car, Shi Yong quickly interjected. He had seen Tongfeng slip into the police car earlier and had felt a sense of satisfaction that he could keep him hidden, only to realize that it had backfired. Tongfeng, upon seeing the chief arrive, stepped out of the vehicle. "It's nothing. I noticed this young lad was sitting alone in the car, concerned he might be in a precarious situation, so I came to check on him." Team Qi said with a smile, his expression so sincere that one might mistakenly believe he was genuinely concerned for the young man. Shi Yong internally berated Team Qi for being overly perceptive. Observing Team Qi's cheerful demeanor, Shi Yong chuckled and explained, "This comrade is new and not feeling well. I was worried he might suffer from heat stroke, so I let him rest in the car for a bit." "Oh, not feeling well." Team Qi responded with a look of dawning realization. Then how did he pass the physical examination to join the precinct? As soon as Shi Yong uttered those words, he regretted it. In his haste to conceal Tongfeng, he had spoken without thinking, and now he found himself at a loss for a coherent response. While Shi Yong was racking his brain for an explanation, Tongfeng boldly declared, "I came in through the back door, completely above board." This statement resonated loudly, leaving everyone in stunned silence, except for Yang Wei, who covered his face in exasperation. Chapter 14. The astonishment brought by Tongfeng, the young female officer burst into laughter. And hearing her mirth, the others couldn't help but chuckle as well. Even Captain Qi remarked with a grin, "I must admit, I'm growing rather fond of you." Observing the change in Tongfeng's countenance, Captain Qi added, "Don't misunderstand. My fondness is one of appreciation. Those two you apprehended, correct?" Shi Yong was momentarily taken aback, and just as he was about to speak, Captain Qi interrupted him. "Old Shi, no need to be so tense. This lad has a bit of cleverness about him, but I want to be recruiting him into the detective division just for this." Shi Yong nodded in agreement, silently reflecting. If only you knew he had already brought back a robber and 3 extortionists this morning, along with these 2, you might think differently. As for Captain Qi, upon realizing that Tongfeng was merely an auxiliary officer, he dismissed any thoughts of recruiting him into the detective division, acknowledging that criminal investigation is a technical field requiring a certain level of expertise. Thus, even if he held Tongfeng in high regard, he could not simply welcome an outsider into the fold. It is not a matter of underestimating Tongfeng. Rather, the nature of the criminal cases they handle inherently carries a certain degree of risk. This is a responsibility towards Tongfeng, and, equally, a duty to oneself. How about you take me to the scene and, while you're at it, share the details of the apprehension process? Captain Shi inquired, regarding Tongfeng with an amiable demeanor. The female officer cast an envious glance at Tongfeng, as she had never experienced such treatment from Captain Shi since joining the criminal investigation team. In contrast, the male officers regarded him with disdain, their expressions rife with contempt. My apologies. I am feeling rather unwell and doubt I could effectively serve as a commentator. Perhaps you could take the law enforcement recorder instead? It seems to have been running the entire time. Tongfeng smiled, his eyes narrowing, as he removed the recorder from his shoulder and handed it over. Having just navigated a staged accident incident, and with another call for police action arising, the recorder had indeed been continuously operational. Moreover, he was resolute in avoiding any semblance of laziness. The brief moment of joy he had just experienced had significantly elevated his spirits, and with Shiyong's earlier endorsement, he could discreetly use his weakness as an excuse. Shiyong had not anticipated that the recorder would still be operational, nor that Tongfeng would willingly surrender it. Internally, he cursed. You must be looking for ways to shirk your duties. As the recorder was offered, Shiyong took a step forward to accept it, chuckling as he did so. You rascal. Captain Shi is extremely busy. When would he have time to review your law enforcement record? Just as they were on the brink of capturing their target, another hand swiftly reached out to grasp the recorder. Who said that? No matter how busy I am, I still find time to refine my skills. This apprehension was splendid. Who knows, I might even gain some insights. Captain Shi remarked, turning to hand the recorder to the female officer of the criminal investigation team, Wu Feifei, who accepted it with the intention of learning from it later. He then flashed a smile at Shiyong. Shiyong, upon witnessing that grin, felt as though he had swallowed a fly. His hand, suspended in the air, made a few futile grasps before reluctantly falling to his side. Observing Shiyong's reaction, Captain Shi wore a triumphant expression and proceeded towards the van, with the members of the criminal investigation team following suit. Shiyong shot a fierce glare at Tongfeng before joining the group. Puzzled, Tongfeng scratched his head, silently questioning, is Uncle Shi being unreasonable? Such was Tongfeng, sometimes astute, yet at other times, rather slow-witted. Watching the group swarm towards the van, he shook his head and turned back to the police car. Upon reaching the van, the group paused in astonishment as they beheld the vehicle's front ensnared in a haystack and a door lying on the ground. Did you conduct a breach? This is a violation of the crime scene, exclaimed Zhao Feng, an intern officer, staring incredulously at the door on the ground. Directing his question at Shiyong. Shiyong frowned at him, but chose to ignore his inquiry. Even He Wei and Yang Wei shot him disapproving glances. Zhao Feng, be quiet. Did I not instruct you to observe more and speak less? Zhao Feng, noticing that the officers from the precinct were disregarding him, was about to speak when Captain Shi scolded him. Reluctantly, he cast a resentful glance at Captain Shi and held his tongue. Haha, my apologies, old Shi. The new intern hasn't been properly trained. Team Leader Chi expressed his apologies to Shiyong, saying, Team Leader Chi, your family is affluent. You need not concern yourself with our modest establishment. Before Shiyong could respond, Yang Wei, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected. His father was acquainted with Shiyong, and privately, he referred to him as uncle. Setting aside their previous relationship, Shiyong was also his superior. Someone who should not be scolded by a mere rookie officer. Wei, do not speak out of turn. Avoid adopting such frivolous habits. You must show respect to your superiors. Shiyong felt a warmth in his heart, surprised that the young recruit would stand up for him. Nevertheless, he feigned a reprimand towards Yang Wei, though his words were laced with subtle barbs. It should be noted that Shiyong once had a fiery temper, but it had mellowed after becoming a station chief. Today, he found himself at a disadvantage in his exchange with the criminal investigation team leader, primarily because he wished to conceal Tongfeng. However, that did not imply he would tolerate an intern speaking down to him. Yes, Chief. I apologize. Team Leader Chi. Yang Wei saluted and offered his apologies to Chi. Observing their interplay, Chi shook his head in resignation. He then glanced at his own intern and couldn't help but frown inwardly. Who had chosen him? Lacking in skill, yet overflowing with arrogance. Enough, young man. I understand you were one of the arresting officers. Could you enlighten me about the circumstances at the time? Chi, wishing to move past the earlier topic, asked straightforwardly. Yang Wei glanced at Shiyong but did not follow his advice. Instead, he recounted the truth. He had two objectives in doing so. Firstly, Once Tongfeng submitted the recording device, concealing the facts would be futile. Secondly, he aimed to showcase that the police station had capable individuals, thereby enhancing Shi Yong's reputation. Shi Yong recognized that the truth could no longer be hidden and allowed Yang Wei to share the details. Qi's eyes brightened upon hearing how Tongfeng deduced the suspect's likely escape route based on their driving patterns and the police patrol sirens. He admired the ability to adapt to circumstances and infer the criminal psychology. Very clever. When he learned that they had decided to use hay bales as a buffer, he nodded in approval, impressed by their resourcefulness in creating favorable conditions. Finally, when he heard about Tongfeng's series of actions, smashing windows, yanking doors, and kicking the suspect, Qi's mouth fell open in astonishment, as did those of the other criminal investigators. He tore off the car door, kicked the suspect away, and even knocked down the car door. Such bravado. Why not claim he as Superman? While everyone was immersed in shock, Zhao Feng scoffed, deriding the notion that anyone could be that formidable. Don't underestimate him. Who has been practicing martial arts since childhood? Zhao Feng's arrogant demeanor even made the honest He Wei uneasy, prompting him to defend his apprentice. Practicing martial arts since childhood, has he mastered the iron leg technique? Zhao Feng dismissed the claim outright, believing that even he, a top student from the police academy, could not accomplish such feats, let alone a mere auxiliary officer. Zhao Feng, I command you to be silent from now on. Qi's team scowled and bellowed. Previously, he had believed that despite his arrogance, he was open to guidance. However, this mission had unveiled his true nature. In his heart, Zhao Feng was now irrevocably estranged from the criminal investigation team. Chapter 15. The incident concludes on the other side. Zhao Feng, reprimanded, harbored resentment towards Tongfeng. Yet, Tongfeng was not at ease either. Just as he contemplated a moment of respite, he was interrupted by Yaya, who had come with her parents. Officer Bu, thank you for saving Yaya. You cannot imagine how precious she is to our family. If anything were to happen to her, we would be utterly devastated. After the introductions, Yaya's father, Rin Qi, grasped Tongfeng's hand tightly, shaking it fervently. His overwhelming excitement was such that had Tongfeng not held him back, he might have knelt in gratitude. Haha, Mr. Run, you are too kind. This is merely our duty, Tongfeng replied modestly, reflecting on how he had uttered similar words just a couple of hours ago. Why had the expressions of gratitude become so uniform? No, Yaya is our lifeblood. By saving her, you have saved our entire family. Come, Yaya, bow to uncle. Yaya's mother, Sun Yi, chimed in eagerly. Please no, I cannot accept such an honor. Tongfeng exclaimed, quickly extending his left hand to support Yaya. At that moment, he yearned deeply for his mentor, thinking, oh, master, why do you not arrive? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a melodious voice resonated from behind Tongfeng. Abu, what is the matter? Turning around, Tongfeng was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, Master, your timing is impeccable. Come quickly. Seeing the unfolding scene, He Wei was reminded of a similar moment from a couple of hours prior and instinctively took a step back, shaking his head. Tongfeng, taken aback, rolled his eyes, internally critiquing, Master, are you serious about retreating a step? Yang Wei struggled to suppress his laughter, surprised that after being outwitted by Abu once, the master had become so cunning. Confused, Shi Yong approached and inquired, what is going on? Tongfeng's eyes lit up. Having lost his mentor, sure uncle would suffice. Come, director, allow me to introduce you. As he spoke, Tongfeng extended his ill-fated left hand towards Shi Yong, then clasped his hand with Rin Qi's. This is Yaya's father, and this gentleman is our director. I owe my ability to save Yaya entirely to the director's guidance. He Wei and Yang Wei exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar scene and silently communicating. He Wei, was I really so easily deceived back then? Yang Wei, indeed. The technique is identical, and the words are similar. He Wei, why does it feel as though this lad is executing it so effortlessly? Yang Wei, master, if it were unnatural, wouldn't you have sensed it sooner? He Wei, this brat is truly using me as a shield. Yang Wei, you finally see it now. I have been duped by him since childhood. He Wei, I must be wary of this young man in the future. Yang Wei, master, you are astute. The inner dialogues of these two were lost on the others. Nevertheless, Shi Yong, having risen through the ranks, understood Rin Qi's fervent emotions well, having encountered many such individuals over his 2 decades of service. Under his soothing presence, the Rin Qi couple gradually calmed down. Tongfeng stood nearby, observing Shuyong's adept resolution of the situation, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, his capabilities as the director are exceptional. He then glanced at He Wei, pondering the stark contrast in their professional demeanors despite both being seasoned officers. He Wei, caught off guard by Tongfeng's gaze, quickly grasped the unspoken implications behind it, nearly erupting in frustration. Yet, mindful of the assembled crowd, he restrained himself, merely returning a piercing glare. Receiving a silent admonition from his mentor, Tongfeng clicked his tongue, realizing that he might have inadvertently provoked his superior. What to do now? He felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, Captain Chi approached the Rinchi couple, addressing them directly. Mr. Run, although your daughter is now safe, I require your cooperation in drafting a statement. I suspect this is not merely a case of child trafficking, but rather a kidnapping. Kidnapping? The Rinchi couple was momentarily taken aback. They had initially believed their child had been taken by traffickers, only to learn it was a kidnapping. Rinchi nodded gravely. Captain Chi, I will cooperate fully. But I can't recall having offended anyone. Kidnapping does not necessarily stem from personal animosity. It may also be motivated by financial gain. However, we cannot dismiss any angle lightly. In Captain Chi's mind, the case was undoubtedly a kidnapping. The surveillance footage had captured the moment Yiyo was abducted, which he had reviewed prior to their arrival. The perpetrator's clear objective and swift actions indicated meticulous planning and thorough investigation, showcasing this as a premeditated kidnapping. Old sure. I will take the suspect and the victim back with me. You can handle matters here, Captain Chi instructed, confirming that Rinchi would accompany them for the statement. Shuyong nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Captain Chi smiled slightly and turned to leave. Wait. Tongfeng's sudden interjection drew everyone's attention. Don't forget to return the recording device. I still need it. Captain Chi paused, smiling. All right, I will make a copy and return it to you by this afternoon at the latest. With that, he turned to depart. Wait. Once more, the crowd turned their gazes to Tongfeng, who, looking exasperated, pointed to the side. It's not me, it's him. The group looked toward Yang Wei, who was standing nearby. Captain Chi frowned and asked, is there something else? Yang Wei pointed at the suspect crouched beside the police car, saying, the handcuffs are still on him. If you're taking him, at least swap them out for me. I still need them. Captain Chi was momentarily speechless, as if suggesting he would encounter criminals on his way out. Nevertheless, it was indeed a valid point. Police equipment is numbered and cannot be just swapped at will. Xiao Wang, go and unhandcuff the suspect. Captain Chi instructed, gesturing to his subordinate. Xiao Wang glanced at Yang Wei and beckoned him over. Yang Wei strutted over, and after handing off the suspect, he returned with an air of satisfaction. All settled now? Captain Chi inquired, and upon receiving silence in response, he ordered a return to the criminal investigation team. Meanwhile, the Rinchi couple approached Tongfeng to bid farewell, with Yiya looking up at him. Brother, can Yiya still play with you in the future? She asked, pouting adorably. Bulong wore a broad smile, his eyes crinkling with joy as he affectionately tousled Yaya's hair. Of course. Brother is at the police station on Lushan Road. You can come to play anytime. Yaya extended her chubby little hand towards Bulong, prompting him to hook his pinky with hers. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. They exchanged smiles, and Yaya, in a burst of affection, wrapped her arms around Bulong's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Rinchi observed that team leader Chi was waiting for them and cheerfully said to Yaya, we must be on our way. Say goodbye to your brother. Goodbye, brother. Yaya waved. Brother, goodbye? Team leader Chi is waiting. We must leave. I'll thank you later. Bulong waved farewell to Rinchi's family with a beaming smile. As he watched them drive away, he shook his head in bemusement, pondering the complexities of their relationships. Was this what they referred to as each having their own perspectives? Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Wei approached him. How did I perform just now? He whispered. Impressive. Like a proud white goose. Bulong exclaimed, his expression exaggerated in admiration. What do you mean? I was merely standing up for sure, Yang Wei retorted, feeling aggrieved that his good intentions went unappreciated. Standing up for him? What happened? Bulong inquired. Having not witnessed the incident where the criminal investigation teams in turn had confronted Shuyong, Yang Wei animatedly recounted the events, highlighting his valiant defense of Shuyong during a moment of difficulty. After he finished, he noticed Bulong's calm demeanor and expressed his dissatisfaction. Why do you show no reaction to my story? Are you not furious about how he treated Shur? Of course I'm angry. But what do you expect me to do? Chase after him and punch him? Bulong replied, rolling his eyes. Yang Wei, still discontent, knew that resorting to violence was impractical, but felt that expressing anger verbally was justified. Don't worry, Bulong reassured him, patting Yang Wei's shoulder. That kid had a rough day. If team leader Chi isn't foolish. That fellow won't last long in the criminal investigation team. How can you be so sure? Yang Wei asked, puzzled. Bulong was indeed correct. Team leader Chi is no fool. He is astute. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in his position as the captain of the criminal investigation team. At some point, Shi Yong and He Wei had approached and stood by, listening to their conversation. Hearing Yang Wei defend him warmed Shi Yong's heart, and he felt a flicker of surprise at Bulong's insight. He hadn't anticipated that Bulong could perceive things so clearly. Noticing Yang Wei's confusion, he interjected to provide clarity. Chapter 16, not again. So that is how it is. It seems that kid has shot himself in the foot, jeopardizing his future in the criminal investigation team. After Shi Yong's commentary, Yang Wei realized that the young man had committed numerous grave errors typical of a criminal investigator. He had acted with self-importance, impulsiveness, irritability, and arrogance, not to mention his narrow-mindedness. However, Abu, how did you discern all this? Perhaps it is merely your foolishness. Tongfeng flashed a smile at Yang Wei. Enough. Stop the bickering. Shi Yong interjected, scolding the agitated Yang Wei. Seeing Shi Yong speak, Yang Wei refrained from further contesting with Tongfeng, merely shooting him a fierce glare as a form of self-consolation. Lao He, this mess is your apprentice's doing. Take 2 people and stay behind to handle the follow-up. He Wei nodded in response. Shi Yong cast another glance at Tongfeng and Yang Wei, and as for you two, first, take the police car for repairs. The rear of the damaged police vehicle was dented, but fortunately, it did not affect its drivability. To be honest, Shi Yong initially thought it would take Tongfeng several days to acclimate. Yet he was astonished that this fellow had stirred up so much trouble on his very first day at work. Now, he felt it prudent to slow down. At the very least, Tongfeng needed to establish a foundation to prevent any chaotic actions. Yes, Director. Tongfeng and Yang Wei saluted Shi Yong before turning to head towards the police car. Wait, let me drive. Yang Wei hastily intervened as Tongfeng reached for the driver's door. In the heat of the chase, he hadn't felt it, but now reflecting on it, he was filled with trepidation. Abu drove far too recklessly, as if he were on the verge of taking flight. Tongfeng shrugged, seemingly unfazed, relishing the opportunity to be idle. Master, we are off. After getting in, Yang Wei called out to He Wei before starting the police car. Get lost. You've caused me trouble. He Wei grumbled, though the satisfaction hidden in his eyes did not escape Shi Yong's notice. Watching Yang Wei drive away, Shi Yong patted He Wei on the shoulder, encouraging him to laugh if he wished. Don't hold it in. What is there to laugh about? He Wei retorted defiantly. I refuse to believe you are not impressed by Abu. Shi Yong fixed a penetrating gaze on He Wei, who soon found himself at a loss for words. Fine. I admit I underestimated that little rascal. Is that satisfactory? He Wei's face flushed slightly, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notches. Haha, you needn't feel embarrassed. I too underestimated him. However, upon returning, you must swiftly help him adapt to the police's procedural methods. Provide him with some foundational knowledge. Rest assured, I know what to do. Yang Wei drove smoothly to an auto repair shop on Lushan Road. Repairing the car here? After disembarking, Tongfeng looked curiously at the modest establishment. This is our Precinct's designated repair unit. Don't let the size fool you. The craftsman's skills are quite impressive. Such specialized units are only found at the bureau level and above. Yang Wei understood Tongfeng's skepticism, so he promptly clarified. Master Wang, we've arrived. Yang Wei called out into the shop, and shortly thereafter, someone emerged. Oh, Officer Yang, what brings you here? Master Wang greeted Yang Wei with a warm smile. The vehicle has been damaged. I would appreciate it if you could repair it. Yang Wei patted the car beside him and briefly explained the situation. Upon noticing, Master Wang approached and, with a single glance, spotted the dented rear of the car. Was it a rear-end collision? Goodness, the anti-collision beam is even bent. What do you think, Master Wang? Is it manageable? The issues are not significant. The rear anti-collision beam needs to be cut and replaced. The trunk lid must be changed. Both side fenders need replacement. The rear lights must be swapped, and the rear bumper needs to be renewed. A bit of metalwork on other areas will suffice. You can leave it here. I will call you when it's ready. Tongfeng observed Master Wang speaking confidently and couldn't help but chuckle. You could simply say everything needs to be replaced. Master Wang assessed Tongfeng and explained with a smile, "Ha, my friend, if this were a private vehicle, I would have tried to patch it up to save you some costs. However, since this is a government vehicle, I can't let you compromise on safety, especially since you rely on it to pursue criminals." Tongfeng had no ulterior motive. He was merely jesting, and upon hearing Master Wang's words, he refrained from further comments. Yang Wei smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Wang. Please, carry on. We won't disturb you." "All right. Take care, gentlemen." Once outside the auto repair shop, the two strolled towards the police station, which was only 2 streets away, making it quite convenient. To save a few steps, Tongfeng and Yang Wei opted for a shortcut through an alleyway. Tongfeng, with his hands tucked into his belt, ambled leisurely ahead while Yang Wei followed a step behind, mimicking his swaying gait. "Haha, Big Orange. Your waddling walk is quite amusing. Stop calling me by that nickname. I learned this from watching Hong Kong films." Hearing Tongfeng's words nearly made Yang Wei burst into laughter. "Brother, I believe you should refrain from walking like that in the future. Do you realize how you look right now? Like a waddling goose." Haha. Just then, as Tongfeng stepped out of the alleyway, he suddenly retreated, quickly covering Yang Wei's mouth. Yang Wei was startled, thinking Tongfeng was angry. "Shoo, there is something going on." Tongfeng released Yang Wei, signaling for silence and pointing towards the mouth of the alley. Yang Wei was puzzled. What was happening? A suspect? Don't modern-day criminals avoid being seen anymore? This morning had been relentless, not allowing a moment of peace. Curious, he cautiously peered out. The alley where they stood was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Outside the alley was a small commercial street, and about 10 meters to the right was an internet cafe. The situation Tongfeng had noticed was unfolding right in front of this internet cafe. Approaching noon, there were not many pedestrians on the street, and 2 rows of electric bikes were parked in front of the cafe. At that moment, a lean man wearing a baseball cap was loitering in front of the cafe, occasionally surveying his surroundings. "What do you think? Does he look suspicious?" Yang Wei understood that Tongfeng was asking whether the man resembled a thief. "Turn on the recording device. Wait for him to make a move." Yang Wei nodded. Activating the body camera clipped to his shoulder, and the 2 crouched at the alley's entrance, stealthily watching the man. At this moment, the individual loitering before the internet cafe appeared to have selected a target for his nefarious intentions. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying him any heed before making his way towards a crimson electric scooter. Standing beside the vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings once more, then squatted down with his back turned to the alley's entrance, using his body to shield the cafe's entrance from surveillance, thus evading detection during the unlocking process. Seizing this opportunity, Tongfeng swiftly hoisted Yang Wei and darted out of the alley towards the thieving scoundrel. His extraordinary control over his body allowed Tongfeng to land soundlessly. Yang Wei, being lifted, could only roll his eyes in exasperation. This fellow had become increasingly bizarre, effortlessly lifting his own weight of around 75 kilograms as if it were a mere trifle. The 2 of them, akin to phantoms, traversed a distance of 10 meters in mere seconds, appearing behind the miscreant. The thief remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his task of picking the lock, while Tongfeng silently signaled for Yang Wei to document the unfolding events. Yang Wei gestured an OK, indicating that he was already recording. With a sharp click, the U-lock securing the scooter's wheel was disengaged. As the thief stood up, Tongfeng pulled Yang Wei behind him, positioning themselves like specters within the thief's blind spot, occasionally shifting their positions in response to the thief's movements. The thief glanced around, seeing no one, then mounted the electric scooter, casually extracting a piece of wire from his pocket. He bent it a couple of times before inserting it into the keyhole and deftly manipulating it. Chapter 17. Should we call 119? Brother, your skills are commendable. With the evidence recorded, it was time for confrontation. Not bad. This time it was relatively slow. The thief, oblivious, responded with a vacant expression. "How many did you manage to get today?" Upon hearing this, the thief paused, bewildered by the unexpected voice. He turned abruptly, only to be met with the sight of 2 uniformed police officers. "Surprised?" Tongfeng cheerfully inquired. "Surprised? More like terrified." The thief was bewildered, grappling with the sudden turn of events. "Who am I? Where am I? How did these 2 get here?" As he caught sight of Tongfeng's smiling face, the thief quickly regained his wits and attempted to flee, pressing the accelerator. Anticipating this move, Tongfeng grasped the rear of the scooter, lifting the back wheel off the ground with a forceful yank. The thief, pressing the gas pedal with all his might, found himself immobile. Realizing he was being hoisted along with the scooter. Faced with such formidable strength, the thief was instantly paralyzed with fear, raising his hands in surrender. What's wrong? Not running anymore. Brother, I'm not daring to. Not daring? Then why the hell are you still up there? Tongfeng glared at the thief. Bemused by his skill yet bemused that his intellect was lacking, having encountered nothing but foolish criminals that morning. Following Tongfeng's prompt, the thief finally understood. Hastily dismounting from the scooter, Yang Wei, grinning, stepped forward to produce handcuffs. Be cooperative. The thief, surprisingly adept, secured the cuffs around his own wrists. Observing the thief's practiced motions, Tongfeng remarked, a true professional. Heh, I've been educated by the government. The thief replied sheepishly. It seems they didn't educate you well enough. Continue your reformation. Wei inquired about whose vehicle it was, instructing him to follow back for a record. Yang Wei rolled his eyes. As an intern officer, he found it somewhat absurd that a support officer would give him orders. Nevertheless, he chose not to argue with Tongfeng and turned to enter the internet cafe. After all, they were brothers, and besides, he had grown accustomed to being directed by this rascal since childhood. Upon entering the cafe, Yang Wei soon emerged with a young man in tow. Let us go, Tongfeng exclaimed, gripping the suspect's arm as he led the way, while Yang Wei and the victim pushed the electric bike behind them. Even though they had caught the theft suspect red-handed, the stolen items needed to be documented, as it would pertain to future sentencing. Along the way, Yang Wei seemed to recall something, gazing at Tongfeng as if he were a peculiar creature. It was worth noting that before Tongfeng's arrival, the police station, while occasionally busy, had never experienced multiple incidents concentrated among the same group of individuals. Reflecting on Tongfeng's earlier comment about dressing like Conan to become a detective, Yang Wei couldn't help but wonder if there was indeed something mystical at play. Unable to contain himself, Yang Wei jested, Abu, you really seem to be possessed by the Grim Reaper. Just look at how many incidents we've encountered this morning. Tongfeng, appearing somewhat speechless, seemed to acknowledge the extraordinary nature of the system's causal power. Sigh, how will I manage the next 2 years? Yang Wei looked at Tongfeng, puzzled, as the sun appeared to rise from the west. Why wasn't this guy retorting? He used to be quick with comebacks. Are you all right? What are you thinking about? Tongfeng lifted his eyelids to glance at Yang Wei, responding with annoyance. I was contemplating who to summon to deal with the Grim Reaper. Perhaps it's Jin, or maybe Ran. If all else fails, I could try Muri Kagoro. Or even Kudo Yukiko. Huh, have you lost your mind? That's just a joke. You can't seriously think you've become Conan. Yang Wei stared at Tongfeng, trying to discern if he was jesting. Of course I know. Tongfeng shot him a look, realizing that Yang Wei was genuinely taking him for a lunatic. Although the notion of being possessed by Conan was a jest, the system's causal power was undeniably real. They had been non-stop busy since the morning, and it was just the beginning of their shift. If this continued, he might very well exhaust himself. Oh well, where there's a will, there's a way. Resolved to set aside this perplexing thought, Tongfeng and his companions navigated through the streets and soon returned to the police station. Upon arrival, Yang Wei glanced at the time and said to Tongfeng, Abu, it's noon. Let us secure this guy in the detention room first. We can interrogate him in the afternoon. Sounds good. You take the victim for documentation while I put this fellow inside. With that, Tongfeng led the thief toward the detention room. As they reached the detention room's entrance, they noticed a crowd of officers gathered ahead. Is everything all right? Should we call 119? Damn it. Even this thing can break down. I've been saying it needs replacing for ages. Calling 119 would be so embarrassing. What do we do now? Tongfeng curiously tiptoed to peer inside, but with so many heads blocking his view, he couldn't discern the situation and asked, what is going on here? Upon hearing voices, the crowd turned their heads, only to find it was Tongfeng, eliciting expressions of peculiar surprise. The actions of this newly appointed auxiliary police officer had already spread throughout the precinct. First, he apprehended a robber, and during his patrol, he captured 3 suspects involved in extortion. Remarkably, before he even returned, news broke that he had also detained 2 kidnappers. Were these criminals queuing up to deliver themselves? Even if they were, such efficiency was unprecedented. This pace of apprehension could very well hinder your ascent in the ranks. Tongfeng, noticing the odd looks from his peers, inquired with genuine curiosity, what is it? Is there something on my face? Haha, nothing at all. We are merely pondering the transformation that has enabled you to be so remarkably effective, teased Brother Wang, his head raised in amusement. He was at a loss for words regarding Tongfeng's extraordinary luck, which seemed unparalleled. Just fortunate, that's all. What are you all up to? Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could relinquish this streak of fortune, as he aspired to lead a more unremarkable life. Brother Wang sighed with a bemused smile. Well, you see, the robber you caught this morning has been thoroughly interrogated, and all the evidence is in order. We were just about to send him to the detention center when, lo and behold, the handcuffs malfunctioned. We were contemplating whether to call 119 for assistance. Ah, that's an easy fix, Tongfeng declared, pulling a petty thief from behind him to demonstrate. The surrounding officers were taken aback. Could this be yet another miracle? The thief, now the center of attention, felt dizzy under the scrutiny of so many officers. Trembling, he exclaimed, Brother, please don't mess with me. Tongfeng clapped him on the shoulder, exuding confidence. What nonsense. Hurry up. I'll reward you with lunch. Abu, what is going on here? Brother Wang was bewildered. You just randomly picked someone and claim you can solve this? Are we really less capable than this kid? Just as he began to formulate a conclusion, Tongfeng's words confirmed his suspicions. This fellow is the thief we caught outside the internet cafe when Away and I returned. Don't underestimate him. He is quite nimble and managed to unlock an electric bike in no time. Indeed, he was truly a thief. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. What a spectacle! In just a short time, Tongfeng had brought back 5 individuals, while 2 others had been taken away by the criminal investigation team. Was he on a shopping spree for criminals? Noticing the thief hesitating, Tongfeng frowned. I've praised you to the heavens. Please don't make me regret it. The thief, nearly in tears, felt the weight of retribution. Hurry up, Tongfeng shouted, startling the thief into action. He quickly pulled a piece of wire from his pocket, stepped forward, and deftly inserted it into the handcuffs, clicking them open with ease. All right, you didn't embarrass me, Tongfeng said, patting the thief's shoulder. The surrounding officers were left in stunned silence, questioning the source of his newfound arrogance. After all, was it merely because he had apprehended this individual? Brother Wang, could one of you take over from here? The surrounding police officers exchanged glances. For the unwritten rule at the precinct regarding the apprehension of suspects dictated that the individual who made the arrest would be responsible for the case. However, it appeared that Tongfeng was unaware of this protocol. For the grassroots officers at the station, no one would willingly volunteer to handle a case. They were already overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities. Cases of petty theft like this one were seldom contested for, unless they were serious criminal matters, which typically did not fall under their jurisdiction, leading to the current situation. Those who apprehended the suspect would handle the case. Tongfeng looked around in confusion, wondering why no one stepped forward. At that moment, Brother Wang emerged, as he was somewhat familiar with Tongfeng, having initially been the one to receive him. Leave it to me, he declared. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. Tongfeng beamed, and Wang's acceptance sparked an idea in him. Since he would inevitably encounter numerous cases due to his causal influence, he might as well resolve them swiftly, allowing others to manage the subsequent processes. As for his ability to solve cases quickly, wasn't there a system for that? Though he lacked expertise, it was, after all, a legendary tool. Surely he could handle even the minor nuisances of the mortal realm. With this newfound clarity, Tongfeng's smile broadened. Who could thwart his aspirations of being a carefree spirit? Brother Wang, along with the precinct officers, was taken aback by Tongfeng's sudden initiative stemming from this handover. Brother Wang, I'm heading to lunch, Tongfeng announced. By the way, Away is currently interviewing the victim of the theft. You can find him if needed. After speaking, he waved goodbye to the officers present and made his way to the dining hall. The police officers remained in a state of shock, watching Tongfeng's departing figure. Brother Wang, I feel we might be setting an unfortunate precedent, Officer Liu, the household registration officer, remarked, gazing at Tongfeng, who had already walked a distance away. No worries. It's just this one. Let us handle it. In Brother Wang's mind, Tongfeng held no law enforcement authority. The case would primarily be managed by his mentor, He Wei. His role was merely to assist in the enforcement, and taking over this theft case was not a significant issue. After handing over the suspect in the electric bike theft case to Brother Wang, Tongfeng sauntered toward the cafeteria. The first place he became acquainted with at the Lushan Road precinct was indeed the dining hall, as nothing was more important to him than enjoying a good meal. Tongfeng arrived just in time. The cafeteria had just prepared the food, and there were only a few patrons. The dining area appeared quite empty. He casually picked up a tray and approached the serving counter, examining the dishes. To his surprise, the precinct's food was quite decent with a good variety. Sister, I'd like 4 steamed buns, a portion of braised pork, fried small yellow croaker, fried meatballs, garlic mixed eggplant, and braised mackerel. The serving lady was momentarily taken aback by his large order, but soon smiled warmly as she began to serve him. Are you new here? It's my first time seeing you, she remarked. Yes, I just reported today, he replied with a grin. Haha, eat plenty. Come back if you need more. Perhaps it was Tongfeng's handsome appearance that left a good impression on the lady, for she generously filled his plate with every dish he requested. Thank you, sister. Tongfeng returned a smile, then, with a mountain of food before him, settled into a seat and began to devour his meal with fervor. By this time, several police officers had begun to trickle into the cafeteria, and upon witnessing Bu's voracious appetite and the impressive pile of food in front of him, they couldn't help but be taken aback. What a remarkable individual. His appetite truly set him apart. The officers each prepared their meals, found their own spots, and engaged in light conversation, much of which revolved around Tongfeng. After all, his actions throughout the morning had been nothing short of astonishing. In all the years of service, it seemed no auxiliary officer had ever apprehended 7 criminal suspects in a single morning. He had undoubtedly set a new record. A loud clatter echoed as Yang Wei plopped down opposite Tongfeng. Why didn't you call me for lunch? He exclaimed. Aren't you supposed to be registering the lost items? Bu, without lifting his gaze, continued to shovel food into his mouth. I finished that ages ago. Yang Wei glanced at Bu's overflowing plate and couldn't help but remark, are you a pig? Eating so much. I recall you could eat, but not to this extent. That was in another lifetime, Bu replied, undeterred. Besides, don't you know that saying? Eating well is a blessing. Even while conversing, he did not pause in his consumption. Glutton, stop chatting and eat your meal. Finish quickly so you can rest before the others return. At Yang Wei's prompting, he immediately lowered his head and began to eat. Meanwhile, Bu was oblivious to the fact that Shi Yong was currently facing reprimand because of him. Director, there's a reason behind this. I just spoke with Lao He. It was an emergency situation. Tongfeng was concerned the suspects might escape. Shi Yong was seated in the passenger seat, continuing a phone call from a superior at the municipal bureau, while He Wei drove towards the police station. You tell me there were 3 officers on site, and you're worried about the suspects escaping? Do you think I'm blind? Have you any idea how the internet is buzzing, accusing our police of violent enforcement? Do you understand the detrimental impact this has? The roar of the municipal leader was so intense that even He Wei, who was driving, could hear it, underscoring the director's fury. Director, are you not aware? Nowadays, internet users are easily swayed. Once someone leads, they follow blindly. We just need to release a police report to clarify the situation. Is this a matter of explanation? The police discipline regulations and enforcement protocols, have they all gone in one ear and out the other? A new auxiliary officer hasn't he even been trained in these? Shi Yong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, cursing Tongfeng inwardly. This kid truly knew how to stir up trouble, making waves on his very first day. Newcomer, what is the supervising officer doing? He can't even manage one person. Shi Yong glanced at He Wei, who was wearing an awkward smile, and explained resignedly, Director, this isn't really Lao He's fault. Tongfeng is as stubborn as a mule. Most people simply can't control him. Huh. So, according to you, your station chief can't even manage his subordinates? Yang Lin, the police chief, almost laughed in frustration, having just learned of the incident from a call with city leaders. In the current expansive network environment, any slight deviation from standard police conduct can swiftly become the subject of public scrutiny. In such a context, the revelation of excessive force by his subordinates is akin to self-sabotage. Fueled by anger, he sought clarification on the situation, only to be met with evasive excuses from the head of his team, who ultimately suggested a lack of control. What a farce. Shi Yong, let me make this clear. If you can do the job, then do it. If not, you might as well vacate your position as the team leader immediately. If you cannot manage even one person, what use are you to me? Shi Yong was momentarily rendered speechless. Why was the ire directed at him? Had he wronged anyone? Director, must you direct your frustration towards me? I have already reported the matter to you. It was the newly appointed auxiliary officer who, upon seeing a suspect attempting to leave, acted impulsively and rushed forward without the chance to explain. Is this not the very spirit of courage and tenacity that our police force needs? Moreover, he merely restrained the suspect and did not escalate the situation further. Surely, you cannot penalize a passionate officer based solely on online opinions. After all, he is one of your own, and such action would dishearten many dedicated officers. Chapter 19. The attention of the city bureau's elite, Shi Yong's impassioned words nearly moved him to tears, but upon noticing He Wei's stifling laughter beside him, he shot him a sharp glare. You and your apprentice have caused trouble, and here I am cleaning up your mess, yet you dare to laugh. He Wei quickly suppressed his amusement at the sight of Shi Yong's darkening expression. Yang Lin almost lost his composure as well. It was rare to hear Shi Yong voice such grievances. Clearly, Tongfeng held significant weight in his regard. When have I ever let my subordinates down? Oh, is it because you cannot control them that I am the one disheartened? Must I cater to your whims, lest you feel slighted? Sigh. The hierarchy can be suffocating. Director, must you complicate matters? Just say what you intend to do. Yang Lin's words left Shi Yong with no avenue for response, compelling him to divert the topic. A formal reprimand, with a record of 1 infraction. Yang Lin, choosing not to press further given that Shi Yong was an old subordinate, offered him a reprieve. Director, does this punishment not seem a tad excessive? To be frank, this auxiliary officer possesses considerable ability, and I am striving to promote him to a full-fledged officer. How can I proceed with this reprimand in place? Upon hearing that the director intended to issue a reprimand to Tongfeng, Shi Yong grew anxious. If he received a mark against his record, the chance for promotion would vanish, jeopardizing Shi Yong's efforts to retain him. Yang Lin was taken aback. He had never witnessed Shi Yong so agitated, openly advocating for an auxiliary officer's promotion in his presence. Are you out of your mind? How dare you bring this up in front of me? Is he a relative of yours? Since the topic had been broached, Shi Yong no longer felt the need to conceal the truth from his superior. Let me clarify. He is indeed my relative. He is the son of Old Bu. Old Bu, the director of the Guangming Road Police Station in Yangqing? Precisely. Hearing Shi Yong's confirmation, Yang Lin retorted, what of his son? No matter whose son he is, you cannot show favoritism. Shi Yong chuckled, Director, I must confess, I have not been biased. This young lad is indeed cut out for the role of a police officer, albeit a bit too languid. Thus, Old Bu and I decided to have him serve as an auxiliary officer for 2 years to hone his skills before attempting the formal police examination. However, I underestimated this young man's potential. Today marks his first day on the job, and do you know how many individuals he has apprehended thus far? It turns out it was not favoritism, but rather a desire to follow proper procedures. Upon grasping Shi Yong's intent, Yang Lin's demeanor softened. Yet he was soon piqued by the ensuing dialogue. What? Has he caught 2 or 3 more? Shi Yong chuckled, huh? The director appears to be a bit petty, does he not? The moment he reported for duty, he brought in a suspect, and on top of that, he handed over 2 kidnappers to the criminal investigation team just a short while ago. He has apprehended 6 individuals this morning. Shi Yong was unaware that Tongfeng had also captured a thief upon returning to the police station. Otherwise, his morning accomplishments would have further increased. 6. Are suspects simply lining up at the door? Is 6 apprehensions excessive? Not at all. However, for a new auxiliary officer to capture 6 on his first morning is quite remarkable. Moreover, there are 2 kidnappers involved. Wait, are the kidnappers you mentioned related to the case just received by the Pingyang branch's criminal investigation team? Precisely. The suspects in this case were indeed captured by our station. Shi Yong proudly recounted the details of the apprehension to Yang Lin, as if showcasing a prized possession, primarily to earn accolades for Tongfeng before the director. How intriguing. It appears that Tongfeng possesses some real talent. Yang Lin had encountered capable officers before, as well as those who could apprehend criminals, including young individuals exhibiting exceptional investigative skills during their internships, but they were all professionally trained. Tongfeng, with his unorthodox approach, was a rarity. No wonder Shi Yong asserted that he was suited for police work. Director, discovering a promising talent is no easy feat while rules can be learned. One must not ruin the individual. Shi Yong sincerely stated. Indeed, you make a valid point. Henceforth, please ensure that your station promptly issues a report detailing the case. As for Tongfeng, let us issue a verbal warning, which shall not be recorded in his file. Yang Lin, being an individual who values talent, recognized Tongfeng's potential and was inclined to show leniency. The warning was primarily a result of external pressures, and since he demonstrated such promise, let the burden of that pressure rest on him for now. After all, with the current shortage of police personnel, retaining talent is of utmost importance. Thank you, Director. Shuyong finally exhaled in relief. After hanging up, he turned to He Wei and said, "That troublesome lad is to be suspended from field duties starting today. Ensure he focuses on mastering the fundamentals, particularly the code of conduct for police officers. I do not want him causing trouble day in and day out." "Understood, Director," He Wei replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Despite his efforts to rein him in, incidents still occurred, leading to the director facing criticism. However, it was the first time he had heard Shuyong discuss arrangements for Tongfeng, and he wholeheartedly agreed, though they had only spent half a day together. Tongfeng's strengths indeed suited him for a career in law enforcement, notwithstanding his temperament. With this in mind, He Wei resolved to assign Tongfeng study tasks upon his return, firmly stating that he would not accompany him on field duties unless he passed the assessments. Little did Tongfeng know that he was about to face his most daunting challenge yet, studying. At this moment, he had just finished his meal and was carrying a tray towards the detention room. After all, having promised to reward the locksmith with lunch, he could not go back on his word. Outside the detention room, Tongfeng entered the password and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the thief confined in a solitary cell. "Here, your meal has arrived. Don't say I don't take care of you. Today's dishes are quite delightful, and I specifically selected the best for you." Tongfeng opened the door to the cell and handed over the tray. "Thank you, leader." The thief beamed as he accepted the tray, glancing at the meat dishes with gratitude directed at Tongfeng. "All right, eat up before it cools." Tongfeng waved his hand and, after locking the door behind him, exited the cell. "Comrade, what about our meal?" "Yes, even if we are criminals, we shouldn't be left hungry. I want to eat." The three extortion suspects, also apprehended by Tongfeng, began shouting for food upon witnessing the meal delivery next door. Tongfeng cast them a glance and replied irritably, "What are you shouting about? Whether you eat or not is none of my concern. I'm delivering food to him because I promised. As for you, wait for the officer handling your case to bring you something." With that, Tongfeng ignored the three raucous individuals and turned to leave the detention room. Back in the break room, Yang Wei was already lying on the bed. Upon seeing Tongfeng enter, he curiously inquired, "Where did you just go?" "I delivered lunch to the thief we caught." Tongfeng responded with a smile. "He helped us out today, so I promised him a meal. Did you know? I was seen by those three extortionists while delivering the meal, and they asked me for food, as if they were entitled. I told them to ask the officer responsible for their case." After saying this, Tongfeng found an empty bed and lay down. Yang Wei looked at Tongfeng in astonishment, utterly bewildered. "What's wrong?" Tongfeng asked, puzzled by Yang Wei's expression. "It seems their case is actually ours to handle." Tongfeng was taken aback. Yang Wei, with a mix of humor and exasperation, explained, "There's an unspoken rule at the precinct. If a suspect is caught on site, the arresting officer is responsible for the case, unless it's a major incident." Tongfeng was unaware of this unspoken rule, and now it dawned on him why the expressions of the surrounding officers had been so peculiar when he handed over the theft case. Chapter 20. Tongfeng's erroneous logic. Never mind. When the master returns, I'll let him handle it. Tongfeng was truly disinclined to move. Moreover, he had no interest in the three extortionists. Why resort to such underhanded tactics when there are so many other options? It was utterly repugnant to him. Yang Wei rolled his eyes helplessly. "Just be lazy then." As he spoke, he sat up and put on his shoes. "I might as well go check on them. I don't want them to starve." Though starvation was unlikely, there was an expectation of civil law enforcement, and even criminals had their rights. Watching Yang Wei put on his shoes to head out, Tongfeng smirked, feeling quite disinclined to move himself. After a morning of busyness, his happiness quotient hadn't increased much. He thought, why not take advantage of a little time to boost that happiness index? What difference does it make to have a system or not? Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Yang Wei returned, the sound of the door startling him awake. Tongfeng yawned and greeted Yang Wei. "You're back." "Yes, I've delivered the meals to them," Yang Wei replied, collapsing onto the bed and casually pulling out his phone to play with. After a while, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, are you living at home now?" "Where else would I live?" "Then you must rise quite early each day. Why not move in with me? I've rented a 2-bedroom apartment in the nearby complex. It's closer to work." Tongfeng perked up immediately. After contemplating, he realized that moving out would indeed be advantageous. First, the proximity to work would spare him from early mornings, allowing him more time to elevate his happiness index. Moreover, he could escape the watchful eyes of his parents. Living at home meant he had to rise promptly, eat on schedule, and dress appropriately. Moving out would grant him much more freedom. Thinking of this, he quickly nodded. All right. I'll cover half the rent. Of course. Do you think it's free? I sought you out for this purpose. Yang Wei chuckled. Oh, let's settle the details. How much? Tongfeng patted his chest, adopting a wealthy demeanor. 4,300 a month, excluding utilities. We'll split it evenly, and we can discuss the utilities later. No problem. I'll tidy up and move in tomorrow. Tongfeng said cheerfully. It's settled then. After the lunch break, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two entered the office hall precisely on time. Master, you're back. Why weren't you in the lounge? Tongfeng immediately noticed He Wei sitting at his desk and quickly greeted him. The master has returned. Yang Wei echoed. He Wei felt a headache coming on upon seeing Tongfeng. This fellow was utterly oblivious to the trouble he had stirred. Abu, the director wants to see you as soon as you arrive. You should go now? All right. Tongfeng nodded, puzzled as he walked out, wondering what the director could want with him. Had he made another mistake? At the director's office, Tongfeng knocked on the door. Come in. Uncle Sure, you called for me. When alone, Tongfeng would refrain from using formal titles, as it felt too distant. After all, he was still unaccustomed to the life of a police officer. Shi Yong gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, inviting Tongfeng to sit. Without hesitation, Tongfeng plopped down. Do you know why I called you? Tongfeng was taken aback. Uncle Shi's demeanor seemed off. Had he been provoked by something? Had he erred? Surely not. With this in mind, he cautiously inquired, Did I do something wrong? Could you give me a hint? Seeing Tongfeng's anxious expression nearly made Shi Yong lose his composure. Suppressing a smile, he sternly replied, You are aware you've made a mistake, aren't you? Do you know that your video of violent enforcement has been uploaded online? Violent enforcement? When was that? Was it the time I kicked the kidnapper? Tongfeng asked, bewildered. In his impression, it seemed that aside from kicking the kidnapper away, there were no issues at all. Tongfeng's words instantly left Shi Yong at a loss. Upon reflection, it appeared that Tongfeng had consistently employed a singular approach from the very beginning. A punch to subdue a robber, a kick to topple a blackmailer, and even a swift kick that incapacitated a kidnapper. How had this uniform style of action come to be? In just one morning, he had apprehended 7 suspects. Just earlier, he had heard that Tongfeng had also caught a thief in the act. 4 cases, 7 suspects. Tongfeng had acted 3 times, striking 5 individuals, or rather, 6. According to Yang Wei, even the driver of the kidnapper had been thrown out by this fellow, which meant that, apart from the thief who escaped unscathed, all other suspects had felt the force of Tongfeng's fists and feet. The lighter ones merely experienced pain, while the more severely affected were still lying in the hospital. It was staggering. Aside from the documented incident, the rest were hardly presentable. Shi Yong found himself unable to answer the question, yet he could not remain silent. It seemed he could only subtly hint at his law enforcement methods. Ahem. Boo, you must have some experience by now. What do you think about being a police officer? Why does Uncle Shi's conversation seem so out of sync? Hadn't he just mentioned violent law enforcement? How did it shift to discussing the feelings of being a police officer? Are you all right, Uncle Shi? Tongfeng stood up, intending to check if Shi Yong had a fever. Shi Yong, with a face full of black lines, glared at the hand reaching toward his forehead and impatiently swatted it away. Clearly, this indirect approach was ineffective. He decided to be forthright. Ahem. Sit back down. Observing Tongfeng obediently take his seat, Shi Yong, with a serious expression, stated, I shall not beat around the bush. Have you ever reflected on your method of law enforcement? My method of law enforcement? No issue at all. What is the matter? Tongfeng genuinely failed to grasp the crux of Shi Yong's concerns. No issue. Out of 4 cases, you resorted to physical force in 3 of them. Of the 7 suspects, you struck 6. The most severely injured is still in the hospital. Tell me, is this no issue? Shi Yong was nearly exasperated. Thankfully, Yang Lin was unaware. Otherwise, it would not only be himself in trouble, but no one could intercede for him. Tongfeng would at least receive a formal reprimand. Or worse, face dismissal. Upon hearing this, Tongfeng hastily waved his hands, feeling wronged by such an unjust accusation. Now, Director Shi, one must adhere to reason. Firstly, the robber was armed and resisted. My actions were justified, were they not? Shi Yong paused, acknowledging the validity. Seeing Shi Yong's agreement, Tongfeng continued. As for the 3 blackmailers, they were about to flee. Had I not intervened to topple them, they could have blended into the crowd and escaped, or worse. harmed innocent bystanders during the arrest. In such circumstances, my actions were warranted, correct? Shi Yong nodded again, affirming his point. Moreover, regarding the two kidnappers, the situation was dire. In order to protect the hostages, kicking them away was indeed justified. Correct. Observing Shi Yong's approving demeanor, Tongfeng revealed a warm and affable smile. Since Uncle Shi also agrees with my actions, is there still an issue? Shi Yong shook his head, pondering whether everything truly seemed flawless from this perspective. With a smile, he remarked, I see. Very well, all is resolved. You may leave now. Yes, Director. Tongfeng stood upright, saluted, and turned to depart. Once Tongfeng had exited, Shi Yong realized that he had intended to emphasize the importance of civilized law enforcement. How had it come to pass that all his actions appeared justified in the end? As the realization dawned upon him, Shi Yong recognized that he had been cleverly deceived by the young man's twisted reasoning. After years of hunting geese, he had allowed the geese to peck at his eyes instead. That impudent fellow, with his arsenal of fallacies. Shi Yong let out a wry smile, but chose not to summon Tongfeng back. After all, he had already instructed Lao He to reinforce the young man's foundational knowledge. If necessary, he could simply be stricter during the assessment. Chapter 21. Joy turned to sorrow after leaving the director's office. Tongfeng strolled back into the main office area. Upon entering, Yang Wei inquired with curiosity, what did the director want with you? Were you praised? In Yang Wei's eyes, Tongfeng had resolved numerous issues that morning, even apprehending a suspect in a kidnapping case, thus earning great respect for the precinct. Surely a commendation was not too much to expect. Praise? As long as I didn't face criticism, I consider myself fortunate. However, upon seeing the eager expression in Yang Wei's eyes, Tongfeng nodded vigorously, feigning an effort to suppress a smile. Ah Wei, the director also wishes for you to come up. Really? Am I involved in this? Yang Wei exclaimed, astonished. Tongfeng's demeanor was impeccably crafted, fully embodying the struggle to contain his joy. Yang Wei genuinely believed he had been commended, although he was taken aback to discover that he also had a role in the matter. It is worth noting that for an intern officer, receiving even verbal recognition from a superior is a significant validation. Indeed. Hurry along. Tongfeng earnestly patted Yang Wei on the shoulder, making an encouraging gesture. Yang Wei, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously before racing toward the director's office. Meanwhile, He Wei observed the unfolding scene with bewilderment, wondering why the promised reprimand had transformed into praise. Just as his confusion deepened, Shi Yong's thunderous voice echoed from upstairs. Are you out of your mind? Look at the actions you all took this morning. How can you even think of praise? Have you forgotten the discipline of police conduct? Witnessing Tongfeng's suppressed laughter, He Wei was rendered speechless. Truly, this was quite the mischief. One would receive a scolding, yet another would be dragged into the fray. What had become of this fellow? Why was he so cunning? Little did He Wei know that Tongfeng, with his skillful arguments, had evaded reprimand, leaving only Yang Wei as the unfortunate scapegoat, one caught in Tongfeng's sharpened crosshairs. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Yang Wei burst into the room, his figure and furious voice arriving in tandem. Tongfeng, you scoundrel! How could you deceive me after the trust one placed in you? As soon as he entered, Yang Wei charged at Tongfeng in a fit of rage. Moments ago, he had been eagerly preparing to receive accolades, only to be met with an unexpected and scathing rebuke from Shi Yong after uttering just a few words. It dawned on him that Tongfeng was not being praised. Instead, he was being set up as a scapegoat. As Tongfeng observed Yang Wei rushing towards him, he deftly sidestepped and, using both hands, pushed away Yang Wei's outstretched arm. He then advanced, pressing against Yang Wei's chest, and seized his collar, executing a swift shoulder throw reminiscent of martial arts. Just as Yang Wei was about to meet the ground, Tongfeng exerted additional force, curving Yang Wei's trajectory upwards, lifting him once more. The two instantly reverted to their initial face-to-face stance. Tongfeng chuckled as he released Yang Wei, straightening the rumpled fabric of his shirt. Stop fooling around. With your slight frame, I could take on 10 of you. Moreover, we share both fortune and adversity. My actions are merely to ensure you remain aligned with the masses, keeping our rhythms in sync. Sink my foot. Yang Wei, having experienced a free roller coaster ride, gripped Tongfeng's neck in frustration, shaking him vigorously. This scoundrel was insufferable. How could he have been friends with him from childhood? The officers in the office, wide-eyed, were enjoying the spectacle, having realized that this newcomer was undoubtedly a mischievous troublemaker. More precisely, he was cunning, even deceiving his childhood friend. Enough of this. He Wei, his expression dark, stood to separate the two. Is this a place for such antics? There is no discipline whatsoever. Master, this rascal is infuriating. He stole my cow and made me take the blame. Yang Wei glared at Tongfeng, his desire to strangle him evident. Come now, you're hardly innocent yourself. Which of his antics did you not partake in? And you dare to complain? Exactly. We're two peas in a pod. Neither of us can escape the other. Tongfeng jestingly patted Yang Wei's shoulder. What are you grinning about? He Wei admonished Tongfeng sternly. Tongfeng merely rolled his eyes in silence. Not out of lack of words, but rather because he was clever enough to know when to be assertive and when to hold back. Having endured his father's discipline for years and learned the nuances of timing. Unaware of Tongfeng's thoughts, He Wei, seeing him subdued, remarked, You want to be on field duty these next few days. Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting with joy. Really? Is it that good? For other officers, field duty was a cherished endeavor, but for Tongfeng, being exempt from it was a boon, allowing him ample time to relax and indulge in happiness. He Wei nodded, then pointed to his own desk. For these few days, you will read through the books on the table. We'll discuss your learning progress once you've finished. In the precinct, there were no designated spots for auxiliary officers or even interns, unless they were engaged in internal duties. Hence, He Wei had allowed Tongfeng to occupy his seat. Tongfeng was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze to the substantial stack of books on the desk, inhaling sharply. Master, are you joking? Tongfeng gazed in shock at He Wei, desperately seeking a hint of jest in his expression. Alas, all that adorned He Wei's somber countenance was solemnity. Do I appear to be jesting? He queried. Once you have completed your reading, I shall personally assess your knowledge. Tongfeng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Having just extricated himself from the torment of books, he found himself ensnared once more. The sight of criminal law, civil law, police conduct regulations, and an array of statutes on the table left him utterly overwhelmed. He had once believed he would never again confront the written word. Yet fate had turned the wheel, bringing him face to face with his nemesis. Master, Tongfeng's expression turned grave, his demeanor tinged with sorrow. I once swore that I would never coexist with books. Please do not trample upon my boundaries. What if I feel compelled to trample? He Wei surveyed Tongfeng from head to toe, a playful smile gracing his lips. Tongfeng, witnessing He Wei's impenetrable demeanor, felt a pang of helplessness. He had contemplated putting in more effort, but it seemed futile. Then I must revise my boundaries. However, Master, altering such limits is quite troublesome. Could you possibly show mercy? He lamented, his face a mask of despair. Troublesome? Nonsense. Just focus on your studies, and when you are proficient, we can discuss other matters. He Wei laughed heartily. Though Tongfeng was somewhat eccentric, he found him rather amusing. Deservedly so. You brought this upon yourself. Yang Wei chimed in, reveling in Tongfeng's plight. Do not act as if you are uninvolved. Gather your belongings and accompany me to interrogate those 3 extortionists. He Wei cast a sidelong glance at him, casually grabbing the case files and a thermos before departing. Yang Wei shot Tongfeng a disdainful look, snorted softly, and followed suit, leaving Tongfeng alone, seated and dejected in his chair, stewing in his own misfortune. Hey, Abu, what are you doing? Lost in thought. Wang Gu, fresh from interrogating a thief, entered and was taken aback by Tongfeng's despondent expression. What else could I be doing? Tongfeng exclaimed, slapping the books on the table in frustration. My master has commanded me to study. Studying is studying. Why the long face? Wang Gu, bewildered by Tongfeng's mindset, couldn't fathom the gravity of the situation. What is the big deal? Everyone has gone through that phase. Enough. You wouldn't understand. Tongfeng slumped over the table, lethargically waving his hand. For others, studying might not be a burden, but for him, the mere sight of books induced drowsiness. Study? What a load of nonsense. Wang Gu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retreated to his desk. Upon returning to his workspace, Wang Gu was soon surrounded by several officers who quietly explained the events that had transpired. Realizing what had happened, he looked at Tongfeng with a bemused smile. It appeared the young man had received a reprimand. After dismissing the gossiping officers, Wang Gu sat down with a grin, resuming his work. For him, receiving criticism was inconsequential. It was merely a part of the growth process. as everyone had been shaped by the scrutiny of their superiors. Chapter 22. A masterpiece of capabilities. Sighing deeply, Tongfeng disregarded the surrounding officer's curiosity. His current headache stemmed from the demands of study. Melancholy enveloped him, filled with unanswered questions, and no one informed him that being an auxiliary police officer required diligent study. Alas, one cannot evade the initial trials forever. What is done is done. After all, he had embarked on this path rather late in life. Contemplating this, Tongfeng casually picked up the criminal law book and opened its cover. Within mere moments, he thought, Sigh, indeed, I am not cut out for this. Help. With a thud, Tongfeng collapsed onto the desk, burying his face in the book. Alas, truly, this is a karmic retribution from a past life. Suddenly, an unexpected voice from the system illuminated a glimmer of hope within him. System, O great savior, assist me. Like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Tongfeng lamented in his mind. What a calamity. I must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to encounter such a host as you. Just wait. After venting his frustrations, the system fell silent. Tongfeng smirked, his spirits lifted. Did they really think they could confound him? Little did they know he possessed a system. As for the system's mockery, what of it? As long as it could resolve his challenges, it could say what it wished. After all, he had little to lose. Before long, the system chimed in again. I am back. Suddenly, a small rabbit materialized in Tongfeng's mind. It was his first glimpse of the system's avatar. Surprisingly, an adorable little rabbit. For a specific reference, please consult that year, that rabbit, those matters. However, what was with its face? It bore bruises of various hues. Tongfeng peered at the system's manifestation, puzzled. Had it been assaulted? Uffed. The little system rabbit spat out a tooth, wiping the blood from its mouth. That scoundrel was too ruthless. Had I not hired assistance, I might not have prevailed. Next time, I shall recruit more allies and give it a good thrashing. Tongfeng observed the rabbit, brandishing a brick and hopping about in a frenzy, and couldn't he help but grin. Goodness. It appeared as though it had gone on a raid. Whose audacious nature did it inherit? Yet, the situation grew increasingly amusing. Despite being a leisure system, it exhibited the demeanor of a rogue. Coupled with his profession, the future seemed bleak indeed. Are you all right? Tongfeng cautiously inquired, watching the system in a rage. I'm fine. However, this time, I suffered significant losses. I shall deduct 2 units of your happiness index as compensation. Wait. Tongfeng instantly protested. On what grounds? Why should his hard-earned happiness index be penalized twice? Deductions for this rewards compensation were one thing, but why should he bear the brunt of the system's losses? On what grounds? Isn't it for your sake? The system nearly erupted in frustration. This miserly host was a first for it, truly an eye-opener. Other systems and their hosts typically relied on one another. How had it ended up with such a peculiar host? Like a skinflint. It seemed unwilling to part with even a dime. Observing the system's furious outburst, Tongfeng quickly attempted to placate it. It was crucial to recognize that this entity was not only proud, but also possessed a rather cunning disposition. Angering it could lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Hold on. Allow me to analyze the situation for you, he urged. Your ultimate goal, is it not, to gather the happiness index? The system, resembling a little rabbit, paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, Tongfeng grinned, counting off the implications on his fingers. Since your aim is to collect the happiness index, it stands to reason that you must ensure your host, namely, me, can experience happiness. The system rabbit nodded once more. However, this presents a dilemma. If you were to arbitrarily withhold my happiness index, and I were to feel unjustly wronged, would that not render me unhappy? The system rabbit pondered this and reluctantly nodded. Thus, you ought to assist me in ensuring that I navigate each day with joy and ease. That is your rightful duty, is it not? After some contemplation, the system, recognizing its role as a leisure system, conceded that it should indeed prioritize the host's feelings to better accumulate the happiness index. With a resigned tone, the system replied, Fine. Consider this a charitable act. Tongfeng, relieved to have swayed the system, exhaled deeply, grateful to have safeguarded his interests. That is more like it. But tell me, what have you managed to procure this time? Having resolved the matter of the system's debts, Tongfeng shifted his focus to the items the system had acquired. Oh, you won't believe the value of this treasure, the system exclaimed, its small rabbit form beaming with delight, displaying its forefront teeth. With a wave of its paw, a radiant golden light swiftly enveloped Tongfeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the legendary ability, Memory Palace. Accompanied by the golden glow, Tongfeng felt a warm sensation radiating through his head, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunlight. Bliss. This comforting warmth lulled him into a state of tranquility, tempting him to doze off. Unfortunately, such sensations are fleeting, and soon Tongfeng found himself devoid of any feeling. That was quick, he mused, smacking his lips in disappointment. Don't dwell on it. You can experience the effects yourself. I must take my leave now. By the way, your happiness index is insufficient this time. Consider this ability as a credit. You must repay this debt before accruing any further rewards. With that, before Tongfeng could respond, the little rabbit vanished in an instant. Huh, am I in debt now? Realizing the situation, Tongfeng called after it. Wait, don't go. We had an agreement. Yet, despite his internal pleas, the system remained unresponsive. What a miser, he muttered under his breath, believing he had successfully outmaneuvered the system, only to discover it had outsmarted him instead. After a moment of reflection, Tongfeng realized, wait, this doesn't seem right. I've been tricked. The system fails to display even a panel, leaving one to ponder how one might ascertain their happiness index. Ultimately, isn't it merely a matter of the system dictating the numbers? How frustrating. This system seems rather dubious indeed. Without a panel, how am I to know when I can repay my dues? What if it decides to play tricks and deducts my index unfairly? As he continued to berate the system, a sudden flash of white light illuminated his mind, swiftly expanding to form a panel. Goodness, that startled me. As Tongfeng grumbled, his gaze shifted to the panel before him. The interface was remarkably simple, devoid of any ostentation. It appeared that the system was designed specifically to inform him of his happiness index. Host, Tongfeng, age, 22, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 240 kilograms, occupation, auxiliary police officer, average value of 6-dimensional physical attributes, 180. Note, the average value for a normal person is 60. For municipal athletes, it is 65 to 75, for provincial athletes 74 to 84, and for national athletes 80 to 90. Abilities, combat instinct, memory palace. Happiness value, 15,000. Wow. You really are quite straightforward. Could it be that this was hastily arranged just to prove you haven't secretly deducted my happiness index? Tongfeng couldn't help but scoff internally at the system panel, feeling utterly let down. It was far from grand. However, upon examining the data representation of his physical attributes, he found himself intrigued. After some contemplation, Tongfeng finally grasped the meaning of the 6-dimensional physical attributes. The so-called 6 dimensions refer to strength, speed, agility, constitution, skill, and control. Each of these attributes must work in harmony. For an ordinary person, the maximum value for each is 10 when an athlete undergoes training. Surpassing the average in any one area will lead to an increase in that attribute, which is precisely why they excel beyond the capabilities of the average individual. For instance, if an ordinary person can lift 100 pounds, their strength attribute is 10. In contrast, a national-level weightlifter may lift over 300 kilograms, approximately 700 pounds. If calculated according to incremental values, their strength attribute would likely exceed 70. The average maximum attribute for national athletes can reach up to 90. But since even the highest attributes do not surpass 90, how could the average possibly achieve such a value? Evidently, these values escalate exponentially. For example, lifting an additional 100 pounds might require 10 points of strength at first, but later it could necessitate 20 or even 30 points. To illustrate, 100 pounds requires 10 points, 200 pounds requires 20 points, 300 pounds 30 points, 400 pounds 40 points, and 500 pounds 60 points. 600 pounds might demand 80 points, and so forth. It is likely that the strength attributes of world record-holding weightlifters could approach 100 points. Thus, it is conceivable that an average of 90 could only be attained when 6 dimensions are combined, with strength exceeding 100 points arguably indicating a top-tier warrior in ancient times. Even if attributes surpass 100, every 30 points thereafter could yield an additional 100 points in strength. With an average attribute of 180, surely one could lift nearly 1,000 pounds. In other words, my strength surpasses the world record in weightlifting by a considerable margin of 200 to 300 pounds. It seems that the muscle I've developed has not been in vain. With a body weight reaching 204 pounds, it is indeed all muscle. At this moment, Tongfeng finally grasped the immense power contained within his physique. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that although he was aware of his considerable strength, he had never measured it specifically before. Now, having deduced his physical limits through data, could he not be taken aback? This was truly a manifestation of inherent strength. Akin to a formidable warrior from ancient times, a figure who could withstand the might of 1,000 men. Perhaps even the legendary invincible Li Yuanbao would pale in comparison. Tongfeng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing himself as an extraordinary individual, distinctly endowed with exceptional capabilities. Chapter 23. The Memory Palace of Unmatched Strength. Wait a moment. After reveling in his newfound realization, Tongfeng suddenly became aware of a peculiarity. How had he grasped such complex data all at once? As a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, he should have struggled to comprehend such intricate information. Could it be? Glancing at the abilities section that mentioned the Memory Palace, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Having watched numerous films, he was somewhat familiar with this legendary capability. The Memory Palace, as its name suggests, enhances one's spatial memory, allowing for the precise storage of everything one observes within its confines. When needed, one can effortlessly access the Memory Palace. Akin to having a storage drive within one's mind, an ability of almost supernatural proportions. What he had not anticipated was that this ability could also sharpen one's logical analysis. Without logical reasoning, how could he possibly visualize what he saw in his mind? No wonder the system, battered and bruised, still sought to acquire it. With this thought, Tongfeng couldn't help but chuckle, picturing the system's beleaguered state. However, he soon realized he might be reveling a bit too much in the system's misfortune, so he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. The effort to suppress his laughter left him with an unusually comical expression, drawing the attention of the officers in the entire office. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Tongfeng, in a moment of slight embarrassment, sought something to divert attention. Accidentally, his hand brushed against the mouse on the desk, illuminating the computer screen. Instantly, his focus shifted to the computer. Did the master forget to turn off the computer when he left? Oh, let us see if there are any little secrets. With an air of curiosity, Tongfeng began to navigate through the files, but naturally, he found nothing of interest. Not only were there no imagined treasures, but even not a single piece of software outside of work. Boring. He considered that, even if there were secrets, they would hardly be stored on a precinct's computer. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, Tongfeng suddenly recalled his memory palace. This could serve as an excellent means of testing. As for those books, to hell with them. He would read them when he had the time. He was eager to discover just how extraordinary his memory had become. With that thought, he accessed the internal network of the police system, starting with the wanted notices. For he, after all, was a police officer in his own right. The primary concern here is the fear of encountering a fugitive on the road and the potential embarrassment of failing to recognize them. As for the possibility of such an encounter, Tongfeng expressed that one should not underestimate the causal power of the system. After a morning filled with experiences, he now holds unwavering belief in it. Nevertheless, he prepares for the eventuality of meeting a fugitive on his way home, for despite the formidable nature of causality, can it truly compel a fugitive to voluntarily report to the police station? This is science, not some mystical phenomenon. As Tongfeng quietly perused the internal wanted notices, the surrounding officers, seeing no opportunity for amusement, redirected their attention to their duties. They remained oblivious to the fact that after a morning's work, Tongfeng had left an indelible impression on the minds of the police officers through a series of adept maneuvers. He was engrossed for 2 hours, only pausing when Wei and the others returned. During this time, he memorized over 3,000 wanted notices, averaging 2 seconds per notice, limited only by the refresh rate of the computer. Otherwise he could have achieved even more. Tongfeng had never felt his memory so sharp. Everything he scanned with his eyes was firmly etched in his mind, accessible whenever needed. It was akin to acquiring a supercharged CPU, a sensation that was exhilarating in its intensity. However, it appeared that Wei was not entirely pleased with Tongfeng's diligence. I see you've completed your reading, Wei remarked with a smile, gently patting Tongfeng on the shoulder. Tongfeng glanced at Wei, then at the books on the table, his lips twitching slightly as he forced an awkward smile. Well, master, I must admit I grew weary from reading. Do you believe I could take a moment to relieve my mind with these wanted notices? I believe you not at all, Wei replied. his expression darkening as he addressed Tongfeng with a sardonic smile. I know this rascal hasn't read a thing. Just ask him. Yang Wei, seizing the opportunity to expose Tongfeng's pretense, recognized at once that he had not been studying. In light of this situation, Yang Wei sought to stoke the flames of retribution, while He Wei's eyes brightened with mischief. How about a little test? Let us see how much you've retained. He was fully aware of Yang Wei's intentions, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to admonish Tongfeng, ensuring that the young man remained earnest and not resort to clever tricks. Alas, Tongfeng, feeling a pang of dread over his lack of study, suddenly recalled a book in his mind, Criminal Law. A spark ignited within him. He had indeed memorized what he had glanced at earlier. Incredible. What a divine skill, he thought. Bring it on. I studied criminal law. If you doubt me, I shall recite it for you. Observing Tongfeng's newfound bravado, He Wei was left bewildered. Had he truly misjudged the young man? Master, don't let him fool you. He might just be putting on a confident facade to dissuade us from evaluating his knowledge. Yang Wei, sensing He Wei's wavering resolve, quickly interjected. He remained skeptical that someone who had previously lagged behind would suddenly exhibit such enthusiasm for learning. It was clear he intended to rely on his wits to evade scrutiny. He Wei nodded in agreement with Yang Wei's analysis. It was not surprising that he held such an opinion. After all, in the brief time he had known Tongfeng, his most profound impression was that of a clever mind brimming with ideas. He must be cautious not to fall for any tricks. With this thought in mind, He Wei smiled and said, Since you are willing, then do showcase your skills. Humph, you dare to underestimate me? Are you not aware that a soldier should be regarded with renewed respect after 3 days apart? Watch as I astonish you. Tongfeng cast a sidelong glance at the scheming Yang Wei, cleared his throat, and began, ahem. Listen closely. The first chapter of the Criminal Law, General Principles. Article 1. Legislative purpose. Aims to punish crimes, protect the people, and in accordance with the Constitution. Establish this law based on our country's specific experiences and realities in the struggle against crime. From the very beginning, Tongfeng recited the criminal law with unbridled enthusiasm. Within moments, Yang Wei was bewildered. Had he truly studied it? Not only had he studied, but he seemed to have memorized it. It is known that the criminal law is divided into 3 parts: general principles, specific provisions, and supplementary provisions, encompassing 10 chapters and 452 articles. Could he truly have committed all this to memory? Was this the same Bu who had always been at the bottom of his class? With disbelief etched on his face, Yang Wei grabbed the criminal law from the table, following along as he listened. Meanwhile, officers in the office, witnessing this spectacle, gathered around to observe the unfolding drama. Article 60 states that for any legitimate debts incurred by a criminal prior to confiscation of property, repayment must be made from the confiscated assets at the request of the creditor. After taking a breath, Tongfeng pretended to sigh dramatically. Master, I have only memorized up to this point. I haven't reviewed the rest. Indeed, he had not studied beyond this point. He had merely flipped to that page, and thus lacked the subsequent content in his mind. After all, no matter how impressive one's memory palace might be, it is ultimately grounded in what one has seen with their own eyes. This was not a video game where one could click and instantly memorize an entire volume of law. He Wei's lips twitched involuntarily. His original intent was merely to have Tongfeng gain some understanding, not to have him recite it verbatim, which was unrealistic within such a short span of time. Yet, he was astonished that this fellow had managed to memorize up to Article 60 in such a brief period. Wait, you must have studied this before, right? He Wei suddenly realized. If he had indeed studied it, that would be a reasonable explanation. Don't be ridiculous, master. I have never touched this before. You can ask away. Tongfeng replied with a smirk, reveling in his academic triumph. The feeling of being a scholar was exhilarating. He Wei looked towards Yang Wei, seeking confirmation of Tongfeng's claim. Yang Wei nodded with a wry smile, acknowledging Tongfeng's assertion. Today, he truly viewed his good brother with newfound respect. He had not anticipated such a significant transformation after years apart. It seemed he could no longer rely on past perceptions. Chapter 24. A clever bunch. He Wei was utterly astonished by Tongfeng, an individual who had never studied criminal law, yet after merely 2 hours of engagement, could recite verbatim up to Article 60. Not a single word or punctuation mark was amiss. Incredible. Such memory. Old he indeed. You have acquired an excellent apprentice, possessing both eloquence and martial prowess. This young man should diligently apply himself. Who knows, he might soon pass the civil service examination and become an official police officer. The surrounding officers, engrossed in the spectacle, fervently discussed and exchanged compliments about Tongfeng, their words brimming with admiration and optimism. It is important to note that transitioning from auxiliary police to formal officer requires a certain tenure in the auxiliary role before one may sit for the examination. After all, a formal position is a coveted prize, not something one can pursue at will. It ultimately depends on the availability of slots. Such is the reality. In the bureaucratic realm, seniority is paramount. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent or influential connections, one must patiently endure. Moreover, there exists another avenue: achieving merits. Securing a first-class merit or 2 second-class merits can undoubtedly facilitate the transition to formal status. However, accolades are not easily attained. A first-class merit is a rare honor, often requiring years of service, while capturing an A-level wanted criminal merely qualifies for a second-class merit. This illustrates just how challenging it is to achieve the highest distinction. Furthermore, even if opportunities arise, other officers are vying for the same recognition. Why should they concede to you? Thus, auxiliary officers typically navigate the path of enduring service and examinations to attain formal status. Listening to the surrounding officers' praise, Tongfeng maintained a smile, though his lips twitched involuntarily. An examination? Such a notion was unfathomable. As a person of systematic thinking, was he not entitled to relish his own accomplishments? Observing Hiwei humbly interacting with his colleagues, Tongfeng could not help but reflect on how truly good-hearted Hiwei was. It seemed that he genuinely considered Tongfeng his apprentice. If only he knew that Tongfeng would resign in 2 years, would he be disheartened? In that moment, Tongfeng found himself at a loss. It was surprising that he was hesitant, fearing Hiwei's disappointment. Unbeknownst to Tongfeng, humans are inherently emotional beings. Empathy prevails. Hiwei's care for him stemmed from his passion for the police profession. He recognized the potential for an exceptional officer in Tongfeng. This selfless investment had gradually warmed Tongfeng's previously unrestrained spirit. Clearly, Tongfeng was developing a sense of belonging to the police force, influenced by Hiwei's unwavering dedication. Given enough time, the plans of Old Bu and Shi Yong would likely unfold successfully. After all, wisdom comes with age. Just as Tongfeng was engulfed in these thoughts, a melodious female voice jolted him back to reality. Tongfeng, someone is looking for you. Upon raising his gaze, he was surprised to find Jiang Wen standing before him, her countenance taut and displeased. Little vixen? Tongfeng blurted out. At that instant, the surroundings fell silent. The officers, including Hiwei and Yang Wei, momentarily froze before quickly distancing themselves from Tongfeng. Observing his colleagues' reactions and taking note of Jiang Wen's darkened expression, Tongfeng instantly realized he had misspoken. What did you say? Jiang Wen's voice dripped with ire. Quick on his feet, Tongfeng seized the moment and began to sing. I am but a little bird, oh ho, wishing to fly, yet unable to soar high. Yang Wei was left speechless, astonished that Tongfeng could rebound from such a blunder. The surrounding officers struggled to contain their laughter. Even Hiwei's face turned crimson from suppressing his amusement. Jiang Wen's complexion darkened further, and she cast a fierce glare at those around her. Upon meeting her gaze, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Yet their trembling shoulders betrayed the struggle they faced in suppressing their laughter. You did not say that earlier. Jiang Wen fixed her cold, piercing eyes on Tongfeng. This fellow had audaciously claimed to be lewd on more than one occasion. It was utterly outrageous. What was wrong with her? Hadn't she merely misunderstood him once? Why was he so relentless? Tongfeng involuntarily shivered, then feigned indifference as he retorted, Is singing a crime? It's merely a tongue slip. How could that be against the law? What did you hear? I distinctly sang Little Bird, and that one ow woo in the middle was simply an expressive technique. When combined, it becomes Little O Bird. How could you not comprehend that? TCH. With a serious expression, Tongfeng continued his earnest explanation while hastily stepping towards the exit. His pace somewhat hurried. Jiang Wen found herself momentarily bewildered, questioning whether she had truly misheard him. However, upon witnessing the shaking shoulders of her colleagues, she quickly realized she had been duped. Tongfeng, you scoundrel! Don't run away. Tongfeng, startled, took off running. And just as Jiang Wen was about to pursue him, she was restrained by Hiwei. Enough! What kind of decorum is this? We are in the police hall. Do you intend to chase him outside? What would the public think if they witnessed this? He Wei barked at the increasingly agitated Jiang Wen. In his view, since Tongfeng and Jiang Wen had only just met, there could be no deep-seated grievances between them. It was merely Tongfeng's loose tongue that had provoked her. Such matters should be resolved privately. If Jiang Wen were to chase after him and make a scene, it would surely tarnish the police's reputation. However, what He Wei did not realize was that this was the second time Tongfeng had referred to Jiang Wen in such a derogatory manner. And with both old and new grievances at play, it was no wonder she had erupted. Fortunately, Jiang Wen was still capable of reasoning. After He Wei's admonition, she recognized that he had her best interests at heart. Had she recklessly charged out, causing a disturbance, she would likely have faced a reprimand. I understand, Officer He. Thank you for holding me back. I have calmed down now. Seeing her composure restored, He Wei released his grip. That's good. When Tongfeng returns, I will make him apologize to you. He Wei smiled at Jiang Wen, while inwardly chastising Tongfeng for provoking a young woman. Such thoughtlessness. Indeed, the master could not let that boy off lightly this time. He must be taught a lesson. Yang Wei, seizing the opportunity, was eager to concoct schemes against Tongfeng, intent on ensuring that He Wei would administer a proper reprimand. This clearly illustrated that he and Tongfeng were indeed akin to brothers, sharing a petty nature that was unmistakable. The surrounding officers stifled their laughter as they observed the trio of master and disciples. How had they not noticed Yang Wei's propensity for mischief before? Had Tongfeng somehow brought forth his true character? Alas, old He was in for a challenge. For neither of his disciples was easy to manage. As for He Wei, it seems as though a flock of crows is soaring above his head, and his heart is in tumult. What on earth has become of these two? How can they be so adept at tormenting others? Behind him, Tongfeng remains oblivious to the happenings in the office hall, secretly reveling in his own clever response. In the words of Sister Bauer, he feels utterly brilliant. Being able to untangle such a seemingly fatal predicament, he truly is the chosen one. Filled with satisfaction, he sauntered into the police hall, where a familiar face immediately caught his eye. Chapter 25. A fortuitous encounter. Is it you? Wu Feifei greeted with a radiant smile. Surprised to see me? Wasn't it agreed that I would deliver the law enforcement recorder to you? Tongfeng suddenly understood. He had indeed forgotten. It was no wonder, as he had only been on the job for half a day and had yet to fully acclimate. Furthermore, after parting ways with the criminal investigation team, he had endured quite a few events, causing him to entirely overlook the matter of the recorder. Thank you. I truly would have forgotten if you hadn't come. Tongfeng replied with a slight smile, accepting the recorder from Wu Feifei. The criminal investigation team has already reviewed the footage. I had no idea you were so capable. Wu Feifei appraised Tongfeng with a smile, her gaze lingering a moment longer on his tattered sleeve. It was hard to fathom that such immense strength resided within him. During the playback of the footage, his action of pulling the car door had astonished the members of the criminal investigation team. Noticing her gaze, Tongfeng chuckled. Don't mind it. This is the only oversized uniform we have at the station, and I forgot to sew it up during lunch. Not a problem. However, you should tidy up soon to preserve the image of the police. I must take my leave. Wu Feifei waved goodbye and turned to walk away. But after a couple of steps, she suddenly halted. She turned back to Tongfeng, exclaiming, almost forgot. Captain Chi asked me to convey a message. If you are willing, you can join our criminal investigation team. If you agree, the civil servant examination quota is yours. A question mark slowly appeared above Tongfeng's head. What is this confident expression you wear, dear lady? Who informed you that I intend to take the civil servant examination? Seeing Tongfeng in a daze, Wu Feifei assumed he was overwhelmed with joy, not realizing that the city offers only one examination quota for auxiliary police officers each year. A true case of too many monks and too little porridge, and for Captain Chi to offer this quota evidently required leveraging her own connections with her former superiors. This decision was made after Captain Chi had reviewed all of Tongfeng's law enforcement footage today. Through the recordings, the team had gained a new appreciation for Tongfeng's abilities. Clever, quick-witted, possessing exceptional logical skills, coupled with remarkable physical prowess and impressive driving skills. With professional training, he could swiftly become a competent detective, particularly given his solid psychological qualities. However, it was clear that Captain Chi did not anticipate Tongfeng's true feelings. Please extend my gratitude to Captain Chi. However, I find great comfort in my current position. As for the examination quota, I shall not shamelessly accept it. It would be better to pass it on to someone in greater need. He had rejected the offer. He actually turned it down. Wu Feifei felt a sense of bewilderment. Such a precious opportunity was fiercely coveted by numerous auxiliary police officers, yet he appeared utterly indifferent. She gazed intently at Tongfeng, attempting to discern whether he was merely feigning modesty. However, Tongfeng remained composed, exuding an air of authenticity. Under the scrutiny of a captivating beauty, he felt somewhat uneasy, glancing at his attire and touching his face. Did he present any flaw? Unable to endure Wu Feifei's penetrating gaze, he feigned nonchalance, tilting his head to divert her attention. As he did so, Tongfeng's eyes wandered to the waiting area of the police hall, a designated space for the public attending to affairs at the precinct. Typically bustling with individuals, today, however, only a handful occupied the sparse seating. Among them, one young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, donned a pure white t-shirt, paired with vibrantly patterned shorts and flip-flops adorning his feet. His features were somewhat delicate, not conventionally handsome, yet possessing a certain charm. At that moment, he seemed engrossed in his phone, appearing less like a person attending to business and more like someone awaiting a companion. Tongfeng found himself momentarily stunned. Goodness! It appeared that an opportunity had presented itself. What troubles you? Wu Feifei inquired, puzzled by Tongfeng's sudden distraction. They had been engaged in a lively conversation moments earlier, yet now he seemed lost in thought. He gestured for her to remain still, before striding towards the young man. Lu Bing? Tongfeng inquired, his voice low as he stood before the young man. Lu Bing, taken aback by the sight of this youthful officer, realized he did not recognize him. Was he an acquaintance from the past? Who are you? He asked. Ah, it truly is you. Although confident in his memory, the unexpected encounter stirred a sense of disbelief within him. Yet, was the world of consequences so convoluted that a criminal could present themselves at his doorstep without ever leaving home? To what extent could one be foolish? Do we know each other? Lu Bing struggled to recall, as he was certain he did not recognize this individual. Observing Lu Bing's confusion, Tongfeng nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, how foolish can you be? Do you recall what you did 2 years ago? The unfolding situation quickly garnered the attention of nearby officers and patrons, all eyes drawn to this encounter. 2 years ago, Lu Bing's heart sank. It was only upon Tongfeng's reminder that he recalled the incident. 2 years prior, he had been drinking with friends, which had led to a quarrel and subsequently, violence. He had struck one individual with a bottle and stabbed another. Upon seeing blood, fear had gripped him. He hurried home, packed a few belongings, and fled to a relative's house in another city. He spent a year evading capture, only to learn later that the victim had survived, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, for peace of mind, he had remained in hiding for another year, returning now under the impression that the storm had passed. However, to his astonishment, while accompanying a friend to the police station today, a police officer suddenly approached him, bringing up a matter from the past. Officer, you must be mistaken. I did nothing 2 years ago. Lu Bing chuckled awkwardly, attempting to evade the situation. Surrounded by numerous individuals attending to their affairs, Tongfeng had no intention of indulging in Lu Bing's antics. Noticing his refusal to admit the truth, he spoke up. Mistaken? You came here voluntarily, so if you cooperate, I might consider it a confession. If I reveal this, you will surely regret it. Seeing that Tongfeng did not elaborate, Lu Bing, thinking himself clever, feigned ignorance. Officer, I do not understand what you are talking about. TSK, it seems you shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you believe that after 2 years, this matter has simply vanished? 2 years ago, you were involved in a drunken altercation, resulting in one victim sustaining minor injuries and another suffering serious harm. Do you think that by hiding for 2 years, this incident would be forgotten? You are likely unaware that you have already been listed as a wanted person online. How dare you brazenly present yourself here? Do you think we are blind? Tongfeng let out a cold laugh, thoroughly unmasking Lu Bing's pretense. It is essential to note that Tongfeng had not only seen the wanted notice issued by the Ministry of Public Security, but also the list of fugitives within the city. After all, while catching the big fish is crucial, one cannot afford to overlook the small ones. The surrounding officers were momentarily taken aback, but soon, one quick-thinking officer swiftly accessed the internal network's fugitive tracking page. As he inputted the information, Lu Bing's details prominently appeared on the computer screen. Indeed, he was a fugitive. How audacious! Did he look down upon us? Tongfeng, observing Lu Bing, who was now drenched in cold sweat, smirked and stated, I will give you a choice. Will you cooperate willingly, or do you intend to resist? Lu Bing, with a mournful expression, slumped into a chair. Resist? What audacity he had! Resisting at the police station? He was no Rambo. Was he to believe he could escape from the precinct? Chapter 26. The gossiping Wang Gu. Seeing Lu Bing's demeanor, Bu Tongfeng nodded. A wise choice. You are far more rational than certain foolish thieves. Come with me. With that, Bu Tongfeng reached out, seized Lu Bing's arm, and guided him towards the officer's office area. Lu Bing's case had long been under the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team, and once apprehended, it would be handed over to them. Having caught the suspect himself, the subsequent transfer to the criminal investigation team was a mere formality, especially with a mentor at hand. Why not take advantage of a helpful mentor? Watching Bu Tongfeng escort Lu Bing away, the officers and civilians in the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. What an eye-opener. This was the first time they had witnessed a criminal voluntarily surrendering. Even Wu Feifei was taken aback. It seemed Bu Tongfeng merely glanced at Lu Bing and instantly recognized him. Was he truly that perceptive, or was it mere luck? Confused, she initially intended to follow, but then realized she was in a police station. With a resigned smile, she turned and exited. As a mere intern officer in the criminal investigation team, what right did she have to interfere in the affairs of the precinct? Bu Tongfeng appeared to have forgotten her entirely as he continued to lead the despondent Lu Bing into the officer's office area. Upon entering, He Wei immediately spotted them. However, before He Wei could utter a word, Bu Tongfeng had already brought Lu Bing before him. Who is this? He Wei stared blankly at the person before him, unable to comprehend the implications of Bu Tongfeng's words. A fugitive. 2 years ago, he had caused severe injury to someone. After evading capture for 2 years, he had now willingly walked into a trap. Observing He Wei's puzzled expression, Bu Tongfeng felt compelled to clarify. What? He turned himself in? Why bring him here? He Wei was rendered speechless. At the very least, he should have been taken to an interrogation room or a detention cell. Instead, they had brought him to the office hall. Bu Tongfeng chuckled and explained, It's not a surrender. This fellow thought the storm had passed and accompanied a friend for business, only to be recognized by me. Moreover, his case is with the criminal police team. Shouldn't we contact them about this? That's when I thought of my mentor. You really are something. I don't even know what to say to you. Fine, hand him over. As he spoke, He Wei retrieved handcuffs from his belt and secured them on Lu Bing before leading him out. Just before exiting, he turned back to Bu Tongfeng and remarked, Go apologize to Jiang Wan. As a grown man, you shouldn't always be at odds with women. What does the mentor mean? Bu Tongfeng was taken aback. Looking curiously at Yang Wei, he means you are petty. Yang Wei shot Bu Tongfeng a sidelong glance, still harboring resentment over being deceived by him. Huh, you're no different. Bu Tongfeng retorted with irritation. Not bad, You've got it. A passing officer patted Bu Tongfeng on the shoulder, grinning as he moved past. Impressive. You've encountered a fugitive who has been elusive for years. Another person followed suit, giving him a friendly pat. I have high hopes for you. But remember, we big men shouldn't bully little girls. As Wang Gu approached Bu Tongfeng, ready to pat his shoulder, Bu Tongfeng swiftly seized his wrist. Wang Gu, what is going on with you all? Bu Tongfeng was perplexed by the sudden warmth from his colleagues. Haha, to establish yourself in the police force, you must excel in interpersonal skills and possess capability. Both are indispensable. You've earned their recognition. From now on, you're one of us. Wang Jifeng explained with a smile as he patted Bu Tongfeng's shoulder. Is this what it means to integrate into the collective? Bu Tongfeng felt incredulous. It seemed too simplistic. What Bu Tongfeng did not realize was that while it was easy for him, it was not necessarily the same for others. Every collective inevitably harbors exclusivity. This is an inescapable reality for anyone unless they can truly integrate into the group. Moreover, the police force, much like the military, venerates strength. And the foremost requirement is to be personable. Without that, no amount of strength would earn the respect of others. Throughout the mornings spent with Bu Tongfeng, all the officers could sense his genuine warmth towards others. Aside from his sharp tongue, he had no significant flaws. Coupled with his impressive record, it was evident that every colleague would appreciate someone with a good temper and strong abilities. Wang Jifeng, being one of the first to engage with Bu Tongfeng, held a deeper recognition of him. At that moment, he patted Bu Tongfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, as someone who has been through it, I must remind you, you're not a child anymore. Don't engage in actions that might annoy girls, that will only provoke their aversion. Now she has gone out for field work. When she returns, make sure to offer her a sincere apology. What are you talking about? Bu Tongfeng was bewildered. What on earth is this about? Brother Wang, have you misunderstood something? No need to explain. I understand. Wang Jifeng said with a knowing look. You understand nothing. Tongfeng felt like crying. Good grief. Just half a day into work, and already there are rumors? Enough. Brother Wang, I want to explain any further. The innocent shall remain untainted. Tongfeng let out a bitter laugh, pulled out a chair, and sat down, casually picking up a book from the table. Observing Tongfeng's demeanor, Wang Jifeng was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had truly misjudged him? Brother Wang, you're going to make me laugh to death. If Abu were capable of courting women, even pigs would climb trees. This guy is as straight as they come, pure titanium alloy. Yang Wei, who had been spectating nearby, couldn't he help but clarify upon seeing Wang Jifeng's puzzled expression. Wang Jifeng's face turned crimson. It turned out he had misunderstood. Haha, so it was my mistake. You carry on, you carry on. Watching Wang Jifeng awkwardly make his escape, Tongfeng shook his head in silence. Sigh, I haven't even asked you yet. Why do you call Jiang one little filthy girl? With no one around, Yang Wei pulled up a chair and sat beside Tongfeng. What business is it of yours? Tongfeng rolled his eyes. This guy's curiosity was indeed overwhelming, making him quite suited for police work. TCH, if you want to speak, then what is the big deal? Yang Wei picked up a book and began to read. Less than 2 minutes passed. Come on, just tell me. Get lost. Tongfeng didn't even change his position, not lifting his head as he replied. Damn. Yang Wei silently flipped him the bird and turned back around. Another 2 minutes passed. Before Yang Wei could say anything, Tongfeng's fist had already reached his face. Yang Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his words and becoming utterly obedient. Throughout the afternoon, Tongfeng diligently read, not because he had suddenly become studious, but because he wished to finish the book swiftly, lest he become a mere slacker. At 6 in the evening, Tongfeng set down the book he had been holding, having completed all the reading material prepared by He Wei. The knowledge had already taken residence in his mind. Mission accomplished. All afternoon, Tongfeng maintained a rapid pace, flipping through the pages, leaving Yang Wei utterly astonished. Is this reading, or is he scanning? Flipping through that quickly, what can he possibly remember? He probably can't even see the words. As Tongfeng packed his belongings and prepared to change clothes for the end of the workday, Yang Wei, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally asked, Can you really see what you've read after flipping through all those books? Of course. Or else. Would I be idle? Tongfeng smirked, revealing a smile. Time to clock out. Another delightful day has come to an end. Tongfeng stretched lazily before exiting the office to change clothes. Watching Tongfeng's retreating figure, Yang Wei picked up a book and attempted to flip through it at the same speed, but soon set it down. Damn, how foolish of me to believe that. Chapter 27. On the way home, having changed clothes, Tongfeng walked out of the break room holding his uniform. Abu off work? Yes. Off work, Lu Go. Alas. Is Sun Gu still here? Yes, on the night shift. He was just about to head to the canteen. Have you left, Abu? Yes. I'm off work. As they exited the police station, every passerby greeted Tongfeng, affirming Wang Ji's words that he had indeed been embraced by the community. In just a single day, he had seamlessly integrated into this collective, a testament to his innate social prowess. Wait for me, Big Orange. Yang Wei, who had just changed his clothes, called out as he chased after him. Tongfeng turned around, puzzled, and asked, What do you need me for at home? It's not as if we're headed in the same direction. I'm coming over to your place for a meal, and I might just stay the night. Yang Wei replied, grinning as he trailed behind Tongfeng. Previously, when their parents were preoccupied with work, they often shared meals. Having lived in the same neighborhood and maintained a cordial relationship between their families. Are you just going to show up empty-handed? Tongfeng teased with a smile. He had often done the same, staying at Yang Wei's house whenever his parents were too busy to attend to him. Just being able to go over is a privilege. Do you expect gifts too? Let us go. Tongfeng chuckled silently, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The two pushed their electric scooter out of the police station, and Yang Wei plopped down onto the back seat. Upon noticing the pink helmet perched atop Tongfeng's head, he felt a surge of embarrassment. The pink scooter was one thing, but the matching helmet was quite another. Don't wear that. You're going to embarrass me. Yang Wei exclaimed. How did I never realize you were this effeminate? Effeminate, my foot. This is my mom's shopping vehicle. The family car was taken this morning, so I had to make do with this. Tongfeng retorted, mounting the scooter. Hold on tight. He called out before accelerating, causing the scooter to lurch forward. Yang Wei nearly lost his balance and managed to grasp Tongfeng's shirt just in time. Whoa, this little electric beast has some kick. Can you take it easy? You're so fussy. Yang Wei rolled his eyes. Engaging in a reasonable conversation with Tongfeng could be exasperating, for his tongue was indeed quite sharp. Suddenly, Yang Wei noticed that the area where he was gripping Tongfeng's shirt felt rigid. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to squeeze it. Handcuffs. Hey, why are you still wearing handcuffs after your shift? Yang Wei asked, bewildered. Although the police station did not prohibit officers from taking their equipment outside, most would secure such items in their drawers or locked cabinets in the break room after hours. It was uncommon for officers to carry them out for unforeseen circumstances. Tongfeng replied nonchalantly, as if asserting a fundamental truth. Yang Wei burst into laughter. Huh, do you really think criminals are lining up for you to apprehend them? You're lucky today. Otherwise, you wouldn't see a single one. To be thinking of catching criminals even after work. What a madman you are. The police station did not encounter criminal cases every day. Most of their work involved addressing trivial matters within their jurisdiction. For instance, cases where children were punished by parents for poor exam results prompted calls to the police, or when dog owners failed to leash their pets, causing alarm, or even neighborly disputes leading to calls for intervention. In the realm of film and television, it is a rarity for police officers to emerge amidst grand cases. The mundane duties of a local police station predominantly involve maintaining social order and occasionally mediating neighborhood disputes. Tongfeng is well aware of this reality, having grown up in a police station himself. However, the past is the past. Now, due to the relentless influence of fate, he must remain ever vigilant. After traversing for over an hour, the duo arrived in Yangqing, with approximately 30 minutes remaining until they reached home. The lengthy journey was one of the reasons Tongfeng desired to relocate. Suddenly, as they approached the intersection of a commercial street, Tongfeng abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Whoa! The sudden stop caused Yang Wei to collide with him due to inertia. What on earth? Why such a sudden break? Yang Wei exclaimed, rubbing his chest in irritation. Ignoring him, Tongfeng stepped out of the car and walked toward the entrance of the commercial street. Yang Wei, momentarily taken aback, recalled Tongfeng's earlier words regarding being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Could they have truly encountered something unexpected? With this thought in mind, he hastily exited the vehicle and parked it before quickly running to catch up with Tongfeng. At that moment, Tongfeng was standing before a vendor in his 40s. Yang Wei blinked in surprise at the sight. Could this vendor be a wanted criminal? How much for this dog? Tongfeng's inquiry nearly caused Yang Wei to collapse in disbelief. Good heavens! Are you in such a rush just to buy a dog? I thought you had discovered a fugitive. The vendor, whose complexion was darkened by years under the sun, was clad in camouflage attire, seated casually by the roadside at the entrance of the commercial street. Before him was a metal cage containing 4 puppies, characterized by their black backs, brown bellies, slender legs, and elongated ears and snouts. Haha, my brother, you have a keen eye? These pups are genuine mixed-breed Lijo Reds. The vendor eagerly began his sales pitch upon recognizing potential customers. Lijo Red? What is that? Yang Wei queried, gazing curiously at the puppies, having never heard the term before. The vendor chuckled and explained, Huh? The Lijo Red is a hybrid breed developed from Great Danes, German Shepherds, Korean Dosa dogs, Shandong hounds, Japanese wolfhounds, and local breeds, combining the finest genes of mastiffs and wolf breeds. They are agile, adept hunters, formidable, loyal to their owners, intellectually sharp, and easily trainable, making them exceptional working dogs. Many hunters used to employ them as hunting dogs. Intrigued by the vendor's knowledgeable description, Yang Wei could not help but ask, Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Such an impressive breed should be more well known. The vendor, with earnestness, replied, I assure you, I am not boasting. My ancestors were hunters, and though hunting is no longer permitted, I still possess considerable knowledge about hunting dogs. Many refer to the Lijo Red as the Soviet Red. Yet it is an indigenous breed of our homeland, and many police forces have trained them as working dogs. This attests to their capabilities, rivaling foreign breeds. All right then, how much do you sell these dogs for? Tongfeng interjected, interrupting the vendor's enthusiastic discourse. The vendor, momentarily speechless, pondered the peculiar phrasing. What do you mean? My dog. The vendor spat, his words twisting in the air. My dog, a splendid creature, has a purebred Lijo Red for a mother and a wild wolf for a father. This litter is a remarkable blend. I do not breed dogs for a living. I am merely selling them due to the overwhelming number of dogs in my household. Tongfeng silently scoffed. These dog traders always boast, claiming wild wolves as lineage. How could a hunting dog possibly mate with a wild wolf? Enough of this. Let us discuss the price. Tongfeng interrupted the vendor's grandstanding. 2,000 each. Yang Wei exclaimed, are you robbing me? 2,000 is enough to purchase a renowned breed. I'll take it. Goodness. Are you mad? Spending 2,000 on a puppy? With that money, you could acquire a German Shepherd or a sheepdog, which is far more sensible. Yang Wei was astonished that Tongfeng was willing to buy without haggling. He must have money to burn. No need to concern yourself. Money cannot buy happiness. Vendor. May I choose? Tongfeng smiled, pointing at the puppies in the cage. Certainly. The vendor beamed, having spent the afternoon without selling a single puppy. Many inquired but deemed the prices too steep. Finally encountering a buyer, he was eager to please and would not quibble over trivial matters. Yang Wei rolled his eyes. Seeing Tongfeng's mind was made up, he ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Chapter 28. Arriving home, Tongfeng chuckled as he reached into the cage, playfully engaging with the 4 puppies. 3 of them yelped and chased his fingers, occasionally pouncing and nipping in a spirited game. The remaining 1 lay quietly in the corner, observing with indifference, seemingly devoid of energy. The reaction of this little pup caught Tongfeng's attention. Curiously, he extended his finger to tease it. However, the little creature merely regarded him with a glance, allowing his antics to continue. Fascinating. I shall take this one, Tongfeng declared, lifting the quiet pup from the cage. The vendor, smiling broadly, complimented him. You have an eye for quality. This one is the smartest among the 4. Whether it is truly intelligent remains to be seen. Yet it certainly captivates me. Allow me to process your payment. Tongfeng took out his phone, preparing to pay. Indeed, a good connection is paramount. The vendor produced his phone and revealed a QR code. Beep. Wait. Isn't that a picture of a girl? Upon scanning, Tongfeng noticed the payment interface displayed a girl's profile as the recipient. He chuckled. That is my daughter. I am not accustomed to these electronic payments. Speaking of his daughter, a loving smile spread across the vendor's face, suggesting she must be a cherished little darling. Tongfeng smiled in return, casually transferring the 2,000 yuan. The transaction is complete. Tongfeng showed the vendor the successful payment screenshot. Excellent. Thank you for your patronage. The vendor nodded appreciatively. By the way, could you share some tips on dog care? Just as Tongfeng was about to leave, he recalled the vendor mentioning his family's lineage as hunters, suggesting he must possess some wisdom in dog rearing. Lijo Reds are quite easy to care for. Simply treat them as beloved pets. If I wish to train it as a working dog, what should I do? The vendor was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Tongfeng, who met his gaze with calm assurance. Training any type of working dog necessitates profound expertise, akin to that of police or hunting dogs. The average person may only manage basic commands like sit or lie down. Yet Tongfeng boldly asserted his intention to train a working dog, piquing the vendor's curiosity regarding his background. However, reassured by Tongfeng's harmless demeanor, the vendor did not withhold information. What kind of working dog are you considering? Hearing this, Tongfeng's interest was piqued, sensing that the vendor might indeed possess some valuable insights. Could you elaborate? The vendor waved his hand dismissively. There is no harm in sharing. The Lijo Red is inherently an excellent working dog. While I'm not well versed in other breeds, if you wish to train it as a hunting dog, you must start by feeding it raw meat from a young age and later introduce live poultry to hone its hunting instincts. However, hunting is no longer permitted by the state. Moreover, without professional experience, I would advise against training it as a hunting dog, as such methods are difficult for an ordinary person to master. A mistake could lead to aggressive behavior, posing a risk to others. Tongfeng nodded, rising to his feet. I understand. Thank you, sir. Not at all. After bidding farewell to the vendor, Tongfeng cradled the little creature as he and Yang Wei returned to their electric scooter. I truly don't know what to say. You just bought it like that. Yang Wei still couldn't fathom why Tongfeng would spend 2,000 yuan on a puppy. It seemed like an extravagant whim. I like it. I wanted it. Is that so hard to understand? Tongfeng retorted. In truth, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, a matter of fate, particularly upon seeing the little one. He felt an inexplicable connection, a serendipitous bond with the creature. Could it be the system's doing? A sudden thought crossed his mind, causing Tongfeng to momentarily pause. Then he shook his head in self-deprecation. He had become increasingly sensitive. It appeared that the repercussions of his recent experiences weighed heavily on him. Now, everyone seems suspect. I don't care whether you're pleased or not. But do you have a permit for keeping a dog in the city? Yang Wei climbed onto the back seat of the scooter, eyeing Tongfeng, who was cradling the puppy, and posed a serious question. We'll deal with that later. Tongfeng replied with a slight smile. It's just a matter of getting a permit. He glanced at the scooter, pondering where the little one could comfortably sit. In a basket? At such a small size. It could easily fall. Should I let you hold it? Not a chance. After a moment's consideration, Tongfeng lifted the hem of his shirt and tucked the puppy inside, then adjusted his shirt into his pants, gently patting the little creature through the fabric. He smiled proudly. See, this works perfectly. Yang Wei stared in disbelief at the scene, having anticipated that Tongfeng would hand the puppy to him, and was just about to reach out. Although he had discouraged Tongfeng from the purchase, it was merely due to the price. Not because he disliked the adorable little creature. He too wished to hold it. What are you reaching out for? Tongfeng questioned, looking at Yang Wei's outstretched hand. Nothing. Yang Wei replied, retracting his hand with an annoyed expression. Ah, I see you haven't changed. Tongfeng glanced at him before mounting the electric scooter. Hold on tight. He called, and the two continued their journey. In the underground parking lot of Huayuan Community on Xingfu Street, Yangsheng, Tongfeng parked the scooter beside his designated space and casually removed his helmet, placing it in the scooter's basket. Let's go? It's been years since you last visited. Do you still remember the way? Tongfeng beckoned Yang Wei to step into the elevator, silently gesturing for him to press the button. Yang Wei remained silent, reaching out to press the button for the 22nd floor. Although years had passed, Yang Wei had frequently visited Tongfeng's home back in the day, so he could hardly forget the floor number. Moreover, the community had hardly changed, and memories of his youth flooded back the moment he arrived. Yang Wei had spent his adolescence in this very neighborhood. The two families had purchased their homes together, and he had lived here for over a decade. It was surprising how quickly the years had passed, and now, the two young men found themselves reunited. Truly a stroke of luck. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the 22nd floor. Come on. My parents will be thrilled to see you, Tongfeng urged as they stepped out of the elevator. The building's layout featured 2 apartments per floor, with Tongfeng's family residing at 2201 on the left side near the east. Knock, knock, knock. Due to the building's age, Tongfeng's home lacked a doorbell, so visitors always had to knock. You're here, and you still haven't brought your keys. A deep male voice resonated from within, followed by the sound of the door opening. It was none other than Tongfeng's father, Jianan, who, nearing 50, still maintained a robust physique. With thick eyebrows and a square face, his piercing eyes occasionally revealed a flicker of intensity. Jianan, a former military officer, had transitioned to a criminal investigator for nearly a decade before becoming the station chief at the local police station for the sake of his family. Despite his retirement, he upheld the discipline of military life. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to a sedentary lifestyle, unlike Shi Yong, another former soldier who had developed a beer belly. Why do you never bring your keys? Let's not dwell on that. Look who I've brought back. Tongfeng sidestepped, revealing Yang Wei behind him. Hello, Uncle Bu. Yang Wei greeted with a smile. Jianan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. Is that you, Yang Wei? His hesitation was understandable. After all, it had been years since they had last met. When Yang Wei's family left, he had been a bit chubby, but after rigorous training at the police academy, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had it not been for Jianan's keen eyes, which detected a hint of resemblance, he might not have recognized him at all. It's me, Yang Wei. Uncle Bu, it's been ages. You still have an impressive eye for detail. I've changed so much, yet you recognized me instantly. Yang Wei complimented with a smile. Tongfeng smirked. I'm even more impressive. I recognized you the moment we met. Haha, it truly is you. You've bulked up quite a bit since we last met. Come on in, Jianan exclaimed, pulling Yang Wei's arm and ushering him inside. Tongfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Dad, have you forgotten that your son is still standing outside? He couldn't help but wonder who truly was his son. With a brief complaint, Tongfeng followed him inside. Chapter 29, Family Banquet. Chenlan. Chenlan, come quickly to see who has arrived. Who is it? I just heard a lot of chatter outside. Upon hearing Jianan's call, Chenlan, Tongfeng's mother, emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Jianan enthusiastically pulled Yang Wei forward, clapping him on the shoulder. Take a look at who this is. Chenlan gazed at the young man before her, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet struggling to place him. After all, Yang Wei had changed considerably. Bu Jianan recognized him purely due to his professional instincts. Mom, this is Yang Wei, the boy who used to come to our house for meals. Bu Tongfeng's reminder triggered an instant recollection in Chunlan's mind, and she looked at the tall, slender, handsome young man before her with surprise. You are Xiao Wei, the chubby little boy? Hello, Auntie. It's been ages. And you still look as beautiful as ever. Yang Wei's compliment made Chunlan beam with delight. No woman can resist praise. Haha. You little rascals still know how to charm. You've grown into quite the young man. It's been so many years. How are your parents? Yang Wei politely replied. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. My parents are doing well. That's wonderful. Please, have a seat. I still have dishes cooking in the pot. So I won't keep you long. You must stay for dinner. Chunlan suddenly remembered the food on the stove and hurried back to the kitchen. Haha, Auntie. I came here to mooch off dinner. I've been craving your cooking for years. All right. If you love it, make sure to eat plenty. With a beaming smile, Chunlan rushed into the kitchen. Come and sit. Bu Jianan called from the sofa. Bu Tongfeng observed Yang Wei, who seemed a bit reserved, and couldn't help but express his thoughts. Sit down. Don't be so stiff. You weren't like this before. We're all familiar with each other. There's no need to act so refined. Yang Wei shot him a silent glare before settling onto the sofa. After all, it had been years since they last met, and Yang Wei was no longer the naive boy he once was. Being a guest, it was only proper to adhere to certain decorum. Bu Jianan chuckled as he patted Yang Wei's shoulder. Bu was right. Don't be so formal. Rest assured, Uncle. I've always considered this place my second home. While it's important to maintain decorum, one must also know how to converse. In this regard, Yang Wei had indeed matured. If it were in the past, he would have already been playing around with Bu Tongfeng. Bu Jianan nodded with a smile, acknowledging the young man's growth and understanding of propriety. What does Xiao Wei do now? Uncle, I'm currently interning as a police officer at the same precinct as Bu. Upon hearing that Yang Wei had become a police officer, Bu Jianan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Wei is a police officer now. Haha. Following in his father's footsteps is quite commendable. You're so considerate, unlike this little rascal, whom I have to chase with a belt. At this, he shot a disapproving glance at Bu Tongfeng. Bu Tongfeng was momentarily speechless. What have I done to deserve this? Why do I always end up as the comparison to someone else's child? Uncle, Bu has been doing quite well today. He has certainly made quite an impression. Bu Tongfeng cast a glance at Yang Wei that conveyed a sense of camaraderie. Yang Wei rolled his eyes in response, silently thinking, were it not for the bond of brotherhood, I would not be inclined to smooth things over for you. Bu Jianan appeared momentarily taken aback. Although he had pressured Bu Tongfeng into becoming an auxiliary police officer, he had not paid him much heed. In Bu Jianan's eyes, what could an auxiliary officer, especially one who had only recently joined, accomplish? Yet, from Yang Wei's words, it seemed that today was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Wei, do share with your uncle what this rascal has been up to today. Uncle, let me tell you, that scoundrel Bu. While it was perhaps against his will for Bu Jianan to boast about Yang Wei on Bu Tongfeng's behalf, he was well aware of Bu Jianan's expectations for Bu Tongfeng. Now that Bu Tongfeng had seemingly met those expectations, albeit imperfectly, it was worthwhile to share it with Uncle Bu to bring him some joy. Bu Tongfeng sat quietly on the sidelines, listening intently as Yang Wei recounted the events of the day. Many would have felt embarrassed in his position, but he was thoroughly engrossed. It was a rare delight to hear praise from a childhood friend. Yang Wei finally paused after detailing how Bu Tongfeng had seen through the muddled escape plan. And that is the entire story, Uncle. At that moment, a satisfied smile spread across Bu Jianan's face. That rascal has finally redeemed himself. Seeing his father's smile, Bu Tongfeng patted his chest and, with unrestrained pride, declared, Old Bu, who am I? Your son. Though I may be reluctant, I will not slack off in my duties. You brat, dinner's ready. Come and eat. Came Chunlan's voice from the kitchen. Let's eat first. We can discuss the rest later. Upon hearing the call, Bu Jianan beckoned the two to the dining room. What a feast! Bu Tongfeng exclaimed, astonished at the array of 7 or 8 dishes on the table. What occasion calls for such an elaborate spread? Chunlan emerged from the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks. Upon hearing Bu Tongfeng's remark, she chuckled. Your father bought the ingredients. I believe you understand the reason behind it. However, since Xiao Wei is here, I added a couple more dishes out of joy. Seeing his wife so quickly reveal his intentions, Bu Jianan shot her an annoyed glance. Bu Tongfeng, taken aback, stared at his father in disbelief. What are you staring at? Your mother is just rambling. I only wanted to indulge a little. The gaze from his son caused Bu Jianan to momentarily lose his composure, and he shot back a glare of his own. Yang Wei observed the interaction between the father and son and dutifully scurried off to help Chen Lan serve the rice. Bu Tongfeng couldn't help but smile. Such restrained paternal affection. He had not anticipated that the old man could be quite so proud. It seemed that his promise to his father of becoming a police officer truly brought him joy. Bu Tongfeng felt a surge of determination to become a genuine police officer for his father's sake. Enough with the glaring, you two. Come and eat. Chen Lan interjected, irritated by the escalating tension between the two men. With his wife's interruption, Bu Jianan conceded defeat, but not before casting one final glare at Bu Tongfeng. Perhaps as a form of self-consolation. Let us eat. Bu Tongfeng, still lost in his thoughts, responded naturally to his father's voice. Chen Lan smiled as she placed the dishes in front of the two. Xiao Wei, do eat more. Please, don't be shy. Yang Wei smiled sweetly, reassuringly saying, don't worry. Auntie, this isn't my first time mooching a meal. Just as Bu Tongfeng settled down, barely lifting his utensils, he felt a peculiar sensation in his chest. Huh? Oh no? Hearing Bu Tongfeng's strange exclamation, Bu Jianan frowned and glared. We're eating here. What's all the fuss about? Goodness! Bu Tongfeng exclaimed, his face contorting into an expression that was half smile, half restrained laughter. How can you speak like that? Bu Jianan's eyes widened in anger at his son's foul language, his voice rising in volume. No, Dad, don't misunderstand. Ouch! Please don't bite. Unable to endure the itch any longer, Bu Tongfeng hastily grabbed the collar of his shirt, ripping it open with a swift motion. The gazes of Bu Jianan, Chen Lan, and Yang Wei were instantly drawn to his chest, their eyes widening at the unexpected sight. Uft! Ha ha! Yang Wei was the first to burst into laughter, quickly followed by Bu Tongfeng's parents. In Chapter 30, Daily Frolics, the little puppy hidden within his clothing, perhaps feeling hungry, was vigorously sucking on Bu Tongfeng's large chest, occasionally nibbling with its newly grown baby teeth. Bu Tongfeng, exasperated, grasped the nape of the puppy's neck and lifted it from his chest. It's all red. He looked at his chest, now marked by the little creature, and felt both amused and frustrated. The sight of his disheveled appearance only drew more laughter from the others. Bu, why didn't you take it out earlier? Yang Wei, nearly doubled over in laughter, asked, puzzled by Bu Tongfeng's predicament. After arriving home, Bu Tongfeng had refrained from revealing the puppy, thinking that his uncle and aunt disapproved of having a dog, hence he said nothing. However, the current situation suggested otherwise. Bu Tongfeng watched the little creature, still wriggling in the air as it attempted to reach him, his expression one of dismay. It's just a few pounds. I didn't even notice it in my clothes. I completely forgot it was there. If his memory palace had hands, it would surely give him a resounding slap. How could he claim to have a poor memory with such abilities? Though, the primary reason was his lack of attention. The memory palace functioned like an active skill. It could enhance memory, but only for the memories chosen by the host, requiring subjective absorption rather than passive reinforcement. Furthermore, the passive ability stored what was seen within the palace, but active recall was still necessary when needed. Coupled with Bu Tongfeng's slight carelessness and the fact that the little creature had been sleeping soundly in his clothes, this oversight occurred. However, it was evident that Bu Tongfeng's earlier action of patting his chest had awakened the puppy, and the enticing aroma of the meal had quickly stirred its hunger, leading it to perceive Bu Tongfeng as its mother. This was somewhat Bu Tongfeng's fault for having such a large chest. Chen Lan, charmed by the fluffy little creature, stood up to get a box of milk from the refrigerator. She found a bowl, poured in hot water, and placed the milk inside. Look at this little one. It must be hungry. However, it is still quite small and cannot consume cold milk. Chen Lan, while warming the milk, inquired curiously of Bu Tongfeng. Where did you acquire this puppy? I purchased it at the intersection of Fuxing Commercial Street. The owner referred to it as Elijah Red. It caught my eye, and I simply had to buy it. Bu Tongfeng then placed the puppy into Yang Wei's arms and stood up to change his clothes. Yang Wei, momentarily taken aback by the ease with which he had obtained the puppy, reflected on how Bu Tongfeng's group had shown no willingness to let him hold it during their outing. What had changed? Just as he pondered whether Bu Tongfeng had undergone a transformation, the little creature began to climb up toward his chest. Damn it! This rascal isn't as benevolent as I thought. Yang Wei hurriedly attempted to stop it, careful not to exert too much force for fear of harming the pup. Just as he felt himself succumbing to the adorable creature's antics, Chen Lan's voice intervened. The milk is ready. Hand me the little one. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei promptly passed the puppy over. At that moment, Tongfeng emerged from his room wearing a snug tank top, his muscular physique straining against the fabric, as though it might burst forth at any moment. Yang Wei rolled his eyes at Tongfeng, seated beside him. Is this really appropriate attire? What is wrong with it? It's just at home, Tongfeng replied, puzzled by Yang Wei's comment. Observing Tongfeng's robust arms, Yang Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. Earlier that morning, there had been some distance between them, but now that they were seated so closely, the impact was undeniably strong. Your arms are nearly as thick as my thighs. Tongfeng glanced down at Yang Wei's legs, dismissing the comparison. Not quite. Your legs are still thicker. Were you trying to compliment me? Yang Wei rolled his eyes, instantly losing interest in the conversation. Enough chatting, let us eat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. Chunlan interrupted as she cradled the puppy in one arm while holding a bowl to feed it. Let us eat. Bu Jianan signaled with his chopsticks. The two nodded. Just as Chunlan interjected, wash your hands first. They exchanged a glance of resignation and rose to head toward the restroom. When they returned and took their first bites, Tongfeng couldn't help but exclaim, why is there so much fuss just to have a meal? Holding his dedicated stainless steel bowl, Tongfeng contemplated whether he should take the puppy to the police station, as he had grown accustomed to it over the years. Without it, he would likely eat far less. By the time Qinlan finished feeding the puppy and returned to wash her hands, Tongfeng had devoured nearly half of the meal. Observing his voracious appetite, Yang Wei felt a wave of dizziness. Goodness, are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? It seems you were holding back your appetite at the cafeteria. Suddenly, while buried in his food, Tongfeng recalled the matter he wished to discuss regarding their co-rental arrangement. Bu Jianan and Chunlan exchanged a glance. Go on, what is it? I plan to co-rent with Wei. After all, commuting to work daily is quite a trek. Tongfeng said, swallowing his food. Sounds good. Initially, we contemplated this issue, and since you share an apartment with Xiao Wei, it becomes even less problematic. Originally, Bu Jianan intended for his son to work at his own police station, conveniently located near home. However, the obstinate boy stubbornly refused, leaving him no choice but to enlist the help of his old comrade, Shi Yong, to secure a position for him. Nonetheless, the distance to Lushan Road was rather far, making commuting inconvenient, which prompted Bu Jianan to consider renting a room for his son in that area. Now, it is quite fortuitous, as the two brothers can look out for one another. I will tidy up for you shortly. No need, Mom. I can manage on my own. Very well. Let us dine. After dinner, Tongfeng, having assisted his mother in clearing the tableware, sheepishly retrieved his police uniform. Hey, dear mother, could you lend me a hand? Chunlan glanced at the uniform in his hands, a bemused smile spreading across her face. Whenever Tongfeng acted coy, it was invariably for a reason. She picked up the garment and noticed that the right sleeve had torn into strips. Bu Jianan, observing his son, chided him, at your age, you should not rely on your mother to mend your clothes. Can't you do it yourself? Hey, isn't it my mother's skill that makes it easier? Besides, who but my lovely and deft mother could transform a heap of fabric strips into a sleeve? Tongfeng was not incapable of such tasks, but with his clumsy fingers, restoring the sleeve to its former glory would likely prove more challenging than apprehending a fugitive. Enough. With those hands of yours, such delicate work is beyond you. Chunlan chuckled softly, retrieving her sewing kit, and began to stitch the fabric. Ah, my mother dotes on me. Shoo shoo. Don't disturb me. As you command. Tongfeng saluted playfully before plopping down beside Yang Wei, reclaiming the puppy from his hands. Come on, call me daddy. Tongfeng teased the little creature into addressing him as daddy and then turned the pup to face Yang Wei, pointing at him. Call him brother. Yang Wei, who had been grinning foolishly just moments before, froze at this remark. He quickly realized that Tongfeng was taking advantage of him. How dare you? I shall retaliate. As Yang Wei lunged at him in indignation, Tongfeng chuckled and effortlessly pinned him to the sofa, rendering him immobile. Bu Jianan and Chunlan watched the brothers' playful scuffle with amusement, choosing not to intervene. Such scenes were commonplace for them. The brothers had been playfully bickering since childhood. It was always Yang Wei who ended up at a disadvantage, yet their playful tussles never escalated to anger. In that moment, it felt as if time had reverted to the past. After struggling for a while, Yang Wei's feeble resistance failed to create any significant impact, and he could only huff indignantly. Let me go if you dare. Tongfeng released him, grinning. All right, you're free. What now? Yang Wei shot him a glare, retorting. I want to stoop to your level. As the saying goes, a true hero does not suffer small losses. The disparity in strength between them was too vast for any comparison. Tongfeng grinned, reveling in the familiar, carefree spirit of Yang Wei. Chapter 31. The Captain. Observing Yang Wei's genuine demeanor, Tongfeng burst into hearty laughter. He is quite intentional. As soon as he stepped through the door, Yang Wei remained tense, unable to hide his unease. Nowadays, Yang Wei's thoughts and worries have multiplied, rendering him less carefree than before. In contrast, he fondly remembers the simple fellow from earlier days, the one who could join him in carefree revelry. Engaging in playful antics and teasing him was a means of seeking joy for himself, while also hoping to help Yang Wei relax and feel at ease. This illustrates that despite Tongfeng's robust physique, his heart is quite perceptive. How about now? Are you more relaxed? Tongfeng's cheerful smile caused Yang Wei to freeze for a moment. Then his face flushed crimson. It dawned on him that his awkward demeanor had not gone unnoticed by this fellow. The amused gazes of Bu Jianan and Chun Lan only deepened his embarrassment. Haha. Xiao Wei, you still need Abu to set you straight. Remember how carefree you used to be? Why have you become so reserved now that you've grown up? Bu Jianan chuckled, candidly voicing his thoughts. In his view, understanding social etiquette is commendable, but if it stifles one's true nature, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Given the relationship between their families, Yang Wei should not confine himself to such limitations. Haha, Uncle Bu, you are right. I have indeed been too coy. With a newfound ease, Yang Wei brushed off the playful jibes of the group, recalling how often he had embarrassed himself in this very place before. Isn't that the truth? When have you ever seen me tense? Tongfeng clapped Yang Wei on the shoulder, grinning broadly. You are simply shameless, Yang Wei retorted, snatching the puppy from Tongfeng's arms and gently petting it. The little creature sniffed curiously at Yang Wei and then sneezed, eliciting laughter from the group. Tongfeng suggested, how about we give this little one a name? Sounds good, Yang Wei agreed. What should we call it? Tongfeng proposed. Why don't we each suggest a name and see which one is best? All right, Uncle Bu, you go first. Me? Bu Jianan hesitated, not having prepared a suggestion, yet now unexpectedly called upon. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he pondered. How about we call it Wankai? Tongfeng immediately rolled his eyes. How cliched. Even rural dogs don't go by Wankai anymore. What era are you living in? Noticing their expressions, Bu Jianan chuckled awkwardly. Isn't that a good name? Then you all can suggest one. Abu. That name must have come from Andy. Thank goodness it wasn't Uncle. Otherwise, it would have been Wankai. Yang Wei laughed. Tongfeng rolled his eyes again, realizing Yang Wei had indeed loosened up, even delivering a double entendre. You little rascal. You dare to tease me? Bu Jianan chided, pretending to scold Yang Wei. Yang Wei dodged playfully, exclaiming, I was wrong. I am guilty. Enough of your antics, you two. Chun Lan interjected with a firm gaze. As for this little one, that streak of black fur all along its back resembles a whip. Why not call it lightning? The three of them were momentarily puzzled. Why call it lightning if it resembles a whip? What kind of logic is that? Seeing their bewilderment, Chun Lan smiled and clarified. Because of the 5 connected whips of lightning. The trio was instantly speechless, truly a testament to the prowess of a martial arts heroine who could draw such connections. However, upon recalling a certain martial arts master, Tongfeng immediately expressed his vehement opposition, declaring it an affront to name his dog thus. The name of his mother was the first to be discarded, as Wei said. Chun Lan chuckled, not particularly bothered, as it was all in good fun. Yang Wei pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, how about calling it Laifu? Get lost. That name is inauspicious. Do you think I haven't seen the 7-rank Sesame official? Tongfeng retorted, clearly displeased. What if we encounter Chang Wei one day? Then what do you propose we call it? Yang Wei responded, at a loss for words. Tongfeng contemplated, seemingly at a loss for a suitable name, until a sudden inspiration struck him. I've got it. I've thought of a name that will astound the heavens and move the spirits. Yang Wei, intrigued, urged him to hurry. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it. Listen carefully. I have decided to name it Rabbit. Observing Tongfeng's smug expression, the other 3 were momentarily taken aback. Yang Wei inwardly mused. No wonder their family. This line of thinking must be inherited from his mother. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but inquire, you're naming your dog Rabbit? What about the actual rabbit? Tongfeng cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wei, a subtle smile forming as his eyes narrowed. The rabbit will be called Kitty. Unaware he had fallen into a trap, Yang Wei pressed on with his questions. And what will Kitty be called? Kitty will be called Sun. Then what will Sun be named? Sun will be named Yang Wei. Yang Wei was momentarily stunned before realizing he had been outsmarted. Damn it, I'll strangle you. Watching the two engage in playful scuffles, Tongfeng's parents could not help but burst into laughter. After a brief period of roughhousing, the two settled down again. Tongfeng wasn't arbitrarily naming the puppy Rabbit. Rather, he envisioned the image of the system's little rabbit. Viewing this name as a silent act of revenge against the dog system for bringing him so much trouble, were it not for the causal power bound to the system. He could only imagine how much easier life would be if the system were aware of Tongfeng's antics. It would surely emerge to deliver a couple of resounding slaps, proclaiming, "Do you think I want this? Such matters are beyond my control. Besides, to gain something, one must first invest." Fortunately, the system was currently in a state of recuperation. However, unbeknownst to the system, Yang Wei opposed the notion. "I disagree. I still think Laifu is the better choice. Rabbit is good. Laifu is good. Rabbit. Laifu." As the two resumed their banter, Bu Jianan interjected with a weary tone. "Since neither of you is willing to yield, why not simply call it Wankai?" "Absolutely not," they replied in unison. Following this, they exchanged a glance before glaring at one another defiantly. As it seemed they were on the brink of another quarrel, Qianlan remarked, "Why not let it choose for itself? Call it and see how it reacts to each name." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded. "I'll go first." "No, I'll go first." Observing their competition for precedence, Qianlan couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Yang Wei will go first. In the rivalry between the two, Yang Wei was often at a disadvantage, so this time, Qianlan chose to side with him. "See, I go first." Yang Wei cast a triumphant glance at Tongfeng, raising his head with a swagger that was nothing short of audacious. Tongfeng, unable to tolerate the arrogance of this young man, retorted with irritation, "Stop glaring at me with your nostrils. Are you coming or not?" Yang Wei, refusing to stoop to his level, held up a small puppy before him. "Laifu, Laifu," he called repeatedly, and just as Tongfeng was about to mock him, the puppy seemed disturbed by the commotion. "Woof!" It barked. "See, it barked. I told you it would like this name." Tongfeng paused, surprised, and replied, "That must be a coincidence. Let me try?" With that, he snatched the puppy from Yang Wei's hands. "Humph, are you still unconvinced?" Ignoring Yang Wei's taunt, Tongfeng called out to the little creature, "Rabbit, Rabbit." To his astonishment, the puppy responded with another bark. "I knew it. It's not so simple." Tongfeng shot a triumphant glance at Yang Wei, as if to say, "What now?" Yang Wei looked utterly perplexed. "This makes no sense. How could this be? It can't possibly respond to every name." Tongfeng, momentarily taken aback, pondered, "Perhaps it really does." The two exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison, beginning their experiment. To their amazement, the little creature responded to both names. They also tried Wankai, and the puppy barked again. This trick seems ineffective. Taking the little one back, Tongfeng watched as it gnawed at the vest he had just changed into. He couldn't help but poke its forehead, saying, "You ungrateful little thing. Because of you, I've ruined my beloved Conan. Do you really intend to destroy my vest too?" Observing the puppy's playful biting, an idea struck Tongfeng. How about naming it Capturer? When it grows up, it could become a police dog, safeguarding the peace. The other three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Thus, the little one's name was hastily decided. Chapter 32. Moving house. The bus heading to Lushan Road was packed to the brim with commuters. Tongfeng, seated by the window, stifled a yawn. Having risen early to prepare for the move, the two had hurriedly packed and left without even a morsel of breakfast, rushing to catch the bus. Yang Wei, seated in the back, also yawned. "I told you we should have taken a taxi, but you insisted on the bus. What, do you think taxis are free? I just spent 2,000 yesterday. How can you be so impractical?" Tongfeng replied with annoyance, turning his gaze to the bustling crowd around them. Public buses often attract petty thieves, and given his entangled circumstances, it was likely that he would encounter one or two. Yang Wei rolled his eyes, thinking, "Who's being impractical here? You splurge 2,000 on a dog, yet hesitate to spend a mere few dozen on a taxi. You're hopeless. Lushan Road has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please take your belongings with you and exit through the rear door. We've arrived. Let us go. What are you still looking at?" Yang Wei stood up, grabbing Tongfeng's suitcase, and as he noticed Tongfeng still scanning the surroundings, he patted him on the shoulder. Tongfeng stood up, his face clouded with frustration as he followed Yang Wei off the bus. "What were you looking at? You look like a thief." I was actually searching for thieves. Isn't it said that there are many thieves on buses? Yang Wei scrutinized him from head to toe, amusement glinting in his eyes. Huh. You have no experience at all. If thieves were early risers, why would they even be thieves? It was only after Yang Wei's reminder that Tongfeng realized his folly. Indeed, what thief would rise so early? If they were that dedicated, they could succeed at anything else. Let us go. We're running out of time. Let us drop off our luggage and return to tidy up later. Yang Wei led the way, pulling his luggage ahead, while Tongfeng tucked his hands into his coat and stepped forward in stride. The two meandered through winding streets for about 5 minutes before entering a residential community. The area appeared relatively new, likely constructed within the past few years. The landscaping was commendable, featuring a small plaza in the center, with pine trees lining the roads between the buildings, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Tongfeng surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Away. Your taste is quite commendable. Are you satisfied? It was the environment that initially drew me to rent here. Yang Wei smiled back, noting that the community seemed to have been established recently, primarily inhabited by young professionals from nearby workplaces. Moreover, it was less than 500 meters from the office, a mere 10-minute walk. Come. This is Block B, Area A. I reside on the 10th floor. Yang Wei guided Tongfeng inside, and they took the elevator to the 10th floor. Upon opening the door, Yang Wei stepped in first. What do you think? Not bad, right? 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The master bedroom is mine. You'll take the guest room. Tongfeng nodded, observing that the apartment was approximately 70 to 80 square meters. Upon entering, the bathroom was immediately visible, leading into the living room, with a small kitchen adjacent. The 2 bedrooms were located to the east, side by side. What pleased Tongfeng the most was that there was a small balcony outside the living room. If he had some leisure time, he could set up a lounge chair there, sipping tea, a true indulgence. Tongfeng walked over to the balcony, taking in the expansive view of the community, lush trees, and elderly individuals exercising in the plaza below. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the air of freedom. After placing Tongfeng's luggage in the room, Yang Wei stepped back outside and chuckled at his expression. So how is it? Isn't the view splendid? Tongfeng turned and smiled at Yang Wei. It's fantastic. The environment here, coupled with this spaciousness. The rent must be more than 4,000. Although the area of Lushan Road is industrial, the property prices are quite high. For a layout like this, combined with the community's greenery and location, one could easily rent it for 6,000 a month. This apartment belongs to a relative of ours who has gone abroad. Since it was empty, they rented it to me at a bargain. All right. We'll look around more later. We need to get to work now. Tongfeng nodded, grabbing the police uniform he had brought back the previous night, preparing to head downstairs with Yang Wei. Wait, you're not planning to take that officer's uniform to the station, are you? Yang Wei firmly grasped him, pointing at his clothing. Just like yesterday, the little pup was tucked inside by Tongfeng, which explained why he walked with his hands clutching the hem of his garment. Tongfeng patted the little creature through the fabric, expressing concern that it might starve if left at home. Moreover, if they were to train it as a police dog, it must begin its education from a tender age. Yang Wei rolled his eyes and retorted, it's not even a police dog yet. Besides, pets aren't allowed at work. Don't worry, there won't be any issues, Tongfeng assured, giving Yang Wei a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leading the way outside. Yang Wei looked at him helplessly, likening him to a stubborn mule. He shook his head inwardly, thinking that he should brace himself for reprimands. Upon exiting the community, the two strolled along the street toward the police station. Tongfeng, while walking, surveyed the surroundings. Away, where can we find breakfast around here? There's a bun shop just around the corner ahead, and their food is quite good. Then let us hurry. Tongfeng quickened his pace, having gone 2 hours without breakfast and feeling ravenous. Yang Wei, resigned, followed suit, realizing that after encountering Tongfeng again, he seemed to have fallen under the spell of his whims, as this fellow appeared oblivious to the concept of courtesy. As they turned the corner, a bustling Wangzai bun shop came into view. The storefront was modest, barely spanning a dozen square meters, yet the business thrived. Observing the attire of the surrounding customers, most were local office workers and factory employees. Noticing the short queue, Tongfeng swiftly positioned himself at the end. The staff at the bun shop worked efficiently, and soon it was Tongfeng's turn. Master, I'd like 20 fresh meat buns. Away, what will you have? It's on me. 20? The staff member was taken aback, as it was the first time someone had ordered such a large quantity. However, those in business were never deterred by large orders. I'll have 2 preserved vegetable buns. All right, master, add 2 preserved vegetable buns to the order. How much is that in total? The staff member, after preparing Tongfeng's order, replied, the fresh meat buns are 3 each, and the preserved vegetable buns are 2 each, totaling 64. You can pay 60. How can that be? You're running a small business, Tongfeng declared, taking the large bag of buns and scanning the total amount on his phone. The cashier smiled and said nothing further. Tongfeng returned, holding the bag and handing Yang Wei the 2 buns. Is that all you're having? Yang Wei looked at the 2 meager buns in his hands and then at the hefty bag in Tongfeng's grasp. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tongfeng replied, you're not like me. Forget it. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Even with these, I can only manage to be 3/4 full. Yang Wei remarked, holding up the 2 buns. Come here, let me hold the pup. Tongfeng smirked, lifting his garment's hem and placing the little dog into Yang Wei's arms, alongside a crumpled police uniform. Yang Wei glanced at the pup, who was fixated on the buns in his hands, and felt a surge of helplessness. You can't eat this. Wait a moment. And your father will get you some milk. The pup seemed to understand, letting out a few soft whines as it nestled in his embrace. Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to test the waters, yet this little creature genuinely comprehended his words. Abu. The surprise on Yang Wei's face was palpable as he looked up, only to discover that Tongfeng, who had been walking ahead, had inexplicably vanished. A quick glance around revealed that the fellow had, at some point, made his way to a long bench by the roadside. There he crouched, engaged in conversation with an individual seated on the bench, who appeared to be a vagabond. Chapter 33. A great constriction with a face full of curiosity, Yang Wei approached. At that moment, Tongfeng was devouring a bun while staring intently at the disheveled man before him. The man's attire was ragged and soiled, his hair unkempt and matted, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, and his eyes bloodshot and vacant. Suddenly, Tongfeng produced a bun from his possession and offered it to the man, asking, would you like to eat? Upon hearing the voice, the vagabond glanced at the bun, his eyes flickering with a hint of reaction. Go ahead. There's plenty more. Tongfeng raised the bag he was holding in a gesture of abundance. The vagabond lifted his gaze, and as the aroma of the bun wafted towards him, he could not help but swallow hard. Don't be shy. There's more than enough. Unable to contain himself any longer, the vagabond lunged for the bun in Tongfeng's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Take your time. There's plenty more. Observing the man devour the bun ravenously, Tongfeng retrieved another and extended it towards him. The vagabond, while eating, cautiously regarded Tongfeng, then reached out and snatched the bun once more, appearing somewhat unhinged. Yang Wei, standing nearby with a furrowed brow, sighed and murmured, alas. Abu. This individual seems to be of unsound mind. Let us just provide him with some food. Although we are police officers, there are limits to our capabilities. At Yang Wei's words, a flicker of fear crossed the vagabond's eyes, though Yang Wei, due to his angle, failed to notice it. Tongfeng, however, did. Away. Go fetch a bottle of water. He looks parched. Yang Wei hesitated but eventually turned and entered a nearby store. Moments later, he emerged with a bottle of mineral water. Here. Tongfeng took it, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to the vagabond. Have a drink. Don't choke. The vagabond recoiled slightly, seemingly bewildered. Never mind. Just place it beside him. Yang Wei observed the vagabond's reaction and shook his head in exasperation. With such an unstable individual, even a desire to help felt futile. The man's erratic behavior made it impossible to elicit any useful information. The prospect of sending him to a mental health facility was equally implausible, as such institutions do not function as shelters for all. Do not rush. Tongfeng waved his hand dismissively, smiling at the vagabond. Have you had enough to eat? The vagabond merely peered through his hair at Tongfeng, showing no sign of acknowledgement. Life on the streets must be harsh, devoid of food and drink. You may claim to beg, yet it appears you lack even the ability to do so. The words of Tongfeng struck like a thunderclap, leaving not only Yang Wei in a state of shock, but even causing the homeless man to tremble uncontrollably. Abu, what do you mean by escape? He is a fugitive? Are you certain? Yang Wei stammered, struggling to comprehend. A fugitive? This is the second time I've encountered him, the first being when Tongfeng discovered him. I can hardly believe it. Merely a day has passed, and here we are again. Is your vision some kind of scanner? Despite his current state, You still recognize him? Bu Tongfeng chuckled softly. Lu Jinxing. Male, 31 years old. From Jijiagu, She City, South Province. Identity card 3707. 3 years ago, after witnessing his girlfriend's infidelity, he lost all reason and brutally murdered both her and her lover with a kitchen knife. In his escape, he collided with Lu Lijuan, who was visiting her daughter, and killed her as well. Since then, he has vanished, classified as a Grade A wanted criminal by the Ministry of Public Security. A nationwide manhunt. Yang Wei gasped in horror. The deranged homeless man before him was, in fact, a triple murderer on the run. Bu Tongfeng's gaze remained fixed on Lu Jinsheng, who had been trembling ever since Bu began speaking. By the time he finished, an air of profound despair enveloped Lu Jinsheng. Lu Jinsheng, you must have grown weary of this life on the run. If you surrender now, I can consider it a confession. Lu Jinsheng's eyes reddened. This man had recounted his personal history with chilling accuracy, plunging him into utter desolation. For 3 years, he had lived in constant fear, unable to eat or sleep properly, perpetually anxious about being apprehended. Why? Why are you relentless? It was that wretched woman's fault to begin with. Why can't you consider my perspective? Lu Jinsheng began to mutter, his voice escalating until he finally erupted in a hoarse scream. Passers-by on the street were instantly drawn to the commotion, stopping to observe the unfolding scene. Bu Tongfeng furrowed his brow, initially believing he could persuade Lu Jinsheng, yet the evident hatred within him seemed only to intensify over time. Yang Wei anxiously watched Lu Jinsheng. This was a murderer on the loose. It was his first encounter with such a violent criminal. Bu Tongfeng rose, handing a bun to Yang Wei before retrieving handcuffs from his waistband. No matter your reasons, you cannot trample upon the law. Do you think the world should accommodate you? Be compliant and surrender. Otherwise, I will be compelled to take coercive measures. Lu Jinsheng appeared oblivious, his head bowed as he muttered to himself. Bu Tongfeng, frowning, stepped toward him. Abu, be careful, Yang Wei exclaimed in alarm. After all, this was a murderer, not merely a petty thief. It's fine, Bu Tongfeng replied, not turning back as he approached Lu Jinsheng, now within a meter of him. Be compliant. Extend your hand. Just as Bu Tongfeng intended to grasp him, Lu Jinsheng suddenly lifted his head, his face twisted in a grimace as he roared, Die? Let us die together. Simultaneously, Lu Jinsheng's hand, which had been concealed in his clothing, shot out, brandishing a knife aimed directly at Bu Tongfeng. In a split second, Bu Tongfeng seized Lu Jinsheng's wrist, staring at the knife poised to strike him. Bu Tongfeng scoffed disdainfully, having already taken note of Lu Jinsheng's petty movements. Did this ordinary individual truly believe that he could engage in a life-or-death struggle with merely a dagger? Such a notion was a grave disrespect to himself. When Bu Tongfeng seized Lu Jinsheng's wrist, the latter refused to yield. Despite being unable to free his arm, he delivered a swift kick aimed at Bu Tongfeng's groin. Lu Jinsheng's reckless action completely incensed Bu Tongfeng, who retaliated by swiftly countering Lu's kick with his own foot, then mercilessly bringing it down. A sharp crack echoed as Lu Jinsheng's foot bone shattered under the force. Following this, Bu Tongfeng yanked him upright, delivering a series of 3 kicks to Lu Jinsheng's right leg, abdomen, and neck. Darkness enveloped Lu's vision before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ji Qiandu, Bruce Lee. Oh my. Bu Tongfeng cast a glance and noticed a foreigner, who was gaping in astonishment at the scene, prompting him to smile amiably. He then signaled to Yang Wei, who, roused from his stupor, comprehended Bu's intent and called out to the surrounding crowd, Everyone, remain calm. The police are apprehending a thief. Observing Yang Wei grasping his meaning, Bu Tongfeng smiled slightly and proceeded to cuff Lu Jinsheng. He then requested a napkin from a passerby to wrap around the dagger, ensuring that it would not bear fingerprints, as it was indeed a weapon. Subsequently, Bu Tongfeng hoisted the unconscious Lu Jinsheng and beckoned to Yang Wei as they made their way toward the police station. Onlookers stood in stunned silence as they watched Bu Tongfeng and his companion depart, only regaining their senses once the duo was out of sight. From that day forward, they had yet another topic of conversation during their leisurely gatherings, and Bu Tongfeng became known as the most formidable policeman in their tales. Chapter 34. The elated Shiyong at the Lushan Road police station. Wang Jifeng had just parked his car when he spotted Bu Tongfeng and Yang Wei escorting an individual inside. The scene seemed eerily familiar, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had he unwittingly fallen into an endless loop? Checking his phone confirmed it. Indeed, today was the 24th. Good morning, Brother Wang. Bu Tongfeng greeted with a smile, noticing Wang Jifeng's dazed expression. Good morning. Wang Jifeng instinctively replied, then quickly realized, wait, have you encountered another robbery? Bu Tongfeng and Yang Wei exchanged knowing smiles, with Yang Wei, brimming with pride, remarking, robbery? This is a major catch. A major catch? Wang Jifeng questioned, glancing skeptically at the person Bu Tongfeng was holding, who appeared to be nothing more than a vagrant. Just then, He Wei emerged from the police hall, casting a disapproving glance at the two still engaged in conversation. What are you two doing? Hurry up and change into your uniforms. He then noticed the individual in Bu Tongfeng's grasp. Another robbery? Indeed, after witnessing the previous day's events with Bu Tongfeng, everyone instinctively associated him with apprehending robbers. Yang Wei, sensing the presence of his superior, became even more animated. Master, you underestimate us. Robbers are nothing. This is an A-level wanted criminal with 3 lives on his conscience. As Yang Weigang finished speaking, both Wang Jifeng and He Wei were momentarily stunned. What had this young man just said? Surely he couldn't mean what they thought he meant? A Class A wanted criminal? Glancing at the vagrant in Bu Tongfeng's grasp, disbelief washed over them. Good heavens! A Class A wanted criminal. Such individuals are indeed a rarity. Those who find themselves on wanted lists are either heinously malicious or have committed crimes of severe consequence. In essence, they are not to be trifled with. These individuals are exceptionally dangerous, often requiring a significant police presence to apprehend even one. It was astonishing that today, 2 fledgling officers had managed to subdue one. Quick, let me have a look. He Wei strode over to Bu Tongfeng, his gaze fixed on the person in his hold. Wang Jifeng joined him. Bu Tongfeng casually set Lu Jinxing down, and He Wei pushed aside the hair obscuring the man's face, scrutinizing him intently. The commotion in the courtyard attracted the attention of officers in the police hall, who curiously emerged to witness the unfolding scene. Upon learning that Bu Tongfeng had captured a Class A wanted criminal, the entire precinct erupted with excitement. Even Shi Yong, upon receiving the news, rushed out. Have you confirmed it? Shi Yong squeezed through the crowd, his expression grave as he addressed He Wei, who was crouched beside Lu Jinxing. He Wei, having cleaned Lu Jinxing's face with a damp towel, stood up promptly upon hearing the station chief's question. It's confirmed. Lu Jinxing is a Class A wanted criminal. He has 3 lives on his hands. Excellent. Haha. Last quarter, our district's public safety record was among the worst in the city, ranking near the bottom of all 146 police stations. Now, having captured a Class A wanted criminal, I shall relish seeing who dares claim we are inactive. At the last citywide public safety summary meeting, he had been called out by Director Yang. Now, it was finally his moment to shine. If anyone doubts our efforts, let them go catch a Class A criminal themselves. Thanks to Bu Tongfeng. Reflecting on this, Shi Yong approached Bu Tongfeng and gave his shoulder a hearty pat, his face beaming with praise. Haha, I knew you were exceptional. I shall certainly commend you for this. Keep up the good work, understood? Upon hearing that the chief would commend Bu Tongfeng, the surrounding officers were immediately envious. A Class A wanted criminal surely warranted a second-class merit. Many had served as police officers their entire lives without ever achieving even a third-class merit. Yet here was a rookie auxiliary officer who had managed to attain a second-class commendation in merely 2 days. Several officers felt a pang of regret, questioning why it wasn't them who encountered the wanted criminal. They failed to consider that even if they did encounter such a criminal, they might not recognize him. And even if they did recognize him, whether they could apprehend him remained uncertain. Bu Tongfeng smiled slightly. Thank you, Chief. It was merely luck that both Ah Wei and I were able to catch this fellow. Hearing Bu Tongfeng include him in the credit, Yang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. It was Bu Tongfeng who had discovered and captured the man. He had merely stood by, a silent observer, participating yet feeling as though he had not participated at all. Haha, we all share in this success. I will report this immediately. Lao He, please notify the police in Nan Province. Chief, we may need to send him to the hospital first. He Wei's words left Shi Yong momentarily stunned as he looked at the director, who was gazing back at him. He Wei elucidated. The suspect's right foot and leg exhibit varying degrees of deformation. It is likely a fracture. Furthermore, he has been in a state of unconsciousness. I fear. At this point, He Wei glanced at Bu Tongfeng, pondering why this young man always resorted to such excessive force. Master, don't look at me. That fellow was armed and resisted. I had no choice but to use force. Here rests the knife. He added. However, rest assured, aside from the injury on his foot, he is not in grave condition. Observing the dagger in Tongfeng's hand, Shi Yong waved dismissively, stating, "You acted correctly. In such situations, it is imperative to neutralize his combat effectiveness first. Let us dispatch him to the hospital. Ensure that several officers are assigned for surveillance. Lao He, please reach out to our colleagues in the southern province and brief them on the situation. As for the rest of you, return to your duties. What are you loitering around for?" Understood. With Shi Yong's command, the surrounding officers sprang into action. Amidst the bustling crowd, Tongfeng inquired, "What about us?" Shi Yong glanced at the two, then shot a disapproving look at Tongfeng. "Yang Wei, accompany him to the hospital for surveillance. As for you, remain here and diligently study the fundamentals, especially the protocols and methods of police operations." After this, Shi Yong cast another glance at Tongfeng before ascending the stairs. Tongfeng stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Shi Yong's demeanor. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, yet now he had turned stern. Unbeknownst to Tongfeng, Shi Yong's change of heart stemmed from his unilateral actions. In such scenarios, protocol dictates that one must first report and request backup before attempting an apprehension, a regulation established to ensure the safety of officers and prevent the escape of criminals. Is the director experiencing a midlife crisis? His mood swings are rather abrupt. Tongfeng thought, dismissing the matter. "Here, take this. Keep it safe." Yang Wei returned Tongfeng's clothes and snacks, then discreetly retrieved the captured dog from within his clothing, slipping it into Tongfeng's attire. "Be cautious. Don't let anyone see." Without even changing out of his police uniform, Yang Wei dashed towards a nearby police car. Tongfeng watched as 3 police vehicles sped away from the precinct, shrugging in bemusement as he made his way to the break room. After washing his hands and changing clothes, he gazed at the quietly waiting dog and found himself in a quandary. The police uniform fit snugly, unlike his own clothes which were more relaxed, leaving no space for even a small dog. Moreover, what would it look like to conceal a dog while dressed in police attire? After much contemplation, Tongfeng decided to simply cradle the dog in his arms and step outside. Chapter 35. The issue of the dog's status. Director Yang. How could I possibly deceive you regarding this matter? I have already instructed Lao He to inform our colleagues in the southern province. The person? He has been taken to the hospital. It's nothing serious. The suspect resisted with a knife, and Tongfeng ended up breaking his leg. Yes, the same one as before. This is not his fault. In such circumstances, he had to act swiftly to incapacitate Lu Jinxing. What? You want to come? That's unnecessary for such a minor issue. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Shi Yong immediately rose and headed outside. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Tongfeng standing at the entrance, seemingly about to knock. Shi Yong, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you supposed to be studying? What brings you here?" As Tongfeng was about to speak, he was abruptly pushed aside by Shi Yong. "Wait a moment," Shi Yong exclaimed, bypassing Tongfeng to lean over the railing and shout below. "Hey someone, notify the idle folks to tidy up the office. The leaders will be here for inspection this afternoon." A voice responded from below, "Got it." Shi Yong nodded in satisfaction, turned back to Tongfeng, and asked, "What is it? You can speak in there." Tongfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Shi Yong, implying that he wanted Shi Yong to enter first. Unbothered, Shi Yong promptly returned to the office. Tongfeng followed suit and closed the door with his foot once inside. "What is it? Speak," Shi Yong said as he sat down, gesturing with his eyes for Tongfeng to take a seat as well. Tongfeng shook his head, remaining standing. And with a smile, he remarked, "Uncle Shi, is capturing an A-level wanted criminal considered a second-class merit?" Shi Yong chuckled and looked at him. "Can't wait, can you? I need to report your achievement, but it will take some time for approval. However, capturing an A-level wanted criminal generally earns no less than a second-class merit. I'm not in a hurry. I was hoping to exchange this second-class merit for something." Tongfeng replied with a grin. Observing Tongfeng's playful demeanor, Shi Yong furrowed his brow. A second-class merit is a sacred honor for a police officer. How could he propose to use it as a bargaining chip? This was a matter of principle. Yet, knowing Tongfeng, Shi Yong believed he was not that kind of person. He decided to hear what Tongfeng desired. "What do you want?" he inquired. Tongfeng, oblivious to Shi Yong's thoughts, cheerfully stated, "Uncle Shi, I want you to change my position." Shi Yong was taken aback. A position? This was indeed a novelty. Hadn't he previously expressed a disinterest in becoming a police officer? Had he realized Shi Yong and Old Boo's good intentions? Pondering this, Shi Yong smiled with satisfaction. Abu, I am pleased to see you've come to this understanding. However, I cannot resolve your position issue. With this second-class merit, I believe there will be a spot for you in next year's joint examination. Just wait a few months. Tongfeng was momentarily stunned. My position? An exam? When did I ever say I wanted to take the police exam? His response was completely off topic. No. Uncle Shi, have you misunderstood? Shi Yong asked, perplexed. Hearing Shi Yong's words, Tongfeng was utterly at a loss, realizing the misunderstanding. Uncle Shi, I want a position for a police dog. As he spoke, he revealed his hand from behind his back, holding a puppy that stared wide-eyed at Shi Yong. Woof. Shi Yong's expression darkened immediately. He pointed towards the door. Get out. Tongfeng jumped in surprise, retreating towards the door with the puppy in hand. If you don't want to, that is fine. No need to rush. Shi Yong grabbed a book from the table and hurled it at Tongfeng. Seeing this, Tongfeng dashed away, opening and closing the door in one fluid motion. Bang! The book hit the door and fell to the floor. You little rascal. I don't want to see you again today. As the door swung open, Tongfeng poked his head in, exclaiming that the leaders would be inspecting in the afternoon. I certainly didn't need your reminder. Shi Yong retorted, hurling a book at him, prompting Tongfeng to hastily withdraw his head and close the door. The sound of the book hitting the ground echoed as Tongfeng sighed, lamenting his own temper at such an advanced age. Captain Wang looked at Tongfeng with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. If you can't be a proper officer, at least be a police dog. He jested, affectionately ruffling the dog's head. The dog barked in response, licking Tongfeng's hand with its tongue. I'm hungry. Let us go. I'll take you to get something to eat. Without hesitation, Tongfeng turned to descend the stairs, ready to head out. Abu, where are you off to? Oh, what a little puppy. Upon reaching the first floor, they encountered Lu Jianmin, who was sweeping the yard. Lu Gu, this is our new police dog, Tongfeng boasted, unashamedly fabricating the dog's status, oblivious to the potential consequences of impersonating a police dog. Lu Jianmin stared dumbfounded at Tongfeng and the pup. A police dog this small. Still weaned, I presume? Calling it child labor would be an understatement. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Hey, Abu, what are you up to? And Lu Gu, why are you still chatting? Didn't the director say the leaders would be here this afternoon? There is still much to tidy up. Wang Jifeng, carrying a bucket of water, had just emerged from the hall and stumbled upon the conversation. As he approached, he noticed the little dog in Tongfeng's arms. Where did this puppy come from? Lu Jianmin tilted his head, casting a sly smile. Our new police dog. Come on, Lu Gu. Even if our precinct had police dogs, they wouldn't be puppies that haven't been weaned. Observing the expressions of Tongfeng and Lu Jianmin, Wang Jifeng grew increasingly uncertain, his voice dwindling. After swallowing hard, he thought, could it actually be true? Suddenly, Lu Jianmin pointed at Wang Jifeng, saying to Tongfeng, see? He doesn't believe you either. Tongfeng rolled his eyes and retorted, I never claimed that the dog was a fabrication. Ah, so you two are pulling my leg. Wang Jifeng quickly realized, almost falling for their ruse. Lu Jianmin chuckled, don't blame me. This lad told me just that from the start. All right, enough of the jokes. The precinct doesn't allow pets. Abu, be careful not to let the director see. Wang Jifeng interrupted, addressing Tongfeng. This could be serious or trivial. The worst they'd do is reprimand you, but if it escalates, you might face a formal reprimand. After all, police are a disciplined force. Bringing a pet to work is quite inappropriate. Tongfeng shrugged, it's too late. The director is already aware. Who informed him? I did. Wang Jifeng and Lu Jianmin exchanged looks of disbelief. Perhaps this fellow was a bit foolish. They both simultaneously patted Tongfeng on the shoulder. Good luck. Tongfeng merely chuckled, unfazed. Don't worry. I spoke to the director, suggesting that my accomplishments could earn him a position. Impressive. Did the director agree? Lu Jianmin asked curiously. He told me to get lost. The two individuals were momentarily speechless, exclaiming in disbelief, goodness. To secure a job for your dog, you have displayed an utter lack of humanity. Trading accomplishments. No wonder the director asked you to leave. It's fortunate that you weren't struck. As they reflected on the situation, Jiang Wen suddenly burst forth from the hall. She scanned the room, and her eyes lit up upon spotting Wang Jifeng, hastily rushing over. Brother Wang, there's trouble. I just received a notification from the command center. There's an incident at the intersection in front of the Xinqing Mall on Liang Road. Someone is wielding a knife and attacking people. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jifeng and Lu Jianmin immediately discarded what they were holding and dashed towards the office hall. Tongfeng seized Jiang Wan, who was about to follow, and thrust the police dog into her arms before sprinting towards the office hall. As he ran, he shouted, "You needn't go. This is our newly assigned police dog. Take care of it. Remember to feed it milk." By the time he uttered the last sentence, he had vanished from Jiang Wen's sight. Jiang Wen stared blankly at the dog in her embrace. Is this a police dog? While she was lost in thought, Tongfeng and his companions, along with 6 or 7 officers, poured out of the office hall, quickly boarding 3 police cars that sped away. Watching the police vehicles disappear into the distance, Jiang Wen felt a wave of astonishment. Had she truly been forgotten? Wang, the police dog, seemed to sense her discontent and instinctively lifted its head to lick her face. "Ah," Jiang Wen exclaimed, looking down at the dog, her brows furrowing slightly. "You, like your owner, are not a good companion." The dog, confused, nuzzled her cheek affectionately. "Sigh." Jiang Wen sighed, conceding, "Fine. It's not like I can catch up with them anyway. Come on, comrade dog. Let me find you something to eat." Chapter 36. Confrontation. 3 police cars, sirens blaring, raced down the street. Wang Jifeng, glancing at Tongfeng squeezed into the back seat, asked irritably, "How did you manage to get in here?" "The director specifically instructed that you are not to accompany us on field duty until you complete your assessment." Tongfeng's presence often led to suspects being injured, and in just 2 days, 2 individuals had been sent to the hospital. Consequently, all officers at the precinct unanimously agreed that the director's decision was indeed wise. Unfazed, Tongfeng replied, "Brother Wang, I have long memorized all the lessons my mentor imparted. Besides, I noticed you were short-handed." Tongfeng spoke the truth. Had it been a minor case of theft, he would have refrained from inserting himself into the situation. In his view, the precinct would not grind to a halt in his absence. Yet this particular incident was different, a knife attack, in public no less. The ramifications were too severe to ignore. If not dealt with promptly, it would undermine the credibility of the police. Though he might desire to be a slothful bystander, he could discern the gravity of the matter. Tongfeng, despite his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, would always step up when truly needed, a quality that both Shi Yong and Old Bu valued in him. Wang Jifeng saw no alternative. With Tongfeng already aboard, could he truly dismiss him? "You may follow, but understand this. Once we arrive, all actions are to be conducted under command." "Understood," replied Tongfeng. Liang Road stands as one of the few bustling commercial streets under the jurisdiction of the Lushan Road Police Station. Apart from the Xinxing Mall, it is home to 2 banks and a plethora of various shops lining both sides, attracting considerable foot traffic and presenting a rather intricate environment. Today being Sunday, the crowd is even larger and the exact situation remains uncertain. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that injuries may have occurred. Fortunately, Liang Road is merely a 5 to 6 minute drive from the police station. 3 police cars, sirens blaring, sped through 2 red lights, managing to arrive in the shortest time possible. Upon entering the commercial street, the officers in the vehicles spotted 2 colleagues confronting an individual at the roadside. This man appeared to be around 30 years old, approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a checkered shirt and sporting glasses, resembling a programmer. At that moment, he wielded a 30-centimeter boning knife, holding a young girl hostage with her back pressed against a wall. Wasn't he supposed to be in front of the Xinxing Mall? How did he end up here, taking a hostage? With such urgency, there was no time for questions. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Tongfeng flung open the door and leapt out, startling the driver into slamming on the brakes. "I knew he shouldn't be the one to lead. Has the car stopped? You just jump out." Wang Jifeng yanked open the door and dashed out, followed by the other officers who quickly surrounded the scene. The man brandishing the knife, upon seeing the multitude of police officers, suddenly became agitated. "Stay back, or I'll stab her. Back off." The knife pressed against the girl's neck trembled incessantly, slicing a small wound into her skin, blood oozing down the blade. The frightened girl, feeling the sharp sting, screamed in terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for the man's grip, she might have collapsed to the ground. "Stop screaming. I swear I'll make you stop." The girl's cries incited the man's fury, and he shouted at her in despair. "Calm down. Don't act rashly. Everyone, stay still. Take a step back." Wang Jifeng, recognizing the suspect's heightened agitation, refrained from provoking him further, urgently instructing the surrounding officers to maintain their distance. "Old Wang, you finally made it," exclaimed one of the officers confronting the suspect, visibly relieved at the arrival of reinforcements. They had been patrolling when they received the alert and rushed to the scene. Upon their arrival, the suspect attempted to flee. During the chase, perhaps realizing escape was futile, he had taken the passing girl hostage, leading to the scene Tongfeng and the others now witnessed. As Tongfeng observed Lu Jianmin attempting to negotiate with the suspect, while Wang Jifeng gathered information from the on-site colleagues, he approached. He recognized the patrol officer before him, an experienced member of the station named Li Qi. Brotherly, didn't this guy say he was attacking people in front of the Xinqing Mall? What's the situation over there? Li Qi glanced at him, aware that he was one of the more impulsive officers in recent days. Over there, 2 people were injured. 1 male and 1 female. I instructed Xiao Wu to remain there and await the ambulance. Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Lu Jinxing, whom he had apprehended that morning. Could it be mere coincidence? With this thought, he felt compelled to verify. He pressed the intercom and said, "Wu Ge, this is Tongfeng. Please respond if you hear me." His action momentarily bewildered Li Qi and Wang Jifeng, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. "Received, please speak." Tongfeng inquired about the 2 victims in front of the New Star shopping mall. Upon hearing Wu Ji's response, he quickly pressed further. "What is the status of the victims?" "The female is deceased on the spot. The male has sustained 2 knife wounds and is gravely injured and unconscious. I have administered first aid to the best of my ability, hoping he can hold on until the ambulance arrives." The gravity of the situation intensified as the voice from the intercom reached Tongfeng's ears. They had a casualty, potentially 2. As the 2 contemplated whether to hand the case over to the criminal investigation team, Tongfeng interjected, "Wu Ge, could you please check the woman's belongings for any identification?" "Understood. Please hold on." Wang Jifeng, furrowing his brow, asked, "Why are you concerned about the victim's identity at this moment?" Tongfeng glanced at him and explained, "Brother Wang, I suspect that this assailant is acquainted with the victim. It is plausible that this is a crime of passion." Wang Jifeng and Li Qi exchanged glances, turning to look at the bespectacled man holding the hostage. Perhaps it indeed was a crime of passion. "Abu, I found her ID. Name, Lu Li. Age, 26. Local resident living at Fuxing East Road, Fuyuan Community. Received. Thank you." As Tongfeng put away the intercom, Wang Jifeng inquired with curiosity, "What are your plans?" "Brother Wang, do you have any coins?" "Coins." Wang Jifeng was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom the necessity at this moment. "What on earth do you need coins for at a time like this?" "I have my reasons." Noticing Tongfeng's mysterious demeanor, Wang Jifeng shook his head. "I have some." Li Qi produced 2 1-yuan coins from his pocket and handed them over. Tongfeng smiled as he accepted them, saying, "Let me give it a try." "Do you feel confident?" To be honest, neither Wang Jifeng nor Li Qi wished to take unnecessary risks. Given the current situation, the most prudent course of action would be to call for backup, whether from the criminal police or the SWAT team. After all, those individuals were armed, and if necessary, they could resort to lethal force. Although the police station also had firearms, regrettably, few officers possessed a gun license. Moreover, in most scenarios, police officers did not require firearms. So in situations like this, their first thought was to request assistance. Tongfeng discerned the hesitation of the 2, and he smiled silently before stepping forward. "It will be fine." Chapter 37. Persuasion Through Reason. Challenge. If you dare. Lu Jianmin continued his efforts to persuade the bespectacled man when Tongfeng approached from behind and patted his shoulder. "Brother Lu, allow me to handle this." Lu Jianmin was taken aback. "What mischief are you up to?" "Have faith. Let me give it a try." Observing Tongfeng's calm demeanor, Lu Jianmin felt uncertain. This young man had made quite an impression in recent days, and every case he handled had been executed flawlessly. Perhaps he truly had a method to resolve this. Lu Jianmin glanced back at Wang Jifeng and Li Qi. Seeing that they did not intervene, he nodded to Tongfeng. "Do your best. If it proves to be too challenging, we shall call for reinforcements." Upon receiving Tongfeng's nod, Lu Jianmin retreated. The bespectacled man observed the plump young police officer and unconsciously relaxed a fraction. It seemed that Tongfeng's attire had indeed played a significant role, as his appearance lacked an oppressive demeanor. "Hey there. Since we have some time to kill, why not engage in a little conversation? I have nothing to discuss with you." The bespectacled man replied hoarsely, his tension easing slightly in response to Tongfeng's smile. Lu Jianmin's eyes lit up. This fellow had potential. After Lu had spoken at length with no response, Tongfeng's simple remark had elicited a reply from the bespectacled man. It was undoubtedly thanks to Tongfeng's disarming grin. His amiable demeanor always seemed to alleviate some of the tension. Despite Lu Jianmin's confusion, everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. Since you've opened up, it indicates we can communicate. Perhaps we might even persuade you. Is there truly nothing to discuss? How about we talk about Lu Li? Tongfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, fiddled with 2 coins. His words ignited the bespectacled man's fury like a spark on gunpowder. Don't mention that wretched woman. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Observing the bespectacled man's hysterics, Wang Jifeng and Li Qi exchanged glances. Realizing it was indeed a matter of the heart, Lu Jianmin's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Just as he had managed to stabilize the man's emotions, Tongfeng had stirred the pot once more. Did she betray you? Was she unfaithful to you, brother? Is the child not yours? Tongfeng's barrage of questions left the bespectacled man bewildered. He seemed at a loss, unable to discern the relevance of these inquiries to his situation. That man is not my brother. I have no child. The bespectacled man replied vacantly, his earlier anger now lacking a target for release. Feigning astonishment, Tongfeng exclaimed, "Oh, so it was merely infidelity. Were you married?" "No." The bespectacled man found himself completely ensnared in Tongfeng's rhythm. "Then you are rather fortunate. After all, she is not your wife. You should consider a shift in perspective. If you break up and she becomes someone else's wife, wouldn't that mean you've unwittingly bestowed a green hat upon another?" The surrounding officers were taken aback, wondering if their superior could maintain some semblance of discretion while recording the proceedings. Yet, it appeared that Tongfeng's words were having an effect. The bespectacled man had quieted considerably. Just as Tongfeng was about to intensify his efforts to fully convince him, the abducted girl suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, this police officer is right. Why commit a crime for someone who does not love you? Once you let her go, you will encounter someone who truly cares for you." Upon hearing this, Tongfeng's expression darkened instantly. Setting aside the issue of her calling him uncle, what was she doing interjecting at such a moment? This foolish woman was truly a hindrance. Having just pulled the bespectacled man's thoughts from the realm of emotion to the harshness of reality, she swiftly retorted with a single sentence. Such IT programming individuals often yearn for a pure form of love, and these earnest souls are prone to becoming entangled in the complexities of their feelings. Earlier, when Tongfeng conversed with him, emotions were entirely absent from their discussion, which revolved solely around practical matters. Although these 2 aspects may seem interconnected, they serve to anchor his thoughts from the ethereal realm of emotional resentment to the stark outcomes of reality. It is essential to recognize that these matters are indeed manifestations of the real world, where this unpleasant reality stands in stark contrast to his envisioned pure love, thereby inciting a deep-seated aversion to romantic feelings within him. Just a slight provocation could unravel the shame he feels from being betrayed by love. Consequently, a single remark from the girl drew the bespectacled man's thoughts back into the emotional sphere, and you even dared to remind him, urging him to believe in love once more. Is this not merely returning to square one? The outcome was predictable. Tongfeng's efforts were rendered futile. Indeed, the bespectacled man, having just begun to soften, became agitated once more. "No, I have sacrificed so much only to be met with betrayal. I refuse to accept this. That wretched person has trampled on my feelings, my dignity. I will not let her go. She deserves to die. All those vile creatures deserve death." This was it. He had now plunged even deeper into despair. As he pressed the blade against the girl's neck with increasing force, Tongfeng steeled himself, realizing that if Plan A, which relied on reason, was ineffective, then it was time to resort to Plan B, which would utilize force. However, at that moment, the tension in the air was palpable. Even the slightest disturbance could provoke him to bring the knife down. It was imperative to find an opportune moment, a fleeting lapse in his concentration, to seize the chance to save the hostage. As the situation escalated, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Tongfeng. "Hey, let me tell you something. Your wish has been granted. Lu Li is dead. Lu Li is dead." The moment those 4 words escaped his lips, the bespectacled man froze. Although he had inflicted 2 wounds upon Lu Li, his mind had been engulfed in rage, rendering him thoughtless. Acting purely on instinct, he had fled upon hearing the sirens, unaware that Lu Li had succumbed to her injuries. Despite his violent actions, he had claimed to love Lu Li deeply. Once the news of her death was confirmed, Whether out of a sense of vindication or the disorientation from losing his emotional anchor, he would find himself momentarily at a loss. And that was precisely the moment Tongfeng had been waiting for. Just as the bespectacled man's gaze became vacant, Tongfeng swiftly unleashed the hand that had been concealed behind his back, releasing a coin that hurtled toward the man. In that instant, Tongfeng propelled himself toward the bespectacled man as well. The movement startled the still-dazed man, prompting him to instinctively attempt to slice the girl's throat. However, the coin struck his elbow, rendering him momentarily powerless to execute the action. As he contemplated switching hands, Tongfeng surged forward, seizing the wrist of the hand clutching the knife, while his other fist connected squarely with the bespectacled man's face. The bespectacled man instinctively attempted to retreat, but Tongfeng seized the opportunity to yank the hostage aside. In a swift maneuver, he pivoted and plunged into the embrace of the bespectacled man, using his hips to thrust against the man's arm, executing a flawless shoulder throw. Thud! As the bespectacled man's back hit the ground, Tongfeng twisted his arm and forced him face down onto the floor. The sequence continued seamlessly, with a swift maneuver of his knee. The entire process unfolded in mere seconds. As Tongfeng lunged at the bespectacled man, the surrounding officers instinctively followed suit. However, by the time they arrived, Tongfeng had already subdued the man. Click! He secured the man's hands behind his back and glanced up at his astonished colleagues. A little help here. What are you waiting for? Watching his comrades hastily lift the bespectacled man and drag him aside, Tongfeng stood up gracefully and brushed off his hands. All done. Chapter 38. The harsh reality, is that it? Remarkable, Abu. Your movements were astonishingly swift. I could barely catch a glimpse before he was pinned to the ground. I always knew this guy was exceptional. Where else can you find a newcomer with such prowess? With the incident resolved smoothly, the surrounding officers relaxed and began to converse in hushed tones. Tongfeng smiled silently, not out of pride, but from satisfaction with his own speed. Additionally, he felt a sense of novelty from using covert techniques for the first time. Combat instinct encompasses a vast array of skills, from the fundamental movements to the intricate art of hand-to-hand combat and weaponry, including hidden weapons. It was at this moment that he truly recognized the power of this ability. Whether in unarmed or armed combat, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to assert they were first. Truly remarkable. What Tongfeng was unaware of was that his ability to synthesize this skill was partly due to luck. Had he solely relied on the martial arts he had learned, he would have merely synthesized a martial arts master skill. The transformation into combat instinct was primarily driven by his indescribable innate qualities, an ability to grasp concepts at a glance, to learn swiftly, and to excel with practice. This trait resembled those extraordinary physiques often depicted in novels, akin to a rare talent in martial arts who has mastered the fundamental energy pathways. The situation was resolved successfully. The senior officers leading the team let out a sigh of relief, surprised at how smoothly such a dire situation had been handled. They had anticipated the need to call for backup. However, this was largely thanks to Tongfeng. Reflecting on this, Wang Jifeng exchanged glances with his colleagues, and only then did they fully appreciate the extent of Tongfeng's combat prowess. No wonder this young man was always eager to dive into the fray. He had the capability to back it up. As for the subsequent matters, the group conferred briefly before Wang Jifeng took the lead. Lao Lu, you and a few others take this fellow back to the station and secure him. Wait for the criminal investigation team to arrive for the handover. Lao Li, you take the kidnapped young lady to the hospital to tend to her injuries. We'll assess the rest as needed. And you, Wang Jifeng, turned to Tongfeng. Let us head to the hospital to check on the injured. Moments ago, while Tongfeng was persuading the suspect, Xiao Wu had already informed them that the ambulance had arrived. Wang Jifeng had arranged for 2 individuals to accompany Xiao Wu and the injured person to the hospital, leaving 2 officers to manage traffic while the remaining officers, under Wang Jifeng's orders, commenced their orderly operations. A throng of onlookers surrounded the scene, causing numerous vehicles to be ensnared in traffic. It took Wang Jifeng considerable effort to navigate his way out. On the way to the hospital, an oppressive silence enveloped the car, with Wang Jifeng remaining taciturn. Tongfeng, somewhat unsettled by the somber atmosphere, gazed vacantly out the window, lost in thought unknown to anyone. Wang Jifeng, preoccupied with the gravity of such a significant incident occurring in their jurisdiction for the first time in years, felt no inclination to engage in conversation. Tongfeng may not have fully comprehended the situation, but Wang Jifeng was acutely aware. Despite successfully apprehending the criminal suspect, a life had tragically been lost. The sanctity of human life is paramount. Moreover, the incident unfolded during a critical inspection by city bureau officials, transforming what could have been a moment of triumph into a potential disaster. It was likely that not only the station chief, but the entire precinct would face repercussions. Just days prior, Wang Jifeng had read about similar violent incidents in other regions, never anticipating that he would soon be embroiled in such turmoil himself. The current climate of hostility was bewildering. Before long, the hospital was in sight, and upon parking, the two hastened towards the emergency center. Upon entering, they spotted Xiao Wu in conversation with an elderly couple whose anxious demeanor suggested they were likely Lu Li's parents. "Xiao Wu, how is the injured person?" Wang Jifeng inquired. Xiao Wu's face brightened upon seeing Wang Jifeng, and he rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, you're here." The injured person has already been taken to the rescue room. He hesitated momentarily, glancing at Lu Li's parents, unsure of how to proceed. "Officer, we are mentally prepared for the worst," Lu Li's parents said. Their eyes red-rimmed as they leaned on each other for support. They had received a call from the police informing them of Lu Li's situation, urging them to come to the hospital. Realizing the gravity of the matter as they rushed to the hospital, they found the police hesitating in their explanations, which only heightened their fears regarding Lu Li's condition. As they sought answers, Wang Jifeng and his team arrived, and at that moment, their greatest desire was to hear news of Lu Li. Tongfeng observed the couple's composure in such dire circumstances, marveling at their remarkable restraint and politeness. Yet, he pondered how someone raised in such a family could find herself in a situation of infidelity. Seeing the flicker of hope mixed with anxiety in their eyes, Wang Jifeng felt at a loss for words. One of the most profound sorrows of middle age is to witness the elderly bidding farewell to the young. However, such matters could not be concealed. With a heavy sigh, Wang Jifeng nodded at Officer Wu. Xiao Wu glanced at the couple, his voice somber as he conveyed the tragic news. "I am deeply sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Your daughter, Lu Li, was attacked by a criminal and suffered 2 stab wounds. She has unfortunately passed away. Her body is currently being held in the hospital's morgue." In an instant, Lu Li's parents were left in a state of shock. They contemplated the possibility that Lu Li's life was in peril. Yet they could not dare to entertain the notion that she had already passed away, nor did they wish to dwell on such a thought. "Lili," Lu's mother cried out in anguish, her legs buckling beneath her. Had it not been for Lu's father supporting her, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. Lu's father, with red-rimmed eyes, towering at 6 feet tall, began to tremble, his stature visibly stooping as tears streamed down his cheeks, yet he valiantly suppressed his cries. Tongfeng stepped forward, gently supporting both of them. The heart-wrenching wails of Lu's mother pierced through the air, filling Tongfeng with a lump in his throat, rendering him breathless with sorrow. "Lili, my child, how could you leave us so soon? I have yet to see you start a family." Each anguished cry struck the hearts of all present, causing their eyes to well up with tears. The hospital, a place steeped in the convergence of joy and sorrow, marks both the beginnings and endings of life. It bears witness to humanity's profound grief and elation, observing the vicissitudes of existence. The mournful cries of Lu's mother elicited the deepest empathy from those around her, as the weight of grief became unbearable. "Uncle, aunt, death cannot be undone. Please accept my condolences." Tongfeng's eyes brimmed with tears. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that even his meager attempt at comfort could scarcely alleviate the heartache of parents who had lost their child. "Lili, how could you be so cruel as to leave your father and mother behind? You have departed so suddenly." At that moment, the cries abruptly ceased, and Tongfeng felt a heaviness in his hands, glancing down to see Lu's mother with her head bowed, silent. "Doctor, nurse, quick, someone has collapsed." With Tongfeng's urgent call, medical staff swiftly gathered around. A physician promptly took Lu's mother from Tongfeng, laying her flat on the ground. "Step back. Clear the area. Ensure proper airflow. Make way." Tongfeng and his companions immediately began to disperse the crowd, creating space for the medical personnel. "Patient has fainted. Heartbeat and breathing are weak. Hurry, take her to the emergency room." As the doctor shouted, an emergency stretcher was swiftly brought forth, and together, the crowd assisted in lifting Lu's mother onto the bed, the medical team hastily pushing the stretcher toward the resuscitation room. In the span of a single day, Lu's daughter had perished, and now his wife was fighting for her life. Lu's father could no longer contain his grief, crying out in despair. Tongfeng and Wang Jifeng, unsure how to console him, supported him to a chair outside the emergency room. "Uncle, in this situation, you must hold on. If you collapse too, what will happen to Andy?" Tongfeng's words acted as a tonic to Lu's father, who remembered his wife lying in the emergency room and continually urged himself to endure. "I must persevere. I cannot falter." Chapter 39. A shift in thought. Through continual self-encouragement, Lu's father's emotions gradually stabilized. He glanced at the lights of the resuscitation room. His face streaked with tears, and took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions. "Thank you, young man. I will not succumb." Tongfeng and his companions exchanged grateful glances, relieved to see that their efforts had not been in vain. This sense of responsibility and commitment to family is indeed the most profound catalyst for awakening a man. A multitude stood outside the emergency room, quietly awaiting news on Lu's father. As time ticked by, anxiety mounted among the gathered crowd. Suddenly, the lights in the emergency room extinguished. Lu's father sprang to his feet, prompting others, including Tongfeng, to follow suit. When the door swung open, the doctor, who had been attending to the situation, emerged. "Doctor, how is my wife?" Lu's father rushed forward, his voice trembling with concern. The physician offered a reassuring smile, stating, "She suffered from severe emotional distress, resulting in spasms of the coronary and cerebral arteries, which affected the oxygen and blood supply to both her heart and brain. Thankfully, after resuscitation, she is now out of danger." "Thank you, doctor." Lu's father exhaled in relief, grasping the physician's hand in gratitude. The doctor nodded with a smile. "It is my duty. However, it would be prudent to keep her under observation for a while longer. Additionally, please ensure she is not subjected to further distress." "I understand. May I see her?" In light of his daughter's passing, Lu's father worried that his wife might be consumed by her thoughts and was eager to be by her side. "We have administered a sedative, and she has yet to awaken. Once we transfer her to the ward, you will be able to see her. For now, please attend to the hospitalization procedures." "Let us proceed then." "Xiao Wu, please assist Mr. Lu with the admission formalities," Wang Jifeng suggested, recognizing Lu's preoccupation with his wife's condition. Xiao Wu nodded. "I will take care of it." "Mr. Lu, could you kindly hand me your identification?" With a feeble smile, Lu's father relinquished his bag, saying, "Thank you, Officer Wu. All the documents are in there, along with some cash I just withdrew from my daughter." Xiao Wu glanced at Wang Jifeng, who nodded in affirmation, before taking the bag and departing. As the emergency room door opened once more, nurses wheeled Lu's mother out. Lu's father, momentarily setting aside his sorrow, hurried to her side. Observing his wife, pale and frail upon the gurney, he grasped her hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Blinking away the tears, he regained his composure and stifled his emotion. Tongfeng and Wang Jifeng exchanged sighs, stepping forward to assist in pushing the gurney to the ward. Once Lu's parents were settled, the two men exited the ward, understanding that Lu and his wife needed a moment of tranquility. Stepping outside the hospital, they found a secluded corner where Wang Jifeng produced a cigarette and lit it. "Give me one." Tongfeng unabashedly seized a cigarette from Wang Jifeng's hand, lighting it before tossing it back. Wang Jifeng looked at him in astonishment, puzzled. "You smoke?" "Indeed, though I don't indulge often, and it must remain a secret from my mother." Tongfeng leaned against the wall, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Wang Jifeng observed him and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" Tongfeng gazed skyward, the ember of his cigarette glowing as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling a pang of discomfort at the sight of Lu Li's parents. Wang Jifeng mimicked his stance against the wall. "You simply haven't experienced enough. I have served as a police officer for over a decade, witnessing countless farewells, both of others and of my own. Over time, one becomes accustomed to it." "Brother Wang, must one endure such trials to become a police officer?" The voice of Tongfeng was permeated with confusion. As a recent university graduate, he had lived a sheltered life, completely oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Today, the bloody truth had stripped away all pretense before him, leaving him at a loss on how to confront it. Wang Jifeng, with a nonchalant smile, said, "Ah Bu, though you have only been on the job for 2 days, your capabilities are evident to us all. It is clear that the director holds you in high regard. But do you grasp the significance of his actions?" Tongfeng shook his head, occasionally questioning why his father and Shi Yong were so determined to steer him down this path. despite his apparent lack of ambition. Wang Jifeng smiled, albeit with a hint of melancholy. Do you know? Last year, a total of 261 police officers and 131 auxiliary officers lost their lives in the line of duty across the nation. Additionally, 375 police officers and 420 auxiliary officers were injured while serving. Since the founding of the Republic, over 160,000 police officers have sacrificed their lives, and more than 300,000 have been injured, with over 700 being honored as martyrs. Standing tall, he gazed intently at the stunned Tongfeng, his voice heavy with gravity. They are someone's sons and daughters. They are others' fathers and mothers. Why do they willingly give so much, unafraid of sacrifice? Because they are a formidable barrier, an insurmountable divide between the evils of this world and the general populace. They confront the darkness, propping up the stability and harmony of society with their very bodies. They face the shadows, leaving the light for others. This is what it means to be a police officer. Wang Jifeng's words struck Tongfeng like a heavy hammer on his heart, resonating deeply within him. Previously, he had thought that the presence of so many police officers rendered his own existence inconsequential. However, he now comprehended the essence of responsibility, loyalty, dedication, and sacrifice. A multitude of images flooded his mind. The hopeful gaze of his father upon learning of his decision to join the auxiliary police. Shi Yang's approving look when they apprehended Lu Jinxing. The terrified eyes of Yiya when he saved her. The despair etched on the faces of Lu Li's parents upon hearing of their daughter's death. He understood now. He truly understood. At that moment, Tongfeng's mindset shifted. He no longer rejected his identity. If heaven had bestowed upon him a body of exceptional capability, why not become the barrier that stands before the people? With newfound clarity, Tongfeng couldn't help but laugh. Wang Jifeng was momentarily taken aback by this sudden outburst of laughter. Had he driven the young man to the brink of madness? Surely not. This lad had such resilience. He couldn't possibly be unable to accept reality, could he? What are you laughing about? Tongfeng took a drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it carelessly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a realization I've come to." As he tossed the cigarette butt into the trash, Wang Jifeng, intrigued, inquired, "What realization?" Tongfeng turned to him, a smile brightening his crescent-shaped eyes. An inspiring phrase. Comfort is reserved for the dead. With that, he straightened his clothes and made his way toward the hospital building. Wang Jifeng gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. Tongfeng had seemed different, as if he were an entirely different person. After pondering for a while, he remained perplexed. Oh well, at the very least. The young man's spirit seemed to have returned. Wang Jifeng chuckled nonchalantly, discarded the extinguished cigarette but into the trash bin, and turned to follow. Chapter 40. The criminal police team takes a suspect. Shi Yong had never fathomed that he could have such a streak of bad luck, experiencing both good and bad events all in one day, with the misfortunes trailing the fortunate occurrences. If it had been an ordinary case, that would have sufficed. But to encounter a public murder, especially while under the scrutiny of higher authorities, was akin to a dagger aimed straight at his heart. Observing the bespectacled man being brought back by old Lu, Shi Yong's countenance darkened. Were it not for the regulations forbidding it, he would have surely slapped him across the face. This was utterly lawless. The bespectacled man had remained silent after his capture, his expression vacant, devoid of the frenzied demeanor he had exhibited during the confrontation. Though Shi Yong harbored a deep-seated loathing for such criminals, he still inquired, "What is wrong with him? Has he been rendered senseless?" Lu Jianmin shook his head, glancing at the bespectacled man. "I don't know. He was like this after being apprehended. Perhaps he regrets his actions?" Damn. Regret? Now he knows regret? Where was that sentiment when he was committing murder? What a stroke of misfortune. Shi Yong vented, his frustration manifesting in a barrage of expletives. He held the utmost disdain for individuals like him, those who possess the audacity to kill, yet lack the courage to face the consequences. What were you trying to prove back then? Chief. A police officer entered as the detention room door swung open. What is it? Shi Yong, still seething, spoke with a brusque tone, startling the newcomer. The officer, aware of the chief's volatile mood, remained unfazed. Chief, the criminal police team has arrived. Let them come. Do I need to roll out the red carpet for them? Shi Yong retorted darkly. Old Shi, you certainly have a temper. I wonder who it's directed at. As the door opened, team leader Qi entered with two individuals, and upon hearing Shi Yong's words, he chuckled, teasing, "Is it directed at yourself?" Old Lu, hurry up and complete the transfer procedures. I want this scoundrel out of my sight immediately. Just looking at him infuriates me. After speaking, Shi Yong stormed out of the detention room without a backward glance. Old Shi, team leader Qi called after him, puzzled by his apparent anger. What's the matter with your chief? Turning back, Qi directed his question at old Lu. Lu Jianmin cast a sidelong glance at the bespectacled man and explained. He is just irritated by this idiot. Team leader Qi was momentarily taken aback. Why is he so riled up? This fellow has caused quite a ruckus today. And more critically, the city bureau leaders are coming for an inspection this afternoon. This is bound to put him in the line of fire. In light of this, the A-level wanted criminal from the morning could very well go unpunished. It might even lead to reprimands. Lu Jianmin did not withhold the truth. As there was little to conceal, Lu Jianmin's explanation left team leader Qi momentarily speechless. He was not surprised by the potential aftermath of this incident. A single mistake could overshadow a myriad of efforts, especially when that error occurred under the watchful eyes of superiors. While their diligence might go unnoticed, a single lapse could render all previous endeavors futile. However, there is little to be done, after all. Who could have predicted that Shi Yong would find himself at the wrong end of the gun? What piqued team leader Qi's interest was the mention of the A-level wanted criminal by Lu Jianmin. A-level fugitives are typically associated with serious criminal offenses, and he was perplexed as to why the police station had apprehended the individual without notifying them. With his curiosity piqued, team leader Qi inquired, Lao Lu, what is the situation with that A-level fugitive? Why were we not informed? Lu Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that team leader Qi was questioning the lack of communication. He explained, that individual was apprehended by Tongfeng and Yang Wei during their shift. He committed his crimes in another province and needs to be escorted back to his place of origin, which is why you weren't notified. Tongfeng. Once again, it was him. Team leader Qi looked at Lu Jianmin with astonishment. Indeed, even this scoundrel was caught by Tongfeng. Tongfeng was a member of their department, and his ability to astonish the captain of the criminal police left Lu Jianmin feeling a sense of pride, prompting him to boast about Bu's capabilities. However, had Shi Yong been present, he would certainly have delivered a sharp reprimand followed by a stern admonition to keep quiet. Alas, Shi Yong was absent, and Lu Jianmin, intent on upholding the reputation of the police station, did not dwell on it, quickly finding himself ensnared in team leader Qi's inquiries. Observing Lu Jianmin's proud demeanor, team leader Qi offered a cryptic smile. Glancing at the two criminal police officers beside him, he instructed, you two, complete the handover procedures and then escort the individual back to the criminal police team. Understood. After issuing his orders, team leader Qi exited the detention room. Casting a glance at the two officers waiting outside, he pointed to Wu Feifei and said, you accompany me to the hospital to check on the victim. As for you, he turned to the male officer, you will assist Xin in escorting the suspect back. Yes. The male officer saluted in acknowledgement. Seeing that he understood, Qi Jingjun turned to leave. Wu Feifei hastily followed, and along the way, her curiosity got the better of her. Team leader Qi, wasn't there already a colleague at the hospital? Why must we also go? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just follow along. Understood. When Tongfeng and Wang Jifeng returned to the ward, Xiao Wu was already there, seated in the corridor. Brother Wang, Abu, you're back. Has everything been settled? Xiao Wu nodded. All is taken care of. The package and receipts have already been handed to Mr. Lu. That is good to hear. Wang Jifeng peered through the window on the door, ensuring everything was in order before turning to Xiao Wu. What is the current condition of the other injured party? I just inquired with the brothers stationed there, and he is still undergoing emergency treatment. We have also notified his family, and they should be arriving shortly. Sighing deeply, Wang Jifeng remarked, still in emergency treatment. It seems the situation is not promising. With Lu Li already deceased, if we can save this one, it might provide them with some solace. However, if he does not survive, the most dreaded cases for police officers are those involving passionate crimes. They often strike without warning, leaving no room for prevention. Brother Wang, Tongfeng suddenly called out, gesturing towards the elevator with his eyes. Wang Jifeng turned to see two individuals approaching them. They were in plain clothes, yet walked with a commanding presence, indicative of extensive training. They must be from the criminal police team. Wang Jifeng nodded, observing their approach. The two men came to a halt before the trio, and one of them spoke. You are from the police station, right? I am Detective Zhuang Chong from the criminal investigation team. This is Hao Ren. We have been assigned to take over this case. Here are our credentials. As he spoke, Zhuang Chang and Hao Ren displayed their police badges. Wang Jifeng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Zhuang Chang smiled and replied, we certainly will. He then cast a glance at Wang Jifeng and his companions, lingering momentarily on Tongfeng's face before turning his gaze toward the hospital room. The victim's family is in this room, correct? Yes, Wang Jifeng confirmed. Lu Li's mother has fainted from grief and has just been resuscitated. If you wish to inquire, it would be best to wait a moment. Zhuang Chang and Hao Ren exchanged a knowing look and nodded. The perpetrator had already been apprehended, and their primary goal was to clarify the circumstances surrounding the case, so there was no rush. At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened, and Lu's father emerged. No need to wait. What do you wish to ask? I will cooperate fully. The group exchanged silent glances. Realizing that Lu's father had overheard their conversation, Zhuang Chang assessed Lu's father's condition, found it acceptable, and gestured toward a nearby chair. Then let us sit and discuss. Chapter 41. Inquiry Investigation. Lu's father took a seat, while Hao Ren sat beside him, producing a voice recorder and holding a notepad in hand. Zhuang Chang stood before Lu's father, displaying his police badge, and stated, we are detectives from the Pinggang branch of the Municipal Bureau. We are here to conduct an inquiry. First, may I ask what your profession is, Mr. Lu? I am a lecturer in the history department at Yunhua University, teaching ancient Chinese history. Tongfeng suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Li exuded such refinement. She was a university professor, imparting knowledge of history. Indeed, she possessed the grace of an ancient gentleman. However, Tongfeng's confusion deepened. How could Lu Li, raised in such a scholarly family, commit an act of infidelity? Zhuang Chang nodded. What is the relationship between your daughter Lu Li and Qianming? Qianming was the other victim in this case. Xiao Wu quietly explained this to Tongfeng and the others, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lu's father felt a wave of sorrow wash over him at the mention of his daughter. Suppressing his grief, he spoke. Qianming is Li Li's fiancée. They are already engaged. They went out today to purchase items for their wedding. Their wedding date is set for the 2nd of next month. As he spoke, Lu's father could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. The atmosphere grew heavy as Tongfeng and the others recognized the gravity of the situation. The daughter, on the cusp of marriage, had suddenly met with tragedy. Such misfortune was indeed a cruel twist of fate. What should have been a joyous entry into a new phase of life had turned into profound sorrow. It was remarkable that Lu's father had managed to hold himself together for as long as he had. Observing Lu's father's distress, Zhuang Chang sighed. Mr. Lu, the deceased has passed. Please accept my condolences. Aside from offering comfort, the officers present found themselves at a loss for words. After some time, Lu's father managed to stabilize his emotions. I am all right now. Officer, please continue your questions. Zhuang Chang observed his expression, nodded slightly, and continued to inquire. How long has your daughter been in a relationship with Qianming? What is their relationship like? They were classmates in university. The two have been together for nearly 6 years, and their feelings for each other have always been quite strong. Lu's father's words deepened Tongfeng's confusion. Something was amiss. It was entirely inconsistent with the assailant's narrative. According to the perpetrator, Lu Li had betrayed him. However, after 6 years, if Lu Li had truly been unfaithful, it would have been impossible for her to conceal it so effectively. Surely, some signs would have surfaced. Yet, according to Lu's father, Lu Li seemed to have consistently been in a relationship with Qianming. What, then, was the situation with that bespectacled man? Uncle, do you know a man of short stature, approximately around 1.70 meters, wearing glasses and appearing rather dull? Tongfeng's sudden interjection drew the attention of everyone present. Wang Jifeng was somewhat taken aback, unsure why he had suddenly spoken. Meanwhile, Hao Ren, who was taking notes, glanced at him, then turned to Zhuang Chang. Zhuang Chang nodded at him, signaling to continue recording as usual. In recent days, there had been numerous rumors about Tongfeng within the criminal police team, largely thanks to the few who had accompanied team leader Qi on missions. This newly appointed auxiliary officer, having only been on the job for 2 days, had caught the attention of the criminal police officers, who were becoming increasingly familiar with his series of operations, especially after hearing that team leader Qi held him in high regard and intended to integrate him into the criminal police force. Curiosity about him grew among all members of the team. Zhuang Chang was also keen to ascertain what abilities this favored individual possessed. However, apart from Hao Ren, no one else was privy to Zhuang Chang's thoughts. Lu's father paid no mind. In his view, this young man was a commendable officer. He pondered carefully. I have not seen him, but I seem to have a vague impression. I believe I have heard Lily mention this person. Tongfeng furrowed his brow and pressed on. Recall it well. What did she say? After a lengthy pause, Lu's father suddenly spoke up. I just remembered. He seems to be Lily's colleague. Indeed. About a month ago, Lily mentioned that someone in her company had been persistently harassing her, making her quite distressed. Qian Ming even went to the company to confront that individual. After that, there was no further news, and Lily never mentioned being harassed again. Could it be? Was the assailant him? Lu's father abruptly realized. Incredulity etched across his face. Tongfeng nodded. We have already apprehended him. From what we have gathered, he and Lu Li were in a relationship, and it was her infidelity that drove him to commit murder. That is preposterous, Lu's father exclaimed, his face turning ashen with fury. Lily would never do such a thing. I have raised her with strict principles. I know my daughter. She would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. This is slander. Defamation. Veins bulged on Lu's forehead. The seemingly gentle man had lost his composure, his anger reaching a boiling point. The reactions of those present were entirely understandable. As a father, who could remain calm when their daughter was so maliciously defamed? Mr. Lu, please calm down. We will uncover the truth. Zhuang Chang reassured him. Investigate. What is there to investigate? I cannot possibly be unaware of my own daughter. She has always been academically excellent, well-behaved, and understanding. She would never engage in such disgraceful conduct that tarnishes our family's reputation. Zhuang Chang's statement did not calm Lu's father. Instead, it ignited his wrath. In his view, the police's words unmistakably implied disbelief in his daughter, and he could not allow her to be tarnished with an unclean reputation even after her demise. I firmly believe Lu Li is innocent. Just as the tension was about to erupt, a remark from Tongfeng quelled the atmosphere. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. I firmly believe Lu Li is innocent, Tongfeng reiterated with conviction. Lu's father's eyes, reddened and brimming with tears, found solace in Tongfeng's words, which extinguished his anger. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Even though Zhuang Chang's words may hold truth, to him, such ambiguous statements are a slander against his daughter's character. This educator, who has lived an honest life, suddenly erupted, wishing to shield his daughter from any further indignity. Thank you, young man. My daughter is absolutely not that kind of person. I too believe Lu Li is innocent. Suddenly, a voice echoed down the corridor, prompting everyone to turn around. Team Leader Qi, Zhuang Chang exclaimed in astonishment. The arrival of Qi Jingjun and Wu Feifei perplexed Zhuang Chang. Wasn't he supposed to be the one conducting the inquiry? Why was Team Leader Qi personally intervening? Qi Jingjun approached Lu's father and said, Mr. Lu, our officers do not doubt you. Investigating the facts is also meant to restore your daughter's innocence. You understand the weight of public opinion, I trust. Lu's father certainly comprehended. But having endured so much that day, his thoughts were in disarray. He was overly sensitive regarding anything that concerned his daughter. Alas, I was too agitated. I hope you can swiftly restore justice for my daughter. Rest assured. Qi Jingjun reassured Lu's father with a pat on his shoulder. Team Leader Qi, I have a hypothesis regarding this case. Chapter 42, Tongfeng's speculation. Speak. Qi Jingjun, impressed by the young man's insight, was eager to hear his perspective. Tongfeng nodded. Observing the current situation, it was evident that Lu Li and the perpetrator were colleagues from the same company. Their acquaintance is certain. However, Mr. Lu's account and the perpetrator's account are completely inconsistent. Are you suggesting the perpetrator is lying? Wang Jifeng exclaimed in surprise. If the perpetrator is indeed lying, then their motive for murder becomes questionable. Initially, according to the perpetrator's statement, this case could be classified as a crime of passion stemming from romantic entanglements. Yet, if the motive for murder is erroneous, the situation may become increasingly complex. Tongfeng shook his head. I believe the perpetrator is not lying. The crowd was taken aback. What sort of assertion was this? Just moments ago, you claimed to believe in Lu Li's innocence. How can you now place your faith in the perpetrator? Observing the incensed Lu's father and the puzzled crowd, Tongfeng raised his hand to quell their confusion. What I mean is that both parties are telling the truth. The crowd was even more bewildered. If both accounts are true, then how can one explain the contradictions between them? However, it seemed that Team Leader Qi had an inkling, as he smiled slightly, awaiting Tongfeng's explanation. Assuming that neither party is lying, why would he resort to such extreme measures? The most plausible explanation that comes to mind is that he suffers from a delusional disorder. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Tongfeng elucidated, it is indeed a form of psychosis. This primarily encompasses paranoia, delusional states, and acute episodes of delusion, which are severe mental disorders. Are you suggesting that he is insane? Mr. Liu could not possibly accept such a notion. Although he was not a legal scholar, he had heard of the principle whereby individuals with mental illness are exempt from criminal liability. Did this not imply that his daughter had died in vain? Noticing Mr. Liu's agitation, Tongfeng quickly gestured for him to calm down. Mr. Liu, please allow me to clarify. Patients with delusional disorders often exhibit persistent, fixed delusions, characterized by a systematic structure and coherent logic, while maintaining a clear consciousness and relatively intact personality alongside adequate social functioning. According to Article 18 of the Criminal Law, which addresses the criminal responsibility of special individuals, individuals deemed mentally ill who, when unable to discern or control their actions, cause harm, are not held criminally responsible, provided this is confirmed through legal procedures. Intermittently mentally ill individuals who commit crimes during lucid moments are held criminally responsible. Those who have not completely lost their capacity to discern or control their actions when committing a crime may also bear criminal responsibility, albeit with the possibility of reduced punishment. At this point, Tongfeng turned to Mr. Liu, asserting that while delusional disorder is a form of mental illness, the perpetrator had not lost cognitive capacity at the time of the crime. In other words, he was fully aware of the consequences of his actions. Tongfeng's words instilled a glimmer of hope in Mr. Liu. So, will he certainly face severe legal repercussions? Mr. Liu gazed at Tongfeng, yearning for an affirmative response. However, Tongfeng shook his head. His mental state requires a forensic psychiatric evaluation, and we must await the court's ruling. Nonetheless, it is highly likely that he will not receive the death penalty. Observing Mr. Liu's anxious demeanor, Tongfeng added, of course, this is merely my conjecture. He could very well face capital punishment. Although the principle of retribution for murder exists, not every murderer is sentenced to death. This depends on the specifics of the case. And this particular situation is exceedingly unique. The perpetrator may indeed suffer from mental illness, and while he likely possessed self-control during the act, if his defense attorney argues his mental issues, the court may take this into account and refrain from imposing the death penalty. Mr. Liu sat dazed in his chair, lost in thought. Team leader Qi glanced at the others, then fixed his stern gaze on Tongfeng. You are not a judge. Please refrain from such baseless speculation in the future. For now, let's conclude this meeting. Zhuang Chong and Hao Run, please visit Lu Li's company to investigate further. The two complied and left, while Qi Zhengjun turned to Tongfeng, saying, let's have a word. Me? Tongfeng replied, perplexed. It seemed to him that this was only their second encounter. Why was the captain of the criminal police so intrigued by him? Could it be? Tongfeng suddenly shivered, and his gaze towards Qi Zhengjun became increasingly guarded. Qi Zhengjun, puzzled by Tongfeng's strange expression, wondered why such caution was necessary over a mere conversation. Let's go? He gestured towards the stairwell and instructed Wu Feifei, wait here and try to soothe Mr. Liu's emotions. Understood, Wu Feifei nodded in response. Qi Zhengjun cast a glance at Tongfeng before proceeding ahead. Tongfeng looked at Wang Jifeng and Xiao Wu, his face clearly displaying reluctance. Wang Jifeng appeared speechless. It was merely a conversation, not a matter of life and death. Besides, how many officers yearned for such an opportunity, yet found themselves unable to attain it? This fellow was being choosy for no reason. Qi Zhengjun had earned his reputation in the police force of Yinhua City, having cracked numerous significant cases throughout his 20-plus years of service. The criminals he had incarcerated numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. To gain the attention of such a prominent figure would be a dream come true, yet Tongfeng remained oblivious, which was exasperating. Go on. Seize this opportunity. Tongfeng rolled his eyes. Although he no longer harbored aversions to becoming a police officer, the demeanor of this criminal investigation team leader felt quite peculiar to him. He hesitated, glancing back 3 times, as he slowly made his way to the stairwell. As he walked, he silently resolved that should Qi Zhengjun adopt a forceful approach, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Upon opening the door, he found Qi Zhengjun standing by the corner window, smoking and gazing outside. Tongfeng maintained his vigilance as he descended, stopping 2 meters away. Qi Zhengjun turned to look at him and offered his pack of cigarettes. Care for one? No. Just speak plainly. Bu Tongfeng waved his hand in refusal, fixing an unwavering gaze on him. Qi Zhengjun chuckled, retracting his hand. I heard you apprehended an A-level wanted criminal this morning? Indeed, Bu Tongfeng replied nonchalantly, as it was not a scandalous matter. I had Wu Feifei relay a message to you. Why did you decline? Aren't we discussing a wanted criminal? How do we end up here? Qi Zhengjuan's casual conversational style, oscillating between levity and seriousness, left Bu Tongfeng feeling disoriented. Furrowing his brow, he said, Captain Qi, could you be more straightforward? What exactly do you wish to inquire about? I shall be direct then. I have taken a liking to you and wish for you to join my team. Chapter 43. A bit confused, Bu Tongfeng was taken aback. Stepping back a pace to maintain distance from Qi Zhengjun, and retorted with irritation, Damn. I knew you were up to no good. Qi Zhengjun, perplexed by Bu Tongfeng's sudden reaction, asked, What is the matter with you? Bu Tongfeng, with a righteous demeanor, declared, A gentleman may be slain but not humiliated. Do not expect me to engage in such underhanded dealings. Qi Zhengjuan's expression darkened. He had indeed suspected that Bu Tongfeng's reaction was out of the ordinary. Revealing his unsavory thoughts. Get lost. I meant for you to join the criminal investigation team. Where on earth did your mind wander? No way. Do not try to fool me. Bu Tongfeng responded with a knowing expression. You are the esteemed captain of the criminal police department, while I am merely a fledgling auxiliary officer, having just commenced my duties 2 days ago. What prompts your undue courtesy towards me? How can you claim your intentions are pure? I have seen through your facade, Bu Tongfeng, and your behavior has certainly exasperated Qi Zhengjun. What is wrong with this fellow? Why is his thought process so peculiar? How dare you? Were it not for your recent performance, which suggests you possess potential, I would never have entertained the notion of keeping you around. Unless, of course, I had been struck senseless. Very well. As fate would have it, we shall meet again. With a fist salute, Bu Tongfeng swiftly ascended the stairs and exited the door, leaving Qi Zhengjun in a state of bewilderment, staring at the still swaying door. Has he truly departed? This is not right. What is the meaning of this? Was I not here to extend an invitation to him? It feels as though I inquired yet received no response. Captain Qi, are you all right? Upon the door's opening, Wu Feifei peered in, noticing Qi Zhengjuan's darkened expression, and asked in confusion, I am fine. Did I not instruct you to comfort Mr. Liu? What brings you here? Qi Zhengjun replied curtly. Wu Feifei hesitated before explaining. I overheard what seemed to be a quarrel between you two. Then I saw Bu Tongfeng hurriedly leave, so I became concerned and came to check. Qi Zhengjun shook his head in disbelief. What is going on with everyone? Why does their thought process seem so bizarre? As the captain of a criminal police unit, what could that young man possibly do to me? Why are you just standing there? Return to the precinct. Qi Zhengjun barked at Wu Feifei, who remained frozen in place. He had no desire to encounter Bu Tongfeng again after being thoroughly infuriated. Wu Feifei timidly looked at Qi Zhengjun and said, Captain Qi, the elevator is this way. Qi Zhengjun paused, then firmly replied, What elevator? You simply lack exercise. We shall take the stairs. Observing Captain Qi already beginning his descent, Wu Feifei reluctantly followed suit. Upon returning to the hospital corridor, Bu Tongfeng discovered that only Brother Wang and his companions remained. Where is Mr. Liu? He inquired. Wang Jifeng gestured towards the hospital room. Mr. Liu has gone in to accompany his mother, who has just awakened. Peering through the window of the door, Bu Tongfeng saw Liu's mother lying on the bed, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Liu's father stood by her side, speaking softly. Turning back, Bu Tongfeng curiously asked, What is her condition? Alas, Brother Wang sighed. The doctor has assessed her. It appears she is in a state of self-imposed isolation due to emotional trauma. She must find the strength to emerge from this darkness. If she does, she may recover in an instant. However, it also may lead to... Brother Wang's words trailed off. But Bu Tongfeng understood the unspoken implication. If Liu's mother could not break free from this state, her life would be irrevocably altered. Bu Tongfeng sighed. It truly seems that misfortune begets further misfortune. If Liu's mother remains trapped in this despair, the family would be utterly shattered. The impact of these criminals is indeed devastating. Wang Jifeng patted Bu Tongfeng on the shoulder. Let us return. Xiao Wu, you stay here to manage the follow-up. Understood. After exchanging greetings, the two individuals exited the hospital building and drove towards the police station. At the Lushan Road police station, all officers, including Shi Yong, were gathered in the courtyard, awaiting developments. What is going on, Lao Shi? Wasn't the director supposed to arrive this afternoon? The instructor, Hong Tao, quietly inquired, puzzled. Shi Yong furrowed his brow. What do you think? It's all about the case on Liang Road. That is not right. Although the incident occurred in our jurisdiction, it has already been handed over to the criminal investigation team. We shouldn't have any involvement now, Hong Tao remarked softly, glancing at the officers standing nearby. It's not that he wishes to evade responsibility. The nature of this case falls under passionate crime, and there were no prior signs to foresee it. Shi Yong lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before slowly responding. No one can predict which cloud will bring rain. What we must do is ensure we do not deflect blame in front of our superiors. If there are reprimands, I will take the heat. Go and remind everyone to stay alert. They shouldn't be their usual self, speaking carelessly. Hong Tao nodded. Rest assured. With me overseeing, nothing will go awry. He confidently patted his chest and approached the group of officers huddled together. Shi Yong, still smoking, gazed outside. The sudden change in plans from the leadership caught him off guard, leaving him uncertain about their intentions. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, 2 police cars and a private vehicle drove through the entrance. Quick! Everyone stand at attention. Shi Yong called out as the lead police car appeared. He quickly donned a beaming smile and personally opened the rear door of the first vehicle. Welcome, leader. We are delighted to have you at the Lushan Road Police Station for an inspection. Amidst Shi Yong's flattery, a polished shoe stepped onto the ground, followed by the figure emerging from the car. The individual stood around 178 meters tall, slightly portly, with a sharp gaze and a commanding presence. However, the passage of time had softened his features, with graying hair at the temples and slightly relaxed corners of his eyes, lending him a benevolent appearance. Dressed in a white police uniform, the silver olive branch and 2 four-cornered stars on his epaulettes gleamed brightly. Yang Lin, second-class police supervisor, director of the Yunhua City Public Security Bureau, a deputy, departmental-level official. As the police chief of a sub-provincial city in his 50s, Yang Lin stood on the brink of further advancement. Rumors even suggested that he would succeed the retiring deputy mayor He Jun next year, becoming the vice mayor in charge of political and legal affairs, as well as the director of the Public Security Bureau, thus attaining the status of a first-class police supervisor at the departmental level. After Yang Lin alighted, another individual emerged from the following police vehicle. Shi Yong turned to look and was momentarily taken aback. It was Ma Ming, his direct superior, the director of the Pinggang branch of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a third-class police supervisor at the official level. Seeing both esteemed figures arriving together left Shi Yong bewildered. What was the occasion that necessitated the presence of these 2 dignitaries for a mere small-town police chief? With a heart full of questions, Shi Yong's understanding began to clarify upon seeing the individual alight from the private car. Chapter 44. Rin Qi's gratitude. Today, the Lushan Road Police Station was unusually lively. However, the anxious Shi Yong would rather avoid such commotion. He felt akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, merely anticipating when the blade would descend. Director Shi. Attention. Shi Yong stood at attention, silently reflecting. Here it comes. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yang Lin did not mention the case on Liang Road at all. Without delving into other matters, he stated, I believe you have met our protagonist today, Tongfeng from your department. Where is he? Shi Yong was momentarily taken aback. He had suspected that Rin Qi, who had just alighted from the vehicle, was perhaps accompanying the director. After all, it was no coincidence that 3 cars arrived simultaneously. He could not fathom that this seemingly unremarkable Rin Qi wielded such influence. Not only was the district's director Ma Ming present, but even City Bureau Director Yang Lin had come along. Was he some aristocrat's offspring? Or perhaps a wealthy scion? No, given Director Yang's temperament, he was unlikely to be swayed by one's status. It appeared there were underlying circumstances unknown to him. Unbeknownst to Shi Yong, his line of thought was entirely misguided, a result of his information gap. Observing Shi Yong lost in thought due to the leader's remark, the instructor Hong Tao swiftly interjected. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Shi Yong's distraction, he could not leave the leader hanging. Director Yang, Tongfeng is out on duty. Would you like me to call him back? No one anticipated that Director Yang would inquire about a deputy officer, and it seemed his primary purpose for visiting was indeed for him. This was truly an unprecedented occurrence. The personnel at the police station were left puzzled. While Tongfeng had performed admirably in recent days, it hardly warranted a special visit from the leadership. How had this young man caught the attention of the city's higher-ups? No, it's not a matter of great importance. I shall wait for him. Rinchi declined Hong Tao's suggestion with a smile. He then turned to Yang Lin, saying, Director Yang, please attend to your affairs. Do not let my trivial matter hinder you. Yang Lin glanced at the two elongated boxes in Rinchi's hands, offering a knowing smile. It won't delay anything. It is merely a matter of going with the flow. Yang Lin had arranged his visit to the police station the previous day, and upon receiving Shi Yang's report of capturing a wanted criminal that morning, he had decided to notify him. However, plans are often subject to change. When a sudden homicide occurred on Liang Road that morning, Yang Lin, eager to follow the case's progression, altered his itinerary and came directly. As for Shi Yang's concerns, they were entirely unfounded. Although the thoughts of leadership can be elusive, Yang Lin had risen through the ranks and understood the unpredictable nature of such emergencies. He would not impose undue pressure on Shi Yang regarding this matter. In fact, upon learning the details of the case's resolution during his journey, he found the police station's efficiency and approach quite commendable. The swift resolution of a heinous case with far-reaching implications exceeded his expectations. As the principal was absent, Yang Lin briefly spoke to encourage the officers at the police station before allowing them to disperse. Subsequently, a few individuals, guided by Shi Yang, arrived at the station chief's office. After taking their seats, the instructor, Hong Tao, prepared tea for everyone. Once everything was in order, Shi Yang suddenly stood at attention, facing Yang Lin, and began his self-critique. Leader, I take full responsibility. It is my failure to perform my duties that has led to the heinous crime of murder occurring in our district. I have let you down, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Feeling uncertain, Shi Yang decided to take the initiative. Rather than waiting for the leader to bring it up, he thought that admitting his fault first might lead to a lighter penalty. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao immediately stood beside Shi Yang. And I too. It is my work that has been inadequate, particularly in the promotion of legal awareness. I am also willing to bear any consequences. Upon hearing the self-critique from Shi Yang and Hong Tao, Yang Lin and Ma Ming exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. Yang Lin then remarked, You two are quite the performers. It is evident that you are not entirely sincere. No, we have made mistakes in our work. Naturally, we must accept punishment. Shi Yang quickly interjected, but seeing Yang Lin's expression, he sensed that the matter was not as serious as it seemed. Yang Lin waved his hand, saying, Enough of the theatrics. I am well aware of the challenges in preventing such unexpected incidents. I am not here to hold anyone accountable. Seeing the two men visibly relax, Yang Lin smiled and continued, I have three primary purposes for my visit. First, because you saved Rinchi's daughter. He has decided to donate 200 police cars to the public security system of Yunhua City. Additionally, he has prepared a banner for you. I am merely accompanying him on this occasion. Shi Yang and Hong Tao were taken aback. Who would have thought Rinchi was so affluent? 200 police cars. Even the cheapest would cost over 20 million, and he is simply donating them? An idea seemed to flash in Shi Yang's mind, and a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Rinchi, feeling slightly awkward, realized that his ulterior motives had been uncovered. Yang Lin was even aware of the banner he had prepared. However, he was puzzled as to why Yang Lin would still play along with him despite this awareness. With this question lingering, he looked at Yang Lin, who was smiling back at him. Gathering his resolve, he decided to continue the charade. Director Yang, you are being too modest. The police saved my daughter, which is akin to saving our entire family. These police cars are merely a small gesture. He then turned to Shi Yang, saying, Director Shi, I refrained from making a grand announcement about the banner because I heard there was a recent homicide on Liang Road. I hope you can understand this. Also, forgive my personal wish. Brother Bu is our family's savior, and I hope he can be present when the banner is presented, which is why I did not bring it out earlier. Shi Yang quickly waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. This is merely a matter of common courtesy. I also appreciate Mr. Ren's consideration. Ren Shi had his own motives. Since Tongfeng had saved his daughter, he had effectively rescued his family. He believed that monetary gifts would not be accepted by Tongfeng, so he thought of donating police cars as a means to express his gratitude. Moreover, the banner represents a token of honor. Although modest, it serves to enhance Tongfeng's reputation in the eyes of his superiors. This is precisely why he insisted on Tongfeng's presence during the presentation. In his quest to express gratitude, he exerted considerable effort. This is evident from the serendipitous convergence of Ren Shi and Director Yang at the same venue without prior communication. No one would choose to present a banner around noon without a compelling reason. Yesterday, while negotiating a donation at the municipal bureau, Ren Shi inadvertently learned that Yang Lin would be inspecting the Lushan Road police station today. It was then that the idea of presenting the banner in Yang Lin's presence took root in his mind. To this end, he even prepared a drum team. Although unforeseen events disrupted his plans, a sudden incident on Liang Road threw his arrangements into disarray. After careful consideration, Ren Shi abandoned the notion of a celebratory drum roll, recognizing that it would be inappropriate to celebrate amidst a recent homicide. Such an act could inadvertently cast a shadow over the police station's reputation. Even if the cases were unrelated, he had come to express gratitude, not to seek vengeance. Chapter 45. The intentions of leadership. Ren Shi's subtle intentions were instantly perceived by Yang Lin upon their first encounter. When he noticed the box in Ren Shi's hands, the context quickly became clear after a brief moment of reflection. Those who attain positions like his are seldom simple-minded, particularly someone who oversees the public security system, a department intimately involved with criminal cases. Nevertheless, Yang Lin chose not to dwell on it. Firstly, he was already aware of the cases Tongfeng had handled in recent days. He recognized the young man's talent. Secondly, he acknowledged that Ren Shi's methods were within the bounds of propriety. Thus, Yang Lin decided to acquiesce to Ren Shi's wishes. Once Ren Shi and his colleagues had concluded their discussion, Yang Lin continued, "Furthermore, I am well acquainted with Tongfeng's recent endeavors. I have come to ascertain whether this young man possesses extraordinary capabilities." Yang Lin's curiosity regarding Tongfeng had only intensified with his increasing understanding of the young officer, who had stirred the police station into a whirlwind within just 2 days of his appointment. The more he learned, the more intrigued he became, making this visit an opportune moment to meet him. Yang Lin's second purpose astonished not only Shi Yong and the others, but even Ma Ming. Hong Tao was taken aback, realizing that a mere auxiliary officer had caught the attention of a high-ranking official at the municipal bureau. Shi Yong was surprised to discover that Yang Lin had indeed come specifically for this impudent young man, Tongfeng. Meanwhile, Ren Shi could not help but smile wryly. Realizing that his efforts had been unnecessary, it appeared that Brother Bu had already captured Yang Lin's attention. As for Ma Ming, he had heard of Tongfeng but lacked detailed knowledge about him. Now, he found himself curious about the prowess of this young man who had garnered the favor of Director Yang. Regarding Yang Lin's third purpose, he expressed, "I am also here to assess the conditions of your police station. As you are aware from the recent work conference, the city is set to launch a comprehensive campaign to strengthen public security and crack down on crime for 100 days. At this point, Yang Lin cast a serious glance at Shi Yong, recalling that historically, their police station had ranked among the lowest in terms of public security within the city. My visit also serves to motivate you. I hope you can put forth your utmost effort to deliver a satisfactory report." Shi Yong stood at attention and declared loudly, "Yes. Rest assured, Director, we shall not fail in our mission. We will present you with a report that meets your expectations. A report that satisfies the people." Yang Lin gazed solemnly at Shi Yong. Indeed, a report that satisfies the people. Once the official matters were concluded, Shi Yong briefly reported his subsequent work plan to the two directors. Afterward, glancing at the time, he invited directors and Mr. Ren. "It is already noon. Would you care to sample our canteen's fare?" Although the discussions had wrapped up, the main subject had yet to arrive, and Yang Lin was in no hurry to return. It was a perfect opportunity to experience grassroots life and assess the quality of the police station's meals. He nodded at Shi Yong. "Sounds good. It's been a while since I've had the communal dishes from the police station. Come on, Lao Ma, Xiaorun, let's treat ourselves today." Shi Yong quickly signaled to Hong Tao, indicating for him to lead the way. Upon receiving Shi Yong's glance, Hong Tao promptly moved to the front. "Directors and Mr. Ren, please follow me." As the group prepared to exit, Shi Yong discreetly held back Yang Lin. Surprised, Yang Lin regarded him with a bemused smile. Ma Ming and Ren Shi feigned ignorance and followed Hong Tao outside. "All right, now that they are gone, feel free to speak." As Shi Yong's former superior, Yang Lin was well aware that Shi Yong had something to discuss. Shi Yong rubbed his hands together and smiled ingratiatingly. "Director, what do you think of the new police vehicles?" Although Ren Shi had donated 200 vehicles, the city boasted 146 police stations, in addition to branches, the municipal bureau, the public security team, and traffic police, rendering the allocation insufficient. "Director, as you can see, our station is indeed facing difficulties. Many stations across the city have already received new vehicles. Just look at ours. Aside from one new car, the rest are all outdated Santanas. We are struggling." As the saying goes, a crying child gets the milk. Shi Yong was determined to plead his case for those few vehicles. Yang Lin, bemused, observed Shi Yong. This man was willing to sacrifice his dignity for a handful of cars. Yet, he understood that Shi Yong spoke the truth. Funding for public security had always been tight, and the replacement of police vehicles had to be gradual, not instantaneous. There were many stations in the city facing similar predicaments as Lushan Road. In this light, Ren Shi's donation had indeed alleviated an immediate concern. All right, enough with the sob stories. Yang Lin interrupted Shi Yong, somewhat exasperated. Once the new cars arrive, you will receive all 5. Shi Yong was taken aback, and then his face broke into a wide grin. Truly, the crying child receives the milk. He had initially thought they might get only 1 or 2 vehicles, but his efforts had secured 5 for the station. It is worth noting that these vehicles were donated by Ren Shi to the Yunhua City public security system, and had they been allocated evenly, they might not have received even 1. Yang Lin discerned Shi Yong's thoughts with a smile. Do you think this is because of you? Shi Yong looked at Yang Lin in confusion. Isn't it? If it weren't for Ren Shi's insistence, you would have been allocated at least 5 vehicles. Based on the rankings, you haven't received a single one. Shi Yong was on the verge of tears, thinking his efforts would bear fruit, only to find that his hard work was in vain. If it weren't for the conditions set by others, he would not even have a drop to drink. Enough. Just keep this to yourself, understood? The news of Ren Shi donating police cars has not yet spread. Let us keep it under wraps for as long as possible, otherwise, everyone from the various precincts and stations will be trampling his doorstep. Shi Yong nodded vigorously, assuring that he would not leak a word. Seeing Shi Yong nod, Yang Lin teased, Is everything all right now? Can I go eat? Haha, please be my guest. Shi Yong, like an eager underling, led Yang Lin toward the cafeteria. Upon descending the stairs, Shi Yong noticed others were still waiting below. Old Hong, why aren't you taking Director Ma to the cafeteria? I was waiting for you. Before Hong Tao could respond, Ma Ming chimed in teasingly. How dare I trouble you to wait? Old Hong, hurry up and lead the way. After so many years of partnership, Shi Yong could guess what was on his mind, knowing his old comrade's smile. Hong Tao understood the unspoken message and promptly guided the way to the cafeteria. As the 2 directors walked ahead, Shi Yong whispered to Ren Shi beside him, Mr. Ren, thank you for taking care of our station. Director Yang has mentioned that if it weren't for your conditions, we wouldn't even get a drop from this batch of police cars. Ren Shi chuckled. Director Shi, you are too polite. With Abu's connections, who else would I think of but you? With a single phrase, the bond between them deepened. Shi Yong looked at him gratefully, but refrained from saying more. Both understood the underlying meaning. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. Everyone, don't underestimate our small station. The quality and taste of the food here are exceptional. Shi Yong boasted as they entered. Yang Lin scanned the surroundings and soon fixed his gaze on a towering mountain of food. Clearly, the meals are quite good. Can you really tell just by looking? Is it possible to discern its taste based solely on appearance? Noticing Yang Lin and others looking behind him, Shi Yong turned in confusion. Tongfeng, deeply engrossed in his meal, looked up in bewilderment upon hearing his name. His cheeks were puffed out, and he was still chewing, staring blankly at everyone. Chapter 46. The Big Shot and the Rookie Handsome. Strong. An insatiable appetite. This was Yang Lin's first impression of Tongfeng. However, Ma Ming frowned at the sight of Tongfeng, wondering if this seemingly dim-witted fellow was really Tongfeng. He appeared to possess no discernible strengths apart from his voraciousness. Tongfeng mechanically chewed with a vacant gaze, his mind elsewhere. His entire focus was lost in thought, and his response was merely a reflex to being called by name. Seeing Tongfeng in such a daze, Shi Yong frowned. This brat was dropping the ball at a crucial moment. Normally, he could behave however he liked, but with the leaders present, acting like this was akin to throwing himself into the fire. Upon catching a glimpse of Ma Ming's somewhat darkened expression, Shi Yong felt an immediate surge of urgency. Hastening towards Tongfeng with quickened steps. Just as he was about to speak, Tongfeng regained his composure. Uncle Shi, what brings you here? Shi Yong could hardly contain his laughter in exasperation. What brings me here? You seem to be lost in another realm, and you dare question my presence? I wish to inquire about yours. Are you blind? Can't you see there's a leader present? His voice, strained and barely audible, was only discernible to Tongfeng due to their proximity. Tongfeng, puzzled by Shi Yong's demeanor, instinctively took a bite of his meal. Come now, Uncle Shi. We are well acquainted. Must you adopt such a lofty demeanor? I've toiled all morning. Can't you allow me a moment to enjoy my meal? As Shi Yong approached Tongfeng, he was abruptly expelled from the system within his mind. Coincidentally, his position shielded Yang Lin and others behind him from view. Thus, Tongfeng mistakenly assumed that Shi Yong referred to himself as the leader. Haha, old Shi, this lad certainly dares to speak the truth. Yang Lin's voice resonated from behind Shi Yong. Shi Yong cast a resigned glare at Tongfeng, conveying a look that hinted at self-preservation. Before stepping aside to reveal the onlookers, suddenly, two figures in white shirts appeared before Tongfeng, momentarily disorienting him. He stared blankly at Shi Yong, bewildered. A cacophony of sounds ensued, startling everyone in the cafeteria. Eyes widened in astonishment. They beheld the plastic seat that had fallen to the ground, jaws agape in disbelief. Yang Lin and Ma Ming's eyes twitched at the spectacle, while Shi Yong's facial muscles involuntarily quivered. My apologies. I must have stood too abruptly. Ah, esteemed leaders. Tongfeng awkwardly stood at attention, saluting. At that moment, Ma Ming finally comprehended why Director Yang placed such importance on this young man. Astounding. It was merely a matter of standing at attention too quickly, yet it sent the plastic seat flying from the stainless steel table. Although the seat was plastic, achieving such a feat solely through an instinctive posture required an extraordinary individual. This action alone revealed Tongfeng's exceptional physical prowess. Ma Ming's initial impression of Tongfeng transformed, sparking an intrigue within him. This young man possessed a certain unconventional charm. Haha, no worries. Just be mindful not to act so rashly next time. This unintentional gesture of Tongfeng caught Yang Lin's attention, igniting an appreciation for talent within him. Minor flaws seemed insignificant in light of this revelation. Tongfeng had never encountered Yang Lin before, but, observing the rank of the second-level police supervisor, he gathered some inkling. Though he dared not confirm, he believed he belonged to the police system and should at least be aware of the leaders at the municipal and district levels. Yet, Tongfeng truly had no knowledge in this regard. In his mind, as a mere auxiliary officer, he felt it improbable to meet such prominent figures. Initially reluctant and merely wishing to pass the time, he had little interest in familiarizing himself with the hierarchy of the public security system. In his view, it sufficed to know who his immediate superior was. As for the rest, if misfortune struck, one could simply call upon the leader, just as it was now. Upon hearing Yang Lin's admonition, Tongfeng immediately stood at attention and replied, Yes, leader, I will certainly pay heed. Yang Lin smiled and patted Tongfeng on the shoulder, saying, You are quite commendable. Please, continue your meal. Although it was merely a compliment, it elicited envy from the surrounding officers. After all, this was the chief of the municipal bureau. Such praise was not something everyone could hope to receive. Yes, Tongfeng saluted, then unceremoniously picked up his tray and moved to another table. Impressive. The officers, secretly observing the situation, silently gave Tongfeng a thumbs up in admiration. Such a nonchalant demeanor was not something everyone had the courage to exhibit. Yang Lin was also taken aback by Tongfeng's straightforwardness. Accustomed to those who were obsequious in his presence, Tongfeng's demeanor truly dazzled him. His internal assessment of Tongfeng rose significantly, genuine, forthright, and unyielding to flattery. Ma Ming regarded Tongfeng with interest, noting how the lad was increasingly in tune with his temperament. He resolved to thoroughly examine Tongfeng's file upon returning. Ren Shi observed with a smile, choosing not to engage in conversation. He could discern Yang Lin and Ma Ming's favorable impression of Tongfeng and preferred not to complicate matters in such circumstances. Shi Yong, relieved that the leaders bore no grievance, cheerfully said, Leaders, Mr. Ren, please, have a seat. I'll fetch your meals. He gestured towards an empty table with a smile. His flattery was understandable, considering his former superior was present, along with the formidable Ma Ming. Being astute, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of officialdom. Yang Lin waved his hand, saying no need. We can manage ourselves. Since the leader had spoken, Shi Yong did not press further. After they all finished serving their meals, each held their trays. Just as Shi Yong sought a spacious spot, Yang Lin stepped towards Tongfeng's table. The others paused momentarily before following suit. As Tongfeng was eating, he noticed a tray being placed before him and curiously looked up. May I sit here? Yang Lin asked. Tongfeng, eager to stand, was gently pressed back down by Yang Lin. Haha, it's mealtime. No need for such formalities. Seeing the others take their seats around him, Tongfeng felt a wave of anxiety. His lips twitched slightly as he realized that two prominent figures in white shirts were seated directly across from him, the director and the instructor flanking him. Alongside Rinchi beside Yonglin. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a den of tigers? With so many vacant seats around, why were these dignitaries clustering around him? Please eat. No need to be so formal. Yonglin cheerfully picked up his chopsticks and gestured towards Tongfeng. As the gazes of the others fell upon him, Tongfeng steeled his resolve. What was there to fear? They were merely leaders. Surely, they wouldn't eat him. With that thought, Tongfeng confidently took up his chopsticks and resumed his meal. Several individuals shared a knowing smile before each began to indulge in their meals. It was unclear from whence their unspoken understanding originated, yet they found themselves inexplicably aligned on the same front. Chapter 47. Yonglin's arrangements. As Tongfeng relaxed, the atmosphere at the table became increasingly lively. The guests engaged in casual conversation while enjoying their meal, discussing work and the latest news. Yonglin and Ma Ming adopted a casual demeanor, and after a few light exchanges, Tongfeng's attitude towards the two directors became noticeably more relaxed. Perhaps it was his carefree nature. In any case, he now felt emboldened to share a joke in their presence. The police officers at the precinct observed the vibrant atmosphere at the leaders' table and couldn't help but express their admiration in hushed tones. Truly remarkable. A mere auxiliary officer dared to converse so openly with such prominent figures. One could hardly contest that. Unfortunately, Yang Wei was absent. Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have looked down upon them, dismissing them as a group lacking in experience. Tongfeng had always possessed a bold spirit. Once familiar, he would disregard titles and engage anyone, including the mayor, with unflinching composure. It was a mystifying confidence that seemed to stem from nowhere. In the midst of their meal, Shiyong suddenly recalled something. When did you return? Just shortly before you all arrived, Tongfeng replied, as he picked up a piece of braised pork and chewed while speaking. I came back with Brother Wang. And him? Why haven't I seen him? Tongfeng swallowed the pork and took a bite of rice. He went to deliver meals to Wu and the others at the hospital. Upon hearing Tongfeng mention the hospital, Yonglin immediately halted his chopsticks and inquired with concern, how is the injured person still in critical condition? At the director's question, Tongfeng paused momentarily before resuming his meal. They couldn't save him. This grim news had reached them on their way back. The collective clinking of chopsticks ceased. Sigh. Yonglin exhaled heavily, reflecting on the immense responsibility of maintaining public safety. Gazing at his uneaten food, he felt a loss of appetite and pushed his plate away. Rising from his seat, you all continue eating. I shall visit the victim's family at the hospital. I'm nearly done as well. I will accompany you. Ma Ming stood up in agreement. With the two leaders rising, none dared remain seated. Yonglin glanced around at the others. Old Ma, come with me. The rest of you need not follow. Just as Yonglin turned to leave, he seemed to recall something and pivoted back. He placed a reassuring hand on Tongfeng's shoulder, saying, Young man, I have high hopes for you. Keep striving. Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly saluted, responding, Yes. There were no grandiose proclamations, merely that simple affirmation, yet it encapsulated Tongfeng's enlightened spirit. Yonglin smiled and departed. Ma Ming followed suit, giving Tongfeng a pat on the shoulder and offering a friendly smile before joining Yonglin. Shiyong and Hong Tao promptly trailed behind. Tongfeng did not see them off. Instead, he turned to Rin Qi, who remained seated, and said with a grin, Brother Rin, what brings you here today? Earlier, they had merely exchanged brief greetings in the presence of their superiors. Rin Qi did not display excessive enthusiasm, for he was well aware that Yonglin had perceived his subtle maneuvers. To engage too fervently would undoubtedly provoke Yonglin's aversion. At this moment, Rin Qi finally managed to relax. I have come specifically to present you with a banner. Tongfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Rin Qi's promptness, as only a day had passed, and the banner was already prepared. Haha, Brother Rin, surely you jest. I had already mentioned that it was my duty. Moreover, Yiya is so adorable. I simply cannot bear to see her harmed. It is merely a banner, nothing of great value. This is but a token of my gratitude. Rin Qi smiled. While this was a trivial matter for Tongfeng, it represented a tremendous favor for his family. He felt that his efforts were wholly inadequate in repaying Tongfeng's kindness. I had originally intended to make a grand display with drums and gongs when presenting it. However, given the recent events on Liang Road, I reconsidered and found it inappropriate. So I let it go, Rin Qi remarked with a hint of regret. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied that he could not make a grand gesture with the banner, Tongfeng chuckled and replied, "Thank goodness you did not. Otherwise, I would have been mortified." To Tongfeng, he was merely fulfilling his responsibilities. Excessive enthusiasm would be overwhelming for him. This genuine sentiment was precisely what Rinchi valued. Having navigated the treacherous waters of business, it was this sincere expression of emotion that truly touched the heart. As the two enjoyed their meal, they engaged in conversation that spanned various intriguing topics. With no superiors present, Rinchi felt more at ease, and his extensive experience allowed him to find subjects of interest for Tongfeng. Meanwhile, Shi Yong and Hong Tao had escorted the two leaders to their vehicles. "All right, you may return now." Yang Lin turned to Shi Yong. "Be sure to submit Tongfeng's commendation application as soon as possible. Make it as detailed as you can." Shi Yong was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a wide grin. "Goodness, the director is personally inquiring. It seems he holds Tongfeng in high regard. This time, the second-class merit is assured." Yang Lin, observing Shi Yong's beaming expression, couldn't help but smile. "What are you so happy about? Did you eat bee droppings? It's not your achievement." Shi Yong chuckled. Hee. "After all, he is one of my own. His success reflects the quality of our training. You certainly know how to flatter yourself." Yang Lin teased, pointing at Shi Yong with a laugh. After glancing at the still cheerful Shi Yong, Yang Lin pondered and said, "How about this? Also submit his application for regularization. It's a perfect opportunity to resolve his staffing issue alongside this commendation. Such talent should not be relegated to the role of an auxiliary police officer." The notion of promoting Tongfeng to a regular position arose from Yang Lin's understanding of his actions over the past few days, following deep contemplation. It was an opportune time to advance him based on this commendation. Although it might seem premature, one must not be rigid in recognizing talent. Talent can only realize its fullest potential when placed in the right position, especially as the city prepares to launch a 100-day initiative, facing a pressing shortage of police resources. In such times, having an officer with enforcement authority is far preferable to retaining someone without such powers. Shi Yong was utterly bewildered. An unexpected stroke of fortune had suddenly descended upon him. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of transitioning from auxiliary police to regular status. It was not just newcomers like Tongfeng, who had only been on the job for 2 days. Even seasoned auxiliary officers with over a decade of experience often fell short of the requirements. This truly was an unprecedented occurrence, perhaps in the annals of Chinese police history. This young man was indeed the first. "Director, is a second-class merit sufficient?" Shi Yong mused, suspecting that in the case of someone like Tongfeng, such a distinction might be somewhat tenuous. Yang Lin glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing as he turned to get into the car. It was only after the 2 police vehicles had departed from the precinct that Shi Yong's mind caught up. That's right, Tongfeng was still an auxiliary officer. Moreover, it seemed he had been quite active in recent days. No wonder the director had urged him to be as thorough as possible. Beyond those petty thefts, there were robbery cases, kidnapping incidents. It appeared that these serious offenses could certainly be leveraged. At the very least, accumulating these incidents should suffice for a third-class merit. Having connected the dots, Shi Yong cheerfully enlisted Hong Tao to prepare the application materials. As for whether to inform Tongfeng, Shi Yong decided to solidify their plans first, then notify him. He would ensure that the young man had no chance to escape. Chapter 48. Application for Meritorious Service. After lunch, Tongfeng bid farewell to Rinchi. As for the banner that Rinchi had brought, it had been accepted quietly, despite Tongfeng's strong objections against any grand presentation. Rinchi, though resigned, had gleaned insight into Tongfeng's approach. He regarded fame and fortune as trifles. If Tongfeng were aware of Rinchi's thoughts, he would likely be unable to contain his laughter. He could not achieve the lofty ideal of viewing fame and fortune as mere refuse. He was simply too indolent to engage in any ostentatious activities. One side of the banner was dedicated to him, while the other was for the precinct. His side read, "Valiant and astute, nemesis of evil." The precinct's banner proclaimed, "Police and community as one, true feelings in times of distress." Upon reading the inscriptions, Tongfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this praise a bit excessive? Thank goodness it hadn't been presented with fanfare. Otherwise, he would have wanted to dig a hole and hide. In Tongfeng's eyes, he had merely apprehended a suspect. He hardly deemed himself worthy of such accolades. However, he had not considered that each of these tasks would likely prove far more challenging for other officers. Evaluating the events by his own standards naturally led to a cognitive dissonance when compared to others. Holding the banner, Tongfeng found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After some contemplation, he decided to take the banner to Shi Yong's office. Upon pushing open the door, he found Shi Yong and instructor Hong Tao engrossed in their work. "Couldn't you knock?" Shi Yong remarked, discreetly shutting off his computer screen, and snapped at Tongfeng. Surprised, Tongfeng quickly replied, "I'll definitely knock next time." Shi Yong, eyeing him with exasperation, said, "What brings you here in the middle of the afternoon instead of resting?" "This is the banner that Brother Rin brought. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I thought I'd bring it to you." As he spoke, Tongfeng showcased the 2 boxes in his hands to Shi Yong. "Rinchi has left?" Shi Yong inquired, puzzled. He had initially planned to organize a small ceremony in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Rinchi departed right after lunch. What? Did he come solely for a free meal? Indeed. I told him to leave early. Upon hearing this, Shi Yong comprehended the situation. Rinchi must have intended to amplify the occasion, but this young man had thwarted his plans. While others would revel in the glory of receiving a banner, you discreetly receive one as if it were stolen. "It's not stolen," Shi Yong replied, exasperated, casting an irritated glance at him. "Fine. If he wants to leave, let him. Just place the banner on the table. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." The matter of the banner was no longer paramount. Shi Yong's primary concern was to swiftly prepare the application materials for recognition. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Tongfeng casually set the 2 boxes on the table and turned to exit. As he departed, Shi Yong promptly activated his computer. Just as Tongfeng reached the doorway, he heard the sound of the monitor powering on and suddenly spun around, dashing back to Shi Yong's desk, peering at the screen. "Haha, Uncle Shi, Instructor Hong. What are you 2 sneaking a peek at?" Tongfeng exclaimed excitedly while leaning over. Shi Yong, startled, realized it was too late to shut off the screen. "Oh, an application report for commendation. I thought it was something scandalous." Shi Yong's earlier attempt to conceal the monitor had evidently not gone unnoticed by Tongfeng. He had assumed the 2 leaders were viewing something inappropriate, only to be disappointed to discover it was merely the commendation application report. Shi Yong's expression darkened, and Hong Tao shared a similarly displeased visage. What on earth was this impudent young lad thinking? How could the dignified leaders of the police station, public officials, engage in such behavior? And what was with that look of disappointment? "Get out," Shi Yong managed to utter through clenched teeth, observing the veins bulging on Shi Yong's forehead. Tongfeng couldn't help but retreat awkwardly. "I was just joking. Please, continue." As Tongfeng stepped to the door, he turned back. "By the way, if it's about capturing Lu Jinxing for recognition, make sure to include a way. He contributed as well. Get lost. I certainly don't need your advice." Shi Yong hurled a book from his desk at Tongfeng. With a practiced motion, Tongfeng opened the door, and with a resounding thud, the familiar sound of the book hitting the floor echoed. Tongfeng clicked his tongue, thinking that the director must be going through a midlife crisis. "I best be on my way. It would be wise not to encounter him again today." Tongfeng grimaced and headed towards the break room. After throwing the book, Shi Yong sat down, fuming. Hong Tao attempted to mediate. "Come on, old Shi, calm down." Tongfeng was merely joking. Suddenly, Shi Yong chuckled. "I'm not angry. Just putting on a show for that kid." Noticing Hong Tao's puzzled expression, Shi Yong elaborated, "With Tongfeng, if you don't act this way, he could keep chatting until the afternoon shift. Time is rather tight. I hardly have the leisure to linger with him." "You indeed. Haha, still with your myriad cunning tricks." Hong Tao jestingly scolded Shi Yong while pointing at him. Shi Yong, slightly annoyed, retorted, "This is called being resourceful." Indeed, indeed. You are quite the strategist." Hong Tao rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. However, he soon furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Tongfeng's merit application, especially with Yang Wei included. "What do you think? If another person is added, the second-class merit may indeed be jeopardized." Hong Tao appreciated Tongfeng's selflessness, but the priority now was to ensure that his second-class merit application went through smoothly. This would facilitate his conversion to a permanent position. If Yang Wei were included, it might result in 2 third-class merits instead. The nature of a solo arrest differs vastly from that of a joint one. Even an A-level wanted criminal does not warrant the declaration of 2 individual second-class merits. Shi Yong contemplated, furrowing his brow, and concluded that the issue should not be insurmountable. After all, Yang Wei is not yet a formal police officer. He is still a trainee, which should provide some advantage. Hong Tao nodded in agreement. Shall we give it a try? Yes. Let us proceed with that. Just as the two leaders were deliberating over the merit application, Tongfeng had already returned to the lounge. A couple of people were napping there. Tongfeng quietly found an empty bed and lay down. Once settled, his consciousness sank into his mind. System, you stubborn little rabbit, come forth. The system had awakened earlier that morning. On his way back from the hospital, Tongfeng had chatted with Wang Jifeng and learned about the situation regarding the 100-day operation. The mobilization meeting had already been held a couple of days prior, and the official commencement date was set for the 1st of next month, which was just a few days away. With the system now awake, Tongfeng pondered whether he could negotiate for something beneficial to aid in this operation. However, during lunch, before he could exchange more than a few words, Shi Yong interrupted him, resulting in his ejection from the system. Now, with ample time, Tongfeng resolved to engage in a thorough conversation with the system. Chapter 49. An alternative approach to the system. You old scoundrel. In the middle of the day, are you trying to deprive me of my sleep? The system, in the form of an irate little rabbit, appeared in Tongfeng's mind, immediately expressing its discontent. Enough of the chit-chat. Are you even human? Have you considered the matter I discussed with you at noon? Tongfeng rolled his eyes and shot back at the system before following up with a question. I've already stated it's impossible. You still owe me from the last time. Don't be like that. Think about it. Let us not delve into grand principles. Let us discuss how this 100-day operation could benefit us. Tongfeng prepared to present facts and rationale to persuade the system. Look, this is a unified nationwide operation, primarily focused on strengthening the crackdown on illegal activities. Furthermore, it involves multiple departments working collaboratively, employing stringent measures to address criminal issues. Surely, it will yield substantial results. Consequently, if the public security in our jurisdiction improves, wouldn't we have more time to relax? That doesn't mean it's any less of an effort for you. Observing the system's little rabbit with an expression that seemed to invite a reprimand, Tongfeng endured momentarily and earnestly remarked, why do you fail to understand? If we exert ourselves, though we may not entirely eradicate crime within our jurisdiction this time, we can at least minimize it to the lowest point. Imagine how much easier life would be afterward. Picture me leisurely passing time at work and indulging in entertainment after hours. My happiness index would soar. Soon, I could pay off my debts, and life would only improve from there, causing my happiness to accumulate like a rolling snowball. Tongfeng's voice was laden with temptation, painting grand visions one after another. Haha, I don't believe it, exclaimed the system, clearly not swayed by his words. Tongfeng, observing the system's calm demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that the trick of empty-handedly outwitting the system was no longer effective. What to do? A thought struck him. Gazing at the unyielding system, he chuckled softly. How about this? Let us negotiate. We can temporarily freeze the previous debts, and you can grant me a more professional capability in exchange for the happiness points I accumulate over the next couple of days. Don't dream. Even if I agreed to that, how much happiness can you accumulate in these 2 days? Tongfeng was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. He had hardly managed to enjoy any leisure in the past 2 days, so his happiness points would be minimal. With this realization, he opened the system panel and directed his gaze to the bottom where his happiness points were displayed. What? How did it turn into negative 10,000? Has the system encountered a bug? Did I somehow lose 5,000 happiness points over the last 2 days? Tongfeng stared incredulously at the happiness points section. At that moment, the system's little rabbit darted over. Upon seeing Tongfeng's happiness index, its mouth gaped wide in astonishment. How is that possible? What do you mean? You don't know? Tongfeng was taken aback, incredulous that the system itself was unaware of its operations, as if it were a jest. The system rabbit did not respond but abruptly vanished as if it had urgent business, leaving Tongfeng sensing an unsettling anomaly. Could it be that the system had genuinely malfunctioned? Would he still be able to utilize it in the future? With a heart full of anxious speculation, Tongfeng waited quietly. Before long, the system's little rabbit reappeared, bursting into laughter, its face beaming as wide as a lotus blossom, revealing its 4 prominent front teeth. Tongfeng could even see its little tongue inside its throat. Haha, just tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. By all means, this time I will ensure your satisfaction. Tongfeng gaped in disbelief as the system's little rabbit brandished an AK, seemingly ready to procure anything he requested. It was indeed a bug. Even the system had gone mad. Hey, What kind of expression is that? The little rabbit raised its chin, looking at Tongfeng with confusion. Tongfeng cautiously replied, if a system like yours experiences a program error, would a reboot suffice? Program error? Who are you talking about? You. What is wrong with me? A program error. Who? You. Me. Wait a moment. Why are we stuck in this endless loop? The little rabbit, exuding a sense of bewilderment, exclaimed. How did this program get so disordered? With a look of pity, Tongfeng gazed at the little rabbit, questioning whether there was any hope left in such a situation. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm being serious. The rabbit protested. Then can you enlighten me as to why you've changed so rapidly? One moment you disagree, and the next moment you are eager to comply. Such abrupt transformations are bound to raise suspicions. Well, let me enlighten you. The rabbit replied. Upon noticing that the previous values were abnormal, I decided to check the core system. To my astonishment, I discovered that the system had undergone an upgrade. Tongfeng, observing the little rabbit's joyous demeanor, found himself perplexed. What do you mean by core? What does upgrade entail? Aren't you the system? I am merely the system sprite, akin to a steward. I am distinct from the core. The rabbit clarified. As for the upgrade, it is undoubtedly a remarkable enhancement. Although I cannot fully comprehend the specifics, suffice it to say, it is a fortuitous development. Post-upgrade. The method of acquiring happiness points is no longer confined solely to you. However, it must still pertain to you. The alteration in acquisition methods piqued Tongfeng's curiosity. Could you provide an example to elucidate this? He inquired with a smile, stroking his chin. Quite simply, by influencing the feelings of happiness in others through your actions, you too can garner a certain amount of happiness points. This change is specifically tailored to your current profession. The realization dawned on Tongfeng. What is happiness? It is a state that arises when one's desires are fulfilled. When a crime occurs, what does the victim yearn for the most? Naturally, it is to see their tormentors brought to justice. If they could capture the perpetrator themselves, it would undoubtedly satisfy their desires, consequently yielding a feedback of happiness points. The so-called happiness points are merely a nomenclature for a unique form of energy, designated as such because it closely aligns with the human experience of happiness. Happiness points are not mere emotions. They are not subject to personal control, even if a victim is engulfed in sorrow. As long as justice is served and their inner expectations are met, they will naturally generate this form of energy. Thus, Tongfeng's happiness points would increase. Issuing tasks and receiving rewards upon completion. It seems reminiscent of playing a game. He mused. However, it does indeed possess a certain humanity. Consequently, the more cases resolved, the higher the happiness points, and the stronger the abilities become. How intriguing it is to discover that this is the correct approach to the system. Yet, he pondered, how did a recreational system begin to align so closely with a crime-solving framework? When Tongfeng posed this inquiry, the system sprite appeared to experience a momentary glitch, taking a while to respond. When the initial binding occurred, an error transpired. At that time, your profession did not align with the system's binding criteria. However, for reasons unknown, it was unexpectedly bound successfully. The system upgrade likely aims to rectify this error. With this explanation, Tongfeng finally grasped the situation. At that moment, the system's core inexplicably encountered a bug, erroneously binding itself to an individual who did not meet the criteria for a host. The system sprite, a little rabbit, failed to intervene, and thus, these two incompatible beings became one. Throughout the subsequent operation of the system, it seemed to have recognized this flaw. However, constrained by regulations, it could not sever the bond. In a state of helplessness, the system opted for an upgrade, akin to applying a patch, to ensure its proper functionality. What an incredible stroke of luck! Tongfeng chuckled with glee, feeling he had struck a great bargain. Don't celebrate too soon. Today, in the spirit of joy, I promise I will grant you another ability. The little rabbit declared with an air of generosity. This patch was indeed a masterstroke, broadening the avenues for acquiring happiness points, thus making the completion of performance evaluations a mere formality. Given the little rabbit's unexpected largesse, Tongfeng resolved to consider his options carefully, for who knew when such generosity would present itself again. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Give me a radar that can detect criminals, one that displays any nearby offenders. The very alteration in the channels for obtaining happiness points was already advantageous to him. If he could also acquire a radar for criminals, the two would synergistically elevate his happiness points to unprecedented heights. Perfect. just as Tongfeng envisioned a deluge of happiness points cascading towards him. The system's little rabbit turned away, mysteriously producing a mountain of books, roughly estimating to be at least 1,000 volumes, each as thick as a dictionary. What are you doing? Tongfeng stared in bewilderment as the little rabbit began to leaf through the tomes. Didn't you ask for a criminal radar? I'm searching for which system possesses it. Tongfeng was utterly flabbergasted. You, a system, need to consult books? And paper ones at that? Is there not an electronic version? Unfazed by Tongfeng's remark, the system retorted, this is the electronic version. This is how it displays. I have no idea what other systems possess. What should I do if I don't check? Tongfeng's eyelid twitched twice, and finally, in exasperation, he inquired, how long will you need to search? Depends on the situation. If these A category directories yield nothing, I'll move on to the B category. Don't worry. I'll find it sooner or later. Tongfeng was thoroughly exasperated. He discerned two implications from the system's words. First, these were merely directories. Second, it appeared these directories were classified by the 26 letters of the alphabet. Tongfeng was on the verge of losing his mind. Is it possible that a system of your stature lacks a search engine? The little rabbit rolled its eyes at him. Am I not searching? Do you think I'm just looking for items within my own system? Which system has valuable information without concealing it? I procured these from an intelligence system. Having them is already fortunate. Do you expect them to provide a search engine too? Heavens! What a calamity! What use are you? Tongfeng lamented, exasperated by the unreliability of this entity. Hey, that is a personal attack. I have not reneged on my promise. The system's little rabbit cast a fierce glance at Tongfeng. It seems to be howling. Just as Tongfeng began to agree, he quickly realized the implications. Good heavens, you haven't gone back on your word. But this is quite close. Are you expecting me to wait a year for you? What if you take a lifetime? I certainly do not possess that much system time. Observing the little rabbit diligently flipping through the books, Tongfeng sighed. Well, do you have any recommendations? Continuing the search seemed a waste of time. Why not see if this system creature had any suggestions? The little rabbit, with its back turned to Tongfeng, sighed in relief upon hearing his words. It was uncertain whether this was due to not having to search through books any longer or if there was some other hidden reason. The rabbit turned to face Tongfeng. Hey, you said you didn't need it. You can't blame me later. Enough chatter. Do you have something? Yes. Aren't you looking for a criminal? I know of a fellow who possesses a skill that would suit you perfectly. Just wait. Watching the little rabbit hastily grab an AK and vanish, Tongfeng was left in a state of confusion. You haven't even told me what it is. You've decided for me without even asking? It seems I, as the host, have no presence at all. The wait was not long, and soon the little rabbit returned. Its beaming smile suggested success, unlike the last time when it had returned bruised and battered. You're back. What did you find? The little rabbit grinned proudly. Hee hee. Although this doesn't completely meet your requirements, it's not far off. It's a divine skill. As it praised the skill, the rabbit tossed a luminous orb towards Tongfeng. Upon contact with Tongfeng's mind, the orb entered seamlessly. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill of identification. It can discern the authenticity and merits of all things in the world. Well, that's quite an impressive proclamation. Yet, I wonder if it truly lives up to the hype. Ding. Due to the absence of core components, the skill has been downgraded to insight. It is a passive skill that allows for the perception of subtle details. Before Tongfeng could fully react, a gentle energy enveloped his eyes. Not bothering to resist, he instinctively closed them, but before he could savor the warmth, the sensation vanished abruptly. Tongfeng's lips twitched in irritation. This was still as unreliable as ever. Seeing the little rabbit wear a smug expression, Tongfeng asked frostily, You speak highly of this skill, but why is it lacking its core? Lacking a core? The little rabbit was taken aback. You received the identification skill, right? Tongfeng shot at an annoyed glare. Yes, it was indeed identification, yet it indicates a lack of core components, resulting in a downgrade to insight. That damned treasure identification system. It promised to deliver, yet tampered with it. It shows no integrity whatsoever. It's infuriating. Observing the little rabbit's frantic demeanor, Tongfeng felt utterly speechless. This creature was not only prone to violence, but also adorably foolish. It is rather absurd to have been deceived by a seemingly ineffectual treasure appraisal system. With such limited intellect, how could it even contemplate committing robbery? Wait a moment. It seems I have stumbled upon a critical oversight. Appraisal technique? A treasure system devoid of combat capability? Drawing upon my extensive experience with numerous novels, it is evident that appraisal is predominantly employed for the evaluation of treasures. Although its description claims to assess all things in existence, its efficacy against criminals remains debatable. If that is the case, why would the system, referred to as Little Rabbit, be so eager to seize an ability whose effects are unknown? To mislead myself? No, that cannot be the case. The more cases I solve and the more criminals I apprehend, the greater my happiness quotient shall be. This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial arrangement. Unless, of course, this is the optimal choice available to it. Upon arriving at this conclusion, and considering the lack of combat prowess of the treasure appraisal system, the answer became apparent. Surely, the system equipped with a criminal radar would be beyond its capacity to defeat? With a knowing glance, I regarded the system, Little Rabbit. The rabbit appeared momentarily stunned before disdainfully retorting, "Umph," as if I could ever lose to that oaf. Ah, the moment those words escaped its lips, Little Rabbit quickly realized its blunder. It was a grave slip of the tongue. Upon witnessing the fabricated expression of enlightenment on my face, Little Rabbit's entire countenance flushed a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. At that moment, a wall materialized out of thin air, shielding Little Rabbit from view. After a brief pause, it revealed half of its face. "I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this another time. No, next time. Let us talk about something else." With that, Little Rabbit and the wall vanished, retreating to an unknown location. I stood there, astonished by the series of actions from Little Rabbit, only regaining my composure after a considerable interval. I shook my head in bemusement. This creature is not only adorably foolish, but also possesses a tendency towards violence. Moreover, it appears to harbor secrets during critical moments. The effort it previously exerted in searching for information was likely nothing more than an act. It must have been well aware of the various systems' capabilities long before, what systems to engage with, and which ones to avoid. Clearly, it had already grasped the intricacies of the situation. Alas, such is my fate. With a sigh, I withdrew from the confines of my mental space. Chapter 51. The invitation after the midday break. I entered the office hall precisely on time. There was no one at He Wei's desk, nor were Yang Wei and Brother Wang present. It seemed they had yet to return. I clicked my tongue in disappointment. It appeared no one would be accompanying me on my field assignment. The system had just undergone an upgrade, and I was eager to showcase my skills, only to be stifled by the harshness of reality, akin to being abruptly choked mid-action. Most uncomfortable. Surveying the surroundings, I noticed my colleagues engrossed in their respective tasks, seemingly too occupied to acknowledge my presence. Thus, I settled into He Wei's chair, casually picking up a book to pass the time. Just as I became engrossed in my reading, a pair of feet clad in black low-heeled shoes appeared before me, size 38, with nude stockings. Judging by the size of the feet, the individual's height must be between 168 and 170 centimeters. From the subtle creases on the shoe's surface, it is evident that its owner has walked extensively. Tongfeng set aside the book Fundamental Theories of Investigation and bent down to take a closer look. Ahem. Hearing a sound, Tongfeng, seated in his chair, leaned forward and gazed upwards. Before him stood two long, straight legs clad in a blue police uniform, a broad chest, and slender fingers cradling a small puppy, accompanied by an irate yet charming countenance. "Is it beautiful?" Jiang Wen furrowed her brows tightly, her snow-white teeth clicking audibly. Tongfeng wore a puzzled expression, questioning what was beautiful. "Scoundrel, your dog is as troublesome as you are," Jiang Wen scolded angrily, shoving the puppy into Tongfeng's arms before turning to leave. "What is her problem?" Tongfeng was somewhat bewildered. He looked down at the puppy and, stroking its head, asked, "What happened to you?" "Woof." The puppy barked, extending its tongue to lick Tongfeng's face. "Haha." Tongfeng reached down to pat the puppy's round little belly. "Little one, you've eaten well. Jiang Wen has taken good care of you." "Woof." The puppy pushed Tongfeng's hand away with its front paw, then playfully bit his sleeve, engaging in a tug-of-war. Thud. Tongfeng gently tapped the puppy's head, saying, "Playtime is fine, but don't tug on my clothes. My mother just mended them." "Ugh." The puppy whined, looking up at Tongfeng with a pitiful expression. "All right, behave yourself." Tongfeng rubbed the puppy's head, and the little creature wagged its tail, obediently lying across his legs. Seeing the puppy calm down, Tongfeng smiled and picked up the book from the table, reading while affectionately stroking the puppy. The little one relished Tongfeng's gentle touch, happily wagging its tail. "How rare. Perhaps it was due to the recent system upgrade. Or maybe fate deemed that he had been too busy lately. In any case, the entire afternoon passed peacefully, devoid of any police incidents. Tongfeng felt a bit uneasy with the quietude. Humans are like that. When busy, they yearn for leisure, yet when idle, they crave tasks to occupy their time. As the workday neared its end, Yang Wei returned. Upon entering, he plopped down beside Tongfeng. "Where's the master? Why have you returned alone?" Tongfeng regarded Yang Wei with surprise. He thought He Wei would be on duty with Yang Wei at the hospital, overseeing Lu Jinxing all day. And it was time for a shift change. "The master is at the hospital for the shift change. He asked me to come back first," Yang Wei replied, his face brimming with curiosity. "I heard you captured a kidnapper this morning? Please, share the details." Tongfeng paused in stroking the puppy, then resumed his normal demeanor. The puppy seemed to sense its owner's change in mood, gently nudging Tongfeng's hand with its head. There's nothing much to say about it. Tongfeng set aside his book, lifting the puppy to gently pat its head. Yang Wei was taken aback. Tongfeng's demeanor had shifted. In the past, he would have eagerly flaunted such a noteworthy event, but now, when Yang Wei inquired, he lacked the enthusiasm to continue the conversation. This peculiar behavior led Yang Wei to question whether something had provoked Tongfeng. After all, it had only been a day since they last met. And such a drastic change was rather surprising. Noticing that Tongfeng had no intention of continuing the conversation, Yang Wei refrained from pressing the matter. Although he was quite curious, he understood that this was not the kind of playful banter typically exchanged between brothers. He could tell that Tongfeng genuinely wished to remain silent, and as a true brother, he would not impose upon him. As the workday drew to a close, Yang Wei proposed, "Let us celebrate your recent move by indulging in a delightful meal." Tongfeng, seemingly disinterested in discussing his earlier mood, readily agreed. "Sounds good. Let us have barbecue. It's been ages since I last enjoyed it." On a summer evening, gathering with a few friends over beer and barbecue, engaging in lively conversation and boasting, truly embodies one of life's greatest pleasures. Yang Wei exclaimed, "Then let us feast on barbecue. And don't forget the beer. Let us savor some clams too." His enthusiasm for the barbecue was palpable, and glancing at the time, he urged, "The hour has come. Let us change and clock out." Tongfeng checked the time, realizing it truly was time to leave. He anticipated how swiftly the hours had passed. After tidying his desk and shutting down his computer, he changed in the lounge, and the two exited amidst laughter. Just then, they encountered Jiang Wan, who was also leaving. Upon seeing Tongfeng, Jiang Wan's expression darkened, and she chose to ignore him, continuing on her way. "Jiang Wan, wait a moment." Despite her disregard, Tongfeng reached out to stop her. Although she initially intended to dismiss him, she paused, considering their shared workplace. "What is it?" she replied, her face clouded with displeasure. Tongfeng was perplexed. He could not recall having offended her in any significant way. Was it truly so grave to have called her a little dirty girl? Why hold a grudge for so long? Unbeknownst to Tongfeng, it was not merely the term little dirty girl that had irked Jiang Wan for such an extended period. The pivotal incident involved the captain, who had carelessly urinated on her chest, compelling Jiang Wan to return home during lunch to change her attire. Consequently, when she returned to work in the afternoon and handed the captain back to Tongfeng, he had been fixated on her feet. Although he claimed to be merely applying newly acquired knowledge, Jiang Wan was oblivious to this context. With so many misunderstandings, Tongfeng had inadvertently alienated her. Seeing Tongfeng stop her without uttering a word, Jiang Wan furrowed her brow and coldly stated, "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." "Wait." Tongfeng interjected, blocking her path. "Do you have plans after work? I would like to invite you to dinner." Yang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been observing the interaction from the sidelines and was now intently watching the exchange, his expression turning somewhat mischievous. "No, thank you." Jiang Wan firmly declined, turning to leave. "Wait, what now?" she said, her patience wearing thin at being called back yet again. Tongfeng, looking at her earnestly, stated, "I am unsure how I have offended you, but I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. This dinner invitation serves two purposes: to chat and clarify any misapprehensions, and to express my gratitude for your help with the captain during lunch. We are colleagues, and I wish to maintain a cordial relationship between us. My sincerity is evident. The choice now lies with you." Tongfeng speaks nothing but the truth. In the past, he would never have elaborated so much to a woman. Well, except for his mother. However, times have changed. After experiencing the tragic incident on Liang Road, his perspective has undergone a complete transformation. It can be said that he has matured significantly. He no longer wishes to expend his energy on trivial matters among colleagues. In the entire precinct, apart from Jiang Wan, who harbors a dislike for him, he gets along well with everyone else. Given that they are to work together for the long haul, it would be detrimental to face someone daily who bears an unappealing visage. A conducive working environment is indeed necessary. Chapter 52. The Old Place Yinhua City. A thriving port city boasts a flourishing maritime fishing industry. Last year, the port group of Jizhou province surpassed a staggering 1.5 billion tons in cargo throughput and over 34 million TEUs in container volume, securing a steady position at the pinnacle of global rankings. Among them, Yinhua Port's cargo throughput and container volume have eclipsed those of Singapore and Busan, placing it 5th and 6th in the world, respectively. In such an international city, one cannot overlook the culinary delights. As a coastal city with such a developed fishing industry, seafood prices are nearly on par with that of cabbage. Nevertheless, it is evident that Tongfeng and his companions, being locals, have no intention of indulging in seafood. With Jiang Wan at the wheel and Tongfeng navigating, the trio departed the precinct in Jiang Wan's Mini Cooper. Ultimately, Jiang Wan accepted Tongfeng's invitation, recognizing that misunderstandings often arise from unfamiliarity, especially in light of Tongfeng's earnestness. Considering their shared professional ties, she decided to grant him an opportunity to showcase himself. As they left the precinct, under Tongfeng's direction, the vehicle headed north, occasionally veering off the main road to traverse smaller, winding paths. The numerous twists and turns left Jiang Wan quite bewildered. "Where are you taking me?" Upon hearing this, Tongfeng, seated in the passenger seat, lowered his head and lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Wan's. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he spoke in a low, ominous tone. "Hee, with a beauty like you, where do you think I would take you?" Tongfeng's expression and words startled Jiang Wan, causing her to nearly steer the car onto the sidewalk. "Calm down. I'm merely jesting." Tongfeng broke out in a cold sweat. The thought of a car accident arising from a joke was absurd. Jiang Wan regained her composure and shot a fierce glare at Tongfeng. She understood it was a joke, but his sinister expression had genuinely unnerved her. It was disturbingly grotesque. "Come on, can't you choose a better time to joke?" exclaimed Yang Wei, taken aback. "What is wrong with being a female driver?" Jiang Wan retorted frostily, casting a glance at Yang Wei through the rearview mirror. Oh no, he had touched upon the sensitive topic of female drivers. Yang Wei looked to Tongfeng, his eyes pleading for assistance. Tongfeng, at a loss for words, shot him a glare. Even if Jiang Wan's driving skills were lacking, it was unwise to voice such thoughts aloud. Yet, as a friend, one cannot simply stand by. With a sigh, Tongfeng remarked, "Female drivers are excellent." "What makes them excellent?" A remark from Jiang Wan left Tongfeng momentarily bewildered. "Are you incapable of engaging in conversation? Can't you see that I was merely seeking a way for everyone to gracefully extricate themselves from this situation?" As Jiang Wan occasionally cast glances in his direction, her demeanor exuded an insatiable curiosity. Tongfeng, in a moment of reflection, smirked disdainfully, thinking, "Do you believe this can perplex me?" In response to her inquisitive gaze, he suddenly raised his hands, thumbs aloft, and proclaimed, "Hooray for female drivers. Truly marvelous. Female drivers are fantastic. Remarkable indeed. Female drivers are extraordinary. Top-notch." As he sang a line, he punctuated it with a rhythmic extension of his hands. The infectious melody, accompanied by his comical gestures, instantaneously broke Jiang Wan's composure. "Uft, ha ha." Watching her laugh uncontrollably, Tongfeng exchanged a triumphant glance with Yang Wei, who regarded him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. After her fit of laughter subsided, Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at Tongfeng and refocused on driving. With her no longer pressing the matter, the atmosphere within the car finally eased, and the light-hearted banter fostered a closer bond among the three young individuals. Jiang Wan began to sense that Tongfeng was not as insufferable as she initially thought. He merely possessed a naturally irreverent disposition. As they drove along, the vehicle eventually halted in front of a bustling street food stall. "This is it, the old favorite," Tongfeng exclaimed with a grin as they disembarked. Jiang Wan nodded at the sign that read Old Favorite Barbecue. Indeed, it was a place steeped in familiarity. "Jiang Wan, don't be deceived by the modest size of this place. The skewers here are unparalleled. In all of Yinhua City, This is the only place, my friend, and I wholeheartedly endorse. The rest either don't suit my taste or his. Yang Wei, noticing Jiang when surveying the surroundings, presumed she was put off by the environment and quickly offered an explanation. Jiang Wen smiled, as she held no aversion to street food, despite her well-off background. She did not possess the airs of a spoiled heiress. However, her curiosity piqued. She inquired about Tongfeng and Yang Wei's familiarity with Pinggang district. Having heard they grew up in Yangcheng, how did you come to know this place? You seem quite acquainted with it. Tongfeng and Yang Wei exchanged a knowing glance, with Yang Wei's face tinged with a hint of crimson. Sensing a secret lingered between them, Jiang Wen chuckled lightly. Never mind. Let's order some food. Upon hearing her cease her inquiries, Yang Wei exhaled in relief. After the trio settled at an empty table, Yang Wei raised his hand and called out, "Old Lu, over here. You even know the owner here?" Jiang Wen asked in astonishment. Tongfeng replied with a smile, "We used to come here often, so we became familiar. The owner's surname is Lu, full name Lu Quanfeng. We affectionately call him Old Lu. This guy used to boast that his ancestors were imperial chefs. Yet, no one who dines here believes that." Jiang Wen, intrigued, asked why not. Tongfeng chuckled heartily at the mention of the subject. Noticing her confusion, he elaborated. "It's quite simple, really. Which imperial chef would be grilling skewers for the emperor? As you can imagine, while the emperor dines, a royal chef approaches, proclaiming, 'Your Majesty, your delicacy is ready.' Such a scene is indeed jarring to one's sensibilities." Tongfeng mimicked the chef's presentation vividly, instantly eliciting laughter from Jiang Wen. "Haha, you are quite the character," she exclaimed. It was only upon Tongfeng's reminder that Jiang Wen realized her amusement, playfully patting his shoulder as she laughed. Old Lu had just served another table when he heard Yang Wei's call and promptly responded, "Coming. What would you like to eat?" He approached with a smile. "What do you have?" Yang Wei, noticing that Lu Chuanfu did not recognize him, decided to tease him. "Oh, you know, we have everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the water." Tongfeng watched with a smile, silent, aware that old Lu's penchant for boasting had not waned. Yang Wei chuckled at Lu's proclamation. "Everything, you say? Then, how about you stir-fry me a cloud? Roast me a whirlwind from the ground. And as for the water, how about you stew me a river drifter?" Yang Wei, being a bit mischievous, knew that clouds and whirlwinds were intangible, and a river drifter referred to a corpse floating down the river, making it an impossible request. Old Lu was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled and said, "Apologies. Young man, I tend to be a bit theatrical. Please, order something we have on our menu." Seeing Old Lu's expression, Yang Wei could no longer contain his laughter. "Haha, after all these years, Old Lu, you remain unchanged. Still the same boastful self." Chapter 53. Yang Wei's youthful romantic history. Yang Wei's laughter left Lu Chuanfu bewildered. Did he just call me Old Lu? A regular customer? Yet, I don't seem to recognize them. Suddenly, a familiar, plump figure flashed in his mind. Abu. Upon calling out, he looked at Yang Wei and exclaimed, "Is that you, Xiao Wei?" "Haha, Old Lu, you finally recognized me." Yang Wei joyfully stood up and patted Old Lu's shoulder. Lu Chuanfu shook his head, smiling no. Yang Wei's laughter abruptly ceased as he stared at Old Lu in disbelief. "You're quite cheeky. How could you not recognize me, yet know I am Yang Wei?" Old Lu rolled his eyes and replied, "I recognized Abu. You two are inseparable, apart from him. Who else could it be?" Tongfeng teased Yang Wei, "Look at you. With that ordinary face of yours, who could possibly remember you?" "Not quite." Old Lu chuckled, denying Tongfeng's self-compliment. "It's mainly because you used to eat so much, leaving a lasting impression." Tongfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. "What is going on today? Why are both of you so poor at conversation?" Yang Wei and Jiang Wen burst into laughter at Tongfeng's predicament. Jiang Wen realized that these two could indeed be quite entertaining when they weren't being exasperating. Lu Chuanfu smiled, looking at the two with nostalgia. "It seems you haven't been here in 5 or 6 years." Tongfeng nodded. "Almost 6 years, I believe. Since the latter half of their second year in high school. After Yang Wei transferred, they had not returned here." "Is this your girlfriend?" Old Lu inquired curiously, gazing at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly clarified. "I am his colleague." "Oh, there's no need to be embarrassed. You should know that Abu never brings young ladies here. However, this rascal, Xiao Wei, used to bring girls frequently." Old Lu winked at Tongfeng. "No, Old Lu, you can talk about him, but why drag me into this? I've only brought one girl here, all right? Before Tongfeng could retort, Yang Wei interrupted him. Observing the playful banter between Yang Wei and old Lu, he shook his head in resignation, deciding against further explanation. Jiang Wen curiously asked Tongfeng, "How old were you when you started bringing girls here?" "Not me. It was Wei. Was the girl you mentioned just now Yang Wei's girlfriend? Is that why you are so familiar with Pinggang District?" Tongfeng glanced at Jiang Wen in surprise, not expecting her to catch on so quickly. "Indeed." Jiang Wen smiled proudly, then looked at Tongfeng with a gossiping expression. "With 2 boys and a girl, surely you both must have liked her?" Tongfeng stared at Jiang Wen in disbelief. "Your imagination is too wild. Have you watched too many romantic dramas?" "I was merely accompanying him." Jiang Wen shook her head, leaning in closer, whispering, "Are you going to be a third wheel while they are dating? If the girl has no complaints, she must have some affection for you too." Tongfeng pushed Jiang Wen's head away. "Get out of here. Back then, we didn't have so many convoluted thoughts. We were just innocently hanging out." "Abu." Yang Wei's voice rang out. "What?" Tongfeng looked up. Same as before. Tongfeng understood Yang Wei's implication and nodded, saying yes. "Still like that. Double the quantity." Yang Wei nodded, knowing Tongfeng's appetite would not surprise him. He turned to Jiang Wen and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "You decide." Jiang Wen was unfamiliar with the delicacies here, so she opted to trust their judgment since they frequented the place. "All right then, just these. Old Lu, be quick." Yang Wei chuckled as he handed the menu to old Lu. "Rest assured, I won't serve other tables until I've taken care of you." Old Lu smiled and turned to leave with the menu. "Why is old Lu being so polite to you?" Jiang Wen asked, puzzled by old Lu's demeanor. Yang Wei chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. We just helped him out once." "You were still in high school then? What could you possibly do to help him?" Upon hearing Jiang Wen's probing question, Yang Wei paused in his action of opening the utensils, smiling as he explained, "Once, a few ruffians caused trouble here, and Abu and I chased them away." Jiang Wen nodded, understanding, but little did she know, the situation was far more complicated than Yang Wei had described. After being humiliated, a group of over 30 thugs sought revenge on Tongfeng and Yang Wei. In their youthful zeal, to avoid implicating old Lu, they bravely stood their ground against the 30 delinquents. During that tumultuous battle, the 2 individuals united to overthrow more than 20 adversaries. Aside from a few who fled upon sensing danger, the rest found themselves with broken arms or legs. Naturally, in his efforts to protect Yang Wei, Tongfeng sustained considerable injuries as well. In later reflections, Yang Wei often lamented that Tongfeng was indeed extraordinary. Apart from Yang Wei, who managed to defeat 2 foes, all others were incapacitated by Tongfeng. It is essential to note that calling him extraordinary is not meant as a derogatory remark. Had it not been for Tongfeng's remarkable physical prowess, it is conceivable that the 2 would have faced a fatal being. The incident also served to forge a friendship between old Lu and the duo. Yang Wei, however, had no intention of delving deeply into past events. He glanced at Tongfeng and Jiang Wen, smiling playfully. "What were you 2 whispering about just now?" Tongfeng rolled his eyes and recounted their earlier conversation. Yang Wei turned to Jiang Wen and said, "I initially didn't want to disclose this, but since you already know, there is no point in hiding it. We were merely young and mutually attracted, but it hadn't evolved into a romantic relationship. I felt too shy to approach her alone, so I enlisted Bu's help. Whenever we had free time, we would come over here. We explored the entire Pinggang district, which is how we discovered this quaint little shop." Jiang Wen chuckled, as she could surmise much of the story. Looking at Yang Wei, she asked, "Then why didn't you bring her along this time? Surely, after all these years, you've managed to win her over?" Yang Wei laughed. "She went abroad during my 2nd year of high school." Jiang Wen was taken aback, not expecting such an outcome, and quickly replied, "I'm sorry, I had no idea." "No worries." Yang Wei graciously waved his hand. "It's merely a case of fate not aligning." Jiang Wen cast a shy glance at Yang Wei before turning to glare at Tongfeng, as if questioning him. "Why didn't you tell me?" Tongfeng shot back a look. "You never asked." Just then, old Lu approached with a platter of skewered delicacies. "Here we go. As usual, 50 of lamb, beef, and tendon, along with kidneys, chicken wings, pork belly, and a special mixed skewer. Enjoy these while they're hot. Do you want spicy, miss?" Jiang Wen smiled. "I can handle the spice." Yang Wei eagerly grabbed a skewer and exclaimed, "Delicious." "Haha, that's great." Old Lu chuckled. "By the way, let us have some beer." "Sure." Old Lu responded. At that moment, 2 individuals seated at an adjacent table caught sight of them. They've arrived. Old Lu acknowledged. The beer will be out shortly. No problem. You go ahead. Bu Tongfeng replied with a smile. Old Lu nodded and moved to the next table. Come try this. It's quite delectable. Bu Tongfeng encouraged Jiang Wan. She didn't hesitate, taking a bite and exclaiming, This is truly delicious. I didn't expect such good taste from you too. If it's tasty, eat your fill. Once Bu starts eating, you want to get a look in. Oh, please. The laughter of the group drew the attention of the two individuals at the neighboring table, one of whom brightened at the sight of Jiang Wan. As Bu Tongfeng paused momentarily while holding a skewer, he quickly regained his composure. The use of coded language indicated that he was in the presence of individuals from the underworld, though their specific affiliation remained unclear. In this era, apart from the practitioners of the traditional arts, few possessed such knowledge. The phrase he had just overheard implied that a brother should glance back at a beautiful woman. However, this alone was insufficient to ascertain the other party's profession. Were they mere scoundrels, driven by desire? Bu Tongfeng felt intrigued. Those who could wield such coded speech were exceedingly rare, often concealing their identities from the untrained eye. He couldn't believe his fortune, enjoying grilled skewers while encountering such unexpected intrigue. He discreetly observed the two individuals. Accompanying the robust man who had spoken was a man over 40, dressed in simple attire, resembling an old farmer. As he surveyed Bu Tongfeng's table, he noticed the lack of response from them and promptly shifted his gaze away. The man then shot a stern look at the robust fellow and admonished him, Be cautious. Do not speak carelessly. Others may overhear. The robust man, unfazed, responded with a chuckle, Rest assured, they are mere outsiders. Yet, his laughter was swiftly quelled by the man's piercing stare. The robust man, now slightly disgruntled, lit a cigarette and fell silent. Bu Tongfeng discerned that the robust man seemed to harbor a significant fear of the farmer-like individual, suggesting that the latter was indeed a formidable character. Although Bu Tongfeng could not ascertain their specific affiliations, the fact that they resorted to coded language even while dining hinted that they were not of respectable company. At that moment, as Bu Tongfeng mulled over these thoughts, the little dog nestled within his clothing awoke, drawn by the aroma of grilled meat. A sudden bark attracted the attention of those around Bu Tongfeng's table. He smiled faintly, naturally retrieving the pup from his garments. The little creature was likely hungry. You all continue eating. I shall fetch a box of milk from old Lu. Yang Wei, engrossed in his skewer, remarked without looking up, Go ahead. Just don't forget to remind him about our beer. I can go instead, suggested Jiang Wan. No need. You all enjoy. I will return shortly. Bu Tongfeng replied with a smile as he turned and walked into the establishment. In the summer, barbecues were typically held outdoors. No one preferred the stifling indoor atmosphere, which was both hot and unpleasant. As Bu Tongfeng passed the adjacent table, he casually glanced at the two men without pausing and proceeded inside. Upon entering, he spotted Old Lu preparing to carry beer outside. Old Lu, do you have any milk? Old Lu halted his movements, looking at Bu Tongfeng with surprise. Yes. What do you need it for? To feed my dog. Bu Tongfeng indicated the pup in his arms. Oh, just a moment. Let me first take the beer out, then I will get your milk. Old Lu chuckled, preparing to move the beer outside. Bu Tongfeng placed his hand on the beer crate, smiling. We want to be drinking today? Why not? It's nothing. I just remembered that we came by car. Bu Tongfeng concocted an excuse to encounter individuals from the underworld, inevitably probing their depths. Consuming alcohol could easily lead to complications. Oh, what a trivial matter. Drink to your heart's content, and once you're done, I'll arrange for a designated driver. Lao Lu was not merely promoting the beverages. He genuinely wished for Bu Tongfeng and his companion to revel in the moment. Really, no thanks. Could you fetch me a box of milk instead? Observing Bu Tongfeng's resolute expression, Lao Lu chuckled softly and set the wine aside. He understood Bu Tongfeng well enough to know that once he made a decision, he would not waver. Very well, I'll get it for you. With a resigned smile, Lao Lu turned and retrieved a box of pure milk, presenting it to him. Is one box sufficient? That's enough. Now please carry on. Bu Tongfeng raised the milk in acknowledgement and exited. Lao Lu, unfazed, returned to his tasks. Upon returning with the milk, Bu Tongfeng took a disposable paper bowl, poured the milk into it, and placed it before the little one. The hungry creature caught a whiff of the milk's aroma and dove into the bowl, slurping eagerly. The splashes of milk sprayed all over Bu Tongfeng. Hey, slow down. You little rascal. Witnessing Bu Tongfeng's plight, Jiang Wan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, serves you right. You ought to experience the messiness of soiling your clothes. Tongfeng merely smiled nonchalantly. It was just a piece of clothing. After all, not a significant issue. Yang Wei took a bite of his skewer and remarked, "This little one should be weaning by now, right?" Tongfeng nodded. "Almost, but he still can't handle anything too hard just yet. Once his teeth develop, he'll be fine." Yang Wei nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling. Lao Lu has become increasingly extravagant. He still hasn't brought the wine. I didn't ask him to. I don't drink when driving. Tongfeng glanced at Yang Wei, chuckling. How can one enjoy barbecue without wine? Jiang Wen may abstain, but we too aren't driving. We should indulge ourselves. In Yang Wei's view, it was unreasonable not to celebrate their reunion after so many years apart without a drink. Last night at Tongfeng's home had been inconvenient, but today presented the perfect opportunity. As Yang Wei spoke, Tongfeng noticed a man at the adjacent table scrutinizing them, his gaze laden with scrutiny. A shiver ran down Tongfeng's spine. Had his withdrawal from drinking raised suspicions? In this precarious situation, he could only hope that the tacit understanding between him and Yang Wei remained intact. Taking a gamble, Tongfeng naturally reached for Jiang Wen's hand, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Wei. Haha, it's mainly because my sister-in-law forbids me from drinking. She won't let me into bed if she smells alcohol. Jiang Wen was startled when he grasped her hand, momentarily believing Tongfeng was attempting to take advantage of her. Just as she contemplated breaking free, Tongfeng's grip tightened slightly. No, something's amiss. Noticing Jiang Wen's expression remained relatively composed, Tongfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. The most challenging part was handled. Now, it was up to Yang Wei to decipher his intent. Yang Wei, true to his nature as Tongfeng's childhood companion, immediately sensed that something was amiss upon hearing Tongfeng's words and observing his gestures. Tongfeng and Jiang Wen share a relationship of mere colleagues. However, his current demeanor resembles that of a couple deeply in love, undoubtedly for the sake of appearances. This thought naturally surfaced in Yang Wei's mind. Understanding the situation, Yang Wei chuckled. I never expected you, Abu, to be afraid of your wife. Tongfeng smiled, turned his gaze affectionately towards Jiang Wen, and remarked, in this world, there are no men who fear their wives, only those who love them. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Wen, captivated by Tongfeng's heartfelt gaze and the warmth of his palm, felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her expression perfectly mirrored that delightful shyness typical of hearing sweet nothings, so natural. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a man at the adjacent table averting his gaze. Tongfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. The old scoundrel, it seems I managed to dodge that. They likely remain unaware. As Tongfeng relaxed, he couldn't help but feel a surge of confusion. His vigilance stemmed from an uncertainty regarding the other party's background. However, it appeared that their heightened alertness indicated they were involved in perilous dealings, perhaps related to illicit activities such as gambling or drugs, though he couldn't discern which. Just as Tongfeng pondered this, old Lu approached the neighboring table carrying 2 bags. Gentlemen, your takeout is ready. The man gestured for the burly figure to take the bags, and then inquired, how much? 498. You can pay 490. The man pulled out his wallet, and Tongfeng noticed it contained little cash, mostly coins. After settling the bill, the 2 men headed towards the roadside. As Tongfeng prepared to call old Lu over to settle his own bill, the burly man suddenly spoke. You're out of money. When are you selling the kid? The man's words caused a glint of menace to appear in the other man's eyes. Don't say a word, or I'll turn on you. Old scoundrel. Tongfeng's heart skipped a beat. The term old scoundrel was slang for a trafficker. The man's remark rendered the burly figure silent. After scanning the surroundings, he opened the door to a nearby van. The vehicle roared to life and sped away. Though the 2 men had departed, Tongfeng remained seated. Yang Wei glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly asked, was that them? Tongfeng nodded. Then hurry and follow. Yang Wei began to rise. Stay put. Tongfeng shot him a glance. The vehicle was moving at most 30 kilometers per hour. He was deliberately slowing down to assess whether they had been exposed. Standing up now would alert him via the rearview mirror. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Wen felt relieved she hadn't acted impulsively. There was indeed something amiss. Yet, she was puzzled about how Tongfeng had discerned it. But what if they escape? Yang Wei asked anxiously. Tongfeng smiled gently. Do not worry. I can roughly guess where they might be headed. Yang Wei and Jiang Wen looked at him in bewilderment. Could he truly ascertain their location in such a short span of time? It seemed almost magical. However, Tongfeng did not elaborate. Upon seeing the van turn the corner, he immediately urged the two to rise. Lao Lu, I will settle the bill upon my return. After saying this, he thrust the captured head into Jiang Wen's arms and deftly seized her car keys. Quick, get in the car. The two, disregarding further conversation, hastily climbed inside. Tongfeng started the engine, and the vehicle surged forward. Lao Lu, bewildered by the frantic behavior of the trio, shook his head and began to gather his belongings. Tongfeng drove, pursuing the van around the corner. Did you? You forgot to turn on your headlights. Yang Wei reminded. I am aware. It is intentional. The middle-aged man among them is highly vigilant. Turning on the headlights would expose us. But can you see the road? Jiang Wen asked, a note of concern in her voice. My eyesight is excellent. Not only are there some lights along the roadside, but even in complete darkness, I would manage just fine. Tongfeng was not boasting. The insight skill he had acquired at noon had enhanced his vision, making nighttime visibility a trivial matter. In contrast to Jiang Wen, Yang Wei held greater trust in Tongfeng, and, upon hearing his words, ceased to dwell on the matter. Now, he was only eager to understand what those two were up to that warranted such caution from Tongfeng. Who are they? Hearing Yang Wei's inquiry, Tongfeng replied while driving. They are two old scoundrels. Old scoundrels? Both Yang Wei and Jiang Wen were perplexed, prompting Tongfeng to clarify. They are human traffickers. Human traffickers? The two exclaimed in shock. Although they understood Tongfeng's vigilance was due to the questionable nature of those two, they had not anticipated that they were indeed traffickers. Aside from drugs, human traffickers elicited even greater contempt than gambling and vice. Such heinous enterprises have destroyed countless families. A truth universally acknowledged. Observing Tongfeng's handsome profile, Jiang Wen inquired with curiosity, how did you discern that? Not only Jiang Wen, but even Yang Wei was intrigued by how Tongfeng had identified the two as traffickers. From their conversation, was there something wrong with their dialogue? Yang Wei had not paid attention to what the two had said earlier, but he figured that no trafficker would be foolish enough to speak revealing words in public. Jiang Wen had heard them, but initially thought their speech was merely a local dialect. Tongfeng explained. They were using jargon specific to their profession. This type of vernacular has a collective term known as Jianghu Lintian. The so-called Lintian serves as a unique linguistic signal, a special means of communication among those in the underworld. Also referred to as code language, trade jargon, or local dialects. It was widely circulated among the various trades in earlier times. Yang Wei gazed at Tongfeng in astonishment. When did you acquire such knowledge? Yang Wei recalled that when the two had previously spent time together, Tongfeng had not possessed such insights. A college roommate of mine, whose family was involved in street performances in earlier years, passed down some of these codes. I learned a little from him. However, my understanding is limited. I can only grasp the general meaning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wen eagerly asked, what did those two just say? Tongfeng chuckled softly and glanced at Jiang Wen. Recalling the first words of the burly man, brothers, turn around and take a look at the beautiful women. Brothers signifies camaraderie. Turn around implies looking back. Take a look means to observe, and beautiful women refers to alluring ladies. Altogether, it conveys the message, brothers, turn around and behold the charming women. Jiang Wen's cheeks flushed, and she interjected, what are you saying? Don't let anyone overhear. Tongfeng reassured her, fear not, they are mere outsiders. Yet, he pondered, when would they be able to rescue the child, lost amidst the snowdrifts? A quick glance at Jiang Wen revealed her keen hearing, surprising Tongfeng. As the distance between them and the two speakers was approximately 10 meters, with their voices barely audible, his ability to hear them relied on his acute physical awareness. Yet to his astonishment, she too had caught their words. It seemed she possessed an innate ability to eavesdrop. No wonder it is often advised against speaking ill of women in their presence. There is truth in that caution. What is the matter? Jiang Wen inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. I was merely reflecting on your keen hearing, Tongfeng replied with a smile, further elucidating. When they mentioned no money, it referred to their financial woes. And the child taken away indicated a kidnapped child, while selling implied trafficking. As for the last remark, it was a warning from that man to the burly fellow to cease his chatter lest he provoke a confrontation. Following Tongfeng's explanation, they finally grasped the situation. At that moment, Tongfeng suddenly reduced the vehicle's speed, prompting Yang Wei and Jiang Wen to follow his gaze. The van they had spotted earlier came into view. Chapter 56, The Inept Ally. Is that them? The night was too dark. and the sparse streetlights along the narrow road rendered Yang Wei and Jiang Wen unable to see as clearly as Tongfeng. With a confident grin, Tongfeng affirmed, "Indeed. That's JIB 556A6. Wow, that's quite a notable license plate," Yang Wei exclaimed, sitting in the back, straining to get a better look by leaning forward. Tongfeng maintained a distance in pursuit, as the night provided an ideal cover for a vehicle without headlights. The van cruised at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, with the two vehicles separated by roughly 100 meters. Yang Wei rolled down the window to survey the surroundings. "No need to look further. They are likely to turn right onto Fuxing East Road," Tongfeng remarked, having noticed Yang Wei's movements. Surprised, Yang Wei turned to him. "How do you know that?" Tongfeng simply smiled without elaborating, exuding an air of mystery. Indeed, the van ahead opted to turn right, prompting Tongfeng to gradually follow suit. "You truly guessed it correctly," Yang Wei exclaimed, watching the van's turn signal veer right. His astonishment directed towards Tongfeng. "I can't believe how impressive you've become after all these years." Tongfeng smiled, refraining from explanation, recognizing the utility of his memory palace in recalling the paths of his past. Having accompanied Yang Wei in wandering through Pinggang district for 2 years, he could now effortlessly connect the streets in his mind. Although Yunhua City has experienced rapid development in recent years, the surrounding areas remain entrenched in their historical character, unchanged for many years. Naturally, Tongfeng's memories are still quite useful. As for the direction they chose, it could not be simpler. What better way to shake off any potential pursuers than to take to the bustling main road? If one were to consider the situation from Tongfeng's perspective, any man in his position would undoubtedly make the same choice. Within less than 2 minutes of driving along this road, they spotted the bright thoroughfare teeming with vehicles. Ahead, a van made a right turn, beginning to maneuver. Tongfeng advanced a bit further before suddenly slamming on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. "What's wrong?" Yang Wei asked anxiously. Jiang Wen looked at Tongfeng with a puzzled expression. Tongfeng pointed towards the glass window of a shop around the corner. The reflection in the glass revealed the red glow of a car's tail lights. After the vehicle turned, it stopped abruptly. "Good grief. This guy is overly cautious," Yang Wei exclaimed. Jiang Wen furrowed her brow, relieved that Abu had noticed. She hadn't anticipated such vigilance from their pursuer. Typically, if someone realized they had entered a heavily trafficked main road, they would surely accelerate to prevent the trailing vehicle from escaping. Yet, they had cleverly utilized this to test for any tails behind them. Their opponent possessed considerable counter-surveillance experience. Yang Wei chuckled, patting Tongfeng on the shoulder. "I must say, Abu is impressive. Who would have thought he could notice that?" Tongfeng exhaled, relieved. His ability to perceive these subtleties stemmed from the insights he had gained earlier that day. It turned out to be quite effective. Just then, Tongfeng noticed the reflection of the car lights had vanished from the glass window, prompting him to step on the gas and pursue once more. After rounding the corner, he increased his speed to merge into the flow of traffic, overtaking several vehicles in succession until the van reappeared within their line of sight. Tongfeng maintained a distance from the van, separated by 2 cars. A heavily trafficked road not only serves to shake off pursuers, but is also advantageous for following someone discreetly. With other vehicles providing cover, it becomes easier to tail closely. Subsequently, the van employed counter-surveillance tactics by navigating 2 traffic lights just in time. However, Tongfeng had already discerned their intentions. Thus, after being momentarily shaken off, he quickly re-established his pursuit. This level of understanding of their opponent's actions left Yang Wei and Jiang Wen astonished. Especially Yang Wei, who felt as though the knowledge he had acquired in Police Academy paled in comparison to what he was witnessing. He even questioned whether his memory was failing him. Surely, Tongfeng must have attended a police academy. A self-taught tracking technique surpassed that of a police academy graduate. Where was the logic in that? Nonetheless, Yang Wei did not dwell on his frustration for long. He quickly shook off the feeling. Throughout his life, he had grown accustomed to such feelings of inadequacy. As he comforted himself, he thought, Tongfeng is a beast. How could one possibly compare to a beast? Moreover, this beast was on their side. Yang Wei reclined with ease in the back seat, confident that with him around, their adversaries would not escape. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as they soon encountered a traffic officer. Under the guidance of the traffic police, Tongfeng parked his vehicle by the roadside. Upon noticing the approaching officer, he rolled down his window. The traffic policeman saluted him and presented his credentials. "Greetings, comrade. I am Song Hai, an on-duty officer from the Pinggang Traffic Police Brigade. Here are my credentials. I am now conducting a routine inspection. Please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. Tongfeng gestured for Jiang Wen to locate the vehicle registration before addressing Song Hai. I don't have my driver's license with me. Would an electronic version suffice? Song Hai nodded in affirmation. That is acceptable. With a smile, Tongfeng retrieved his phone, opened the 12123 app, and handed over the electronic driver's license. Song Hai took the document and began to verify it. Comrade, may I inquire which traffic regulation I have violated? Tongfeng asked, perplexed. He had been particularly cautious while driving and believed he had adhered to all traffic rules. Yang Wei glanced at Song Hai, furrowing his brow. The delay was becoming excessive, and the two individuals might have already vanished. After completing the verification, Song Hai returned the documents to Tongfeng and said, Comrade, you are being fined 100 yuan and 1 point deducted for failing to use your headlights while driving at night in accordance with traffic regulations. Tongfeng stared blankly at the dashboard. Indeed, he had forgotten to turn on the lights. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Having excellent vision was not always advantageous. He could see clearly even on dimly lit roads, let alone on this brightly illuminated street. Consequently, he had failed to notice that his headlights were off. The two passengers in the vehicle also did not realize this due to the bright lighting. I apologize. The street lighting is quite good, and I overlooked it. Since this is my first offense, could you possibly lessen the penalty? Tongfeng said with a forced smile. Seeing that Tongfeng was admitting his mistake and considering it was his first offense, Song Hai was inclined to focus on education rather than punishment. Just as he was preparing to offer a brief admonishment and allow Tongfeng to leave, Yang Wei opened the rear window. Comrade, we are also police officers. We have urgent matters to attend to. Could you please show some leniency? Upon seeing Yang Wei's smiling face, Song Hai paused. Tongfeng, exasperated, covered his face. What a foolish teammate. Why are you leveraging connections in this situation? The officer was already inclined to let us go. A few words of education might have sufficed. You are only complicating matters. What does it matter that you are a police officer? Breaking the law while knowing it incurs a greater penalty. There is no escaping the deduction of points and the fine this time. Chapter 57. A place of refuge indeed. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Song Hai turned to the group and inquired, You are police officers? Then please present your credentials. Yang Wei seemed to realize that his well-intentioned actions might have backfired. He chuckled awkwardly. We are trainee officers. We do not have our credentials with us. Upon hearing this, Song Hai's expression shifted, and his gaze towards the trio became suspicious, akin to that of a person scrutinizing individuals impersonating public officials. Noticing the doubt in Song Hai's eyes, Tongfeng quickly interjected, Please do not misunderstand. What he said is true. I am a volunteer police officer from the Lushan Road precinct, named Tongfeng. These two are trainee officers from the precinct, Yang Wei and Jiang Wen. You may call to verify. Song Hai assessed Tongfeng. You are a volunteer? Where is your work badge? Though volunteer officers do not possess police officer credentials, they do have a work badge. This is a recently implemented policy, and Yunhua City has acted swiftly. Essentially, all auxiliary police officers in the city have already received their credentials. But Tongfeng, with a wry smile, remarked, I've only been on the job for 2 days and haven't received my credentials yet. Typically, newly appointed auxiliary police officers are required to undergo 15 days of theoretical training, lineup training, and skills training before they can obtain their credentials. However, Tongfeng bypassed the training courses and directly assumed the position. Those who joined with him are still in training. So how could he possibly have credentials? His words only deepened Song Hai's suspicions. Are you part of this new batch of auxiliary police? ISNT your training closed off? How did you manage to come out? Tongfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he respond to this? Would he dare to admit he had connections? That would only arouse further suspicion. Just as he was grappling with how to answer, Jiang Wen spoke up. Officer, Abu is a special recruit who didn't undergo training. Furthermore, you can contact our director, Shi Yong, who can verify our identities. Song Hai regarded the beautiful young woman before him and found her reasoning somewhat convincing. Moreover, the expressions of the three did not suggest deceit. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone and called the squad leader. He knew Shi Yong, but did not possess his contact information, so he had to verify the identities of the trio through the squad leader. After briefly explaining the situation, Song Hai awaited a response. Before long, his phone rang. After exchanging a few words, He hung up and informed the three, "Your identities have been confirmed." The trio breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," they exclaimed in unison. "Hold on to your gratitude. Considering that you are first-time offenders, I shall refrain from penalizing you this time. However, as police officers, you must hold yourselves to a higher standard and never break the law. Be vigilant moving forward and avoid making such elementary mistakes in the future. Do you understand?" Since they were colleagues, and this was their first offense, Songhai decided against punishing Tongfeng, but a few words of admonition were unavoidable. "Yes, rest assured, we will exercise greater caution in the future," Tongfeng assured him with a smile. "All right, you're free to go. Off you go." Songhai gestured for the three to leave. "Thank you. You get back to your duties." Tongfeng bid farewell, carefully turning on the headlights before driving away. Once in the car, the three let out a collective sigh of relief. "What were you thinking, you fool? In that situation, why were you trying to curry favor?" Tongfeng shot an annoyed glare at Yang Wei. "Ah, my mistake. I was momentarily confused, and didn't think it through," Yang Wei lamented, his face a picture of regret. "What do we do now? It's been so long. Those two must have escaped." Jiang Wen frowned, unwilling to accept that they had let the two human traffickers slip away. Yang Wei, burdened with guilt, said, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, we could have left earlier." Tongfeng shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "I didn't even say a word. Why are you taking the blame? You don't need to console me. It was indeed my actions that allowed them to escape." Yang Wei's voice was low. He believed that if he hadn't tried to show off, Tongfeng might have already caught up with those two. "Who says they've gotten away? I have already deduced their whereabouts," Tongfeng declared with a confident smile. "Are you serious?" Yang Wei asked, excitement palpable in his voice. Jiang Wen, observing Tongfeng's assured demeanor, felt a spark of intrigue. "There's no doubt about it. Hold on tight." Just as Tongfeng intended to accelerate and turn, he was swiftly reminded of the dread instilled by traffic police, prompting him to dutifully signal his turn. In the back seat, Yang Wei gripped the handle nervously. Thinking how a mere turn could stir such adrenaline, he almost feared for Tongfeng's back. Tongfeng navigated from the main road of Fuxing East Road into a narrow alley, making a series of sharp turns. In the dim light of the night, the path appeared especially murky, leaving the two passengers rather bewildered. It was unclear how Tongfeng recognized the route he was taking. Soon, the vehicle emerged onto a main road. With the aid of the bright streetlights, Yang Wei finally recognized it as the road they had traversed just the previous day. Industrial Avenue. Exactly. With Tongfeng's affirmation, Yang Wei's realization struck him. "Are you suggesting those two individuals are hiding in the mountains?" Tongfeng nodded, then shook his head, clarifying, "Not entirely." "What do you mean?" Yang Wei was perplexed by Tongfeng's cryptic statement. This time, Tongfeng opted for clarity, at Old Lu's. "I observed those two men. One of them, the burly fellow, had small cuts on his hands, as if pricked by something. The edges of his rubber shoes bore traces of reddish soil, and there were thorns and grass stems tangled in his shoelaces." "What does that make you think?" Tongfeng inquired. Yang Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Thorns, grass stems, red soil, wounds." Jiang Wen interjected. "The wounds were inflicted by something thorny. The grass stems suggest they were in the mountains. It's only in the wild, where no one cleans up, that such weeds would thrive. After all, who would trample on dry grass elsewhere?" Yang Wei nodded in agreement, concluding, "So, their hiding place is in the mountains, surrounded by thorny plants and red soil." Tongfeng smiled. "Proceed." Yang Wei lamented, "The conditions for analysis are quite limited." Jiang Wen frowned as she struggled to determine the necessary connections between the three conditions. If the soil is low in potassium, sodium, calcium, and magnesium, but high in iron and aluminum, it will appear red. Didn't you learn that in elementary school? Tongfeng looked at them in astonishment. Yang Wei was taken aback. Is soil composition even part of elementary education? Have I perhaps attended a substandard school? Jiang Wen was uncertain if she had learned it in school, yet she knew the reasons behind the formation of red soil. But would knowing this lead them to the location? Tongfeng could tell from their expressions that they were lost. Red soil has low organic matter content, high acidity, and is heavy, making it suitable for cultivating sugarcane, bananas, pineapples, chestnuts, citrus, and various fruits. There's not much we can grow here. But there's only one thorny plant. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei suddenly grasped the implication. He exclaimed, "A chestnut grove." Chapter 58, An Unexpected Twist. "Congratulations. You both answered correctly." With a playful smirk, Tongfeng jested with Yang Wei. Yet, Yang Wei remained oblivious to the banter, overwhelmed by a sense of joy that had returned to him, leaving little room for quarreling with Tongfeng. What shall we do now? Jiang Wen pondered, seemingly unaware that since the onset of their predicament, she had unconsciously regarded Tongfeng as their pillar of support. Through a series of strategic maneuvers, Tongfeng had unwittingly assumed a dominant role among the trio. At present, we have established several critical points. Firstly, it is confirmed that they possess the abducted children. Secondly, the chestnut orchard is located on the hillside behind Xinji village, where a small cabin guards the orchard, likely housing the victims. Thirdly, access to the back hill orchard necessitates traversing the village, where it is certain that their accomplices are stationed as lookouts. Should we recklessly drive in? It could very well alert them. Yang Wei and Jiang Wen exchanged affirming nods. Given the cautious demeanor of the two, it was highly probable that they had arranged for someone in the village to serve as a warning system, enabling them to flee at a moment's notice in case of trouble. However, what Yang Wei and Jiang Wen perceived as possibilities, Tongfeng considered certainties. The accents of those two were not local. Such outsiders would be unable to reside in the chestnut orchard without the assistance of locals. No one would rent out the cabin that oversees the orchard. Thus, the owner of the orchard might very well be their accomplice. As novice police officers, Yang Wei and Jiang Wen were inexperienced in such matters, inevitably feeling a sense of helplessness. They turned to Tongfeng, awaiting his decision. As night deepened, the industrial avenue was largely deserted, with the clerical and logistical staff of the factories long since departed, and the night shift workers already engaged in their toil. Consequently, few vehicles traversed the road. Beyond the industrial zone lay a concrete road leading to Xinji village, flanked by open fields devoid of any obstructions. As the area was designated for industrial use, with no crops in sight, before entering this road, Tongfeng had prudently switched off the headlights. The absence of streetlights rendered visibility poor, and although not entirely pitch black, the conditions were far from optimal. Navigating with the faint glow of the moonlight, Tongfeng drove cautiously. The two passengers refrained from disturbing him, wary that even a moment's distraction could send them careening into a ditch. Tongfeng drove at a deliberate pace, both to minimize engine noise and to ensure safety. Despite his ability to discern the road, visibility in such circumstances was markedly diminished compared to normal conditions. As they approached Xinji village, a distant light appeared behind them. It was likely the van they had lost track of. What should we do? Yang Wei remarked, his anxiety prompting him to glance back at the approaching vehicle. It was evident he feared that the vehicle was indeed the one they had been tailing. With accomplices lurking in the village, their entry could easily draw attention. Yet, stopping was equally perilous, as being discovered by the following vehicle would expose them just the same. They found themselves ensnared, with danger ahead and behind, and the barren sides offered no refuge. The situation was exceedingly dire. Yang Wei and Jiang Wen glanced anxiously at Tongfeng, yet he remained remarkably composed. As the lights of the approaching vehicle began to illuminate their location, Tongfeng deftly maneuvered the car off the road, easing off the accelerator and allowing the vehicle to coast towards a dark silhouette ahead. The van was traveling at a considerable speed, swiftly casting its beams over the spot they had just vacated. At that moment, Tongfeng's vehicle had deftly positioned itself alongside the shadow, which turned out to be the collapsed haystack from the previous day. After being struck by the van, the haystack had toppled over, its disarray providing ample cover for the modest Mini. Tongfeng refrained from applying the brakes, knowing that the illumination of the brake lights would betray their presence. Instead, he skillfully navigated the vehicle around the haystack, securing a position within the van's blind spot. Soon, the van roared past, and Tongfeng deftly maneuvered his vehicle from the side of the haystack to the rear of the van. Once the van had entered the village, he pressed the brake pedal and brought the car to a halt beside the haystack. After adjusting his position, Tongfeng turned off the engine, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. That was a close call. We nearly revealed ourselves. Jiang Wen steadied her racing heart and whispered, "Are we safe?" Tongfeng nodded, assuring her he should not have noticed us. The headlights did not sweep over us, and after veering off the shoulder, we relied solely on the engine's idle speed, which kept our pace slow enough not to stir up dust. Throughout the ordeal, Tongfeng had not engaged the brakes, ensuring that a vehicle devoid of any light in the darkness remained well concealed. The only uncertainty lay in the noise of the engine. However, with the van's own din to mask it and the Mini's relatively quiet motor, Tongfeng surmised that they remained undetected. Yang Wei swallowed hard. Is that the haystack from yesterday? Thankfully, we had it. But how did that van find us? Tongfeng contemplated this. It seems they took extra caution and circled around a few times. Our shortcut must have led them to us. This scenario had indeed caught Tongfeng off guard. Fortunately, they had arrived at the same spot where they had halted the vehicle yesterday, which explained the van's appearance. Had they stopped at the roadside to scout when the van reappeared, it surely would have exposed them. Tongfeng had not anticipated their level of caution. But fate was on their side, allowing them to navigate the situation without incident. Tongfeng exited the vehicle, prompting Yang Wei and Jiang Wen to follow suit. What shall we do now? Yang Wei inquired softly, gazing at the lights twinkling from the village homes. You and Jiang Wen stay here. I will go in for a look. If anything arises, I will inform you, Tongfeng decided after a moment's reflection. Yang Wei quickly interjected. I'll accompany you. No need. I am a smaller target alone, making it harder to expose myself. Tongfeng's decision was grounded not only in the need for stealth, but also in consideration of Yang Wei's capabilities. Although this individual had previously trained alongside Tongfeng and undergone police academy training, there remained a noticeable disparity in their skills. Moreover, Tongfeng now possessed an enhanced combat instinct. With his current mastery over his own abilities, he could execute each movement with utter silence. In fact, this mission was more manageable for him alone. Yang Wei sighed as he observed Tongfeng. Be careful. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Tongfeng. Should he insist on accompanying him, he would likely hinder Tongfeng's efforts. Tongfeng nodded, a smile gracing his features. Don't worry. Such a trivial matter won't go awry. As he turned to leave, Jiang Wen suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait. Tongfeng turned back, puzzled by Jiang Wen's unexpected call. Did she wish to accompany him? Chapter 59. Reconnaissance of the Chestnut Orchard. Jiang Wen did not insist on following him. Instead, she turned and dove into the car, rummaging around for a moment before emerging once more. Here, a Bluetooth headset. It will be inconvenient for you to assess the situation without it. Once you connect it, we can maintain communication. Tongfeng glanced at the Bluetooth headset in her hand and reached out to accept it. With a smirk, he remarked, quite clever, aren't you? Jiang Wen rolled her eyes and playfully retorted, I don't need your praise. Tongfeng chuckled nonchalantly. I was being sincere. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. But you did remind me. With that, Tongfeng turned to Yang Wei. Hand me your phone. I need to record a video for evidence. Without hesitation, Yang Wei retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Tongfeng. Do you have something like a towel? I need to cover the screen to avoid revealing its light. I have one in my car. I'll get it. Once Jiang Wen returned from the car with a towel, Tongfeng opened the video mode on Yang Wei's phone and wrapped the screen in the towel. After connecting his own phone to the Bluetooth headset, he inquired about the number and dialed Jiang Wen's phone. Subsequently, he donned the headset and tucked both phones into his pocket. I'm off. Take care. If anything happens, let us know. The two cautioned. Tongfeng waved his hand dismissively and turned toward the village entrance. As he walked away, Yang Wei reassured himself. Bu's skills are 100 times stronger than mine. He will undoubtedly succeed. Jiang Wen glanced at him, then at the now shadowy figure of Tongfeng. Let us wait in the car. There won't be any issues. Hey. I'm merely going to scout, not to meet my demise, all right? Can you two refrain from being so pessimistic? Just then, Tongfeng's voice suddenly emanated from Jiang Wen's phone. The two exchanged a glance in the darkness, their faces flushing. They were so engrossed in their internal dialogues that they forgot Tongfeng could overhear their conversation through the headset. Fortunately, it was dark enough that no one could see their embarrassment. Jiang Wen, blushing, stammered, ahem. We were just chatting. Exactly. Stay vigilant. There's no need to speak unless necessary. Compared to Jiang Wen, Yang Wei was far more composed, having previously embarrassed himself in front of Tongfeng on multiple occasions. This minor incident hardly fazed him, and he quickly regained his composure. Tongfeng offered no response, for he had already entered the village. The village of Xinjiang is modest in size, comprising just over 200 households. Most villagers, with the exception of the elderly and very young, work in the nearby industrial zone, while some of the older residents tend to their farms at home. Around 8 o'clock, having recently concluded their meals, the villagers either watch television, engage in conversation, or gather to play cards, with hardly anyone wandering outside. The main road of the village is devoid of streetlights, and under the shroud of night, Tongfeng stealthily makes his way along the wall towards the rear of the village. Tongfeng and Yang Wei had previously visited the chestnut orchard, and thus he is familiar with the general route. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, Tongfeng is acutely aware that the lookout must be stationed near the entrance of the village, as the main road is the sole thoroughfare in and out. Beyond this point, the alleys branch out in various directions, rendering any surveillance ineffective if one were to meander. The layout of the village houses is uniform, facing south, with each household possessing its own courtyard. Many homes have constructed additional rooms to the south, known as nanwu, which serve as auxiliary structures, replacing the southern courtyard wall. This architectural feature is quite common in northern rural areas. As Tongfeng walks, he scrutinizes the few houses at the village entrance. His keen eyes soon spot an open window in a south-facing room near the roadside, and he notices a fleeting red glimmer. He cautiously approaches, stopping to observe. The room remains dark, devoid of light, yet he perceives a shadow moving within. The red glimmer appears again, revealing itself to be the glowing end of a cigarette. Illuminated by the ember, he discerns a middle-aged man, approximately 40, leaning against the window while smoking, occasionally glancing outside. This behavior is suspicious, standing at the window in the dark, smoking and scanning the vicinity. It is nearly certain that this individual is an accomplice of the group of traffickers. Positioned strategically, he obstructs Tongfeng's path. The two alleys ahead are impassable, leaving Tongfeng no choice but to pass directly beneath the man's watchful gaze. The intersection is 3 meters wide, making it challenging to avoid detection. A direct approach is out of the question. Should he wait for the man to leave, perhaps to sleep or use the restroom? Yet, who can predict when he might take a break? Tongfeng cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Just as he contemplates his options, the silhouette at the window finishes his last puff and discards the cigarette, but instinctively bending down to extinguish it. A spark of inspiration strikes Tongfeng. He quickly picks up a pebble, about the size of a quail egg, and with a swift motion, hurls it into the air. The stone arcs gracefully before landing in the man's courtyard with a soft thud, startling him and prompting him to turn away from the window to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Tongfeng swiftly leaps across the alleyway, concealing himself against the wall of the man's south-facing room. He listens intently for a moment, reassured by the absence of alarm, then smiles faintly and continues on his way. The remainder of his journey unfolds smoothly as he cautiously navigates through the village and, using a narrow path behind it, stealthily approaches the chestnut orchard. The chestnut orchard behind the village spans approximately 10 acres, roughly equivalent to 16 basketball courts. At this moment, the chestnuts are ripe for harvest, and the low-hanging branches, adorned with prickly shells, complicate Tongfeng's movements. He must not only keep an eye on the ground beneath him, but also remain vigilant against potential assaults from above. A moment's inattention could result in a painful jab from the chestnut shells, compelling him to proceed with a hunched posture. Fortunately, his efforts are not in vain. After traversing about 100 meters, he catches sight of a distant light. Revitalized, he cautiously approaches. In the clearing of the orchard stand 2 simple tiled houses, typically used for guarding the chestnut grove, one serving as a bedroom and the other as a living room. The living room is illuminated, and voices occasionally drift out. Tongfeng carefully edges closer, first arriving at the window of the bedroom, where he gently peeks inside. With the living room's light aiding his observation, the scene within the bedroom becomes clear. A heated calm, with a makeshift army cot positioned before it, is the only furniture present. Atop the Kong lie 2 small children, a boy and a girl, approximately 2 or 3 years old, nestled together in one corner, sleeping soundly. Tongfeng furrows his brow. How can they remain so peacefully asleep amidst the cacophony from the living room? Could they have been sedated? Contemplating this, Tongfeng retrieves Yang Wei's phone and directs the camera towards the interior. It is not uncommon for traffickers to administer small doses of sleeping pills to prevent children from making noise. However, a single or 2 instances of such treatment are unlikely to inflict lasting harm on the children. What is essential now is to ascertain the situation. Rescuing the children is not his immediate priority. His purpose tonight is merely to confirm the circumstances. Tongfeng desires more than just this handful of lowlifes. He seeks broader channels for trafficking and information about other gangs. His greed is driven by the fate of these abducted children. More information could yield greater rewards. Once he has gathered sufficient intel, he plans to rally support. Going solo, except in exceptional situations, is not his strategy. To him, failing to enlist help would be sheer folly. After documenting the bedroom's conditions, Tongfeng stealthily approaches the doorway of the living room. The door is the kind with glass panes, a common feature in many rural homes. He cautiously peeks through the glass, observing 3 individuals seated on stools around a table, enjoying a meal. Among them are the 2 men he has been tracking, and the third is a woman in her 40s or 50s. Upon recognizing her, Tongfeng's heart races. It's her. Chapter 60. A despicable scoundrel Sister Lan, whose real name is Zhao Chunlan, hails from Haitian province. She stands 165 centimeters tall, has a stout build, an elongated face, and a mole on her jaw. She is a suspect in multiple child trafficking cases and is currently at large, classified as a Grade A wanted criminal, nationally pursued. Tongfeng is taken aback, realizing he has stumbled upon a significant target. He is now eager to rally support. If he can compel Sister Lan to speak, he might be able to rescue numerous abducted children. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Tongfeng decided to endure the situation. They still had 2 children in their care, and the man had little money left when he settled his bill today. Perhaps they would soon be ready to ship the goods. It would be ideal to apprehend both the seller and the buyer simultaneously. Reluctantly, he resolved to let them enjoy their comfort a little longer. Observing the 3 individuals in the room, indulging in barbecued delicacies and sipping beer, Tongfeng felt a gnawing resentment. He had barely eaten a few bites of dinner this evening due to these old scoundrels, and when the time came to ensnare them, he would not hesitate to deliver a few slaps. Old Rome, has the buyer been contacted? Suddenly, the burly man spoke up. Tongfeng, jolted into alertness, discreetly extended his phone to record through the glass of the door. The man referred to as Old Rome was clad like an old farmer. Upon hearing the inquiry, he lifted his eyelids and regarded the burly man with an impassive expression. Fu Chun, you've been rather loquacious today. With that remark, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Fu Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Old Rome. Although he was physically larger, he was acutely aware that Old Rome was a man unflinching in the face of violence, with a temperament as unpredictable as it was rigid. Should one dare to cross Old Rome's limits, the first infraction would warrant a warning, the second would also elicit a warning, but a third would seal one's fate. Recently, due to dwindling resources, Fu Chun had been anxious and careless with his words. He had already breached the unspoken rule against discussing business outside, and now he was probing for insider information. This was his second transgression, and Fu Chun knew that a third mistake would surely lead to dire consequences. As Fu Chun's thoughts raced, Sister Lan interjected, Old Rome, De Chun is merely anxious. We truly do not have much money left. Old Rome downed his beer in one gulp, then produced a cigarette and lit it. After taking a drag, he spoke, in a couple of days, I believe. The winds have shifted recently. After this batch is sold, we shall take a breather. Acknowledging the current circumstances, Old Rome shared some details about the transaction to ease the minds of the 2 men. His seasoned intuition had sensed that something was amiss, prompting him to sell this batch and retreat temporarily to avoid scrutiny. Outside, Tongfeng listened intently to their conversation. It seemed that Old Rome had indeed secured a buyer. Yet among this trio, this quartet, only Old Rome seemed to handle the transactions. Furthermore, this fellow had a keen sense, able to detect impending police activity. Tongfeng continued to eavesdrop, hoping for further insights. However, the trio fell silent, continuing to eat in an unsettling quiet. What was going on? Were they truly this cautious, even in the absence of outsiders? Furrowing his brow, Tongfeng realized that his gains were limited. Although he had discerned that they would be trading in the coming days, he remained oblivious to the specifics of time, location, or method. It appeared he would need to enlist assistance. He could not monitor 4 individuals by himself. Sensing their conversation had ceased, Tongfeng prepared to retrace his steps and report his findings. However, just as he turned around, Tongfeng found himself gazing into a pair of green eyes fixed upon him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a dog. The corners of Tongfeng's mouth twitched into a rather unpleasant smile. How had he not noticed the presence of a dog in the orchard earlier? Furthermore, how had this creature managed to sneak up behind him? Unbeknownst to Tongfeng, this dog was kept by the owner of the orchard to guard the premises, residing in a kennel on the right side of the house. Tongfeng had approached from the left side and, captivated by the scene within the house, had failed to take a thorough look around, thus missing the dog entirely. While he overlooked the canine, the dog had noticed him. However, This dog was accustomed to being free and was not unfamiliar with humans. Since the arrival of old Rong and his companions, it had barked a few times but had been reprimanded by its owner and had since refrained from barking at them. Upon spotting Tongfeng, it assumed he was part of old Rong's group and paid him no mind. Yet, it wasn't long before the dog observed Tongfeng hesitantly lingering by the door, not entering the house. Curiosity piqued, it stood behind him, watching intently. When the dog approached, Tongfeng was engrossed in the conversation inside the house and was oblivious to its presence. After all, Tongfeng was a self-taught individual, lacking systematic training and experience. Achieving this level of awareness on his own was commendable. Hush! Tongfeng gestured silently towards the dog, unsure of what he was thinking. The dog's eyes brightened. This creature was different from the people inside. Those within the house had never acknowledged it, and in recent days, it had not even received leftover food. The excited dog slowly opened its mouth, mirroring Tongfeng's own wide-eyed astonishment. Just as Tongfeng was about to reach out and grasp its muzzle, a sudden bark erupted. Woof! Tongfeng's hand, which had been halfway extended, froze instantly. He stared at the dog in exasperation, inwardly cursing. Undoubtedly, disobedient dogs are the most irksome. There was no time to flee. The barking had startled old Rong and his companions inside the house. Old Rong exchanged a glance with Sister Lan, signaling her to watch the child inside. He then cautiously beckoned Fu Chun to the door and swiftly pulled it open. Tongfeng's posture, bent over with an outstretched hand, did not escape their notice. "Who are you?" Old Rong asked sternly, extending his right hand behind him. This question transmitted through the earpiece to Jiang Wen's phone, causing the two waiting in the car to realize they had been compromised. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the urgency in each other's eyes. "I'm going to save him," Yang Wei exclaimed as he flung open the car door, ready to leap out. Jiang Wen quickly grasped his arm, urging him, "Wait." Abu hasn't he signaled for help, indicating he still has the situation under control. If you rush and recklessly, you might endanger him. Yang Wei, eyes wide with anger, shouted, "But he is my brother. Then you must trust him even more." Jiang Wen retorted, "Your interference will only hinder him." Her commanding voice quelled Yang Wei's fervor. He cast a glance at her, then resignedly sank back into his seat. Jiang Wen cast a remorseful glance at him. In this situation, the only way to calm Yang Wei was to make him confront reality. Once Yang Wei had regained his composure, Jiang Wen redirected her attention to the phone call. It was not that she hesitated to call for reinforcements. Out of the 3 phones, Tongfeng had taken 2, leaving her with only her own, which could not be disconnected, as it was the sole source of information at that moment. While Yang Wei and the others were embroiled in an argument, Tongfeng stood up with a sly smile and slowly turned around. Simultaneously, away from the sight of Lao Rong and the others, he quietly removed his earpiece. "It's you." Chapter 61. The outlaw Tongfeng. As Tongfeng turned, Lao Rong instantly recognized him. Wasn't he the one who had sat at the adjacent table in the barbecue restaurant? It seemed he had comprehended their conversation back then. Not only that, but he had followed them here. Realizing this, Lao Rong's heart brimmed with murderous intent. The reason he refrained from acting immediately was that he noticed the man and woman who had been with Tongfeng were absent. Fu Chun also recognized Tongfeng, but at that moment, he was engulfed in panic. "I've been exposed. It's because of me." Lao Rong would not let this slide. The thought of Lao Rong's ruthlessness filled Fu Chun with growing dread. When fear reaches its zenith, it morphs into fury, and Fu Chun found himself in such a predicament. The psychological shadow cast by Lao Rong loomed too large for him to dare resist. At that moment, Tongfeng unwittingly became the target for his emotional outburst. Perhaps he still had a chance for redemption. With this thought, he steeled himself. "I will kill you." Fu Chun screamed in a frenzy as he lunged toward Tongfeng. "Stop!" Lao Rong's sharp command instinctively halted the enraged Fu Chun. This demonstrated the extent of Fu Chun's fear. However, Fu Chun wished to explain himself, to atone for his transgressions. Lao Rong shot him a silent glare, causing Fu Chun's heart to quiver. In the face of Lao Rong's wrathful gaze, he quietly retreated to the side. Lao Rong looked at Tongfeng and softly inquired, "Where are the other 2? Bring them out." "What other 2? It's just me." Tongfeng feigned ignorance as he regarded Lao Rong. Given the current circumstances, discussing anything further seemed futile. Tongfeng attempted to ascertain if he could feign his way through. Lao Rong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tongfeng for a moment. Someone capable of stealthily reaching this place through his network should not be underestimated. Who on earth are you? Tongfeng made a gesture of clasping his fists, simultaneously raising his left thumb. He who shares the same path. Lao Rong and Fu Chun were momentarily taken aback. They could deduce that Tongfeng understood their dialect. But his claim of camaraderie was indeed unexpected. Lao Rong mused inwardly. Could it be that he is a novice? A novice refers to someone unfamiliar with the rules of the underworld. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Someone who could grasp the dialect could hardly be ignorant of the rules. After all, there was an old saying, better to give a tale of gold than to divulge a single word of the code. However, if he truly understood the rules, how could he engage in actions that would lead to enmity? Fu Chun's emotions had settled considerably. As long as they were not the police, he was content. If they were fellow practitioners, perhaps Lao Rong might find it in his heart to forgive him. Yet, despite his fervent hope that Tongfeng's words bore truth, he quietly cautioned, be wary of deception. Lao Rong was naturally not one to easily believe. He gazed at Tongfeng and inquired, what is your surname? Seeing an opportunity, Tongfeng began to weave his tale and replied with a smile, Lanman. Lao Rong continued his questioning. Are you an eagle-clawed son or a Lima Lao He? Are you law enforcement or a fellow practitioner? Tongfeng laughed nonchalantly, stating, I am the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right, standing in the center of the earth, venerating the ancestral king of the green forest. Why have you come to this gathering? At this inquiry, Lao Rong squinted his eyes. Tongfeng quickly devised an excuse. I am without money or provisions, newly embarked on this path, and thus seek refuge. After all, he could not simply declare, I have come to observe out of sheer boredom. Lao Rong was naturally skeptical, though he did not reveal his doubts, and continued, how do you pay your respects? Tongfeng clasped his hands, stating, I raise my 5 fingers to represent the 4 major sects of the Jianghu. What are those 4 sects? Wind, horse, swallow, and sparrow. The terms wind, horse, swallow, and sparrow refer to classifications of trades in the underworld during the old society. The wind sect represents organized deception, where there are scouts and orchestrated schemes that come and go like the wind. The horse sect refers to solitary operations, where individuals disguise themselves to extort money. The swallow sect, also known as yen, involves women leveraging their beauty to deceive others. The sparrow sect, or K, pertains to obtaining official positions and profiting from them, which typically involves significant business dealings with meticulous planning. Lao Rong regarded Tongfeng and remarked, you still have a stick of incense. Tongfeng extended his left thumb, pointing skyward, 1 stick of incense, paying respects to the 8 major sects of the Jianghu. And which are those 8 sects? Gold, pitch, color, hang, horizontal, barrier, honor, and spear. In ancient times, beneath the 4 major sects, there existed 8 minor sects: gold, pitch, color, hang, horizontal, barrier, honor, and spear. Later, for various reasons, the latter 4 transformed into evaluation, group, adjustment, and willow. Tongfeng's classmates had mentioned these to him, so he was confident in his knowledge. Lao Rong felt a sense of relief, knowing the previous 4 sects indicated that Tongfeng was indeed one of their kind. Each of the 8 sects has its own founding master. Which sect do you belong to? I am a disciple of the horizontal sect, Lanman, and I follow the path of Zhao Feng. In naming himself, Tongfeng unexpectedly recalled Zhao Feng and casually appropriated the name, granting this fellow a share of the credit. The horizontal sect refers to highwaymen of the past, now known as robbers, while spear denotes the sale of counterfeit medicine. Barrier involves superstition and shamanism, and honor pertains to theft and pickpocketing. The 4 schools faced severe repression following the liberation, and although remnants persist, the inheritance has largely dissipated. The other 3 schools do not resemble the original, compelling him to declare himself as part of the horizontal school. The present 8 schools are as follows: the Gold School, which encompasses divination, face reading, character analysis, and feng shui practices. The Skin School, a general term for medicine sellers, is also known as the hawkers. The Color School refers to those performing tricks, collectively termed color performers. The Hanging School pertains to those who perform martial arts and practice techniques, also called the Night Demons. The Commentary School involves storytelling, humorously referred to as group firewood. The Group School, also known as Tuan, pertains to the art of crosstalk, with industry slang referring to it as Tuan Spring or Stinky Spring. The Adjustment School pertains to speculative trades, deceiving merchants into selling opium, morphine, and other narcotics. The Willow School involves singing operas and similar performances. Lao Rong observed Bu Tongfeng, continuing to probe his background. What is concealed behind Zhao Feng? A member of the horizontal school? The upper world masks the dealings of the young and old alike. How many stars adorn the rivers and lakes? 36,000 stars. How many nails secure the boats? 36,000 nails. How many nails belong to the boat gang? 108 nails. Representing the gathering of the heroes from Liangshan in the Hall of Loyalty. Bu Tongfeng responded fluently, his demeanor indistinguishable from that of those in the circle. At that moment, Lao Rong smiled. Chapter 62. Turning face. Lao Rong, beaming with joy, resembled a tree in full bloom. The horizontal school is indeed one family. Has he passed the test? Bu Tongfeng felt a moment of surprise. It couldn't be that simple, could it? Although puzzled, he responded cheerfully. The Northwest Xiantian has but one chicken. The green forest will not deceive the green forest. Indeed, if the green forest were to deceive itself, it would not be virtuous. Lao Rong regarded Bu Tongfeng with a knowing look before saying, "Thanks to the blessings of Taiya, may you be safe." Bu Tongfeng smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing as he clasped his hands, replying, "May business flourish." Lao Rong gestured invitingly, cheerfully stating, "Friends, come in for tea." Bu Tongfeng, with a respectful fist salute, graciously entered the room. Given the current situation, it was entirely unexpected, and he could only take it one step at a time. As he walked into the room, Lao Rong squinted and whispered to Fu Chun, "It's not the expert's doing." Fu Chun, puzzled, wondered why everything aligned. Yet seeing the look in Lao Rong's eyes, he nodded and quietly inquired, "Shall we restrain him?" Lao Rong's voice emerged like a whisper through clenched teeth. "No guns. Wait until it's dark to strike with a blade." Fu Chun nodded in agreement. After their covert exchange, the two followed closely behind Bu Tongfeng as he entered the main hall. Upon entering, Bu Tongfeng appeared to be at home, cheerfully strolling around the room. Upon entering the room, one encounters a rustic earthen stove constructed from cement bricks beside the door. In the center lies a modest square table accompanied by several stools. Further inside, a simple wooden kitchen rack displays an array of cups, bowls, and dishes. Bu Tongfeng took a leisurely glance around, intending to proceed to the bedroom, only to be halted by Fu Chun, who had just entered. "Brother, there are women present. It would be inappropriate for you to go in," Lao Rong remarked with a smile, his demeanor seemingly sincere. "Oh, my apologies for my impudence. However, as a newcomer, shouldn't I pay my respects to the lady of the house?" Bu Tongfeng feigned ignorance, aware that his cotton coat and trousers would only buy him a fleeting reprieve. Observing Fu Chun's fearful expression, Bu Tongfeng sensed that Lao Rong was indeed a formidable character, likely with more than one life on his conscience. The reason for Lao Rong's initial restraint might stem from uncertainty about Bu Tongfeng's background and a concern that Yang Wei and his companion could be his backup. Thus, he pretended to welcome Bu Tongfeng while secretly plotting behind his back. Lao Rong gestured towards a stool by the bedroom door, inviting, "Please, have a seat. De Chun, go fetch your sister." Fu Chun exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Rong before entering the bedroom. Bu Tongfeng confidently perched himself on the stool, directly facing the bedroom entrance. He observed the unfinished skewers on the table and nonchalantly declared, "Brother, you are far too gracious. I seem to have interrupted your meal. My apologies." As he spoke, he reached for a skewer of lamb and took a hearty bite. This skewer is a bit cold and quite gamey." Bu Tongfeng's unabashed demeanor left even the shrewd Lao Rong momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such an overtly familiar person. "And you sit down to eat without a care?" Lao Rong scrutinized Bu Tongfeng, attempting to discern the authenticity of his bravado. At that moment, the door behind Bu Tongfeng creaked open, and Fu Chun emerged wielding a machete. Fixating on Bu Tongfeng's back, Fu Chun narrowed his eyes and, with determination, swung the blade towards his neck. Should the strike land, Bu Tongfeng's head would surely roll. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lao Rong's mouth, quickly transforming into astonishment. Just as Fu Chun brought the knife down, Bu Tongfeng unexpectedly bent forward, reaching for a chicken wing across the table. The blade narrowly grazed Bu Tongfeng's head as it passed by. The sudden turn of events startled Fu Chun. The force of his swing caused him to lose his balance, propelling him forward. Realizing the shift in momentum, Fu Chun decided to abandon restraint, thinking to tackle Bu Tongfeng and deliver a fatal blow, thus achieving his aim. However, Bu Tongfeng abruptly straightened up, leaving Fu Chun with the last image of an approaching backside. With a resounding crash, the two collided, and Fu Chun lost consciousness, his body toppling over and scattering the table and nearby bottles. What happened to him? Tongfeng held a skewer of meat in one hand, glancing at the fallen Fu Chun, feigning a look of bewilderment as he asked, "Can one be knocked unconscious by a fall?" Certainly not. However, let us not forget that this fellow has carried handcuffs with him since his first day on the job, and they are conveniently strapped to his lower back. With the right timing, a precise aim, and the force of rising, it would be sheer luck if Fu Chun survived this ordeal. Just consider the stools in the precinct's cafeteria, and one can grasp the brutish nature of Tongfeng. Fu Chun's misstep was somewhat anticipated by Old Rong. After all, he was aware of Tongfeng's capabilities the moment he slipped past his surveillance. Nevertheless, he did not foresee Fu Chun's fall being so inexplicable. "Hey, don't mess around, brother. I surrender." Upon seeing the imitation Type 54 pistol in Old Rong's right hand, Tongfeng instinctively raised both hands high. "Just earlier, we were bantering about sharing skewers. Must you threaten me with a gun? What have you done to him?" Old Rong's countenance darkened, as if he could wring water from it. He was indifferent to Fu Chun's fate. He merely sought to understand how a mere collision could lead to such a downfall. "Unjust. Does this brother blame me for his own tumble? I swear, I have done nothing." Tongfeng protested vehemently, sounding utterly sincere. Yet, despite his eloquence, Old Rong had never believed a single word from the moment he laid eyes on Tongfeng. No, to be precise, he had not trusted him since their first encounter. As he observed Old Rong's finger tightening on the trigger, Tongfeng squinted. The safety was disengaged, and the gun was aimed ominously. Such decisiveness. If a sneak attack fails, resort to gunfire directly. Wait. As Old Rong's finger was poised to pull the trigger, Tongfeng hurriedly interjected, "Considering we are both in this line of work, if you are to kill me, let me at least perish with some clarity." Old Rong relaxed his finger, sneering, "You only possess a rudimentary understanding of the matter. There are no genuine heroes left. Old scoundrels like me are looked down upon. Why would you even think to seek refuge? Even if you were genuine, your life would not be spared. Should you find yourself below, do not forget to inform the King of Hell about your demise. The one to take your life shall be Rong Guijun." In truth, regardless of Tongfeng's true identity, Old Rong would not grant him mercy. His survival over the years relied on such ruthless and unforgiving tendencies. Damn, what makes an old scoundrel a hero? Tongfeng mused silently. Yet upon witnessing Old Rong prepare to act, he once again called out, "Wait." Chapter 63. The palm technique descending from the heavens. Rong Guijun observed Tongfeng's desperate struggles with amusement. "Kid, stop squirming. You are doomed today. No one can save you." "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire, how does one fare in your line of work? And have you ever heard of the palm technique that descends from the heavens?" As he spoke, Tongfeng raised his gaze towards the ceiling, his expression reminiscent of a devotee beholding a true deity, filled with reverence. Old Rong was momentarily taken aback by Tongfeng's inquiry. At such a critical juncture, he was preoccupied with the question of the profession's difficulty. Has he lost his mind? Observing Tongfeng's upward gaze, Old Rong scoffed. "Do you think I am a novice? A feeble attempt to distract me, I see. Huh, I knew I couldn't fool you." Tongfeng forced an awkward smile, while inwardly cursing, "That cunning old fox. Why do protagonists in novels and films always succeed with such tricks, while I find myself at a disadvantage? Those authors and screenwriters are just deceiving the masses. Should I take a risk?" Tongfeng furrowed his brow. The two were separated by a mere 3 steps, and any forceful action would surely put him in harm's way. The notion that a gun is quicker at 7 paces while a fist is faster within that distance is but a fallacy. Tongfeng could assure you that within 7 steps, a gun is both swift and precise. If a gun were pointed at him, he could still guarantee a safe takedown of Old Rong. The martial arts he practiced offered ample techniques for close-quarters hostage situations. However, at this distance, he could only hope to avoid a fatal blow, though injury was inevitable. As Tongfeng contemplated whether to sacrifice his left or right arm, Old Rong's phone suddenly rang, followed by the sound of an approaching vehicle outside. This double distraction was enough, even for the cautious Old Rong, to instinctively glance towards the door. Now was the moment. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be squandered. Tongfeng swiftly sidestepped, forcefully flinging the 2 skewers he held, like arrows released from a bow, aimed at Old Rong's wrist and elbow. Old Rong, caught off guard, felt a sudden numbness in his hand as the gun slipped from his grasp. Before the pain even registered in his mind, Tongfeng was upon him. In the instant the skewers were launched, Tongfeng instinctively executed a low crouch. He moved as if gliding just above the ground, swiftly closing the gap between them and crashing into Old Rong's embrace. Grasping Old Rong's right hand with one hand and thrusting the other beneath his torso, he shouldered Old Rong's abdomen and heaved him onto the ground with a violent twist. This maneuver, known in wrestling as ground flight, was executed flawlessly. Upon hitting the ground, Tongfeng delivered a decisive chop to Old Rong's neck. The old man, caught unawares, had no time to react and was instantly incapacitated. With Old Rong subdued, Tongfeng snatched up the gun from the floor and charged through the bedroom door. There, Sister Lan was kneeling on the bed, flanked by her 2 children. "Don't move, or I'll stab them." Her nerves were taut at Tongfeng's unexpected entrance. The commotion outside had left her in a state of dread. Upon seeing Tongfeng burst in, she realized that Old Rong and Fu Chun must have met their demise. She now clung to the hope that Tongfeng would care for the lives of her children, tightening her grip on the scissors, bringing them closer to the children. A smirk curled at the corners of Tongfeng's mouth as he raised the gun towards Sister Lan. "I suggest you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Do you see what I hold? I'm here for money, not blood. If you dare utter a single word of protest, this gun doesn't carry an ID." Tongfeng was wagering that his identity remained concealed. In this scenario, the reputation of someone from the underworld proved far more advantageous than that of a police officer. If Sister Lan were to discover that Tongfeng was a police officer, she would undoubtedly resist to the bitter end. However, if he were a figure from the underworld, her reaction would differ. Moreover, Tongfeng's actions were emblematic of the black-on-black violence, particularly underscored by his assertion that a gun possesses no identification. The underlying implication of this statement is that the weapon lacks a serial number, rendering it untraceable even should it be used to take a life. Indeed, after much contemplation, Sister Lan relinquished the scissors she held. Her acquiescence stemmed, in part, from the imposing presence of Tongfeng's firearm, which instilled significant trepidation within her. Additionally, she gleaned from their prior dialogue that he was affiliated with the underworld, a realm where individuals typically refrain from absolute measures. "Very well. Now come down." Observing her surrender, Tongfeng smiled subtly, gesturing with the gun for Sister Lan to descend from the bed. Without hesitation, she complied. Her 2 male allies had been subdued, leaving her, as a solitary woman, without recourse. At that moment, her only wish was for Tongfeng to honor his word. Just as she edged toward the side of the bed, Tongfeng swiftly knocked her unconscious with a precise strike. With no time to spare, he hurried back to the main room, rummaging through Lao Rong's pockets until he unearthed the ringing mobile phone. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mimic Lao Rong's voice and successfully connected the call. "Hello?" To his surprise, it was indeed Lao Rong on the other end. Instinctively, Tongfeng's ability to manipulate his vocal cords reached its zenith after a few attempts. He could replicate the voice with remarkable accuracy. The caller remained oblivious to any anomaly. "Lao Rong, why did it take you so long to answer?" A vehicle just drove towards the back of the village. Tongfeng approached the door with the phone. "I understand. I heard a noise and went to take a look. It was just 2 lovers engaged in a rendezvous. You need to come over and send them away. We cannot reveal ourselves. What about the lookout? At this hour, no one else will arrive. Hurry. It seems they are heading towards this very house." "Understood. I shall come at once." Once the call ended, Tongfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. "Good heavens. This night has been exceedingly thrilling. It has me on edge." With that, he stepped outside, casually locating a tree to relieve himself. While doing so, he donned his headphones once more. "Where are you 2? Upon hearing the sound of a vehicle earlier, Tongfeng realized that Yang Wei and his companion must have arrived. "Abu, are you all right?" The sound of Tongfeng's voice brought immediate relief to Yang Wei and his friend, who had been unsettled by Lao Rong's sudden aggression. The impetuosity of youth often leads to reckless actions. Their audacious arrival had genuinely touched Tongfeng. "What could possibly happen to me? Have you reached the chestnut orchard?" "Yes. We have arrived and are preparing to proceed upward." Jiang Wen's voice echoed through the earpiece. "Hold on. I have dealt with the 3 individuals here, and I have also neutralized the lookout." I imitated Lao Rong's voice to inform him that you 2 are merely lovers on a clandestine escapade. Soon, he will arrive to drive you away. At that moment, seize him directly. Upon hearing Bu Tongfeng's words, Jiang Wen was momentarily speechless. Could this guy not find a more suitable reason? The term wild Mandarin ducks was just too harsh. Yang Wei, however, paid no heed to such details. Responding into the phone, rest assured, unless he is a pervert like you, he will definitely not escape. You must know that I am not to be trifled with. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. Bu Tongfeng harbored no doubts regarding Yang Wei's skills. While he might not surpass his own, handling 2 or 3 adults was certainly within his capacity. Having resolved his physiological needs, Bu Tongfeng returned to the main room. Chapter 64. A Twist of Fate, The Gathering of People. Upon entering, he observed the 2 individuals lying on the ground, and he found himself deep in thought. Had he not come here to gather intelligence? How had it turned into a direct capture? Had he known this would occur, why had he bothered with the preliminary steps? It would have been far more efficient to act immediately. Reflecting on the sequence of events, Bu Tongfeng turned and exited. Before long, he returned. Grasping the nape of a dog's neck, he casually set the dog aside and pointed at it. Behave yourself. I now suspect you are in cahoots with them. You'd best not resist, or I wouldn't mind enjoying a dog meat hot pot. The dog looked at Bu Tongfeng in confusion. Having been abruptly pulled from its cozy nest, in a state of bewilderment, it neither comprehended the situation nor knew if it was tired, yet obediently laid down on the ground. Bu Tongfeng nodded in satisfaction. He was at a loss for how to vent his pent-up frustration. What had begun as a routine reconnaissance mission had been disrupted by a mere dog. Yet, it neither understood his curses nor could he bring himself to strike it. Thus, Bu Tongfeng concocted an excuse to drag it from its warm den. People often say that staying up late ages one quickly. By waking it, it would surely lose several precious minutes of life. His sense of vengeance was quite strong. Casting the little dog aside, Bu Tongfeng turned his attention to the 2 individuals on the ground and proceeded to find a length of rope, binding them securely. Employing every knotting technique he had learned, 5 flower bindings, elbow flips, and sea-bottom fishing. In short, he utilized all the rope skills he had acquired. Once he had dealt with the pair, he returned to the room and bound Sister Lan as well. Subsequently, he checked on the 2 children. They were soundly asleep. It seemed they had been administered sleeping pills, but the dosage was likely not excessive. After all, they were the cash cows of old Rong's operation, and any mishap would diminish their value. After an additional thorough check, observing their stable vitals, Bu Tongfeng smiled. Sleep well. When you awaken, you shall return home. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Abu." After ensuring the children were covered with a blanket, Bu Tongfeng casually carried Sister Lan out of the bedroom. Upon exiting, he saw Yang Wei and Jiang Wen escorting an individual into the room. Assessing the newcomer, Bu Tongfeng realized it was the lookout he had encountered previously. Who are you? What do you intend to do? He tossed Sister Lan aside and instructed Jiang Wen, go check on old Rong and give him some basic first aid. Just make sure he doesn't die. Jiang Wen followed Bu Tongfeng's gaze and soon spotted the nearly bound old Rong. At that moment, he lay unconscious on the ground, skewered by 2 kebabs, blood oozing from his wounds in a rather pitiful state. Although Jiang Wen was a young woman, she managed to maintain her composure in the face of such chaos and nodded before approaching. After helping a man named Matza to sit down, Bu Tongfeng raised his gaze to the lookout and inquired, "What is your name?" "Chu Peng." Chu Peng replied, forcing an air of calmness. Internally, he was in a panic. Old Rome and the others were in serious trouble. Judging by the scene, it appeared they had fallen into the hands of this young man before him. "Everyone, I bear no grudge against you. I hope you can let me go." Upon hearing Chu Peng's plea, Bu Tongfeng looked at Yang Wei in surprise. "Did you not inform him of your identity as police officers when you apprehended him?" Yang Wei shook his head. "The situation was urgent. I had no time for lengthy explanations." "That is where you erred, young comrade. When apprehending criminals, it is imperative to present identification and clarify your authority." Bu Tongfeng regarded Yang Wei with a serious expression. Yang Wei retorted, "As an intern, where would I acquire such credentials?" "Oh, in that case, it is of no consequence." Bu Tongfeng turned his attention back to Chu Peng. "Now, you are aware of our true identities." Yang Wei rolled his eyes. If you had stated that earlier, he would have understood right away. Chu Peng had not anticipated that Bu Tongfeng and his companions were police officers. In his mind, police operations involved a large number of personnel, not merely a handful. Furthermore, the young man before him bore none of the hallmarks of a law enforcement officer. The other 2 lacked even handcuffs, utilizing his own belt instead. Was this truly the facade of police? However, Chu Peng's countenance paled in terror. In light of the circumstances, the three had no reason to impersonate officers, indicating their authenticity. Contemplating the prospect of imprisonment, Chu Peng's legs trembled, nearly causing him to collapse. Tongfeng observed Chu Peng's demeanor, silently judging his lack of mental fortitude. How could someone with such timidity dare to engage in criminal activity? After a moment of disdain, Tongfeng gestured towards the three individuals lying on the floor. Do you recognize them? I do not know them. Chu Peng, desperate to avoid incarceration, suppressed his fear and attempted to argue. If you do not know them, how did they end up in your chestnut orchard? If you do not know them, why were you guarding them? Tongfeng chuckled, rising to pat Chu Peng on the shoulder. We have come here. Can you imagine how much we understand about this place? He uttered this phrase in old Rome's voice. Upon hearing this, Chu Peng's expression turned ghostly. It was you. Tongfeng shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Now tell us, how much do you know about the details? Chu Peng, in a state of panic, stammered, I know nothing. Truly, I merely rented the house to them. The reason I was watching over them was that they paid me a sum. Oh, how much? Tongfeng asked with a smile. 5,000. Chu Peng's gaze wandered, his speech faltering. Do you think I would believe you? They likely do not possess even 5,000 in total. What could they offer you? Moreover, could 5,000 keep you awake all night? Tongfeng remarked with a grin. Chu Peng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Observing Chu Peng's apparent terror, Tongfeng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not. It's perfectly fine not to speak. As law enforcement officers, our favorite pastime is to unmask the malevolent and expose the wicked. Suddenly, he inquired, by the way, how many are there in your family? Chu Peng, amidst his apprehension, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question regarding his family situation. Noticing Tongfeng's unwavering gaze, he swallowed hard and replied, just me. I'm divorced. Thank you. Tongfeng acknowledged, then swiftly delivered a chop to Chu Peng's neck. Chu Peng's vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground. Yang Wei looked on in astonishment. What are you doing? I'll need to extract a confession from him. His consciousness is a hindrance. Tongfeng explained, suddenly recalling something. Did you call for backup when you rushed in? Yang Wei's face flushed. No? We were too anxious. Moreover, Jiang Wen's phone was our sole means of contacting you. And we couldn't dare to hang up. Tongfeng sarcastically praised, you're quite bold. Charging in without backup. You were no different. Yang Wei retorted, feeling aggrieved. I had no choice. If it weren't for that guy, I would have safely retreated long ago. Tongfeng scolded the dog lying nearby. Look at you. The dog, indifferent to his words, merely glanced at Tongfeng, wagged its tail, and closed its eyes again. I'll have you soon enough. Chapter 65. Deceptive confession. Jiang Wen retrieved 2 pieces of cloth and hastily bandaged Lao Rong's wrists and elbows, leaving the embedded shard untouched due to its complexity. Upon completing her task, she rose and, with a hint of apology, addressed Tongfeng. I apologize. In the heat of the moment, my thoughts were scattered. The only thing I could think of was to call, but I dared not terminate our conversation. I'll notify the station now, she declared, pulling out her phone. Wait. Tongfeng interjected, raising a hand to stop her. Regardless of the circumstances, we apprehended him. There's no need to rush. Lao Rong is a seasoned player. He will be tough to crack. I suspect he hasn't discerned my true identity. So I'd like to try and deceive him a bit to see if I can extract some valuable information. Jiang Wen frowned. But a coerced confession cannot be used as evidence. I have no intention of using it as such. I plan to treat it as a lead. We can record the confession later. Jiang Wen nodded, speechless. Tongfeng was not acting out of bravado or personal heroism. He recognized that individuals like Lao Rong, regardless of their past deeds, were inherently resistant to law enforcement. Thus, interrogation would prove challenging. Tongfeng was aware that a transaction was imminent in the coming days, leaving them no time to waste. By masquerading as a fellow rogue, perhaps he could lower Lao Rong's defenses. If successful, it would be advantageous. If it doesn't work out, then we should hand it over to a professional pre-examination expert. As for the stipulation that 2 police officers must be present during the interrogation of a suspect, Tongfeng expressed confusion, as if he had never encountered such a rule. What do you intend to do? Coercing a confession is a violation of regulations. Yang Wei cautioned. Damn it, I'm not foolish enough to need your reminders. Just lend a hand. Tongfeng gestured for Yang Wei to assist him in moving everyone except for Lao Rong into the bedroom. Yang Wei rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, Then why did you bring that woman out in the first place? Tongfeng's subordinates paused momentarily, then realized the redundancy of their actions. However, noticing Yang Wei's incredulous expression, Tongfeng refused to concede. Isn't there a child in the room? Yang Wei scoffed, so what? Are you afraid she'll escape after you've tied her up like that? Tongfeng seethed internally at Yang Wei's condescending look. Are you trying to find my weak spot? You think you're qualified? As thoughts raced through his mind, Tongfeng suddenly had a revelation. Her mouth isn't even covered. What if she bites? Get lost. Seeing the two about to bicker endlessly, Jiang Wen quickly stepped in. Enough. Why must you argue over trivial matters? Look at the time. We need to be efficient. If we can't extract anything, report back promptly. The two exchanged a glance, snorted in unison, and each grabbed an individual, dragging them toward the bedroom. Soon, apart from Lao Rong, the remaining three were confined within. Tongfeng instructed Jiang Wen to keep an eye on them in the bedroom, adding as he exited, "Find some rags or old clothes to gag them." Once Jiang Wen nodded, Tongfeng closed the bedroom door behind him. Yang Wei glanced at him. What do we do now? The plan was Tongfeng's, so he should take charge moving forward. Wake him up first. As Tongfeng began to remove his clothing, Yang Wei looked on in horror. What are you doing? Tongfeng shot him an irritated look, disregarding his question. He placed his discarded shirt on a nearby stool and tucked the handcuffs inside. Then, he took Yang Wei's phone, turned off the recording, and saved it. Afterward, he resumed recording, positioned the phone on a kitchen rack, and shielded it with a plate, ensuring it would capture the entire interrogation process. Once everything was set, Tongfeng stretched his body, his muscles rippling under his skin, complemented by a fierce expression that made him resemble a ruthless bandit. Akin to one who kills as easily as one might slay a chick. Yang Wei swallowed hard. Truth be told, if he had a gun in his hand right now, he would use it to bolster his courage. Watching Yang Wei fumble in front of Lao Rong without success, Tongfeng impatiently urged, "Damn it, are you capable or not? Why is it still not working?" "It's not working." Yang Wei shot back. "What do you mean it's not working?" Tongfeng turned to him, incredulous. "On TV, don't they just splash water on someone who's unconscious and they wake up?" Tongfeng stared at Yang Wei in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? You actually believe in television?" He uttered this line, seemingly having forgotten that he had also been swayed by the same medium moments earlier. However, if one were to accuse him of double standards, Tongfeng would undoubtedly retort that he demonstrates through personal experience that television dramas are mere fabrications. "Look, both methods have failed," Yang Wei inquired, perplexed. "So what should we do? Acupuncture at the philtrum? Why complicate matters?" With that, Tongfeng stepped forward, pushed Yang Wei aside, and delivered a resounding slap to Lao Rong's face. The prostrate Lao Rong trembled and slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, you're awake." A sharp pain radiated from his arm, prompting a pain scream from Lao Rong. Tongfeng paused, observing this eerily familiar scene, muttering to himself, "How familiar?" Yet it seems something is amiss. As Lao Rong regained consciousness and beheld Tongfeng before him, he gritted his teeth against the pain. Suddenly, he felt an urge, moved his mouth, and with a loud pop, spat out several teeth. Seeing Lao Rong with half a front tooth missing, Tongfeng clapped his hands. Now that aligns perfectly." Yang Wei, watching from the side, felt a twitch in his eye. How could he even suggest that there was no coercion involved? If Tongfeng were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely be met with disdain. Presently, Tongfeng's identity as an underworld figure rendered him akin to an undercover agent. To suggest that one must exhibit civility and decorum in such circumstances would be utterly absurd. Without a few firm measures, how would Lao Rong ever believe he was indeed one of their own? Rules can be adhered to, but they cannot be rigidly enforced in every situation. That would be sheer stubbornness and a lack of adaptability. Lao Rong glared fiercely at Tongfeng, his eyes burning with animosity. "Who do you think you are?" Speaking with missing teeth caused his words to sound rather comical. Tongfeng scratched his head, acknowledging that perhaps he had been a bit too forceful. "Oh well, let us make do with it. Lao Rong, do not blame your younger brother for his ruthlessness. After all, you were the one who sought to take my life first." A sly grin crept across Tongfeng's lips, his eyes glinting with malice, complemented by his imposing physique, which exuded an intimidating presence. Lao Rong's pupils constricted. The Tongfeng who stood before him, stripped of his clothing, appeared a world apart from the one adorned in garments. Even if someone were to inform him that Tongfeng was a police officer, he would not believe it. The physique, the aura, the expression, He was undoubtedly a formidable thug. Chapter 66. The Five-Star Assassin. Tongfeng. A sheen of perspiration formed on Lao Rong's forehead. Though he had taken lives before, he recognized a stark difference between himself and someone who resembled a murderous maniac like Tongfeng. Regret washed over him for provoking Tongfeng, as he valued his own life. Swallowing hard, he managed to say, "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Please spare my life." Tongfeng's gaze was steeped in contempt as he feigned a smile while patting Lao Rong on the back. "What do you mean, brother? Isn't your life firmly in your own hands?" Rising to his feet, he turned to Yang Wei and recounted, "Back when I was up north, my friend and I once attempted to rob a jewelry store. Can you guess what happened? We tossed the chains into the basin, and they floated halfway up. My friend and I, clad in black stockings, wielding our massive machetes." Tongfeng gestured with an arm's length. "We charged right in, and oh my, we frightened the poor girl half to death." Tongfeng spoke while laughing, his demeanor vividly portraying a brazen gangster indifferent to robbery. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he grimly declared, "I absolutely detest unscrupulous merchants. If you hadn't sold counterfeit chains, I wouldn't have resorted to murder. That swindler deceived me, and I killed him. You deceived me too. How shall we settle this account?" Tongfeng lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes on old Rome. Yang Wei nearly stifled a chuckle. "Truly a five-star assassin. How bold of you to speak so. Are you not afraid that old Rong has also seen this film?" He discreetly took a step aside, allowing Tongfeng's body to shield old Rong's line of sight. Then his shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. Fortunately, someone like old Rong had little in the way of leisure activities. He swallowed hard, realizing he was now akin to fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of the person before him. With his fate resting entirely in this individual's hands, he forced a smile and said, "Brother, just draw a line. We're all in the same business. Let us not spoil the harmony." Tongfeng laughed heartily. "Now that is more like it. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Why hasn't he that second in command fetched a stool for the big brother?" Yang Wei rolled his eyes in exasperation, internally muttering, "You second in command. Your entire family is second-rate." Despite his discontent, he still handed over a stool. Tongfeng casually accepted it and placed it on the ground, then effortlessly lifted old Rong and set him upon the stool. Old Rong was internally astonished, realizing why he had lost control. This fellow was a monster. Once old Rong was seated comfortably, Tongfeng pulled over a stool and sat opposite him, resting his hand on old Rong's shoulder to convey familiarity. With a smile, he remarked, "I know that in your line of work, the earnings can be substantial. You see, tonight my little brother has been quite startled. Look at this." Tongfeng twirled his fingers, implying he desired some money to spend. Old Rong felt a tremor in his heart. This profession was fraught with challenges. One had to evade attacks and also guard against backstabbing. During prosperous times, one could earn tens of thousands, and during lean times, even a few thousand would suffice. After years in this trade, he had spent more than he had earned, and now Tongfeng had chosen this moment, when he had no money, to press him. "Brother Xiaofeng, how much do you wish for?" he asked anxiously. "Oh, this is a gift from my brother. How could I speak up?" "Brother, you decide." Tongfeng was well aware that old Rong had no money. If he didn't pressure him hard enough, how would he ever divulge anything? Old Rong cautiously inquired, "Would 5,000 be acceptable?" With a resounding slam, Tongfeng smashed the nearby table to pieces. His face contorted in fury as he glared at old Rong. "Do you take me for a beggar?" The enraged Tongfeng startled old Rong, who hastily exclaimed, You say, whatever you say goes." "Huh, now that is more like it. I wouldn't ask for much. Your line of work brings in a lot. Is it unreasonable for me to ask for 100,000 to spend?" Yang Wei fervently nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that Guoquan was absolutely right. Noticing old Rong's hesitation, Tongfeng shot him a fierce glare. "Is there a problem?" "No. The issue is that I simply don't have that much money on hand." For a seasoned veteran like old Rong to be so intimidated by Tongfeng was truly remarkable. What more is there to discuss? Tongfeng retrieved Lao Rong's gun from behind him and pressed it against his temple. The cold metal sent a shiver through Lao Rong, making him acutely aware of how close death loomed. No, I still have goods. I can offer them to you." Lao Rong was utterly shattered. Tongfeng felt a surge of joy. It was almost over. He subtly increased the pressure on the trigger. "What use do I have for this if I have no channels? Forget it. Consider it a loss on my part. Rest assured, when I bury you later, I'll let you be on top to ease the weight." As he spoke, Tongfeng's finger gradually tightened its grip. Lao Rong's pupils dilated, and terror filled his heart. He had no doubt that Tongfeng would pull the trigger. Wait, I have channels. I've already contacted them. Delivery is due the day after tomorrow. There will be money then. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tongfeng replied, cheerfully retracting the gun, his swift change of demeanor leaving Yang Wei in shock. Good heavens! If it weren't for our shared childhood, I would genuinely suspect you had been possessed. Tongfeng patted Lao Rong on the shoulder, but soon pressed the gun back against him. I've realized one crucial thing. Until I receive the money, I cannot let you go. What if you flee? But if I don't go, who will handle the transaction? Lao Rong, having just relaxed, felt the tension return. He hurriedly said, It's fine. You can go yourself. Hey, I want to earn this money too, but such deals are only for regulars. How can I manage it? You can manage it. Business has been tough lately. This is a new client introduced by the seamstress. I haven't met them yet, but we have a code agreed upon. As long as you use the code, it will be foolproof. In this life or death moment, Lao Rong had no time to think of anything else and blurted it all out. This was thanks to Tongfeng's impressive acting skills, coupled with his imposing physique, which provided a formidable intimidation factor. Tell me everything, the location, time, and code. Don't make me extract it like squeezing toothpaste. Lao Rong nodded and replied, The transaction location is the Shanshui Reservoir in Yangcheng, at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. The code starts with a light signal, 3 long flashes followed by 2 short ones. The counterpart will respond with 2 short and 1 long. Upon meeting, he will ask, The water is deep. Fishing at night requires caution. You will answer, On a bright moonlit night, the catch is delightful. What a ridiculous code. Besides, isn't a Shanshui Reservoir in your neck of the woods? Isn't that a bit excessive to choose such a distant spot for a transaction? Tongfeng silently ridiculed. Then inquired, Is that all? That is all. What about the price? 20,000 for a male, 10,000 for a female. Tongfeng clicked his tongue. It felt a bit unfair. But, he thought, having an income is always better than none. Moreover, I'll give you a chance. Think carefully if you've left anything out. Otherwise, if something goes awry, don't blame me for lacking chivalry. Absolutely nothing. You can rest assured. After all, this concerns my life. Lao Rong affirmed. Tongfeng scrutinized him. Seeing no signs of deceit in his expression, nodded, and stood up. To be honest, it is rather chilly in the mountains at night. Tongfeng bent down to pick up his jacket. As he gazed at the handcuffs that had fallen to the ground, Tongfeng paused, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, I apologize. I forgot that this thing was tucked away in my clothing. Chapter 67. A fractured mindset. Lao Rong stared blankly at the handcuffs on the floor, then shifted his gaze to Tongfeng, who was in the process of dressing. In disbelief, he asked, Are you a police officer? No. To be more precise, I am an auxiliary officer. Tongfeng smiled at Lao Rong, his eyes curving into charming crescents, devoid of any menacing aura. Damn it, you scoundrel. You deceived me. May you suffer a miserable fate. Lao Rong was utterly distraught, his exclamations echoing the essence of national pride. Compared to the police, he would have preferred to fall into the hands of a street thug, as that would have offered a glimmer of hope. Regret consumed him. He felt as if he had been struck in the eye by a swan after years of hunting geese. An old hand had unexpectedly stumbled upon a mere fledgling. Even if it were a bona fide officer, it would have been a consolation. But to his dismay, it turned out to be just an auxiliary officer. Tongfeng, finding Lao Rong excessively bothersome, stepped forward and delivered a swift chop with his hand. Instantly, the world fell silent. Enough of your rambling. You sound like a monk reciting scriptures. At your age, why are you still so irascible? You truly have no shame. Yang Wei looked at Tongfeng incredulously, disdainfully giving him the middle finger. You've deceived this poor soul so thoroughly, and he cannot even vent his frustrations? Stop the chatter. Call Jiang Wan and prepare to leave. With that, Tongfeng approached the kitchen counter, retrieved Yang Wei's phone, and after saving the video, slipped it into his pocket. At that moment, Jiang Wan emerged from the bedroom. How can we leave with so many people? Shouldn't we notify the station to send a vehicle? No worries. Don't they have a van? We can use that. You take your car with the 2 children. Yang Wei and I will take these 4 in the van. Tongfeng assigned roles, and both men nodded in agreement. The location was on a slope, and since there was no road for vehicles, Tongfeng made 2 trips to get the 4 individuals into the vehicle. As for the 2 children, Yang Wei and Jiang Wan had already carried one each down. Once everything was settled, Yang Wei drove the van, with Bu Tongfeng in the passenger seat, while Jiang Wen followed in her own car. They headed towards the police station. As they passed through Xinji village, Bu Tongfeng said, "Stop at the third row of houses at the village entrance." "What is the matter?" Yang Wei glanced at him, puzzled. "Let us check if we have any tails." Yang Wei looked at Bu Tongfeng in surprise and halted the vehicle when they reached the third row. Bu Tongfeng opened the car door and stepped out, making his way to Chu Ping's doorstep to knock. After a moment, he knocked again. After a lengthy wait with no response from inside, he returned to the vehicle. Yang Wei, curious, asked, "Do you know this family?" "It's Chu Ping's home. He mentioned that he is alone at home. Out of caution, I wanted to test the waters." "Now, let us drive," Bu Tongfeng said with a smile. Yang Wei chuckled. "You truly are something." He was at a loss for words when it came to describing this man. At times, he acted like a reckless fool. Yet when it came to being meticulous, he was undeniably prudent. "Let us go." The cars were reignited, two vehicles traversing towards the Lu Mountain Road police station, one following the other. After a tranquil journey of over half an hour, they entered the station's courtyard. Upon alighting, Bu Tongfeng glanced at the parking area, noticing the absence of two police cars. Apparently, the on-duty personnel had ventured out for field work. Who was on duty today? Yang Wei pondered, recalling that it was likely Wu Hao, Lu Jianmin, Shen Chun, Song Minghui, and Wang Yi. Yes, the supervising officer should be the instructor. It seemed they were quite occupied. "You and Jiang Wen take the two children to the lounge and ensure they rest comfortably. I will seek out the instructor," Yang Wei suggested, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll leave it to you," Bu Tongfeng replied with a smile, turning towards the staircase. On the second floor, at the instructor's office, a series of knocks echoed. "Who is it?" "Delivery." Hong Tao was puzzled as he sat up in bed. A delivery? What could possibly be arriving at this hour? Besides, he hadn't ordered anything. Slipping on his shoes, he opened the door, only to be met with exasperation. "You, instead of going home after work, come here to cause a ruckus," Bu Tongfeng exclaimed, seizing Hong Tao's arm and pulling him outside. "Instructor, I assure you, I have a reason for this. Just come with me, and you will see." "Let go. I can walk on my own. Do you think I would run away in the station?" Hong Tao retorted curtly. In the entire station, aside from Bu Tongfeng, no one would dare speak to him so informally. Had it not been for Bu Tongfeng's recent contributions, he would have already received a harsh reprimand. Bu Tongfeng led Hong Tao to the front of a van. "Is this what you wanted to show me? A van in the middle of the night?" Hong Tao shot him a questioning glance, clearly indicating that if he did not clarify, there would be consequences. With a grin, Bu Tongfeng swung open the rear door, revealing freshly apprehended suspects. "What is this?" Hong Tao asked, perplexed at the claim that a van full of people was composed of suspects at such an hour. Bu Tongfeng recounted the events, starting from indulging in barbecue, to deceiving Lao Rong into revealing information, and ultimately bringing them back, omitting some of the more perilous details. Hong Tao swallowed hard. "Are you saying these individuals are part of a human trafficking ring, and one of them is a Class A fugitive?" "Precisely," Bu Tongfeng affirmed. "I need a moment to process this. Incredible. You encounter criminals while enjoying barbecue, and there's a major catch among them. I truly don't know what to say." Hong Tao inhaled deeply to calm his racing thoughts, then scrutinized Bu Tongfeng for a moment before exclaiming, "What luck you have. Perhaps you should visit a temple and offer some incense." He recalled that the station had not been this busy before. Was this fellow provoking the police station? "Instructor, we are police officers. Superstition is not our practice." Bu Tongfeng rolled his eyes, noting that if incense could alter fate, he would have done so long ago. "Go on. I see you are the one being superstitious." Hong Tao shot him a disbelieving look before stepping aside to make a phone call. It seemed that sleep would elude him tonight. He needed someone to keep him company. "Hello, Lao Shi. Old Hong, are you out of your mind? In the dead of night, don't you even check the time? Are you going to let anyone sleep?" Shi Yong had just dozed off when he was abruptly awakened. Could he not be irritable? As the duty officer, Hong Tao was capable of making decisions during his shift unless a significant incident arose. But what major incidents could occur at the police station? "Do you think I wanted this? I was dragged out of bed too." Hong Tao responded irritably. "Who is it?" "Bu Tongfeng, of course. Who else could it be?" Shi Yong was taken aback. Why had that rascal returned to the station? No, that doesn't make sense. Upon recalling Bu Tongfeng's recent experiences, Shi Yong quickly realized. What was he there for? Did something happen? After pondering, Hong Tao opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed. "You should come over. The situation is quite complex and cannot be conveyed over the phone." Upon hearing this, Shi Yong understood that it was serious. Otherwise, His old colleague wouldn't speak like that. All right, I'll head over right now. Chapter 68. Being reprimanded after finishing the call. Hong Tao returned and immediately felt a headache upon seeing the few individuals in the van. They were tied up worse than pigs. Let's get them down and lock them in the detention room. As he spoke, Hong Tao prepared to take action. Tongfeng laughed and stopped him, saying, "Let me handle this, leader." With that, he reached out, pulling two of them down, and proceeded to do the same with the other two. Looking at the four on the ground, Hong Tao quickly noticed two skewers sticking out of Lao Rong's body. He glanced at Tongfeng, sensing that something was amiss. "Is this a marking you've given him?" As an experienced officer, upon seeing the location of Lao Rong's injuries, he realized that the situation was not as trivial as Tongfeng had claimed. He is the leader of this gang, Rong Goejun. As for these skewers, it's not my fault. He drew his gun first. Isn't it reasonable for me to stab him a couple of times? Tongfeng shrugged, adopting a posture of helplessness. Hong Tao gasped in shock. Are you saying he still has a gun? When Tongfeng briefly mentioned the altercation earlier, Hong Tao had no idea how perilous the night had been. Seeing the handgun Tongfeng retrieved from his lower back made Hong Tao tremble with anger. You little rascal. Do you realize how fortunate you are? Have you ever considered that if that thing had gone off, your life would be forfeit? Why didn't you report the situation immediately? Tongfeng, looking aggrieved, explained, Instructor, although I suspected their identities at the time, I lacked substantial evidence. Shouldn't I verify things before reporting? To avoid wasting police resources. Hong Tao was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he pressed on with irritation. And what happened afterward? Why didn't you call for backup? That's not our fault. It was our first time, and we lacked experience. Moreover, an unexpected situation arose. At this point, Tongfeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to bring that damn dog along. What dog? Hong Tao asked in astonishment. Just an ordinary mutt. It was because of that dog that I got exposed. I had been thinking of leaving no witnesses, but got so busy that I forgot. Hong Tao was immediately speechless, pointing at Tongfeng, unsure of what to say. This troublesome kid. The entire situation was turned upside down by his actions. It is a shame for such a sharp tongue to be wasted as a mere police officer. He should undoubtedly be a negotiation expert. A jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as a private car abruptly halted in the courtyard of the police station. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Shi Yong was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth had transpired? Old Shi, you're here. Shi Yong nodded and approached the four individuals sprawled on the ground. In jest, he remarked, did they get into a fight over barbecue? Hong Tao paused, glanced down. And indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Nonsense. Aside from two skewers, this scene has nothing to do with barbecue. Moreover, if it were a fight, it wouldn't result in someone being tied up like a zongzi. Hong Tao, at a loss for words, decided to recount the situation as described by Tongfeng. After listening, Tongfeng immediately gave a thumbs up, praising the leader's remarkable memory, noting it was nothing short of perfect. Having heard the account, Shi Yong surveyed the individuals on the ground and then glanced at the gun held by Tongfeng. Tongfeng, come here. Tongfeng, momentarily stunned, quickly stood at attention. Turn around. Despite his confusion, Tongfeng complied. Shi Yong delivered a swift kick to Tongfeng's rear. Ouch! Tongfeng stumbled but steadied himself. He felt the kick but chose not to evade it. He understood he had acted recklessly that evening, and enduring this kick might ease Shi Uncle's ire. When one errs, they must accept the consequences. And when accepting punishment, one must stand at attention. This was a lesson ingrained in him since childhood. What are you whining about? Does a kick hurt? Do you realize that your demise would cause even greater pain to your family? Shi Yong, exasperated, delivered two more kicks while scolding. I warned you about your rashness. I told you to report. I instructed you to call for backup. You little brat. This time, Tongfeng remained silent, enduring the reprimand. Truth be told, Shi Yong's strength was no match for that of his mother. The kicks were neither painful nor debilitating. Yet, whether as a senior or a leader, Tongfeng could not betray Shi Yong's intentions. All right, enough kicking, old Shi. Hong Tao intervened, realizing it was not the appropriate moment to teach the young man about discipline. After catching his breath, Shi Yong privately lamented his age, recognizing that even a brief bout of kicking had left him winded. However, this kid certainly can take a beating. Turn back. Tongfeng complied, turning around with a sheepish grin. Sure, uncle. Rest assured, this is absolutely the first and last time. Please take care not to overexert yourself. Shi Yong shot him a glare, choosing to ignore the quip. Old Hong, how many people are currently at the station? There are 6 on duty tonight, including myself. Wu Hao, Lu Jianmin, Shin Chun, Song Minghui, and Wang Yi. Wu, Lu, Shun, and Wang are all on patrol. It's just me and Song now. Oh, and Bu Tongfeng and his 2 companions. Hong Tao replied. Shi Yong pondered briefly. All right then. You take Song and Xiao Yang. Escort this fellow to the hospital to attend to his injuries. The others should be placed in the detention room. We'll await directives from Director Ma. Hong Tao glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30, nearing midnight. Old Shi, at this hour, it may be inappropriate to disturb the leadership, especially since the situation has become clear. Shi Yong waved his hand, asserting that despite the clarity of the circumstances, it is always prudent to act swiftly. The sooner a breakthrough is achieved, the sooner the children who have been sold can be rescued. Human trafficking is a grave criminal offense, and the state maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards such crimes. Primarily, in order to delve deeper into the details of the case, the local police station is somewhat limited in its capabilities. Reporting this matter serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to convey to the leadership the seriousness of the situation, and secondly, to request the presence of specialized criminal investigation personnel for interrogation. Understood. Hong Tao acknowledged, promptly retrieving his phone to contact Song Minghui and Yang Wei. In no time, the 2 arrived in succession, and the 3 of them escorted the unconscious Lao Rong into a police vehicle, heading straight for the hospital. Shi Yong cast a glance at Bu Tongfeng and reprimanded him. Are you just standing there watching? Are you incapable of discerning the urgency? Must I take action myself? Oh, how could I dare? Bu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly, grabbing one of the individuals to take to the detention room. Wait, what is the matter, Uncle Shi? Bu Tongfeng halted and turned back. Where are the 2 children now? Are they all right? When they had gathered information earlier, it had not been elaborated upon. It was merely mentioned that the 2 children had been rescued and were unharmed. They are in the lounge. Jiang Wen is watching over them. Shi Yong nodded, gesturing for Bu Tongfeng to continue with his duties while he made his way to the lounge. For Bu Tongfeng, dealing with the 3 individuals was hardly a challenge. If it were possible to handle all 3 at once, he could have resolved it in a single trip. After confining the 3 in the detention room, Bu Tongfeng emerged to find Shi Yong on the phone in the courtyard. With a lull in activity, he decided to purchase some food. Having barely eaten at the usual spot before encountering Lao Rong, and his stomach was growling. Upon finishing his call, Shi Yong noticed Bu Tongfeng attempting to slip away. Where are you going? Bu Tongfeng, startled, turned back with a grin. I didn't eat enough this evening. I'm going out to find something to eat. There are instant noodles in the lounge. Eat those. Director Ma will be here shortly. But those are lacking in nutrition. Well, as long as I can fill my stomach. As Bu Tongfeng spoke, he noticed the look in Shi Yong's eyes and promptly changed his tune. His speed of change was hardly slower than Yang Wei's. Half an hour later, Bureau Chief Ma Ming arrived, accompanied by Qi Zhengjun from the Criminal Investigation Team and Zhuang Chong and Hao Run, whom Bu Tongfeng had briefly met at the hospital. When Bu Tongfeng and Jiang Wen received the order to join, the 4 were already waiting in a small conference room. As soon as they entered, all eyes immediately focused intently on Bu Tongfeng. Slurping his noodles, Bu Tongfeng instinctively took a bite. Upon catching the glare from Shi Yong, he sheepishly remarked, "Leaders, would you care for some?" Ma Ming looked at him, both amused and exasperated. "No, you can eat that yourself. My apologies, leaders. I truly did not eat this evening, and it would be a shame to waste it now that it's prepared." Jiang Wen cast him a silent glance, internally thinking, "I would believe you if I hadn't seen you devour 6 bowls already. It's of no concern. Tonight, you are the hero. We cannot allow our hero to go hungry." Ma Ming was indifferent to such trivial matters. The emperor would not fret over starving soldiers, let alone a compassionate police force. Just moments ago, Shi Yong had provided a basic overview, summoning Bu Tongfeng merely to elaborate on certain details. Being observed while eating noodles, even the thick-skinned Bu Tongfeng felt a tad uncomfortable. Suddenly, he recalled Yang Wei's mobile phone and, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, he produced the device and handed it to Jiang Wen. "I have recorded the essential details, Jiang Wen. Please play it so our superiors are not left waiting." The attendee's eyes brightened at the unexpected revelation of a recording. During the earlier briefing, this detail had not been mentioned. Ma Ming and Qi Zhengjun nodded appreciatively, their regard for Bu Tongfeng elevating even further. Upon receiving the phone, Jiang Wen connected it to the conference room's projector, swiftly locating the saved video and commencing playback. The footage began with Tongfeng and his companions preparing at the village entrance, followed by how Tongfeng utilized the village's informants to record Lao Rong and his associates' conversation, which appeared rather routine. However, the subsequent scenes transcended their expectations. First, a dog appeared, followed by a sudden blackout, leaving only audio. Tongfeng glanced up and explained. At this point, I was discovered. The audience surmised the situation, yet the ensuing dialogue took them by surprise. The intricate jargon employed in their exchanges left the listeners astonished. This is me feigning the role of an underworld figure conversing with Lao Rong, the gang leader. It was a brief interrogation, of little significance. Tongfeng continued his diligent narration. Noticing the audience's confusion, he simultaneously consumed his noodles while providing clarifications. The corners of several mouths twitched. Their concern was not the content, but rather how Tongfeng had become so well-versed in street vernacular. Had it not been for Tongfeng's unblemished background, they might have suspected him to be an undercover infiltrating the police force. The recording of the interrogation was brief, yet the sound of shattering dishes and ensuing chaos at the end tightened their hearts. Although the subject remained unharmed, they could vividly imagine the peril Tongfeng faced in that moment. Soon, the first video concluded. Ma Ming sighed, Abu. You must prioritize safety in your future endeavors. Particularly in such circumstances, always request backup. Having an officer of your caliber encountering an incident would be a significant loss to our precinct. Yes, Director. I will certainly remember. Tongfeng stood at attention, affirming his commitment. Ma Ming nodded approvingly. Shi Yong chimed in. Director Ma, I have already reprimanded him. He has assured me he will not act so recklessly in the future. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is commendable, Ma Ming remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the projection screen. I see there is another segment of video. Could it pertain to this incident as well? Jiang Wen glanced at Ma Ming, then at Tongfeng, ultimately nodding in resignation. Ma Ming, oblivious to the nuance in Jiang Wen's expression, merely noted her agreement. Then let us take a look. Jiang Wen cast a glance at Tongfeng, one that seemed to wish him luck, before promptly initiating the video. The footage showcased Tongfeng's encounter with Lao Rong, where he feigned a more seasoned demeanor. The scene opened with a large hand, followed by a sudden jolt, revealing Tongfeng and then the entirety of the room. His imposing physique stunned everyone present, even leaving Jiang Wen in a state of shock. She had previously hidden away in her bedroom and had not witnessed his formidable stature. Now, the sheer force and pressure emanating from the screen were palpable. As the video unfolded, Tongfeng appeared almost unrecognizable compared to the man before them, and his fierce demeanor sent waves of astonishment rippling through the audience. Ma Ming's eyelid twitched, and he quietly inquired of Shi Yong, Are you certain this fellow's background is unblemished? Shi Yong swallowed hard, replying, It should be, right? He had never seen Tongfeng in such a light. Were it not for his acquaintance with Tongfeng's father, he might have genuinely suspected that this individual was an undercover agent at the police station. His appearance alone suggested he was no stranger to wrongdoing. As the footage progressed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Tongfeng's erratic behavior and his almost pathological mannerisms left the audience feeling uneasy, while the higher-ups managed to maintain their composure. The two members of the criminal police frequently glanced back at Tongfeng, their hands hovering near their holsters, ready to draw their weapons at the slightest hint of danger. It was only after the video concluded that the tension eased and silence enveloped the room. Observing the expressions around him, Tongfeng could only let out a resigned smirk. This was precisely why he always opted for long sleeves. The peculiar glances from those who had seen his physique made him feel like an outcast. For 22 years, he had grown accustomed to enveloping himself in an air of nonchalance, making it difficult to open up to anyone except for a select few friends. Consequently, he had never experienced even a single romantic relationship. After a prolonged silence, Ma Ming finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all viewed the video. Regarding Tongfeng's method of acquiring clues, while it may not adhere strictly to protocol, it has proven effective. The room was taken aback as Ma Ming began by endorsing Tongfeng's approach. Observing the expressions of those around him, he added with a smile, What? Do you think I'm inflexible? Special circumstances warrant special considerations. As long as we remain within the bounds of the law and regulations, our methods can be adaptable. He continued. Clearly, the interrogation of Lao Rong posed significant challenges, and Tongfeng's innovative approach has saved us considerable time. Nods of agreement rippled through the gathering. Indeed, Had it not been for Tongfeng's audacious tactics, the specifics of this transaction would not have been so readily uncovered. With this realization, everyone turned their gazes toward Tongfeng, acknowledging that not only was his physique intimidating, but his acting prowess was also exceptional. Moreover, his sensitivity to the case rivaled that of many seasoned detectives. The gaze of the crowd towards Chi Du was markedly distinct, infused with a blend of satisfaction and fervor that made Tongfeng feel decidedly uncomfortable. Observing this scene, Shi Yong's internal alarm bells rang loudly, heightening his vigilance to its utmost. Just as various thoughts swirled in the minds of the attendees, Ma Ming tapped on the table. Everyone, the situation has now become fundamentally clear. I shall assign the tasks. Upon hearing Ma Ming's voice, the crowd immediately focused their attention. Ma Ming surveyed the assembly, noting that thanks to Tongfeng, the case had simplified considerably. Henceforth, personnel would be drawn from both the police station and the criminal investigation team to form a joint apprehension unit, targeting the individuals involved in the current transaction. Although the criminal investigation team alone would suffice for an arrest, Ma Ming considered the fact that this case originated from the police station, and the most suitable candidates for the operation were also stationed there. Thus, he opted to consolidate forces from both sides to create a unified apprehension team, a demonstration of adept leadership from above. As for the operation's details, they would be entirely under the purview of Qi Jingjun. Understood. Qi Jingjun promptly rose to salute. Ma Ming gestured for him to take a seat. Furthermore, conduct an immediate interrogation of the suspects to swiftly unearth their historical transaction data, and assemble a team to rescue the abducted children. Additionally, we must ascertain the origins of that firearm. Given that firearms are heavily restricted in our nation, the emergence of such weapons necessitates thorough investigation. Yes, the assembly responded in unison. Director, there is one more query. Shi Yong interjected suddenly. Speak. The Aishanshui Reservoir lies at the intersection of the jurisdictions of the Guangming Road Police Station and the Yangzhuang Street Police Station, and is jointly governed by both. Which should we request for assistance? Ma Ming pondered for a moment. Contact Old Bu for this matter. Understood. In terms of coordination, either station would suffice, as both could collaborate effectively. However, Ma Ming believed that for such a straightforward apprehension operation, the personnel from the criminal investigation team and the police station were already adequate. In fact, involving both police stations in Yangcheng would potentially squander manpower, if not for the necessity of local police cooperation due to inter-district operations. There would be no need to coordinate with the Guangming Road Police Station at all. The reason for selecting the Guangming Road Police Station was twofold. Firstly, it was closer than the latter, and it would be impractical to bypass Guangming Road in search of assistance from the Yangzhuang Police Station. Secondly, Ma Ming was aware that Shi Yong and Bu Jianan were old comrades, making communication more convenient. Seeing that there were no further questions, Ma Ming waved his hand. Meeting adjourned. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room. After the meeting, Ma Ming briefly conferred with Shi Yong and Qi Jingjun before leaving. Shi Yong turned to Qi Jingjun and inquired, will the interrogation take place here, or shall we send them to your location? It will be here. Director Ma has requested immediate action, so we shall avoid unnecessary back and forth. Shi Yong nodded. Very well, I will assign 2 individuals to assist you. Qi Jingjun waved his hand with a smile. No need. They have been busy all day. Let them take a moment to rest. As for the interrogation, I shall personally handle it. He was aware that the only personnel left at the police station were Tongfeng and Jiang Wan, one an intern officer, the other an auxiliary officer. Neither possessed any experience in interrogation, so he decided to extend a favor to Tongfeng, which would prove beneficial in future dealings. Shi Yong did not mince words, for he believed that minimizing Tongfeng's interaction with Qi Jingjun was advantageous. However, this was still his domain. He could not allow the criminal investigation team to toil alone. Shi Yong glanced at Qi Jingjun and remarked with a smile, since Team Qi is personally involved, I cannot remain idle. He then gestured for Tongfeng and the others to take their leave and rest. Jiang Wen hesitated slightly, feeling it improper to relax while the leaders were busy. Tongfeng, however, paid little mind to her hesitation upon hearing Shi Yong's words. He promptly turned and exited without delay, eager not to be left behind. Interrogation is not simply a matter of numbers, and besides, those familiar with the case know the intricacies involved. While he could manage to apprehend a suspect, professional interrogation was best left to the experts. What could he contribute? Lacking knowledge and skill? merely complicating matters. This was not an excuse for shirking duties. After all, specialized tasks are best performed by specialists. Rather than concern himself with what he did not excel at, it was wiser to conserve his energy and prepare for other eventualities. The police station remained brightly lit throughout the night, while Tongfeng peacefully slumbered in the lounge. The following morning, he was roused by the sound of children crying. Bleary-eyed, he checked the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and he had only managed to sleep for a mere 3 hours since retiring around 3. Tongfeng stifled a yawn and sat up, noticing Jiang when attempting to soothe a child nearby. He was taken aback. Have you not slept at all? Jiang Wen replied while comforting the child. I managed to doze off a bit at dawn. There. Be good. Your sister is a police officer. Is everything all right? Your mother will be here to pick you up soon. Yet, it seemed the two children were not swayed by her reassurances, their wails unabated. Tongfeng couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. Jiang Wen shot him an annoyed glance. What are you laughing at? Come help. Her tone suggested he had never cared for a child before. If you think you can do it, then go ahead. Jiang Wen rolled her eyes. She didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone experience with children. All right, I shall assist. Tongfeng replied, accepting the little boy with a grin that turned his eyes into crescent moons. No more crying now. Uncle has a question for you. There's a saying, if you're in trouble, seek the police. Have you heard of it? His warm smile seemed to impart a sense of comfort to them. Gradually, the little boy's cries subsided, and soon the girl in Jiang Wen's arms followed suit. Children have a way of mirroring one another. If one cries, the other inevitably joins in, but once one settles down, the other soon follows. Moreover, for children as young as 2 or 3 years old, mere coaxing proves futile. One must find ways to divert their thoughts and disrupt their rhythm. Tongfeng smiled slightly, feeling that he had successfully taken the first step. Do you know what police officers do? He inquired. The little boy sniffled a couple of times and, in a sweet voice, replied, they catch bad guys. Tongfeng chuckled and continued. And what is the purpose of catching bad guys? Can anyone tell Uncle? This question seemed to stump them. The two little ones bit their fingers and pondered for a moment before shaking their heads, almost in unison. It appeared that no one had ever explained to them why police apprehend wrongdoers. At their tender age, they lacked a clear understanding of right and wrong. Tongfeng smiled gently and playfully pinched the little boy's cheek. That's because police officers, both uncles and aunts, are here to protect you. The children nodded in sudden enlightenment. Jiang Wen watched this scene with surprise, soon breaking into a maternal smile. She hadn't anticipated that Tongfeng could soothe the two little ones with just a few words. Seeing that the children were calmed, Tongfeng asked with a grin, now that you know, are you no longer afraid? Upon receiving nods from the children, he inquired further, can you tell Uncle your names? The little boy raised his hand, declaring, I am Ping Ping. The little girl, not to be outdone, chimed in, I am Lele. I am the younger brother. I am the older sister. Tongfeng was taken aback and looked up at Jiang Wen. She nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they were twins. One was named Su Qiuping, and the other Su Qiula. We found their information through the internal network. They had been abducted from a neighboring city 3 days prior. Their parents reported their disappearance immediately upon realizing they were missing, and all details were recorded. We have already contacted their parents, who should be arriving shortly. Twins? They certainly do not look alike. Is it not said that twins are cut from the same mold? Chapter 71. Adorable little ones. Tongfeng was quite speechless regarding the identity of these two little ones as siblings. How careless must their parents be to lose both children? Are you hungry? Uncle and sister will take you to eat. Jiang Wen was momentarily taken aback. Uncle? Sister? She widened her eyes. You are taking advantage of me. Tongfeng glanced at her in surprise before realizing, and he helplessly explained, I swear, I mean no harm. Don't you girls dislike being called old? But I am at a disadvantage. My status has been lowered. Jiang Wen looked at Tongfeng with reluctance. Then what should we do? After a moment of thought, she suggested, let them call you brother. Tongfeng gazed at her in disbelief. It was truly childish to fuss over such a trivial matter. He stood up, taking one child by each hand and leading them outside. Jiang Wen watched him, puzzled, and asked, hey, what do you mean? No, don't. Jiang Wen stared blankly as the trio vanished through the door, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, I didn't expect this guy to have it sunder aside. Quite adorable indeed. With a smile and a shake of her head, she quickly followed suit. Hey, wait for me. As the two adults and two children stepped out of the lounge, Tongfeng noticed that many colleagues had already arrived. He turned to Jiang Wen beside him, surprised, and asked, "Why is everyone here so early? It's only 6 o'clock. You were asleep for 3 hours, and Captain Chi has already pried open the mouths of those fellows." They revealed quite a bit of insider information. It seems that Sister Lan has disclosed several locations of abducted children. Jiang Wan, seeing that Tongfeng was bending down to help Lele, simply picked him up and continued. Since there are results, the director didn't want to waste any time. So he called everyone in early. They should be verifying and organizing the child trafficking cases from recent years, and they will likely set out to rescue soon. Tongfeng also lifted Ping Ping, surprised by Captain Chi's capabilities. Jiang Wan glanced at him and said, "Don't underestimate Captain Chi. He has received the second-class merit award twice, the third-class merit award 4 times, and a collective first-class merit award, in addition to being honored as a skilled investigator. His abilities are well known in our Yunhua city." At this point, Jiang Wan looked around and whispered, "Did you know? There's a rumor that Captain Chi might be transferred to the Municipal Bureau next year as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team." Tongfeng looked at her in astonishment. "Who told you that?" Jiang Wan replied smugly, "You don't need to worry about that." Watching Jiang Wan skip ahead, Tongfeng chuckled silently, pondering whether this was a manifestation of a woman's vengeful spirit. Upon reaching the courtyard, Tongfeng suddenly froze, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Where's my dog?" Jiang Wan, who was walking ahead, paused and turned back to stare at Tongfeng blankly. "Oh, it should still be in the car. Goodness, it must be suffocating in there." He hurriedly dashed toward Jiang Wan's vehicle. Realizing this, Jiang Wan quickly followed suit. Reaching the car, Jiang Wan frantically fished out her keys to unlock the door. What greeted them was the sight of the dog lying motionless in the back seat. Tongfeng gasped, "Is it dead?" "No way. The car was turned off. So it shouldn't be a significant issue. Generally, sleeping in a car while turned off poses no danger, as the air inside is not completely sealed, and a small dog would have enough oxygen." Tongfeng reached out and poked the dog, and suddenly it stirred, lifting its head. "Wow, you were just sleeping. You scared me." Jiang Wan sighed in relief, glad it was unharmed. "Woof." The dog barked angrily at Tongfeng, turning its back to him, seemingly upset about being confined all night. "Hey, you can be angry too?" Tongfeng gazed at it in astonishment, taken aback by the dog's display of emotion. "Doggy. Little dog." Ping Ping and Lele looked at the dog with delight, their joy palpable. "Uncle, can we play with the dog?" Ping Ping asked, her face alight with expectation. "Of course." Tongfeng chuckled as he reached down to lift the little creature, noticing its puffed-up demeanor, and couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal, you certainly have a temper. Will my apology suffice? I'm truly sorry. It was wrong of me to leave you in the car. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" The creature seemed to comprehend, gazing up at Tongfeng and letting out a couple of soft huffs, as if to say this would be the last time. "You are quite perceptive. Allow me to introduce you to some new friends." Tongfeng gently set Ping Ping and the creature down, while Jiang Wan, smiling, placed Lele down as well. "This is Ping Ping, and that over there is Lele, and this one is called Catcher. Why don't you all get acquainted?" Ping Ping cautiously crouched down to bridge the distance to Catcher. "I am Ping Ping. Woof. And I am Lele. Woof." Catcher, displaying remarkable intelligence, discerned the goodwill of the two little ones and responded with a gentle bark. "Uncle, sister, look, the puppy is responding to me. The puppy is so adorable." "I see it." Jiang Wan nodded with a smile. Tongfeng clapped his hands to draw their attention, and then cheerfully suggested, "Shall we all go for breakfast together?" "Yes." Ping and Lele chimed in unison. "Woof." Even Catcher joined in the excitement with a bark. Jiang Wan laughed and remarked, "You really do resemble a kindergarten teacher now. Doesn't that mean I am well liked by the children? Unlike some people who can't even comfort a crying child." Jiang Wan's lips twitched slightly. "Thank you very much. You certainly know how to hit a nerve." As she turned to close the car door, she noticed a conspicuous wet mark on the back seat. Jiang Wan sniffed curiously, and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted toward her. "Tongfeng, your dog has urinated in my car." Tongfeng turned to take a look and replied helplessly, "It's a living being. It couldn't hold it all night. What do you expect it to do? Just clean it up properly, and I'll reimburse you." "That's what you said." "Indeed." Tongfeng rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I would renege on such a trivial matter? Is my character so questionable?" "That is good to hear." Jiang Wan, with a smile, shot him a sidelong glance before shutting the car door and locking it. "Let us go. It's time for breakfast. Come along with Andy." The two little ones, accompanied by the small dog, followed Jiang Wen outside, while Tongfeng trailed behind with a smile. You really do sound quite adorable when using repetitive phrases. But when did you start calling me Annie? Jiang Wen shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Tongfeng shrugged with a carefree smile, strolling behind them with his hands clasped behind his back. The scene indeed resembled a family for heading out together. Chapter 72. Awakening after enjoying breakfast, the two packed a substantial amount of food and returned to the police station with the two little ones. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered He Wei. Master, when did you arrive? He Wei assessed Tongfeng and his companions. You've been here for a while. Who are these two children? Yes. Come on. Ping Ping, Lele, say hello to Grandpa. Upon hearing Tongfeng's words, He Wei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. This unruly disciple. He is barely over 40. How has he already become a grandfather? Ping Ping looked at He Wei with a sweet voice and said, Ni hao. He Wei chuckled. And you as well. Lele, being quite well behaved, chimed in, hello, Grandpa. He Wei attempted to refute her, but the sheer adorableness of Lele made it impossible for him to do so. With a heavy heart, he managed to say, you must be Lele, right? Such a good child. Tongfeng smiled and gently ruffled Lele's little head before inquiring of He Wei, Master, have you had breakfast? I've packed quite a lot. I've eaten already. You can deliver it to the others. Tongfeng nodded, leading Jiang Wen and the others toward the office hall. Suddenly, He Wei called out, wait. Tongfeng turned back in confusion. What is it, Master? You've delivered breakfast. Come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Understood. Tongfeng glanced at He Wei, then smiled as he led Jiang Wen and the others inside. Inside the office hall, the police officers of the precinct had mostly arrived and were busily engaged in their orderly tasks. Observing this scene, an inexplicable feeling surged within Tongfeng. He smiled and called out, everyone, freshly made breakfast. Who needs some? The crowd looked up, their eyes lighting up. Breakfast? Wonderful. I haven't eaten yet. Abu. Thanks. What do we have? As the crowd gathered around, Tongfeng placed the packed breakfast on the table and opened the bags. A variety of items was available, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and more. Help yourselves. The officers eagerly reached for their favorites, and after taking their portions, they did not forget to express their gratitude to Tongfeng. Thanks, Abu. You did great last night. Well done. You've really made a name for yourself. At such times, Tongfeng would always humbly reply, not at all. Just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The entire precinct was aware that Tongfeng had apprehended a group of human traffickers during dinner the previous night. Although the specifics were unclear, this did not hinder their admiration for him. Wang Jifeng, observing Tongfeng's modest demeanor, said with a smile, you deserve the credit. There's no need to be so humble. But honestly, you managed to create such a significant event in the time it takes to have a meal, even getting our brothers involved. You're more impressive than the director. I didn't expect it either. Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. Brother Wang, enjoy your meal. My master is looking for me regarding something. Don't mind us. Go ahead. Wang Jifeng waved his hand with a grin. Hey, save me a couple of buns. Tongfeng glanced at the lively crowd, smiled, and turned to leave. This vibrant atmosphere provided him with a unique experience. Master, is there something you need? Stepping out of the hall, Tongfeng approached He Wei. He Wei opened his mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated, swallowing his words. Observing his master's indecision, Tongfeng felt a wave of surprise. From his observations over the past 2 days, He Wei was a man of decisive action. When had he begun to display such hesitation? Master, what is troubling you? He Wei sighed, Abu. I understand that young people possess a competitive spirit. However, I hope you will consider your actions more thoughtfully in the future. After all, you are now a police officer. This morning, when He Wei arrived, Shi Yong summoned him to his office and recounted the events involving Tongfeng from the previous day. He was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Despite his outward demeanor, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his spirited apprentice, Tongfeng. He wished for Tongfeng to flourish in this profession, yet he did not want him to take unnecessary risks. While he could accept Tongfeng's usual behavior, as those dangers seemed trivial in comparison, last night Tongfeng had found himself in a perilous situation, teetering on the brink of life and death. He did not wish to lose a precious apprentice on a mission, especially due to his own negligence. At that moment, Tongfeng found himself at a loss for words, standing before his master, where any explanation felt utterly inadequate. No excuse could mask his reckless behavior. He did not raise his voice. Nor did he strike or scold him. Instead, he offered gentle reminders filled with concern. It was precisely this caring tone that rendered Tongfeng speechless, leaving him for the first time at a loss for words. I was wrong. This simple yet profound admission revealed Tongfeng's sincerest thoughts, prompting a smile from He Wei. He patted Tongfeng on the shoulder, expressing his relief that he could understand. In the future, do not act impulsively. You must remember that you are a police officer now. A single mistake could not only jeopardize your own life, but also endanger others. Not everyone possesses your skills. Tongfeng nodded vigorously, acknowledging that he had indeed been overly self-centered. Since gaining the system, he had not become arrogant. Yet he had developed a sense of disdain for many people and situations. In a word, he had become complacent. Fortunately, He Wei's words had awakened him to the reality that he was not invincible and could not protect everyone single-handedly. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of fear. If anything were to happen to Yang Wei and Jiang Wen because of him, no amount of regret would suffice. Master, I truly recognize my mistakes, Tongfeng said earnestly. Looking at He Wei, suddenly, he saluted He Wei, expressing gratitude for his heartfelt guidance. He Wei smiled and replied, Your realization shows your maturity. In the future, think twice before acting. Your journey is still long. Yes. The master and apprentice exchanged smiles. Go now, keep busy, and learn more. He Wei patted Tongfeng on the arm and gestured towards the office hall. I will head in, Tongfeng said with a smile as he turned and walked inside. Watching Tongfeng enter the hall, He Wei took 2 steps back and looked up. On the second-floor railing, Shi Yong gave He Wei a thumbs up, signifying, You are impressive. He Wei shot Shi Yong an exasperated glance, knowing he was there all along. Why had Shi Yong called him to the office to share Tongfeng's experiences? The answer was as clear as day. Although Shi Yong might have had ulterior motives, both shared the same intention to genuinely awaken Tongfeng. In recent days, not only has Tongfeng gained insight into He Wei, but He Wei has also discerned Tongfeng's temperament. This lad is entirely one who thrives under gentle persuasion rather than harshness. Should one confront him with rigidity, he merely responds with a playful demeanor. It is only heartfelt words that can penetrate his heart and provoke his own introspection. With a disdainful gesture towards Shi Yong, He Wei turned and entered the hall, leaving Shi Yong awkwardly scratching his nose. Alas, leading this team is no easy task. Chapter 73. Case conference around 8 o'clock, Shi Yong arrived at the office hall. Observing the bustling crowd, he clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone, hold on for a moment. The crowd lifted their heads to look at him. Please tidy up your belongings. We are convening in the conference room. Having issued his command, Shi Yong turned and exited. The officers hurriedly gathered their things, grabbing pens and notepads as they made their way outside. 10 minutes later, the small conference room at the precinct was filled to capacity, with many standing due to the lack of seating. Except for those on field duty, nearly all officers were present. Tongfeng and Jiang Wen stood among the crowd at the back. He surveyed the room and noted that while the main seat remained vacant, both sides of the conference table were occupied, one side by the precinct's officers, the other by the criminal investigation team. Shi Yong and Qi Zhenjun were both present, prompting Tongfeng to inquire, Are we still waiting for someone? It wouldn't be Director Ma, would it? Jiang Wen glanced at him and whispered, I'm not sure, but it seems likely. After approximately 5 minutes, the door to the conference room swung open. Tongfeng looked up to see it was indeed Ma Ming. Director. The attendees at both sides of the table rose in unison. Ma Ming nodded, approached the main seat, and gestured for everyone to sit down. Addressing the multitude of officers present, Ma Ming began, I shall dispense with pleasantries. You are all undoubtedly aware of the core purpose of today's meeting. I will state but one point. Director Yang is very concerned about this case. He has instructed us to spare no effort in rescuing the abducted children. We must delve deeply into the criminal organization. Anyone associated with them must be uprooted and eliminated. Furthermore, Director Yang has declared this case as the inaugural battle of the 100-day operation. I hope for a resounding success from each of you. Yes, came the resounding response. Voices strong and unwavering. This single utterance ignited the flames of determination within the hearts of all present, compelling them to fulfill their vows and embrace their mission. At that moment, spirits soared high. Tongfeng felt a surge of fervor within as he marveled at how adeptly the leader's words could stir the collective resolve of the crowd. Now, let Director Shi provide an overview of the situation. After Ma Ming concluded, He gestured to Shi Yong before taking his seat. Shi Yong nodded towards Director Ma and then addressed the assembly. I will keep it brief. Last night, Tongfeng unexpectedly encountered a group of traffickers while dining. Given the urgency of the situation, he could not delay reporting and directly pursued them with Yang Wei and Jiang Wan. Ultimately, disregarding the danger, they apprehended the traffickers and successfully rescued the abducted child. At this point, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Tongfeng, their admiration unmistakable, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Uncle Shi, you're being too modest. Is this about me? Why does it sound like an insult? The reason for Shi Yong's succinct introduction to the situation is twofold. Firstly, the suspect has already been apprehended, and further elaboration would be redundant. Secondly, it is a matter of time efficiency. The details of the capture process are inconsequential, and many intricacies of the case must remain confidential for subsequent operations. Thirdly, it serves to downplay the perilous nature of the process, providing a veneer to Tongfeng's rather amateurish actions. Ma Ming cast a knowing glance at Tongfeng, clearly understanding Shi Yong's intentions. He then inquired, what were the results of last night's interrogation? Qi Zhengjun reported, Director Ma, following last night's interrogation, Zhao Chunlan, Fu Chan, and Chu Peng have all confessed to their criminal activities. According to Zhao Chunlan, aside from a few buyers she is aware of, the remainder were contacted solely by Rong Guijun. Shi Yong interjected, we have already commenced detailed verification work regarding several trafficking incidents mentioned by Zhao Chunlan. Once confirmed, we will expedite the rescue efforts. Ma Ming nodded, emphasizing the importance of meticulousness and patience to avoid any oversights. Understood. Is there anything else? Qi Zhengjun nodded, adding, additionally, according to Zhao Chunlan and Fu Chun, Rong Guijun is responsible for at least 3 fatalities. Based on their testimonies, I have requested verification from the relevant provincial police. And what of Fu Chun? Ma Ming asked, regarding Qi Zhengjun, skeptical that Fu Chun had remained untainted by bloodshed. Fu Chun has remained silent on this matter. Zhao Chunlan is also unaware. However, I suspect he may be concealing information, which we can only extract from Rong Guijun. Moreover, neither of them knows the origins of the firearm. Upon hearing Rong Guijun's name, Ma Ming turned his attention to Shi Yong. What is Rong Guijun's condition? His right hand's tendon is severed, and due to the delay, it cannot be reattached. It is essentially rendered useless. Shi Yong cast a glance at Tongfeng, surprised that such a minor injury could result in such severe damage. Ma Ming also felt astonished. Yet he understood the circumstances of the capture and recognized that the blame did not lie with Tongfeng. Very well. If his injuries do not impede interrogation, Captain Qi, you should expedite the process of eliciting his confession. Understood. After reviewing the interrogation status, Ma Ming looked at the group. Old Shi, the subsequent work will primarily revolve around locating the abducted children. You will take the lead on this front. The others will fully support your efforts. Shi Yong nodded. Director Ma, we have already established 2 specialized task forces, one for information verification and the other for coordinating rescue operations with other provinces. Excellent. Retain those involved in the forthcoming operations and allow the others to return to their duties. Shi Yong understood that Ma Ming referred to the capture operation scheduled for tomorrow night. He nodded. He Wei, Lu Jianmin, Wang Jifeng, Tongfeng, you 4 stay behind. The others are dismissed to continue their work. The officers not named gradually exited, leaving Tongfeng perplexed in place. What role do I play in this? Soon, the meeting room was left with only the named individuals and members of the criminal investigation team. Come, have a seat. Ma Ming smiled, beckoning to Tongfeng. Tongfeng sat down with a perplexed expression, initially believing that as an auxiliary police officer, he would not be involved in the subsequent operations. To his surprise, he was selected as one of the 4 individuals by the police station. Ma Ming discerned Tongfeng's thoughts and smiled as he explained, for this operation, you shall be the protagonist. Your primary task is to impersonate a member of Rong Guijun and make contact. Tongfeng humbly chuckled. Leader, I am merely an auxiliary officer. Besides, I am not confident in this role. This is the result of our joint research. Just rein it in a bit when the time comes. Ma Ming jested. Captain Qi, please outline tomorrow's task arrangements. Qi Zhengjun nodded. We have already coordinated with the Yanqing Guangming Road Police Station. Tomorrow night, our team will infiltrate the vicinity of Aishanshuku to lay an ambush. Once Tongfeng confirms the buyer's identity, he will signal us. At that point, We will converge from all directions to execute the arrest. So I hope you can restrain your performance a bit. We wouldn't want to scare them off. Qi Jingjun added with a playful tone. Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. Acting, after all. One must not get too emotionally involved. With the atmosphere set, who could possibly restrain themselves? Ma Ming glanced at everyone, and then smiled. You all discussed the details of the operation amongst yourselves. I must go report the interrogation results to Director Yang. Safe travels. Director Ma. The group immediately stood to see him off, and Ma Ming waved his hand, signaling them to continue their discussions. The remaining individuals continued deliberating the operational details. Chapter 74. The action at Yangzhuang Police Station. Come on. Let's go. Cheers. At 8 in the evening, in a budget hotel on Jinling Road in Yangzhuang Street, two men were drinking, with a few cold dishes laid out on the table. The modest room contained nothing but two wooden beds and a table, with the window wide open and the ceiling fan creaking as it turned. Both men were shirtless. One was lean, and the other was somewhat portly, both appearing to be in their 30s. After clinking their glasses and downing a drink, the chubby man wore a troubled expression and said, Brother, do you think this matter is certain? I feel uneasy. The lean man glanced at him and retorted, It's already settled. Are you thinking of backing out? No, brother. I'm just a bit scared. What are you afraid of? Afraid of this and that. Are you not afraid of being poor? The chubby man nodded. I am. Exactly. Once the transaction is completed tomorrow, we could make 20,000 in no time. Money comes swiftly. The lean man replied, his face alight with dreams of wealth. But this is illegal. I'm scared, the chubby man stammered. Smack. The lean man slapped the chubby man's head, interrupting him. What are you afraid of? The bold thrive, while the timid perish. In this world, everything is acceptable, but being broke is not. Do you still want to marry? If so, listen to me. Just then, a cacophony of suggestive music wafted in from the adjacent room. The two men exchanged startled glances, their blood surging with excitement. Damn it, is there no soundproofing here? The chubby man's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly changed the subject. Forget about that. Brother, let us drink. Once I strike it rich, I'll definitely take you out for some fun. Slim proclaimed boldly, thumping his chest. Suddenly, a cacophony of knocking echoed through the hallway. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Police are conducting a search. The commotion was met with a chorus of shouts and calls. Huh, serves you right. Slim's face gleamed with schadenfreude. He had not anticipated such fortuitous timing with the police arriving. Brother, doesn't it seem like our affair is of greater magnitude? Fatty's face turned pale with fear. Stay calm. They have no idea. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked upon once more. Slim stood, gesturing soothingly to Fatty to maintain composure, and then approached the door to open it. Two police officers stood at the threshold. Why did it take so long to open the door? What were you doing inside? Slim forced a smile. We were drinking. The officers displayed their credentials, stating, We are conducting a routine inspection. Please cooperate. 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 Slim chuckled as he stepped aside to allow them entry. The two officers entered, one pushing Slim further inside. You really were drinking. The first officer scanned the room, noting there was hardly a place to hide. It appeared the two had not lied. Lee, everything seems normal, remarked the officer known as Lee, who was the last to enter. He scrutinized the pair and suddenly noticed Fatty's pallor. Upon inspecting the surroundings, he spotted a travel bag by the bed. What's in the bag? Upon hearing the mention of the travel bag, Fatty's complexion changed, and Lee's attention sharpened. Slim hesitated before explaining, just some clothes. Let's take a look. Lee's demeanor shifted, his right hand instinctively resting on his baton. There's truly nothing of concern. Slim attempted to defend himself. Lee's unusual behavior immediately aroused the other officer's suspicion, prompting him to place his hand on his baton as well. Lee regarded Slim and instructed the other officer. Xiaosu, check it out. Xiaosu nodded, maintaining vigilance as he approached the travel bag, while he kept his gaze fixed on the two men. Fortunately, Slim and Fatty refrained from any erratic behavior. Lee, the bag contains only clothes and 30,000 yuan. Xiaosu reported, lifting his head. Lee nodded, lowering his guard, and queried the duo, why carry so much cash? It was understandable for Lee to have questions. In this day and age of convenient electronic payments, who would carry such a substantial sum of cash? Moreover, given their youth, they hardly seemed like individuals unfamiliar with smartphones. Slim chuckled lightly. The construction site just wrapped up. This is the wage given by the boss. Lee felt a lingering sense of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint the source. Where are your identification cards? Right here. Quickly, fatty. Hand the officer your ID, Slim said, pulling his ID from his pocket and passing it over, while Fatty likewise produced his ID. Li examined them. You are Zhou Huaimin? Slim smiled and nodded. Yes, that's me. Li then looked at Fatty. And you are Jean Dafu? Fatty quickly nodded, then lowered his head. After verifying the identity cards, Li Gu found no anomalies and promptly returned the 2 cards. Always carry cash. Ensure to securely lock the doors and windows at night for safety. Thank you for the reminder, officer. We will be cautious, Zhou Huaimin said with a smile. Very well. You may rest now. He nodded to Xiao Su. And the 2 exited the room. Officer, take care. After seeing them off, Zhou Huaimin closed the door. Li Gu glanced back at room 201. Hurry. Don't dawdle. Officer, could you allow me to put on my clothes first? Hearing a voice from the adjacent room, Li Gu gestured to Xiao Su. Let's go. Help out. Meanwhile, Li Gu and his team continued with their operation, while Zhou Huaimin and Jean Dafu in the room heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Zhou Huaimin shot him a glare. We haven't done anything. What is there to be afraid of? I'm just worried. Jean Dafu replied with a hint of grievance. Be quiet. It's time to eat. From this hotel, the police uncovered 5 pairs engaged in illicit transactions. As the police escorted them downstairs, the hotel owner was explaining himself to the investigating officers. Officer, I genuinely had no idea. Look, they all have proper registrations. Who would know they were involved in such activities? You had no idea? We've been monitoring this group for several days. They frequently visit your hotel, and you claim ignorance? No. Should I investigate their occupations when they come to stay? A proper registration is sufficient. The owner defended himself. The officer glanced at the deputy director beside him. The owner's claim is not impossible. Although it was discovered that they often frequented this place, it remains uncertain whether the owner was complicit. The deputy director turned to the owner. You will need to accompany us for an investigation, and we will determine your level of awareness once the inquiry is complete. Sigh. The owner exhaled deeply, knowing he had no choice but to comply. After giving a brief explanation, he left someone to manage the shop. Several police cars, escorting the 5 pairs of offenders and the hotel owner, headed straight to the police station. Chapter 75. The case unveiled at the Yangzhuang Street Police Station. Li Gu and Xiao Su were interrogating the suspects involved in the transactions. Name? Lily. Li Gu glanced at the woman seated across from him in the interrogation chair. Real name? Zhao Li. The Li from Jasmine. Age? 28. How long have you been in this line of work? 3 years. Do you know the hotel owner? I know him, but not well. Li Gu scrutinized her, sensing she was not lying. Does he know what you do? Zhao Li shook her head. Those in our profession rarely promote themselves. We did not disclose our activities to him. As for whether he guessed, I cannot say. Li Gu nodded. Now informing you that we will impose a 15-day detention and a fine of 2,000 yuan on you. In accordance with Article 66 of the Huagua Public Security Administration Punishment Law, Zhao Li was already familiar with this outcome and understood the penalty without needing further elaboration. Just as she was about to be taken out, she suddenly recalled something. Wait, I have a report to make. Li glanced at her and inquired. What do you wish to report? In his mind, the notion of reporting merely pertained to the existence of individuals like her. The officer assessing her was skeptical, prompting Zhao Li to hastily declare, I am speaking of a significant matter. I wish to inquire whether reporting a crime could absolve me from detention. That would depend on the specifics of your report, he replied. According to Article 19 of the Law on Public Security Administration Punishments of Huagua, those who contribute to the resolution of a crime may indeed receive a reduction or exemption from punishment. Zhao Li pondered. I am uncertain about the particulars, but I am certain they are engaged in illegal activities. Li furrowed his brow. You do not even know what it is you wish to report. Are we to investigate based solely on your word? No. Listen to me. I overheard their conversation. They mentioned that after a transaction tomorrow, they could earn 20,000. They even spoke of it being illegal and expressed fear. Using phrases such as the bold thrive while the timid perish, Zhao Li clutched desperately to the overheard information as if it were a lifeline. Li's expression tightened. Such statements indeed suggested criminal activity. Yet, the credibility of a woman like her remained questionable. Where did you hear this? He asked Zhao Li. In the hotel? In the room next to ours. I heard it when that brute pressed me against the wall. Li's lips twitched. What room number are you in? After a moment's thought, Zhao Li replied, 202. In such modest lodgings, the rooms are typically adjacent, meaning she was either next to room 201 or 203. To the left or the right? To the left. Zhao Li asserted confidently. That would be room 201, where those two individuals are. Li immediately recalled Zhou Huaimin and Jin Dafu. Could there truly be something amiss? He had sensed that something was off during his time in the room, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Reflecting on it now, their demeanor was indeed suspect. Were they construction workers? Which laborer appeared in such a state, devoid of sun-kissed skin or roughened hands? Furthermore, it seemed there were no construction sites in the vicinity of Yangzhuang Street. Without any construction sites and their accents suggesting they were not locals, their purpose for being there became dubious. Additionally, carrying such a large sum of cash without depositing it in a bank raises further questions. What could they possibly intend to purchase that required cash transactions? Zhao Li, lost in thought before the officer, suddenly voiced her frustration. Hey, will this count as my contribution? Li snapped back to attention and glanced at her. Do not rush. We need to verify this matter. Please wait here. Take her away. Zhao Li was escorted out, and Xiao Su, who was taking notes nearby, chuckled. Li, you don't actually believe her, do you? Individuals like her rarely speak the truth. Li shook his head, offering no response, instead lost in contemplation. Moments later, he appeared to have made a decision and stepped out, leaving Xiao Su standing there, bewildered. At the familiar barbecue spot, Tongfeng and his companions reconvened, both to settle the previous day's debts and to bid farewell to Yang Wei and Jiang Wan. For several years, Tongfeng had not savored the barbecue delicacies from old Lu's establishment. Just yesterday, he indulged in a few skewers, yet it left him yearning for more. Thus, as soon as he clocked out, he rallied two companions to accompany him back. After a day of meticulous comparison, the information provided by Zhao Chunlan regarding the abducted children had been corroborated. Early tomorrow, the two would join colleagues from the police station to undertake a rescue mission in a distant location. While it was understandable for Yang Wei to join Tongfeng, being male and given the staff shortages, it was quite unexpected for Jiang Wan to voluntarily request to be part of the rescue team. What a determined young lady she was. Let us raise our teacups in place of wine, to toast to the success of your impending endeavor, Tongfeng proclaimed, lifting his cup towards the two. Since they were to depart for a business trip the following day, the trio opted against alcohol. Cheers, they echoed, raising their teacups to clink with Tongfeng's. After each took a sip of tea, they set their cups down. The poor little ones, Ping and Lei, certainly drew the short straw having such parents. Jiang Wan suddenly shook her head and sighed. Speaking of Ping and Lei, Tongfeng fell silent. Their parents, both born in the 1990s, were typical office workers, often preoccupied with their jobs, leaving their children in the care of their grandmother. They hardly spent much time with their kids, and 3 days prior marked their wedding anniversary, coinciding with a holiday for both their companies. In an attempt to either compensate for their absence or celebrate their anniversary, the couple took the children to a water park. While this in itself was not an issue, it was imperative they kept a watchful eye on the kids. Initially, all seemed well, but as the adults became engrossed in their own enjoyment, they inadvertently neglected the children. A testament to their carelessness, Ping and Lei, both quite energetic, were left to their own devices in the water park, frolicking freely. Each was absorbed in their own amusement, oblivious to the other's whereabouts. Of course, the outcome is well known. This morning, when Ping's parents arrived to collect their children, they were met with a stern reprimand from Shi Yong. It was infuriating to witness such a lack of parental responsibility, though fortunately, no irreversible consequences ensued. When Yang Wei returned that morning, he happened to encounter the carefree couple, thus he retained an impression of them. Upon hearing Jiang Wen's remarks, he chuckled, realizing that children often mirror the qualities of their parents. After all, those two little ones were also merrily wandering about the water park. Nowadays, many young parents marry and have children at a tender age. They themselves are still rather childlike, so how could one expect them to possess substantial experience? Jiang Wan wholeheartedly disagreed with Yang Wei's perspective, countering, this matter transcends age and experience. It is a matter of their lacking the heart of a parent. Sensing the impending escalation into a debate, Tongfeng swiftly intervened. Let us not devolve into a debate. They have learned a valuable lesson this time. I believe they will come to understand in due course. Today is a celebration of your commitment. Let us not dwell on that, and instead, enjoy our meal. Abu, called out the owner Lu Quanf, approaching with a small basin. Oh, old Lu, what has prompted such generosity today? You've even treated us to an additional dish. This is quite embarrassing. Though he expressed his reluctance, Tongfeng nonetheless extended his hand to receive it. Haha, This is the chicken breast I boiled in clear water, specially prepared for this little creature. As he spoke, Lao Lu pointed to the hound nestled in Tongfeng's arms. Tongfeng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the realization that this little fellow was being treated with more indulgence than himself. Well then, thank you, dear hound. The dog excitedly sniffed at the bowl, then wagged its tail at Lao Lu. Woof. If it could articulate its thoughts, it would surely exclaim how fortunate it was to have Lao Lu as its master, especially after hearing his previous remarks. Yet, how different was he from those negligent parents? Since sitting down, the hound had merely been tantalized by the aroma, watching the three enjoy their meal with envy. Fortunately, someone had remembered it. Lao Lu rolled his eyes, saying, "All right then, you take care of yourself. You all enjoy your meal. I have other matters to attend to." Just then, someone called for him, prompting Lao Lu to take his leave. Haha, you, as a dog father, are hardly as commendable as Lao Lu. Yang Wei seized the opportunity to mock Tongfeng. Jiang Wen nodded in agreement, indeed. But Lao Lu is quite a decent person. All right. Enjoy your meal. Come here, dear hound. Father will feed you. Oh, has someone experienced a pang of conscience? Less of your sardonic remarks. Ha ha.